The supposedly invincible Demon Suppression Prison has just received its most bizarre inmate, a 3-year-old boy who can tame the beasts of hell. With a thunderous and earth-shaking noise, the heavy door of the Demon Suppression Prison slowly rose. All the demons, suspended in midair by iron hooks piercing their collarbones, lifted their heads, their eyes sharp as knives gleaming with bloodthirsty excitement. After a decade, this prison, dedicated to confining the top fiends of the underworld, was finally welcoming a new prisoner. I can't wait to have a deep conversation with this earthly fiend. The inmates were buzzing with excitement. Who in this world could be more vicious than us? The demon lord is imprisoned, the temple of the heavenly god's leader is suppressed, and now heroes, warlords, and the king of assassins gather here, with the king of the underworld and Dizang overseeing. This new arrival must have some guts. This spiraling underground prison has 18 levels, with a massive iron pillar running through its center. The pillar is densely carved with strange runes, emanating a terrifying aura. Each level has several cells that hold the world's most ferocious criminals, who endure inhuman torture in the darkness. As the demons eagerly awaited, 2 prison guards entered the facility. At this moment, all the fiends were rendered speechless with shock. These 2 were none other than the world-renowned Dragon King Yichun and Ghost King Shiliu. One is a martial arts master of the Shenlong Temple, capable of withstanding cannon fire, and the other is an undefeated top assassin, leading the Xingqian society. Even more astonishing was the new inmate following Thema, mere 3-year-old boy. The child, with eyes like black gemstones, curiously surveyed his surroundings and innocently greeted everyone. Hello, uncles, aunts, grandpas, grandmas, my name is Li Shiqi. Nice to meet you all. In the depths of the 18th level, a bald young man with a dignified presence and a terrifying beast had been waiting for some time. This prison guard, nicknamed Dizang, held a Zen staff, exuding a holy aura. Beside him stood a fearsome beast, standing at 1.5 meters tall, featuring the head of a tiger, a single horn, dog ears, a dragon's body, a lion's tail, and Qilin feet, with eyes glowing like lanterns. Unexpectedly, as soon as Li Shiqi saw this beast called Dizang, his eyes lit up, and he joyfully exclaimed, "Big dog," as he bounced forward. Ignoring the beast's majesty, the little boy freely petted its fur. Dizang tried to break free but found it impossible. The seemingly gentle little hands possessed unimaginable strength. This invincible beast, capable of sweeping the globe, devouring demon gods, and shaking the underworld, was forced to submit, allowing the child to ride on its head playfully. Yichun and Shun Wuyo witnessed this scene, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. If word of this got out, it would surely cause an uproar. The sudden noise from the prison caught the attention of the 5 imprisoned demons. They opened their eyes, which hadn't been opened for a long time, and their gazes fell directly on Li Shiqi, scrutinizing this unexpected visitor. Yichun and Shen Wuyo were left speechless by the scene. These 5 imprisoned demons were once powerful lords in the outside world, possessing unfathomable abilities. Even the mighty Dizang couldn't handle them. For years, they had been meditating here, never opening their eyes. And now, they were all examining Li Shiqi. What was so special about this young boy that drew such attention from these formidable beings? Not only the 5 imprisoned demons, but even Dizang's gaze towards Li Shiqi had subtly changed. However, Li Shiqi seemed indifferent to the attention from these powerful figures. His focus was entirely captivated by Dizang's horn and canine ears. His small hands kept touching the ears and tapping the horn, his face radiating an innocent and joyful smile as he played gleefully. Dizang turned his attention to Yichun and Shen Wuyo and asked, "Is he Li Shiqi? What brings him here?" Yichun didn't answer immediately. He walked over to Dizang, lowered his voice, and said, "He uprooted the Chu family in Yanjing." Even though Yichun's voice was as soft as a whisper, for the 5 immensely powerful imprisoned demons, it was still clearly audible. Upon hearing this news, their expressions changed, and their gazes on Li Shiqi became even more complex. The Chu family, one of the top 10 aristocratic families in the Dragon Kingdom, boasted a 500-year history, with a plethora of strong and talented individuals, and even an unparalleled powerful ancestor. Such a colossal entity, comparable to a unified feudal lord in ancient times, was uprooted by a child? In that moment, their view of Li Shiqi shifted dramatically. Yet, Li Shiqi remained oblivious to the reactions around him. He grabbed Dizang's horn, gently patting Dizang's head, and innocently shouted, "Big dog, let's go." Dizang, feeling the pain, immediately turned and dashed into the darkness of the 18th level of the prison. Li Shiqi, seated on Dizang's back, bounced up and down, his small hands clutching the horn tightly, as he let out a clear, ringing laugh. "So fun, so much fun." The 5 demon lords watched Li Shiqi's receding figure and couldn't help but discuss among themselves. Did Li Shiqi start learning martial arts in the womb? Is he extraordinarily gifted? Extraordinarily gifted? I think he's a reincarnated deity. I'm curious about what his life altar holds. Yi Chun and Shin Wuyo were once again struck speechless. The 5 demon lords, who had remained silent for years in the prison, broke their silence for Li Shiqi. This was truly unprecedented. Dizang pondered for a moment, then turned to the 2 wardens and asked, "Does little Shiqi have any parents?" Yi Chun and Shin Wuyo shook their heads. Shin Wuyo sighed and said, "Li Shiqi was an abandoned baby, raised by a group of homeless people. Later, for some reason, the Chu family wiped out those homeless people. Li Shiqi was playing in the park at the time and narrowly escaped. After that, the Chu family." He didn't continue, but Dizang and the 5 demon lords could already guess the rest. A heavy atmosphere filled the air, and everyone fell into contemplation, as if mourning for this special child, or perhaps anticipating something. Li Shiqi rushed home, weary and worn, only to be shocked into near madness by the scene before him. Bodies of his loved ones lay scattered, the floor stained with their blood. With trembling hands, he searched and finally found a blood-stained note beside one of the cold bodies. The message on the note turned his eyes red with fury, and he dashed towards the Chu family without hesitation. However, the Chu family was not as pristine as it appeared. An unnamed demon god revealed the truth with a hint of disdain. The Chu family has long been invaded by evil spirits. The entire clan consists of malevolent beings and monsters. They should have been annihilated long ago. His voice carried a tone of indifference, as if discussing something trivial. This demon god spoke from experience. He had personally visited the Chu family and witnessed the true nature of this seemingly respectable clan. Behind their grand facade, every family member was a malevolent creature disguised in human skin. The Chu family's crimes extended far beyond what was visible. The demon god continued to expose them. Their business dealings are soaked in blood. He described how the Chu family used their power and influence to push countless common people to the brink of ruin. The tragic tales of those who lost everything, their families destroyed because of the Chu family, were no longer secrets in the underworld. Their atrocities were even more brazen. They robbed openly, regarding the law as non-existent. To them, commoners were nothing more than livestock to be slaughtered and plundered at will. The demon god coldly stated, "They are spirits and monsters, so they don't see ordinary people as humans, but as commodities." Yet, the Chu family was deeply rooted and immensely powerful. Despite their heinous crimes, no one dared to act against them. The demon god's voice carried a trace of helplessness, simply because they are an influential family with deep roots. Even with their monstrous crimes, no one dares to touch them. The demon god felt no sympathy for the Chu family's downfall. The Chu family being uprooted is not unjust, for every member is a malevolent being, their hands stained with blood. They all deserve to die. Yi Chun and Shin Wuyo exchanged a wary glance as they listened to the demon god's words. They dared not speak much, for the power and reputation of the demon god before them were terrifying. This demon god was known in the martial world by a striking nickname, the Tailor. His appearance was quite at odds with the name, sharp-featured, as thin as a bamboo stick, looking frail. Yet, his long, nimble fingers and over-thinny arms hinted at extraordinary abilities. The Tailor's strength was notorious in the 18th layer of the prison. He had committed heinous acts outside, nearly wiping out a nation, which earned him a place among the top 10 demon gods. Even today, tales of his deeds were enough to stop a child from crying at night. The Tailor's gaze fell on Li Shiqi, a flicker of interest in his eyes. He mused, "They didn't execute Li Shiqi but sent him here instead. Clearly, there's a deeper intrigue at play." This remark seemed to open a door to a larger conspiracy, leaving one to wonder what secrets entangled Li Shiqi's fate. "Interesting, it seems my time in prison won't be dull." Li Shiqi was playing with a large dog, his joyful laughter echoing through the corridors of the 18th level of the prison. Just then, an elderly man, nearing 70, stepped out of his cell slowly. His hair was white, his face aged, but his eyes were sharp and piercing, like a sword. He exuded an intimidating aura that made people uneasy just by his presence. Yi Chun and Shun Wuyo saw this, and their expressions changed drastically, instinctively taking a step back. A thought simultaneously crossed their minds. Shen Gong and Li Shiqi, this old man and young boy together, might stir up a storm. No one knew the old man's real name. He was only known by his moniker Shen Gong. He was an extremely dangerous demon god, who had once wreaked havoc in the capital, slaughtering 100 high-ranking officials, leaving rivers of blood. Even figures like Yi Chun and Shun Wuyo felt inferior in comparison. Dizang clasped his hands together, softly chanting Amit Ba, then said to Yi Chun and Shun Wuyo, "Yi Master, Shin Master, you may leave now." The two, feeling relieved, quickly bowed and departed from the 18th level of the prison. Dizang turned to Shin Gong, speaking calmly, "Master, please return." Shin Gong merely glanced at Dizang briefly, then returned to his cell without a word, locking himself in and resuming his meditation. Other prisoners also returned to their cells to meditate, but their eyes remained fixed on Li Shiqi, observing the newcomer. The empty corridor was filled only with the sounds of Li Shiqi playing with the dog. Dizang watched Li Shiqi intently, without interrupting, simply observing quietly. While playing with Ting, Li Shiqi keenly sensed 6 pairs of eyes focused on him. His heart stirred as he thought, "They've noticed me." His grandfather's dying words echoed in his mind. "Little Shiqi, go to the 18th level of the Demon Suppressing Prison and find the 5 demon gods inside. Obtain their tokens. They hold clues about your parents. Also, the Chu family who killed us is just a puppet. The true mastermind is hidden deeper. You must find a way to apprentice under those 5 and learn their skills. This way, when you grow up, you'll have the strength to fight the mastermind. Remember, you're not yet a match for the Chu family. Don't seek revenge." After saying this, his grandfather closed his eyes and passed away. Overcome with grief and anger, Li Shiqi rushed into the Chu family, losing his senses. When he regained consciousness, he found himself at the gates of the Demon Suppressing Prison. Although he didn't remember what he had done, he finally met the 5 demon gods his grandfather had mentioned. Li Shiqi could feel the immense power emanating from these 5 individuals, an unfathomable strength. He realized he couldn't use force but had to be cunning. His eyes sparkled with intelligence and slyness, pretending to be oblivious as he continued playing with Ting. After a while, feeling tired, Li Shiqi rode on Ting's back and approached Dizang. He grinned innocently and asked, "Bald brother, which room do I sleep in?" Dizang raised an eyebrow slightly, then pointed to an empty cell, saying calmly, "From today on, this is your room." The cell, though simple, was tidy and orderly, equipped with an iron bed, a toilet, and a writing desk. Li Shiqi lightly leapt off the back of Ting and walked steadily into the cell. He nimbly jumped onto the meter-high bed and lay down spread eagle, fatigue washing over him. In no time, he was fast asleep, snoring loudly. Dizang watched silently, sighed softly, and entered the cell. He carefully covered Li Shiqi with a blanket, his gaze lingering on the boy's brow for a long time before he finally turned and left without doing anything else. Ting followed closely, and soon, silence returned to the prison. At that moment, Shingong opened his eyes. He quietly got out of bed, pushed open the door, and came to Li Shiqi's cell. The tailor sensed something amiss and warned lightly, "This kid is not simple. I advise you not to bring trouble upon yourself." Shingong ignored him and went straight to Li Shiqi's bedside. He stared down at the sleeping boy, extending his large, fan-like hand to feel Li Shiqi's muscles and bones. As he probed deeper, Shingong's eyes grew brighter, his joy unmistakable. Finally, he couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. "Heaven has not forsaken me. Heaven has not forsaken me." The loud laughter woke Li Shiqi. The boy, still sleepy, asked, "Grandpa, why are you laughing?" Shingong excitedly grabbed Li Shiqi's shoulder, eagerly asking, "Li Shiqi, would you like to become my apprentice?" Li Shiqi rubbed his eyes and replied without hesitation, "No, thank you." With that, he turned over and went back to sleep. This was what his grandfather had taught him. To attract the attention of those troublesome masters, one must do the opposite. Shingong was not deterred. He forcibly pulled Li Shiqi up, his tone threatening, "Kneel and bow 3 times, and I will teach you all I know. I guarantee that you will live a life of luxury and be invincible in the world." Li Shiqi shook his head and refused again. Infuriated by the rejection, Shingong roared, "If you won't, then I will make you my apprentice." With that, he pressed down on Li Shiqi's legs, trying to make the boy kneel. However, just as Li Shiqi's knees touched the ground, a thunderous explosion erupted. Shingong felt an overwhelming force crash over him, leaving him dizzy and bleeding from his orifices. In an instant, this powerful demon god's knees buckled, and he fell, unconscious, in front of Li Shiqi. Unfazed, Li Shiqi climbed back into bed and continued to sleep deeply, his snores echoing like thunder. The scene shocked the other demon gods present. The tailor and 3 other demon gods stood up abruptly, faces full of astonishment. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Shingong, known as one of the top 10 world-ending demon gods, had knelt before a boy and fainted. They couldn't help but wonder, what had Li Shiqi done? What secrets did this seemingly ordinary boy hold? The 18th level of the prison was silent. The tailor and his companions surrounded the unconscious Shingong, their eyes filled with worry. Shingong lay motionless on the ground, as if he had lost all signs of life. Unable to hold back, the tailor spoke, his voice tinged with urgency. "Hey, Shingong, stop playing dead and get up." However, Shingong remained unresponsive. The 4 exchanged a helpless glance, then stood up. They quietly opened the door and slipped into Li Shiqi's cell. One of the women, a demoness, crouched down to examine Shingong's condition carefully. She was around 40, yet still retained her allure. Her figure was stunning, and her face exuded an elegant charm mixed with a natural seductiveness. Her eyes, in particular, were captivating, offering a sense of endless allure and temptation even without any deliberate expression. Elegance and seduction blended perfectly in her, radiating a unique charm. She spoke, He suffered a severe blow and lost consciousness. Nearby, a burly man with a large belly and rugged frame heard this, and his eyes lit up. He stared intently at the unconscious Shinkong on the ground, his hands trembling involuntarily. His gaze was as if he was eyeing a delicious feast, eager and restless. His eyes then shifted to the sleeping Li Shiqi, and he was practically drooling, as if looking at an unparalleled tonic. His expression gradually turned sinister. Noticing this, the tailor immediately grabbed his shoulder and warned in a low voice, "Cook, calm down. If you eat the two of them here, Dizang won't forgive you." Upon hearing this, the cook's sinister expression instantly twisted before slowly returning to normal. The tailor turned to the demoness and asked, "Doctor, where is Shinkong injured?" The doctor replied gravely, "His divine fetus. There's a crack in his divine shrine, and the divine fetus is damaged. I'm afraid his cultivation will decline." At these words, the cook, the tailor, and another silent demon immediately turned pale, their expressions growing more serious as they looked at the sleeping Li Shiqi. The doctor stepped forward, gently touching Li Shiqi's muscles and bones. Her eyes suddenly shone as she excitedly said, "No wonder Shinkong insisted on taking him as a disciple. Li Shiqi has exceptional bone structure, a rare genius. With him, Shinkong's skills won't be lost. Perhaps my skills too." She abruptly stopped, not finishing her sentence. The cook, the tailor, and the other demon, upon hearing this, also stepped forward to check Li Shiqi's physique. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, as if they had discovered a rare treasure. These five had voluntarily entered this place, fully prepared to spend the rest of their lives here, their only regret being that their unparalleled skills might be lost forever. But with Li Shiqi's exceptional talent, a rare genius, if their skills could be passed on to him, it would surely cause a tremendous stir in the martial world. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel excited. The cook was eager, wanting to emulate Shinkong and use his abilities to examine Li Shiqi's condition. Seeing this, the doctor immediately stopped him. "If you want your divine fetus injured, go ahead." The cook hesitated for a moment before ultimately abandoning the idea. The tailor decisively ordered, "Take Shinkong away. Don't disturb little Shiqi's rest." He turned to the cook and continued, "Cook, little Shiqi is growing. He can't just drink milk. Prepare some ingredients. Make sure every meal has meat, with a balanced diet." Finally, he looked at the silent talisman master and urged, "Talisman master, why are you standing there? Draw a talisman to turn on the air conditioning. It's so stuffy here. Can't you see little Shiqi is sweating in his sleep?" With that, the tailor hoisted Shinkong over his shoulder and walked out of the cell. In the meantime, the cook wanted to help but was pushed aside by the tailor. The cook's eyes glinted dangerously, as if he wanted to devour Shinkong alive. After they left, the silent talisman master bled from his 10 fingers, the crimson blood forming into a mysterious and intricate talisman in midair. The blood-red talisman floated in the air, instantly altering the room's atmosphere. The cell where Li Shiqi was held felt as if an invisible air conditioner had been installed, with a cool breeze and a pleasantly comfortable temperature. After everyone returned to their cells, the cook took out a sharp kitchen knife from his own cell. He glanced greedily at Li Shiqi, then walked into the depths of the prison's darkness with the knife, his intentions unknown. They were unaware that after they left, Li Shiqi's eyebrows twitched slightly. The power of the blood-red talisman was terrifying, and he thought to himself, "No wonder Ah Gong called them demons. Their strength is indeed formidable. If I could learn from them, my abilities would surely improve rapidly." However, Li Shiqi knew that these people wouldn't easily teach him their skills. He recalled Ah Gong's teaching, "Feign ignorance to lull the enemy, and ultimately achieve your goal." He understood that he needed to maintain a long-term disguise to make them lower their guard and eventually learn all their skills and obtain their tokens. Li Shiqi, this will be a long battle. He mentally prepared himself for the long-term disguise, but outwardly showed no signs, continuing to sleep soundly, as if unaware of everything around him. The next morning, a rich aroma woke Li Shiqi. He sniffed slightly, opened his eyes, and got out of bed. "It smells so good," he couldn't help but exclaim. In the cell opposite, the cook had somehow set up a makeshift stove, complete with pots, pans, oil, salt, and spices. Flames roared under the stove, and the oil in the iron pan crackled, filling the air with a delightful fragrance. The table beside it was already laden with rice and various dishes. After finishing the last dish, the cook habitually reached for some chili peppers. The female doctor immediately glared at him, reminding, "Shiqi is still young. His stomach can't handle spicy food. Not everyone can eat extreme spice like you Hunanese." The cook reluctantly set the peppers aside, added a bit of salt instead, and stirred the dish before serving it. The table was filled with a variety of dishes: steamed ribs with pumpkin, braised pork, borscht, spicy stir-fried pork, fish head with chopped chili, all looking and smelling delicious. Li Shiqi's eyes sparkled at the sight of the feast. "Wow, it looks so good. Uncle, can I come over and eat?" Li Shiqi asked eagerly. The female doctor smiled and replied, "Sure, little Shiqi, come and eat." With a wave of her hand, the lock on Li Shiqi's cell door automatically opened, and the door swung wide. Li Shiqi eagerly jumped out of bed, entered the cook's room, and sat down. Looking at the table full of dishes, he couldn't help but drool and exclaimed, "So much food." The cook looked at Li Shiqi, his eyes glinting with a greedy green light. The female doctor glared at him again, causing him to restrain himself slightly. She served Li Shiqi a bowl of rice and gestured for him to start eating. Li Shiqi didn't hold back, grabbing his bowl and chopsticks and devouring the food. He ate voraciously, like a storm sweeping through, until his belly was round and full, unable to eat anymore. "Is it good?" the female doctor asked. Li Shiqi nodded. "Delicious." As he said this, he suddenly burst into tears, sobbing loudly. The female doctor asked curiously, "So good it made you cry?" Li Shiqi's eyes were red, and tears continuously streamed down his cheeks. He sobbed, "This food is so delicious. If only Grandpa, Uncle, and Shiliu could taste it too. How wonderful would that be?" His voice was filled with sadness and longing. The female doctor gently asked, "Who are Grandpa, Uncle, and Shiliu?" Li Shiqi wiped his tears with his sleeve, trying to calm his breathing. He choked up as he replied, "They were the family who raised me. But they were killed by the Chu family because they accidentally discovered some of their unsavory dealings." His voice almost broke. "They will never taste such fragrant food again." As memories overwhelmed him, Li Shiqi burst into tears again. "If only I had been there at the time." The images of Grandpa, Uncle, and Shiliu's faces flashed in his mind, and he couldn't suppress his sorrow, crying out loud. The cook and the female doctor exchanged glances, speechless for a moment. The tailor, the talisman master, and the craftsman wrapped in a quilt each remained silent in their rooms, having heard Li Shiqi's lament. The craftsman let out a weak sigh, his voice weary. 100 years of global upheaval. The court has decayed, and the world is rife with injustice. You must find solace. His face was pale, as if he might faint at any moment. Li Shiqi cried for a while before his emotions slightly calmed. He sat up, looking at the craftsman with concern. "Grandpa, are you sick? Why do you look so unwell?" The craftsman merely glared at him without a word. At this moment, the talisman master came out, holding a bottle of milk he had just prepared. He handed the bottle to Li Shiqi and gently asked, "Little Shiqi, would you like to learn painting from me?" Li Shiqi shook his head without hesitation. "No." The talisman master was a bit puzzled and patiently asked, "Why not?" Li Shiqi blinked his big eyes and earnestly explained. "Grandpa said that those who learn painting are fools with low intelligence who can't even do math. He told me to study hard and excel in science, so I wouldn't fear going anywhere in the world. He also said not to learn painting and music because those are for rich people, not for drifters like us. So I won't learn." The talisman master twitched at the corners of his eyes and was momentarily speechless. The cook couldn't help but burst into laughter. The female doctor smiled and asked, "What else did your grandpa say?" Li Shiqi thought for a moment and then said, "Grandpa also said that as drifters, we can't achieve anything through art. We need to learn practical skills for survival. So, Grandpa taught me a skill to make a living." The cook immediately perked up with interest and eagerly asked, "What skill? Is it cooking? Can you fry dishes?" The female doctor guessed, "Is it medicine? Can you treat illnesses?" The tailor interjected, "Is it making clothes?" The craftsman weakly asked, "Is it carpentry?" Li Shiqi shook his head, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He spoke slowly, "None of those. Grandpa taught us that true skill lies in helping others solve their problems. As long as we can do that, we can make money." His words caught the attention of everyone present. The cook, the female doctor, the tailor, the craftsman, and the talisman artist all perked up their ears. Li Shiqi continued, "We take on all kinds of jobs, whether it's cooking, medicine, tailoring, crafting, or drawing talismans. As long as we can help others, we take the job. It's a bit like being a bodyguard or a mercenary, but more like an all-purpose service." The cook, intrigued, asked, "Would you like to learn other skills from me?" Li Shiqi's big eyes lit up with excitement. "Yes." But then he hesitated, looking puzzled. "If I learn skills from you, do I need to kneel and formally become your disciple?" At this, the cook, the tailor, the female doctor, and the talisman artist all quickly stepped aside, exclaiming in unison, "No need, no need. You don't have to kneel to us. We should be the ones kneeling, begging you to be our disciple." Their reaction left Li Shiqi even more bewildered. He tilted his head and asked, "Really, no kneeling?" They all nodded repeatedly, fearing he might actually kneel. Li Shiqi looked at their anxious faces, more confused than ever. Do people not kneel to become disciples nowadays? And these people wanted to kneel to him instead? At that moment, the tailor sat down, eating while curiously asking, "Little Shiqi, tell us, how did you manage to uproot the Chu family?" Li Shiqi looked bewildered and honestly replied, "I don't know. At the time, I saw Grandpa and the others being killed, and in a moment of heat, I rushed to the Chu family. Then I lost consciousness. When I woke up, the Chu family was already." The female doctor and the others exchanged glances. The The tailor, with a hint of doubt, said, "Little Shichi, let me test you." Before the words were out, the tailor's hand transformed into a dragon's claw, striking at Li Shichi with deadly intent. Sensing danger, Li Shichi instinctively dodged. The tailor, missing the first strike, quickly adjusted and accelerated, his hand precisely grabbing Li Shichi by the neck. Li Shichi struggled desperately, but his small hands and feet couldn't break the tailor's grip. The tailor frowned, thinking to himself, Li Shichi's skills seem ordinary, not like someone capable of destroying the Chu family. Could there be more to this? At that moment, the craftsman spoke coldly. "Don't just test him, try actually killing him." Hearing this, the tailor's heart filled with murderous intent, and he tightened his grip, intent on choking Li Shichi to death. Li Shichi was terrified, fear washing over him like a tidal wave. He was just a child. Were these people really going to kill him? Had they completely lost their humanity? Li Shichi's mind was racing as he weighed the decision to resist. The terrifying strength from the tailor's grip made him acutely aware of the danger to his life. Yet he understood this was a test from Shingon. In an instant, he made his decision: endure. To gain the trust of these godlike beings, Li Shichi forced himself to remain calm. Even in the face of death, he couldn't show any sign of abnormality. The tailor increased the pressure, and Li Shichi felt his carotid artery being compressed, his brain starting to suffer from a lack of blood and oxygen. His eyes slowly closed as he slipped into unconsciousness. The tailor frowned and looked at Shingon, whose eyes remained cold, silently issuing the order for execution. The tailor hesitated for a moment, believing that someone who died so easily was unworthy of inheriting their skills. He increased the pressure again, and unsettling cracking sounds came from Li Shichi's neck. Just as the tailor was about to snap Li Shichi's neck, a sudden change occurred. A divine light burst forth, and a shadowy, ancient shrine appeared behind Li Shichi's head. As the shrine appeared, Li Shichi's eyes snapped open, radiating a piercing light. His body hovered in midair, exuding a terrifying aura akin to a demon god. An overwhelming pressure emanated from him, sweeping through the prison like a tsunami. Immediately following, a large, scaly, blue-green hand reached out from the shrine, firmly grasping the tailor's wrist. The tailor was instantly overwhelmed with excruciating pain, as if all his strength was being sapped by this monstrous hand. His eyes filled with terror, his blood surged, and his internal energy erupted like a tidal wave as he desperately tried to break free, but it was futile. The skeletal, yet immensely powerful blue-green hand remained unmoved. Even more terrifying, tendrils of black mist, like venomous snakes, emanated from the hand, curling towards the tailor. In horror, the tailor decisively picked up a knife and severed his own arm, retreating rapidly to avoid the deadly strike. Freed from the tailor's control, Li Shichi collapsed heavily to the ground, once again losing consciousness. The blue-green hand then retracted back into the shrine, and the entire phenomenon vanished without a trace. The cell fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the tailor's labored breathing. Everyone stared at Li Shichi on the ground, their eyes filled with fear and dread. In that moment, they had all been suffocated by the overwhelming aura, as if they had brushed past death's door, and now their hearts were pounding like thunder. "What was that hand? Did you see it clearly?" someone asked, their voice trembling. "I don't know. I couldn't see it clearly," another replied, their voice tinged with unease. "What was enshrined in there? Did anyone see?" someone else inquired, but no one could provide an answer. The group exchanged glances, their hearts filled with fear of the unknown. A gigantic, ghostly hand obscured the view, making it impossible to see the surroundings. This terrifying scene confirmed a dreadful truth. The culprit behind the massacre of the Chu family was not Li Shichi, but likely the unnameable presence in his shrine. 5 people surrounded Li Shichi, their eyes filled with both apprehension and excitement as they whispered among themselves. "Just one hand is so terrifying. If the presence in the shrine fully manifests, won't it turn the world upside down?" someone said, their voice trembling. The cook suddenly burst into laughter. "Interesting. This is truly interesting." The tailor reached out and retrieved the severed hand clutching Li Shichi's neck, attaching it to his own severed arm. Instantly, a dense network of stitches grew from the flesh, swiftly sewing the arm back together, making it appear as if it had never been damaged. However, a blackish-red bruise in the shape of a handprint remained on Li Shichi's neck, stark and shocking. The tailor flexed his right hand, not angry but rather pleased, staring intently at Li Shichi. "Excellent. This is the making of a good demon." Though the cook, the craftsman, the talisman master, and the female doctor remained silent, their eyes also burned with intensity. As if recalling something, their faces twisted into sinister expressions. Under the meticulous guidance of these 5 demons, Li Shichi's prison life became colorful. Under the guise of learning skills to become useful to society, they began systematically training him. Each week, Li Shichi had a different curriculum. On Mondays, he learned sewing techniques from the tailor. On Tuesdays, he delved into medical skills under the female doctor's guidance. On Wednesdays, the talisman master taught him the secrets of drawing talismans. On Thursdays, the craftsman imparted skills for making various tools. On Fridays, the cook instructed him in exquisite knife work and culinary skills. On Saturdays, he followed Dizang in chanting and seemed to be learning some special form of spiritual practice. But Sundays were Li Shiqi's happiest times. He played with the big dog, sometimes riding it as it ran, sometimes competing in strength. His carefree laughter echoed throughout the prison, bringing a rare touch of light to the otherwise eerie 18th floor. Days turned into months, and years flew by. In the blink of an eye, 5 years quietly passed. Li Shiqi had grown up, becoming more handsome and upright. His sword-like eyebrows and bright, innocent eyes, which curved into crescents when he smiled, made him appear endearingly naive and harmless. Yet, who could imagine what secrets lay hidden beneath this kind and charming exterior? The only shortcoming is that, whether due to genetics or lack of nutrition, he is rather short, standing at just 120 centimeters, with a robust and sturdy appearance. At this moment, Li Shiqi is standing at the entrance of the 18th level of the prison, effortlessly holding a barely conscious assassin with his strong arms. A simple and honest smile is on his round face as he says to the expressionless prison guard, "Comrade, please inform the person behind this man to stop sending people to kill me. Once I'm released today, I'll pay him a visit myself." With that, Li Shiqi turns and walks into the prison, the heavy iron door closing slowly behind him with a dull thud. Outside, the prison guard drags the battered assassin away, as if it were just another part of his daily routine. Inside the prison, the notorious inmates are no longer surprised by such scenes. Over the past 5 years, Li Shiqi has dealt with intruding assassins in the same manner almost daily, sometimes even handling 2 in a single day. Although these assassins survived, they were invariably left battered and bruised, in a pitiful state. One of the imprisoned villains shook his head and murmured, "These aristocratic families are truly courting death, daring to provoke the living king of hell." Over the years, many powerful families in Longwa have eyed Li Shiqi with hostility, trying every means to eliminate him. They concocted various excuses to send numerous experts openly into the 18th level to assassinate him. Even the imprisoned villains here have attempted to sneak in and take his life. However, the outcome is always laughable. Without exception, these people enter upright and leave horizontally. Li Shiqi crushes each challenger with overwhelming force, leaving them in disarray. Even more astonishing is that Li Shiqi uses all the villains in this 18th level prison as grindstones. He selects different opponents daily for sparring, leaving these once surrogate villains searching for their teeth on the ground, utterly defeated. If these battle-hardened villains are no match for Li Shiqi, how could any external assassin possibly stand a chance against him? In this suffocating environment, Li Shiqi's presence is like an insurmountable mountain, leaving everyone feeling helpless and hopeless. Each new assassination attempt seems like just another gift for Li Shiqi, adding nothing but humor to the situation. The 18th level of the prison. Li Shiqi returned and packed his belongings. He had arrived with nothing, and over the years, many had come to kill him, only to be knocked unconscious by him and thrown out of the prison. He had collected many valuable items from these assassins, which he had hidden away. The treasures he had gathered from the unconscious assassins over 5 years filled a bundle twice his size. Li Shiqi dismantled the cell door, slung the bundle over his shoulder, and walked out, waving to the tailor, the craftsman, the female doctor, the talisman master, and the chef in the cell, flashing a bright smile. "Uncles and aunties, my 5 years are up. See you if fate allows." He had been forcibly sent here by the higher-ups to stay for 5 years, and now that time was up, it was time for him to leave. With that, he stepped out, feeling anxious inside, thinking, "I'm about to leave. Why haven't they fallen for it yet?" He was getting desperate. For 5 years, he had diligently acted innocent and eager to improve, hoping to lower the guards of these 5 people and obtain their tokens. Now, as he was about to be released, why hadn't they given him anything? Just as Li Shiqi was at his wit's end, the female doctor suddenly stood up and tossed him a white token. "Little Shiqi, if anyone gives you trouble out there, take this token to the Xinglin dojo and find someone named He Wubbing. He will help you." The craftsman threw him a jade green ring. "Keep this with you, and if you have the chance, visit the Shinji camp. Someone will naturally receive you." The tailor handed him a brocade box containing 18 golden needles. "Remember what you promised me. These are my true dragon needles. They're yours now. Remember what I always taught you. Since you're here, make yourself at home. If enemies come looking for trouble, you must bury them." The talisman master remained silent, only drawing a talisman and merging it into Li Shiqi's forehead. Receiving these tokens filled Li Shiqi with joy, almost making him jump with excitement. However, he maintained his composure, looking calmly at the chef. The chef, with his eyes glistening, gazed at Li Shiqi, drooling slightly. "Little Shiqi, I have nothing to give you. How about you cut me a piece of meat to taste? I've been craving it for 5 years." For 5 years, this chef had been obsessed with the thought of tasting Li Shiqi's flesh, having tried several times to cut a piece from him. Now that Li Shiqi was about to be released, The chef was still fixated on it. The others looked at the chef with disdain. At that moment, Dizang, dressed in a police uniform and holding a Buddhist staff, walked over and glared at the chef. The chef immediately stopped talking about it and tossed Li Shiqi a knife he often used, saying, "Just kidding earlier. This is my treasured knife, little Shiqi. If you encounter danger, take this knife to the feud in the imperial capital. The manager there will assist you." Li Shiqi accepted the knife, feeling even more thrilled inside, thinking, finally, they all fell for it. After 5 years, he finally deceived these 5 people and obtained what he most desired. Apart from the talisman master's token, he had gathered all the others' tokens. The symbol master's token was finally complete. The talisman embedded in Li Shiqi's forehead was the exclusive token he had longed for. Joy washed over him like a tide, and he almost wanted to shout out loud. However, Li Shiqi suppressed his excitement and pretended to be disdainful. "Cook, you're so stingy. Others give jade pendants and golden needles, and you give me this butcher's knife. What? Do you want me to become a butcher?" The cook was furious at this, veins bulging on his forehead. "What do you know? This is a treasure I've used my whole life. It's spiritual and can slay demons." As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach Li Shiqi a lesson. Unfazed, Li Shiqi continued to provoke. "Isn't it still just a butcher's knife?" Seeing the cook about to lose his temper, the tailor and the female doctor quickly stepped in to calm him down. Calm down. Calm down. Little Shiqi just doesn't recognize a treasure when he sees one." At that moment, Dizang came running from afar, stopping steadily in front of Li Shiqi. His eyes lit up. "Good dog." He gracefully leaped onto Dizang's back, gently stroking its smooth fur. Dizang squinted its eyes in enjoyment. Dizang watched and softly asked, "What are your plans once you leave?" Li Shiqi grinned, his eyes shining with determination. "I want to use what I've learned to contribute to society. To be a good person useful to the community." Upon hearing this, the female doctor, the symbol master, the cook, the craftsman, and the tailor all shared a knowing smile. They understood all too well what kind of contributions Li Shiqi's skills could make to society. Dizang gave them a helpless look and said earnestly, "Malicious deeds lead to consequences. Good habits result in outcomes. Karma is significant, capable of opposing mountains, deep as vast seas, obstructing the path of saints. Little Shiqi, remember this, and take care of yourself." Li Shiqi's eyes curved into crescents, and he brought his hands together, bowing deeply to Dizang. "Okay, brother Dizang, goodbye." Then he turned and bowed to the craftsman, the female doctor, and the others. "Goodbye, uncles, grandpas, and aunties." They quickly stepped aside, unwilling to accept his reverence. Li Shiqi smiled, said nothing more, and gently patted Dizang's head. Understanding the gesture, Dizang soared into the air, racing toward the exit of the 18th level of hell. Watching Li Shiqi's retreating figure, the cook swung his cleaver to slice off a leg of an exotic beast, muttering as he gnawed on it. Suddenly, this prison feels a lot quieter. The expressions of the female doctor, the symbol master, the craftsman, and the tailor also turned somber. Over the past 5 years, they had grown accustomed to Li Shiqi's presence and his mischievous antics. In their spare time, they no longer meditated but eagerly taught Li Shiqi various knowledge and even played with him, caring for him meticulously. On the surface, they were showing affection to Li Shiqi, but in reality, they saw him as a version of their younger selves, making up for past regrets. Now that Li Shiqi had left, they suddenly felt a void, and the vast prison seemed particularly desolate. At that moment, they realized that, unbeknownst to them, Li Shiqi had become like a child to them. Breaking the silence, the tailor softly said, "Even though we can't leave, teaching him our skills and letting him go out in our stead is still a good thing." Just thinking about the various dangers Li Shiqi might encounter after going out and causing trouble made waves of worry rise in his heart. This worry felt like an invisible hand clutching tightly at his heart. He began to question his decision, wondering if teaching Li Shiqi those skills was a mistake. How would he cope if Li Shiqi lost his life because of these abilities? The female doctor looked serious, her brows furrowed as she softly said, "I'm wondering now, what will happen if Xiao Shiqi smashes the world?" Shengong, hearing this, tried to appear calm, but his voice trembled slightly. "Don't worry, Xiao Shiqi's skills have far surpassed ours. He can easily defeat me, and I fear there's no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom who is his match." He paused and continued. "His cultivation is now so deep that even I cannot see through it. Those ancient monsters probably aren't his match either. Even if they are, they likely wouldn't want to deal with someone so much younger." As he spoke, a faint, almost imperceptible worry flashed in Shengong's eyes. Those old monsters might indeed refrain from acting due to face, but what if they were truly desperate? Thinking of this, he instinctively touched a small wooden puppet in his pocket. It was a gift Li Shiqi had carved for him at the start of his training, and though crudely made, he had cherished it ever since. The cook suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "If he dies out there, I'll go out and find him, even if it kills me, and eat him." Such a delicacy shouldn't go to waste. His words carried a twisted kind of concern. The usually silent talisman master spoke up, his voice low and firm. Don't worry, Xiao Shiqi will be fine. His strength is greater than the 5 of us combined. Remember, there's a demon in his shrine that neither we nor Dizang can clearly see. The talisman master continued. This time out, he might just shake the world of spirits and gods. He recalled how over the past few years, they and Dizang had repeatedly tried to glimpse the azure ghost hand in Li Shiqi's shrine, but always failed. Even with Dizang, even with all 6 of them together, they couldn't see the presence in the shrine. Each time they probed, that azure ghost hand would repel them, leaving them coughing blood. With this ghost hand, Li Shiqi was virtually invincible. The tailor chuckled, his eyes glinting with a strange light. Xiao Shiqi is free, and now the sky's the limit. I reckon no one in this world can hold him back. This guy might just change. His smile grew sly, his eyes filled with a fierce look. The 5 of them all focused on Li Shiqi's departing figure, each with different emotions in their eyes. Dizang watched these 5 demons, clasped his hands together, and softly chanted, Amit Ba. He had guarded these 5 great demons for decades and had never seen them show such warmth. Li Shiqi had indeed changed them. However, none of the 6 knew that they had all been completely deceived by Li Shiqi's acting. With a series of deafening booms, the gates of the 18th level prison burst open. Li Shiqi, riding the mythical beast Tiding, shot out like a bolt of lightning, agilely racing towards the first level of the Demon Suppression Prison. Li Shiqi. Ha ha. Brothers, Li Shiqi is out, we're free. Brother Shiqi, once you're out, you must contribute a lot to society. Seeing Li Shiqi and Tiding burst out, the demons imprisoned there erupted in wild joy, their cheers resounding. Over the past 5 years, Li Shiqi had certainly given them a hard time, but at this moment, they seemed to have forgotten past grievances, left only with a longing for freedom and expectations for Li Shiqi. Many of the demons imprisoned here were once notorious figures in the outside world, but within these walls, they were all beaten miserably by Li Shiqi. Every 3 days, Li Shiqi would emerge from the 18th level of the prison to challenge 2 demons, knocking them out cold. Day after day, the demons lived in fear, dreading Li Shiqi's next appearance. At this moment, when they saw Li Shiqi leaving the prison, they were overjoyed, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. However, their joy was short-lived. Suddenly, countless thin threads descended from the sky, precisely wrapping around the precious items on their bodies. Oh no, the demons thought, realizing something was amiss. Before they could react, the threads tightened abruptly. With a swoosh, all the valuable items on the demons were lifted into the air, flying densely toward the first level of the demon-suppressing prison, creating a spectacular scene. Eventually, these treasures fell into the rift of Li Shiqi's bag, expanding it by an entire circle. Standing on the back of Dizang, Li Shiqi politely bowed to the demons, his voice clear. As I'm traveling far, I feel uneasy without any funds. Thank you, uncles, aunts, grandpas, and grandmas, for your generous help. I will never forget your kindness. Someday, I will repay you with all I have learned. Thank you very much. With that, he rode Dizang out of the open prison gate, disappearing from the prisoner's sight in an instant. The prison erupted into chaos. The demons pointed in the direction Li Shiqi had left, cursing vehemently. Li Shiqi, you little brat, give me back my treasure, my precious treasure. Li Shiqi, may you die a horrible death. That little scoundrel is the biggest demon in this prison. I'll kill him. The curses echoed throughout the prison. After seeing Li Shiqi off, Dizang returned to the prison. Hearing the rising curses, it glared at them with a fierce look, growling deeply, and stared at them coldly. Instantly, all the demons fell silent, and the prison was engulfed in a dead silence. They looked at Dizang, their eyes filled with terror and dread. Li Shiqi wasn't afraid of Dizang and could even command it, but they dared not provoke this demon-eating beast. Li Shiqi, with his small frame carrying a bag 2 to 3 times his size, walked out of the prison. The long mist sunlight bathed him, feeling like a rebirth. Outside the prison, apart from 2 tall walls and armed guards on duty, it was eerily quiet. He glanced around, carefully placing the tokens of the 5 demons into his bag, and walked away. His heart was filled with excitement as he thought, 5 years, and I'm finally out. Those so-called 5 great demon gods and the strongest prison guard, Dizang, were all fooled by me, weren't they? Thinking of his successful plan, Li Shiqi couldn't help but laugh. For the past 5 years, he had been playing along with the 5 great demons, finally deceiving them and obtaining what he wanted. Just then, a voice called from behind, Master Shiqi, wait a moment. At that moment, a prison guard called out to Li Shiqi, handing him a letter. The guard's voice was deep and serious. The Master of Divine Works has arranged everything for you. Take this letter to the Chun family in Maple Leaf City. That will be your new home. They will take care of your daily needs, and your sister is waiting for you there. Sister. Li Shiqi was taken aback, a mix of confusion and anticipation flashing in his eyes. Could it be that he actually had family in this world? Seeing Li Shiqi's reaction, the guard frowned slightly and explained, yes, she is a relative recognized by the Master of Divine Works, your new family. Li Shiqi suddenly became excited, his voice trembling slightly. New family? I really have a sister? Please tell me, what is my sister's name? I want to meet her. Having just been released from prison with nowhere to go, finding a place at the Qin family was certainly a welcome opportunity. Besides, his grandfather had always taught him, it's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Now having a sister was undoubtedly a good thing. The guard, seeing Li Shiqi's excitement, sighed softly and took out his phone to make a call. Soon, a bus from the Demon Suppression Prison arrived. The guard helped Li Shiqi load his luggage into the bus and then said to him, remember, your sister's name is Chun Hanyao. The bus had a dazzling exterior, covered in intricate mystical symbols. The guard pulled out a stack of bills from his pocket and handed it to the driver. Take him to Maple Leaf City, to the Qin family. The driver took the money and cheerfully replied, got it. With that, he started the bus and headed swiftly towards Maple Leaf City. The Demon Suppression Prison was located deep in the mountains, in a remote area with treacherous roads. However, this special bus moved as if on a smooth path. Whenever it encountered obstacles, the symbols on the bus glowed with mysterious light, enveloping the entire vehicle. The bus was steady and fast, moving at an impressive speed. Li Shiqi curiously observed all of this. Noticing his gaze, the driver smiled and explained, this is a talisman drawn by the most skilled talisman master in our country. With this talisman, the bus can travel smoothly and quickly on even the roughest roads, enhancing speed and saving time and fuel. The driver spoke with pride. Although the bus was public property of the Demon Suppression Prison, he was the one who usually drove it, so he felt a sense of pride. Li Shiqi responded softly, though he secretly thought to himself, what talisman master? This talisman is drawn worse than what Mute could do. He referred to the talisman master who taught him to draw talismans. The man spoke little, even during lessons, so Li Shiqi privately nicknamed him Mute. However, Li Shiqi had to admit that the talisman master's drawing skills were indeed exceptional, with fluid strokes and seamless execution, making both the process and the final product a pleasure to behold. The bus sped along for 2 hours, covering a distance of 1,500 kilometers, and finally hit the highway. Looking up, Li Shiqi saw 2 fiery red suns hanging in the sky, casting a brilliant glow over this strange world. Dense, impenetrable forests flanked the highway, their depths so dark and profound that they seemed capable of swallowing everything. Occasionally, the eerie roars of beasts echoed through the still air. On the distant horizon, a human settlement stood majestically, like a giant beast lying in wait. Li Shiqi glanced out the car window, witnessing the mountains of corpses piled up outside the highway. Even more chilling were the countless bizarre mummified bodies hanging from the lush trees, swaying gently in the breeze, as if issuing a silent warning. The world was shrouded in a deathly silence, with no sign of living souls. Despite 2 suns hanging high in the sky, the atmosphere felt lifeless and desolate. The gray-white light enveloped the land, more oppressive than a demon's prison. Today's sun seems colder than usual, the driver muttered, breaking the silence inside the car. Li Shiqi did not respond. As a young man, he knew nothing about the origins of this world. For as long as he could remember, there had always been 2 suns in the sky. At night, after the sun set, a single bright moon would appear. When the moon disappeared, the 2 suns would rise again. This cycle had never changed. Strangely, although the night sky was clear and free of clouds obscuring the moonlight, no stars were visible. Li Shiqi had never seen a single star in his life. However, these thoughts were not Li Shiqi's main concern at the moment. His attention was entirely focused on the package in his lap, containing 5 mysterious tokens. He carefully unwrapped the package, his eyes glistening with excitement. Do they really hold clues to my parents? He silently hoped. Abandoned since childhood, Li Shiqi had never felt the warmth of his parents. He had been searching for them for years, but to no avail. It wasn't until Grandpa, with his extensive network, discovered that clues to his parents were linked to these 5 demonic tokens. Yet, with the treasures right before him, Li Shiqi was unsure how to begin his search. He cautiously re-wrapped the 5 tokens, clenching his fist tightly. His gaze turned cold as he made a silent vow. Finding my parents can wait. The priority is to uncover the mastermind behind Grandpa's murder and seek revenge for him and the others. The taxi sped down the highway, the speedometer needle pushing towards 500 kilometers per hour. Inside, the driver gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, nerves on edge. An hour later, the silhouette of Maple Leaf City began to emerge. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in the middle of the road ahead. The driver slammed on the brakes, and the tires screeched loudly. Once the car came to a halt, they could see the 2 blocking the road. A tall, beautiful young girl with twin pigtails fluttering in the wind, dressed in a JK uniform and carrying a massive blue gun almost as tall as she was, exuding an air of heroism. Beside her stood a burly man in a black suit. his eyes piercing and muscles bulging, radiating an intimidating presence. The roadside was littered with the wreckage of several cars, stained with blood. The vehicles bore the unmistakable marks of beast attacks, a chilling sight. The driver cautiously rolled down the window and said coldly, "This is a car from the Demon Suppression Prison. What's going on?" He emphasized his affiliation, intending to deter any potential threats. Upon hearing Demon Suppression Prison, the two blocking the road brightened. The young girl hurriedly said, "Sir, we're from the Yang family of Maple Leaf City. I'm Yang Mi, and this is our bodyguard, Zhao Hang. We were out hunting and got attacked by malevolent spirits, suffering heavy casualties. Can you give us a ride back to Maple Leaf City? We will reward you handsomely." Evil spirits? The driver's face changed drastically. Aren't they supposed to only appear at night? It's broad daylight now. He looked up at the twin suns hanging high in the sky, doubts swirling in his mind. Seeing his reaction, Yang Mi quickly explained, "Don't worry, sir. We've already driven them off." Zhao Hang added, "It's safe now. But our demon hunting vehicle was destroyed, and we're exhausted, unable to walk back to Maple Leaf City. Can you give us a lift?" The driver didn't respond immediately, but turned back to seek the opinion of Li Shiqi. As the driver for the Demon Suppression Prison, he needed to consider the passengers' views, especially since Shen Gong had specifically instructed him to take care of Li Shiqi. Li Shiqi hesitated. "But what about my luggage?" "It can go in the trunk," the driver quickly replied, contemplating the opportunity to connect with the prestigious Yang family of Maple Leaf City. Yang Mi looked at Li Shiqi with pleading eyes and sweetly said, "Please, little brother, help us out." Momentarily dazed by her beauty, Li Shiqi quickly regained his composure. He nodded and said, "All right, hop in. We're headed in the same direction anyway." After speaking, he got out of the car and carefully placed the large package into the trunk. Yang Mi's face lit up with joy as she turned to shout towards a battered car behind them. "Sister, they agreed to take us back to Maple Leaf City. Come out quickly." Following her call, another beautiful woman slowly emerged from the damaged car. She appeared to be around 22 years old, with an exquisite beauty as if crafted by the hands of a god. Her bright eyes and flawless features were beyond critique, her skin as white as snow. She wore a long dress that not only failed to conceal her graceful figure, but rather accentuated her enchanting curves, leaving onlookers breathless. The driver, upon seeing the woman, couldn't help but stare in awe, exclaiming, "Yang Kaiwei! Yang Kaiwei!" His voice was filled with disbelief and reverence. Yang Kaiwei was one of the twin prodigies of Maple Leaf City, a genius among geniuses. At only 12, she had received the blessing of a true god, obtaining the unprecedented divine fetus, the purple gold Tao fetus. From that moment, her cultivation advanced as if propelled by a rocket. By the age of 18, she had reached the fourth realm of the 9 realms of the human world, the new life realm. This meant that new life had already been nurtured within her divine fetus, enabling her to master it, significantly boosting her cultivation speed and granting her unimaginable power. Such a realm was considered top tier, even on a national scale, marking her as an unparalleled prodigy. Hailing from a prestigious family, Yang Kaiwei was always aloof and reclusive, rarely appearing in the public eye. It was unexpected for her to be encountered here today. However, her expression was icy, with eyes that exuded a piercing chill, creating an aura that warned others to keep their distance, prompting the driver to quickly avert his gaze. Li Shiqi stared at Yang Kaiwei, momentarily stunned, murmuring, "She's truly beautiful." Yang Mi approached, placing the firearms in the trunk as well, then turned to Li Shiqi and said, "Little brother, stop staring. My sister won't be interested in you. Get in the car." She was long accustomed to her sister's breathtaking beauty capturing everyone's attention whenever she appeared. Li Shiqi snapped out of his daze and quietly got into the car. Zhao Hang, serving as their bodyguard, took the front passenger seat. Yang Kaiwei and Yang Mi sat together, leaving Li Shiqi squeezed into the right side by the window. Once everyone was seated, the driver started the car and sped towards Maple Leaf City. On the road, Li Shiqi noticed Yang Kaiwei's injuries and, concerned, offered, "Sister, you're hurt. I've studied medicine. Would you like me to help treat you?" He had seen the bloodstains on her dress and several visible wounds on her body, and wanted to help out of goodwill. Yang Kaiwei glanced at Li Shiqi coldly, but said nothing. Curious, Yang Mi looked at Li Shiqi and asked, "Little brother, you know medicine? That's impressive. What's your name? And who is your teacher?" She assumed that a young child riding in the public vehicle of the Demon Suppression Prison must be the child of someone important there, worth getting to know. Li Shiqi replied with a smile, "My name is Li Shiqi. I don't have a teacher. I learned from a female doctor's sister." In the Demon Suppression Prison, the female doctor had made it clear that he couldn't call her his master, as she couldn't bear that title. So, he always referred to her as sister. Yang Mi, hearing this, didn't press further about the female doctor's name, but instead curiously observed Li Shiqi, asking, "Little brother, are you visiting your parents at the Demon Suppression Prison?" Li Shiqi chuckled and answered, "No, my parents aren't in the prison." After speaking, he sighed softly. He doesn't even know who his parents are, So how could he visit them? Yang Mi couldn't help but laugh, her eyes glinting with amusement. Xiao Shiqi, you really know how to joke, she said, shaking her head gently, her tone softening. All right, if you don't want to say, that's fine. But tell me, what are you going to Maple Leaf City for? Li Shiqi's face showed no hint of humor. Instead, he appeared unusually serious. He looked Yang Mi straight in the eye and said, word by word, I'm looking for my sister. Yang Mi was amused by his response and couldn't help but laugh. Sister? Who is your sister? She asked curiously. Chun Hanyao. Li Shiqi's answer was like a bomb exploding inside the vehicle. Everyone was taken aback by his words. Yang Kaiwei and Yang Mi were both in disbelief, their eyes wide open. Yang Mi even exclaimed, Xiao Shiqi, there has to be a limit to your jokes, right? Chun Hanyao is one of the two beauties of Maple Leaf, on par with my sister. She's much older than you, so how could she possibly be your sister? Besides, your last name is Li, hers is Chun, and I've never heard of any Li relatives in the Chun family. Initially, Yang Kaiwei was also shocked, but her expression quickly turned to disgust. She shook her head, looking at Li Shiqi with disdain. To her, a child who could speak such nonsense at such a young age couldn't be a good person. However, faced with everyone's doubts, Li Shiqi remained unusually firm. His voice, though childish, carried an undeniable strength. Uncle Xingong wouldn't lie to me. Chen Hongyao is my sister. His words left everyone in the car silent. Except for the driver focused on the road, Yang Kaiwei and the others scrutinized Li Shiqi with skeptical eyes, as if they were looking at an unreasonable madman. Yang Mi couldn't help but mock. If Chun Hongyao is your sister, then I must be a true god. Li Shiqi innocently asked, what's a true god? Yang Mi pointed to the sky, her tone filled with pride and reverence. A true god is the supreme being of this land. Only with their permission, granting us humans the cranial shrine to house the divine embryo, can we cultivate and resist the evil spirits of this world. See the two suns in the sky? Those are the eyes of the true god. When they open, it's day. When they close, it's night. Li Shiqi nodded thoughtfully and then asked, oh, I see. Then what about the moon at night? Yang Mi continued to explain, that's the eye of another true god. There are two true gods, one in charge of the day, called the solar true god, and the other in charge of the night, called the lunar true god. They watch over the world, bringing light, and it's because of them that this world exists. Li Shiqi tilted his head and posed another question that left Yang Mi speechless. Then why does the daytime true god have two eyes, but the other true god only has one? Yang Mi was stumped and couldn't answer for a moment. Li Shiqi continued to speak to himself. I thought only we had to work. I didn't expect the true gods to have to work too, and in shifts no less. Thinking about it this way, I feel much more balanced. His words left all four people in the car stunned. Yang Mi, Yang Kaiwei, Zhao Hang, and the driver exchanged glances, all amazed by Li Shiqi's unique perspective. They had never thought to view the true gods from this angle, especially the driver and Zhao Hang, who suddenly felt comforted by his words. Realizing that even the high and mighty true gods had to work shifts made their own work seem insignificant. For a brief moment, they felt a sense of pride and elation at being able to serve such beings. Just as Yang Kaiwei was about to retort, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes, and the car came to an abrupt halt. The powerful inertia suddenly thrust the three people inside the car forward, but they were all highly skilled individuals and quickly steadied themselves. Yang Bai asked alertly, what's going on? The driver, staring intently ahead with a grave expression, replied, we've got trouble. Not far in front of them, a massive truck was blocking the highway, its body covered with dense, eerie symbols. On top of the truck, 10 formidable figures looked down at their car like hawks, their cold eyes filled with intense killing intent. Leading them was a middle-aged man, with a shrine-like apparition glowing behind his head, radiating light as dazzling as a small sun. Even from 100 meters away, the driver could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the group, the killing intent pricking his skin like needles, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Yang Kaiwei, Zhao Hang, and Yang Bai's faces turned pale as they recognized the newcomers. It's the Xingqian Society, Yang Bai said through gritted teeth. The leader is the notorious demon Zheng Zhihai. Sister, they're here for us. What do we do? The Xingqian Society had been enemies with the Yang family for generations. Not long ago, they had been ambushed by another group from the society, and their entire demon-hunting convoy was destroyed, with only the three of them narrowly escaping. Now, these people had set up another ambush, clearly not intending to let them return to Maple Leaf City alive. Zhao Hang drew a sharp military knife, his gaze firm and intense. He said in a deep voice, ladies, I'll hold them off while you find a way to escape. Yang Kaiwei glanced at the setting sun, her voice low and heavy. The sun is about to set. Once night falls, evil spirits will roam, and even if we escape, it will be a dead end. She turned her gaze towards the truck and said deliberately, break through. With that, she moved to open the car door. Yang Bai quickly grabbed her sister's wrist, urgently saying, sister, no. Your divine embryo and nascent soul were already injured in the last battle. If you push the divine embryo any further, not only will you become crippled, but you might also lose your life. Yang Kaiwei and her sister Yangmi ventured into the woods, bows in hand, ready for a hunt. Suddenly, a sinister aura filled the air as malevolent shadows emerged from every direction. To make matters worse, ambushers from the Xingqian Society revealed themselves, creating a double encirclement. The battle was imminent, and Yang Kaiwei stepped forward as the main force in this fierce fight. Without hesitation, she unleashed her full power, even resorting to her newly acquired strength. A brilliant light burst from within her, piercing the malevolent spirits like a sharp sword. The power of her new strength was indeed formidable. The spirits faltered under its force, turning to ashes. However, victory came at a steep price. Xingqian Society's experts seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack on Yang Kaiwei. Her newfound strength began to crack under the relentless assault, a small but visible fissure spreading, bringing with it waves of pain. As Yang Kaiwei caught her breath, the Xingqian Society regrouped. 10 formidable experts approached, each exuding an intimidating aura. Their leader, Zheng Zhihai, stood out, with a shrine manifesting behind him, housing a fierce-looking demon statue. In the demon's hand was a glowing golden elixir, its cold gaze scanning the battlefield. The shrine emitted a blinding light, its power chilling to the bone. Newborn realm. Yang Kaiwei, Yang Mi, Zhao Hang, and the driver exclaimed in unison, their faces paling instantly. They understood the hierarchy of cultivator realms: spirit seed, divine embryo, spirit gathering, and newborn. These are the 4 critical early stages for cultivators. In a small place like Maple Leaf City, reaching the spirit gathering realm was an impressive feat, enough for a significant position in the Tongjing Bureau. But a newborn realm expert was qualified to be a deputy director of the Lingqiu Bureau. With such a formidable figure blocking their path, their situation was perilous. Zhao Hang gritted his teeth, resolute. Ladies, I'll hold them off. You must escape. With that, he made to open the car door. Yang Kaiwei grabbed him, her voice steady yet firm. Uncle Zhao, you're not at the newborn realm yet. Going out there would be suicide. Let me hold them off. You take me and run. She turned urgently to the driver. Driver, turn around. Get out of here. Before she finished speaking, Yang Kaiwei pushed open the car door and rushed out. Behind her, an ancient, radiant shrine appeared, housing a jade Buddha with her likeness, holding a green jade rui. Upon closer inspection, the jade Buddha bore a fine crack from head to toe, mirroring the damage to her newfound strength. With the shrine's appearance, an overwhelming aura erupted around Yang Kaiwei. She struck the Demon Suppression Prison's car with a powerful palm, sending it hurtling back 100 meters like an arrow. Then, Yang Kaiwei stomped the ground, causing the highway to fracture. Like a cannonball, she charged at the Xingqian Society members, countless sharp sword auras shooting from the shrine behind her, their piercing sounds like thunder. Zheng Zhihai reacted swiftly, summoning the demon statue and releasing the elixir. The elixir transformed into a golden light, rocketing towards Yang Kaiwei like a projectile. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the two clashed, the intensity of the battle beyond imagination. Other Xingqian Society members joined the fray, surrounding Yang Kaiwei. In an instant, sword auras crisscrossed, blade lights pierced the sky, and the sounds of clashing weapons filled the air. Sister! In the car, Yang Mi cried out, desperate to join the fight. Zhao Hang, holding back tears, firmly held her back, his voice choked with emotion. Second miss, the eldest is risking her life for us. You can't go out there. He turned to the driver, urgently shouting, Driver, hurry, drive back to the Demon Suppression Prison. If we fall into the hands of those ruthless criminals from the Xingqian Society, we're all doomed. This terrifying thought lingered in everyone's mind inside the car. Yang Kaiwei had just bought them precious time to escape by holding off the Xingqian Society's pursuers. Now, their only way out was to return to the Demon Suppression Prison. The driver looked tense, gripping the steering wheel tightly as he prepared to turn around. Yet, no matter how hard he pressed the accelerator or frantically turned the wheel, the car remained motionless, as if held in place by an invisible force. Zhao Hang's face turned pale, his voice trembling slightly. Driver, what's happening? Is the car broken? The driver didn't answer but slowly turned his head, his gaze landing on Li Shiqi. There was a hint of reverence in his eyes as he softly said, Master Shiqi. Li Shiqi's lips curled into a mysterious smile, his gaze moving past the driver to meet Zhao Hang and Yang Mi. His innocent voice filled the car. Sister Mi. Uncle Zhao, are you saying the Xingqian Society are bad people? Yang Mi's expression grew serious, and she replied concisely and powerfully. Yes. They consort with evil, committing all sorts of atrocities. Over the years, they've roamed outside Maple Leaf City, specifically hunting us god ascendants to extract and consume our divine embryos to enhance their own power. Countless god ascendants have fallen at their hands over the past century. God ascendants. Li Shiqi tilted his head, curiosity shining in his eyes. Yang Mi patiently explained. Those blessed by the true gods with divine embryos gain immense power and embark on the path of cultivation. We call these people god ascendants. Oh, I see. Li Shiqi nodded in understanding, then flashed a brilliant smile, his 8 white teeth gleaming in the dim car. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he cheerfully suggested. Then, how about I take care of them for you, and you pay me? Upon hearing this, Zhao Hang's face darkened immediately, his tone laced with impatience. Kid, don't joke about this. Yang Mi also frowned, her tone stern. This is no time for jokes. Their eyes were filled with disdain and scorn. To them, each member of the Xingqian society was a dangerously insane fighter, battle-hardened and formidable. Even teaming up Yang Kaiwei, they were no match and had to leave one behind to cover their escape. And Li Shiqi, just an 80-year-old child, dared to claim he could handle the Xingqian society? It was sheer madness. At that moment, the driver spoke up, breaking the silence in the car. Master Shiqi came from the Demon Suppression Prison. If he says he can handle it, then he can definitely kill. His voice carried an undeniable firmness. If you don't want Yang Kaiwei to die, you'd better listen to him. He pointed ahead. Not far away, Yang Kaiwei was fighting 10 enemies alone, weaving through them, but she was clearly losing ground. Her movements were slowing, and her breathing grew more labored. Time was slipping away, and so was her life. A master from the Star Sect unleashed a divine fetus, sending out a sword aura that pierced through Yang Kaiwei's leg. Blood gushed out, staining her clothes. Seeing this, the other masters swarmed like hyenas, launching a deadly assault. Surrounded and overwhelmed, Yang Kaiwei was quickly covered in wounds, and the light from the shrine behind her began to fade. The situation was dire, and if it continued, she wouldn't last another minute. Yang Mi, witnessing his sister in peril, was frantic with worry. Without hesitation, he decided to trust the driver's words. He turned to Li Shiqi and urgently asked, "How much do you want?" Yang Mi thought that anyone who could work as a warden in the Demon Suppression Prison must be a peerless expert. Since Li Shiqi came from there, he must be the son of a top-notch master, surely possessing some skills. Li Shiqi cheerfully held up one finger. Yang Mi frowned and asked, 100,000. Upon hearing this, Li Shiqi was overjoyed and quickly agreed. Deal. He had only intended to ask for 10,000, as that was the usual reward when he took on tasks with his grandfather. He hadn't expected Yang Mi to offer 10 times that amount, and he couldn't be more thrilled. Yang Mi searched himself and realized he had no cash on him. Thinking quickly, he removed the jade pendant from his neck and handed it to Li Shiqi, explaining, "This is a family heirloom, worth $1 million. I'll give it to you as collateral, and I'll pay you in cash once we return to Maple Leaf City." Li Shiqi accepted the pendant, feeling its cool touch and a sense of comfort. He immediately realized it was no ordinary item, and his excitement grew. His grandfather had been right. Helping others was indeed a great way to make a living. Carefully putting away the pendant, Li Shiqi confidently said, "All right, wait in the car. I'll go handle those people." With that, he opened the car door and strode toward the battlefield. In an instant, Li Shiqi covered 100 meters, appearing beside Yang Kaiwei and the others. This astonishing speed left Zhao Hang and Yang Mi in awe. They had been skeptical of Li Shiqi's abilities, but witnessing him cross such a distance in a single step, using the shrinking ground into inches technique, amazed them. This was clearly the speed of a cultivator at the spirit pill realm. Zhao Hang stared in shock, his eyes wide open, as Li Shiqi's figure quickly disappeared into the distance. The information he had just learned echoed in his mind. Only 8 years old, and already at the spirit pill stage. This was a genius among geniuses. A terrifying thought suddenly crossed his mind. Was Li Shiqi not joking earlier? Was he really capable of dealing with the people from the Xingqian society? Yang Mi was equally stunned, her face filled with disbelief. The driver, however, seemed unfazed, casually lighting a cigarette as he calmly said, "Just watch Master Shiqi's performance." Meanwhile, not far ahead of the truck, Yang Kaiwei was in dire straits. Despite her formidable strength at the mid-level of the new life stage, she struggled to fend off the attacks from Zheng Zhihai and his group of 10, especially while injured. Blood seeped from her wounds, staining her clothes. Worse still, her new life was showing signs of cracking. If it shattered, her cultivation would be ruined, leaving her a cripple. Zheng Zhihai laughed triumphantly. "Ha! Yang Kaiwei, you may be a genius, but by this time next year, you'll be nothing but a memory. We'll take your Jade Buddha divine embryo." With that, he unleashed his spirit pill, mercilessly striking at Yang Kaiwei. The powerful and terrifying force instantly shattered the sword energy emitted from Yang Kaiwei's shrine, continuing its assault and sending her flying. She was like an arrow shot from a bow, skidding over 10 meters across the highway before finally coming to a stop, leaving deep grooves in the pavement. Pain swept over her body like a tidal wave. Her organs felt as if they were burning. The cracks on her new life increased, and blood flowed from her 7 orifices as she gasped for breath, eyes filled with despair. The shadow of the shrine behind her head dimmed, with 2 new cracks appearing on the Jade Buddha statue within, and even the jade rui it held was covered in fissures, seemingly on the verge of shattering. In desperation, Yang Kaiwei retracted her shrine. With her new life damaged and spirit pill shattered, summoning it again could mean certain death. Zheng Zhihai and his men closed in, their eyes gleaming with greed and desire, like a pack of hungry wolves eyeing their prey. Zheng Zhihai licked his lips with anticipation, saying, Yang Kaiwei, you can't escape today. Hand over your divine embryo, and I might leave you with an intact corpse. He thought to himself that Yang Kaiwei's jade Buddha divine embryo was a top-tier treasure, and if he could devour it, the quality of his demon statue divine embryo would greatly improve, and his power would soar. Never. Yang Kaiwei gritted her teeth, her eyes fierce with determination. Her glance flicked to the Demon Suppression Prison vehicle, and her heart sank. If it were just her, she might have some means of survival or escape. But now, with the car still not moving and Yangmi still inside, if she fled alone, wouldn't Yangmi fall into the hands of these villains? What's happening? Why hasn't the car started yet? Yang Kaiwei was anxious. At this critical moment, Li Shiqi suddenly appeared on her right, a relaxed smile on his face. Sister Yang, take a break. I'll handle them. Yang Kaiwei turned her head in shock to look at Li Shiqi. When did you get here? Even though she had been engaged in a fierce battle with Zheng Zhihai and his group, she had remained vigilant of her surroundings. Yet, she had not noticed when Li Shiqi had arrived. If Li Shiqi had attacked her just now, Yang Kaiwei would likely be dead by now. Reflecting on the perilous situation she had just escaped, she shivered, cold sweat trickling down her spine. Zheng Zhihai and his group, initially approaching with aggressive intent, froze in surprise upon Li Shiqi's sudden appearance, their faces filled with astonishment. Zheng Zhihai, in particular, furrowed his brows and fixed a piercing gaze on the unexpected intruder. Who are you, kid? Zheng Zhihai demanded sharply. Do you have a death wish meddling in the affairs of the Xingqian society? Like Yang Kaiwei, they hadn't noticed when Li Shiqi appeared. It was as if this child had materialized out of thin air, silently inserting himself into their circle. The group collectively halted their pursuit, coldly scrutinizing the uninvited guest. Li Shiqi blinked his large eyes innocently and said, Oh, so you are from the Xingqian society. You do look pretty fierce. He began counting with his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. After finishing, he sighed deeply. 10 people for 100,000 yuan. That's 10,000 per person. Sigh. Grandpa was right. Business is tough. Seems like we might take a loss this time. Li Shiqi recalled past days working with his grandpa, solving problems for clients. If there was just one person, they charged 10,000 yuan and split the money two for him, 8 for grandpa. He later learned grandpa secretly charged an extra 2,000, calling it his milk money. So actually, their fee was 12,000. Earlier, he hadn't seen how many people there were. He just heard the 100,000 and agreed. Now realizing there were 10 people, he calculated he should have charged 120,000. Li Shiqi pondered this business deal, fearing it might end in a loss. A burly man from the Xingqian society glared at Li Shiqi, roaring, Kid, who do you think you're going to deal with? Being singled out by a child was an unbearable humiliation for him. Li Shiqi smiled innocently and said fearlessly, I've decided to start with you. I find your face quite annoying. The burly man was infuriated and shouted, You're asking for it. Behind him, a shrine housed a mahjong tile inscribed with 10,000. At that moment, the tile emitted a dazzling divine light, releasing a powerful force aimed directly at Li Shiqi, emanating a dangerous aura. Yang Kaiwei saw this, and her expression changed dramatically. She quickly warned, 17, be careful. His spirit core can emit sword energy. The burly man's movements were as quick as lightning. Before she could finish speaking, he swept in like a raging storm. The spiritual energy from the shrine burst forth, transforming into sharp sword energy that tore the ground, rushing towards Li Shiqi like a torrential downpour. Zheng Zhihai sneered as he looked at the young boy, convinced he was doomed. The other 8 members of the Xingqian society wore twisted expressions, their eyes filled with feigned sympathy, as if they were already looking at a corpse. Although Lao Wu wasn't the strongest among them, his strength was not to be underestimated. At full strength, the sword energy from his spiritual core could pierce through gold and stone, powerful enough to injure someone at Yang Kaiwei's level. Dealing with a child like Li Shiqi seemed effortless. Get out of the way. Yang Kaiwei exclaimed in shock, forcibly channeling her inner energy, reaching out to pull Li Shiqi to safety. However, her hand grasped nothing but air. Facing the overwhelming sharp sword energy, Li Shiqi did not retreat, but advanced instead, stepping towards Lao Wu. Li Shiqi, you? Yang Kaiwei's heart raced with urgency, wanting to rescue him. Zheng Zhihai, Lao Wu, and the others continued their sinister laughter, as if they had already envisioned Li Shiqi being pierced by the sword energy. At that moment, a strange scene unfolded. With a gentle wave of his right hand, Li Shiqi deflected the incoming sword energy. He tapped his foot, appearing ghost-like in front of Lao Wu, moving faster than anyone could react. What? Lao Wu's pupils contracted in shock. Li Shiqi's speed was incredible. Suddenly, a sense of extreme danger overwhelmed him, his instincts screaming a warning: flee, or face certain death. Yet, before he could react, a flash of a blade crossed his vision. Lao Wu collapsed, eyes shut, falling into unconsciousness. The shrine's spectral image behind him shattered, disintegrating into dust. Li Shiqi stood firm like a mountain, holding his battle sword, and chuckled lightly. One down. Yang Kaiwei was initially worried about Li Shiqi, fearing he would be killed by the burly man. However, when she saw the robust man knocked to the ground, unconscious, she was utterly stunned. Not just her, but Zheng Zhihai and the others were also left speechless, incredulously watching the scene unfold before them. Who would have thought that a child less than 1.3 meters tall could instantly take down a master at the Lingdan stage? Li Shiqi lifted his head, his eyes sharp and piercing, scanning the remaining 9 people, including Zheng Zhihai. His gaze was fearless, as if silently asking, who's next? Zheng Zhihai and his companions finally snapped out of it, their anger flaring. Except for Zheng Zhihai, the other 8 shouted in unison, kill. Suddenly, shrines appeared behind their heads. Unlike the previous burly man's shrine, theirs contained various weapons instead of deities. In an instant, brilliant light erupted from the shrines. Swift and lethal sword and blade energy shot out like lightning, sweeping towards Li Shiqi. These attacks tore through the air, producing a sharp whooshing sound, creating an intimidating spectacle. Simultaneously, the 8 charged at Li Shiqi like arrows released from a bow, some wielding their personal weapons to strike him. Watch out! Yang Kaiwei was about to warn him, but the scene that unfolded left her speechless once more. Li Shiqi moved like a phantom, slipping through the encirclement of the 8 Xingqian Society experts, appearing 3 meters in front of Zheng Zhihai. With a relaxed smile, he said to Zheng Zhihai, "You're the only one left." Behind Li Shiqi, the 8 Xingqian Society experts each bore a cut, their bodies flung several meters back, landing heavily on the ground, unconscious. Yang Kaiwei was again left in shock, unable to comprehend how Li Shiqi managed his attack. Zheng Zhihai's pupils contracted sharply, filled with intense fear. Though Yang Kaiwei, being seriously injured, couldn't see clearly, he witnessed everything. In that fleeting moment, Li Shiqi had slashed 8 times, each strike as swift as lightning, precise and incapacitating. Damn it! Zheng Zhihai was terrified, the sensation of being targeted by Li Shiqi akin to being hunted by an ancient beast, making him tremble all over. His survival instinct screamed at him. He must flee, or death was certain. Without hesitation, he summoned the newborn deity from his shrine. The newborn deity held a Lingdan, emitting supreme brilliance. Countless powers erupted from it, transforming into razor-sharp sword energy, shooting towards Li Shiqi. These attacks were as swift as lightning, as fierce as thunder, and extremely sharp. Zheng Zhihai used these attacks to stall Li Shiqi while he transformed into a streak of lightning, retreating rapidly, trying to distance himself from Li Shiqi. The terrifying speed and power with which Li Shiqi had taken down 8 people in a second left him in dread. Only by creating distance did he see a chance for victory and a slim hope for survival. Zheng Zhihai's speed was astonishing, covering over 200 meters in a second, nearly beyond the reach of the naked eye. However, as fast as he was, Li Shiqi was faster. With a swish, Li Shiqi appeared before him like a phantom. How is this possible? Zheng Zhihai's face was filled with shock, staring in disbelief at the short, yet terrifying figure before him. In a flash of light, Li Shiqi appeared before Zheng Zhihai, and then swiftly returned to Yang Kaiwei's side, as if he had never moved. It all happened so quickly that Zheng Zhihai didn't even have time to react before the sword's energy pushed him 50 meters away. Zheng Zhihai stared in shock at Li Shiqi in the distance, his mind in chaos. He had clearly seen Li Shiqi right in front of him. So how had he vanished in the blink of an eye? Just as he was about to ask, a wave of intense pain surged through his body. He tried to reach out, but his legs gave way, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, unable to move. What did he do to me? Zheng Zhihai's eyes widened with confusion. As a master of the newborn realm, he hadn't even seen Li Shiqi's movements. Yet before he could make sense of it, the excruciating pain overtook him, and he blacked out, succumbing to unconsciousness like the others. Li Shiqi sheathed his sword and casually counted the people lying on the ground. 1, 2, 3, 10. Perfect. Mission accomplished. He muttered to himself. Consider yourselves lucky I used the back of the sword, just knocking you out without any life-threatening harm. I'm a kind-hearted guy, not one for killing. Excitedly, he continued. Grandpa was right. Helping others solve their problems really is the best way to make a living. Turning to Yang Kaiwei, Li Shiqi cheerfully said, All right, Sister Yang, crisis averted. However, Yang Kaiwei stood there, stunned, not registering Li Shiqi's words at all. She was utterly shaken by the scene she had just witnessed. Not only her, but Yang Pai and Zhao Hang in the car at a distance were equally astonished. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. This was the shared sentiment among all the witnesses at that moment. The scene fell into a deathly silence, as if time itself had come to a halt. The three of them stared at Li Shiqi in disbelief, as if everything happening before their eyes was an illusion. The fierce thugs from the Xingqian society were all knocked down in the blink of an eye. From the moment Li Shiqi made his move to the point where Zheng Zhihai and his men were knocked unconscious, the entire process took barely a second. Yang Kaiwei, Yang Mi, and Zhao Hang were so stunned they couldn't utter a word, only able to see 9 unconscious hooligans sprawled across the ground. This wasn't a fight. It was a complete one-sided crush. While the three were still immersed in shock, the driver casually poked his head out and said to Li Shiqi, "Master Shiqi, that big truck is blocking the road. Could you help take care of it?" Li Shiqi gave an easygoing thumbs up. Sure thing. He strode over to the truck and delivered a powerful kick. With a loud bang, the truck, weighing at least 10 tons, flipped 90 degrees like a toy, shifting from blocking the road to resting snugly by the highway's edge. This scene left the three even more speechless. They clearly saw that the defensive runes on the truck merely flickered before shattering completely under Li Shiqi's kick. This meant that the rune's defensive power was no match for the force of his kick. Yang Kaiwei, Yang Mi, and Zhao Hang exchanged bewildered glances, their minds racing with astonishment. Could the force of that kick have exceeded 50 tons? They couldn't help but wonder, is this really the kind of strength a child should possess? Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. Yang Kaiwei, Yang Mi, and Zhao Hang stood frozen, wide-eyed and stunned. Their hearts raced as if a storm had erupted within. At this moment, their perception of Li Shiqi completely transformed. The driver, expressionless, quietly observed everything. Within the Demon Suppression Prison, the name of Shiqi Yi was legendary. All the demonic creatures spoke of him with a mix of hatred and bone-chilling fear. Even the formidable demons on the 17th level held Li Shiqi in high regard. After all, Li Shiqi had effortlessly defeated over 30 major demons from the 17th level. If these demons were to escape, they could wreak havoc, requiring military reinforcements to subdue them. Yet, even combined, they were no match for Li Shiqi. In comparison, the members of the Star Society were insignificant. After parking the car, Li Shiqi approached the still-stunned Yang Kaiwei with a smile. "Sister Yang, don't just stand there. Get in the car, the sun is about to set." With that, he headed straight for the bus to the Demon Suppression Prison. Yang Kaiwei looked up at the sky to see the eyes of the true god slowly closing. Flames erupted from them, tinting the sky blood red, with smoky clouds spreading. In less than 2 hours, the sun would set, and the mountain would be crawling with evil spirits, making their situation even more perilous. She snapped back to reality, quickly following Li Shiqi onto the bus. On the bus, the way Yang Mi, Zhao Hang, and Yang Kaiwei looked at Li Shiqi had completely changed from initial disdain to shock and awe. The driver ignored them, started the vehicle, and pressed a button. Buzz. The symbols on the bus immediately emitted a mystical glow, enveloping the entire vehicle and covering the engine. The engine roared thunderously, and the bus shot forward like an arrow, racing towards Maple Leaf City. It covered 300 meters in a second, vanishing instantly. Inside the bus, Yang Mi and Yang Kaiwei were caught off guard, thrown forward by the immense force. Li Shiqi reacted quickly, grabbing hold of them. However, due to the recoil, they were flung backward, landing on Li Shiqi. He swiftly pushed them off. Fortunately, Yang Kaiwei and Yang Mi were strong themselves, regaining their balance quickly and distancing themselves from Li Shiqi. The two sisters glared at Li Shiqi, especially Yang Kaiwei, who looked at him angrily. As one of the twin beauties of Maple Leaf City, she was used to being adored by men and children alike, with many men eager for physical contact. She was astonished that Li Shiqi pushed her away without hesitation. Yang Mi steadied herself and fastened her seatbelt. She curiously eyed Li Shiqi and asked, "Xiao Shiqi, who are your parents?" Li Shiqi had just been released from the Demon Suppression Prison, and despite his young age, his formidable skills were evident. It was easy to assume he must be the son of a powerful figure within the prison. When this was mentioned, Li Shiqi's eyes dimmed as he said, "I've never met my parents." Being abandoned by his parents was a permanent scar on his heart. Yang Kaiwei and Yang Mi exchanged glances, assuming Li Shiqi didn't want to talk about his parents, so they didn't press further. After all, everyone, no matter their age, has secrets. Yang Kaiwei sincerely said, "Little Shiqi, my name is Yang Kaiwei. I'm really grateful to you. Without you, we might have been killed." Li Shiqi, putting aside his sadness, smiled and said, "No need to thank me. I was paid for this." Yang Kaiwei was taken aback. "Paid?" Li Shiqi took out a jade pendant and said, "I work with my grandpa in business, specifically to solve problems for others. If you ever have trouble or enemies to deal with, that's our business. You can always come to me, and I promise my fees are fair." This revelation left Yang Kaiwei and Yang Mi astonished. No one expected that such a young Li Shiqi was already working as a sort of mercenary, professionally solving problems for others. Yang Kaiwei looked at the jade pendant with a serious expression. "Little Shiqi, do you know the value of this pendant?" At her words, Li Shiqi quickly put the pendant away. This is your payment to me. You can't take it back. Yang Kaiwei chuckled. Don't worry, I won't take it back. She initially thought of saying Li Shiqi's fee was too low and wanted to offer more. After all, the reward offered by Xingqian societies Zhengzhihai and Maple Leaf City was already 1,000,000. However, after Li Shiqi's insistence, she let it go. Li Shiqi said earnestly, Don't worry, I run my business fairly. We agreed on 100,000, so that's what it will be. Once we reach the city, I'll sell this pendant, take the 100,000, and return the rest to you. Yang Mi said, Little Shiqi, you saved our lives. The money from the pendant should all go to you. You don't have to return it. Li Shiqi shook his head. That's not possible. Business is business. I said 100,000, and that's what it is. It's a rule set by my grandpa. Yang Kaiwei looked at Li Shiqi with admiration. Your grandpa is quite something. At the mention of his grandpa, Li Shiqi's face lit up with pride. Of course, my grandpa is the most amazing person in the world. For the next hour and a half, Yang Kaiwei and Yang Mi kept Li Shiqi company, trying to subtly learn more about his background. Li Shiqi claimed he had just been released from prison today and had spent all other times incarcerated, but they didn't believe him. Finally, after an hour and a half, the car arrived at the gates of Maple Leaf City and stopped. Li Shiqi was awestruck by the majestic city walls. From a distance, the city seemed small, but up close, it was enormous. The towering walls, over 500 meters high, stood like colossal pillars reaching into the clouds, indestructible and immensely imposing. The walls stretched endlessly, cutting through mountains and protecting the vast city. Under these walls, Li Shiqi felt particularly small. In front of the walls were 3 heavily guarded checkpoints, manned by soldiers in special combat uniforms wielding firearms. Behind the soldiers were formidable cannons. After passing the checkpoints, there was a massive, over 100 meters tall, crimson gate. It was heavy, solemn, and ancient, exuding a sense of historical grandeur. Above the city, a pale yellow flag fluttered in the wind, emanating a sacred and majestic aura that compelled reverence. Li Shiqi recognized it as the Xianhuang flag, a city-protecting artifact. In the Dragon Kingdom, every city had such a flag to ward off evil and ensure peace. Since their vehicle was from the Demon Suppression Prison, and the driver had all the necessary documents, they quickly entered the city. Unlike the desolation outside, the city was bustling with skyscrapers, busy traffic, and throngs of people. There were even traffic lights directing the flow. Vehicles moved continuously, and along the way, there were numerous shops selling various items: talisman stores, car dealerships, snack shops, weapon stores, and stationery shops. In some martial arts halls, divine lights flickered as students summoned altars behind their heads, from which light swords shot out to attack opponents. They weren't fighting to the death. It seemed more like training. Coaches stood with hands behind their backs, watching the students hone their skills. By now, it was almost dusk, with the sun about to set, but the city lights illuminated the area as bright as day. This place was a fusion of modern society and a city of cultivators, appearing somewhat odd yet familiar to its inhabitants. After all, there were police officers from the Patrol Bureau and the Spiritual Bureau patrolling the streets to maintain order. Yang Kaiwei and the others got off at a designated spot. She handed Li Shiqi a unique token, saying, Little Shiqi, our Yang family lives in the inner city. If you're ever in trouble, bring this token to find us. The driver glanced at the token, his eyes filled with envy. A Yang family token was a treasure many in Maple Leaf City coveted. Li Shiqi took the token. Got it. He casually slipped it into his pocket. The driver and Yang Kaiwei exchanged glances, but said nothing more. Yang Mi cheerfully said, Remember to visit us, little brother Shiqi. With that, the 3 of them left in another vehicle. The driver took Li Shiqi to the Chun family residence, pointing to a grand castle spanning 500 acres. Master Shiqi, here we are. That's the Chin family's place. Li Shiqi gratefully said, Thank you, uncle. If you ever need anything, let me know, and I'll help. He got out, retrieved his luggage, and waved at the driver. The driver nodded and drove off. Li Shiqi, carrying his luggage, approached the magnificent castle. As he walked, he muttered, Grandpa Shenong sure knows how to pick a place. This castle looks incredibly comfortable to live in. As he walked, he suddenly stopped, staring at the castle. Something was off. There was an evil presence within this castle. In the sky above, a miasma, invisible to the naked eye, circled ominously. In the ancient legends of the Dragon Kingdom, malevolent spirits and demons, once animals that had achieved cultivation, preyed on humans with a ruthless bloodlust. Following a century of mutations on Earth, these terrifying beings became increasingly common. Under the moonlight, animals would lose their sanity and transform into murderous monsters. Even human corpses exposed to moonlight could undergo a sinister change, turning into vengeful ghosts. On this continent, sunlight has a deadly effect on these evil spirits. They emerge only at night, absorbing the essence of moonlight to grow stronger, wandering the countryside in search of prey. However, every city in the Dragon Kingdom is protected by the Xianhuang banner, whose light reveals and destroys these malevolent entities. At transportation hubs, highways, train stations, and airport entrances, small Xianhuang banner inspection gates are set up to detect any evil spirits. Once identified, the banner's light immobilizes them, allowing the station police to swiftly eliminate the threat. This rigorous security system ensures the safety of the cities, keeping all malevolent beings at bay. As the sun was about to set and the moon had yet to rise, a heavy aura of malice was already swirling above the Chun residence. Li Shiqi thought to himself, clearly, a powerful evil spirit is lurking within the Qin family, ready to cause chaos at any moment. With such a formidable aura, the Qin family might be in grave danger. He didn't ponder how the spirit bypassed the Xianhuang banner's detection to enter the city. He simply sensed impending doom for the Qin family. However, with a sly smile, he headed towards the Chun residence. After all, with Master Shiqi present, no evil spirit could stir up much trouble. Before he could step inside, Li Shiqi was stopped by a security guard at the entrance. The guard eyed him with disdain and coldness, as if questioning where this ragged boy came from and what he thought he was doing there. Li Shiqi calmly asked, "Is this the Chun family in Maple Leaf City?" The guard snapped, "If you know, then get lost." Li Shiqi frowned slightly, annoyed by the guard's attitude. But knowing he would need to stay there, he suppressed his anger, merely casting a cold glance at the guard and thinking, "If we were outside, you'd be dead by now." Grandpa always said to lower one's stance when seeking help, then strike when the opponent least expects it. If not for his sister's sake, he would have already dealt with the guard. The guard, further angered, shouted, "What did you say?" Ignoring the guard's fury, Li Shiqi took out a letter from his grandfather and handed it to him, saying, "I'm here to see your family head. My grandfather arranged a betrothal for me, and today I'm here to meet my sister, Chen Hongyao." The guard's eyes grew colder with ridicule. "A little beggar like you? Do you even have all your teeth yet? Claiming Miss Hongyao is your fiancée? You're like a toad lusting after a swan. Get lost." Without even glancing at the letter, he swung at Li Shiqi. Li Shiqi easily stepped back, avoiding the slap, and said sternly, "Why are you so rude? I told you, I'm here to see my sister. You'd better report this immediately, or things will get unpleasant for you." The guard was surprised that Li Shiqi dodged his attack so effortlessly. Although he hadn't used full force, the speed was enough to send a cultivator flying. This seemingly 80-year-old child evading so easily was indeed astonishing. However, Li Shiqi's words only fueled the guard's anger. Chen Hongyao, the pride of the Qin family, was not only stunningly beautiful, but also exceptionally talented in cultivation, reaching the 7th level of the nascent realm at just 25. To him, she was an unattainable goddess. Now, a ragged little beggar claimed Chen Hongyao was his sister? This was an insult to both his goddess and the family head. Enraged, the guard attacked again, using 50% of his strength, his palm cutting through the air like a knife. Yet, before he could touch Li Shiqi, a loud bang erupted. Bang! The guard's body flew back like a cannonball, smashing through the iron gates of the Chun family's castle and embedding deep into the wall over 100 meters away. The entire castle shook from the impact. Blood gushed from the guard's mouth and nose as he stared at Li Shiqi in disbelief. He hadn't even seen what happened, only felt an overwhelmingly powerful force strike his abdomen, sending him flying. The sheer power was terrifying. Now, the guard felt as if his internal organs were being torn apart. He tried to speak, but instead, blood spurted from his mouth, and he fell unconscious. Li Shiqi lightly patted his foot, remarking nonchalantly, "People in the big city are really quite impolite." The commotion drew the attention of the Chun family members. Soon, a man and a woman emerged from the castle. The man, around 30, looked handsome and refined, with gold-rimmed glasses, a tall stature, and a well-fitted suit, exuding a composed and capable air. The woman, about 22, had her hair in a bun, a sweet face, but her eyes were cold, radiating an aura of aloofness. They first glanced at the guard embedded in the wall, then turned their gaze to Li Shiqi, their eyes sharp as knives. The woman asked icily, "Did you do this?" Not only did the woman have a sharp gaze, but the man in the suit also stared coldly at Li Shiqi, his eyes as sharp as knives. The Chun family was a prominent and influential family in Maple Leaf City. The security guard, despite being skilled and at the midstage of the gathering spirit realm, was kicked so hard by Li Shiqi that he flew a great distance and was embedded in the wall, showcasing Li Shiqi's extraordinary strength. Li Shiqi, unafraid, declared, "Yes, I did it." Before he finished speaking, a shrine appeared behind the woman's head, and a powerful sword aura shot out like lightning, instantly reaching Li Shiqi. He casually tilted his head, easily evading the attack. The sword aura whistled past, carving a 5-meter-long deep mark on the road behind him. Huh. The woman was surprised to see Li Shiqi dodge her sword aura so effortlessly. Li Shiqi's gaze turned cold, and he mocked. "Is this how the Qin family treats guests? I'm supposed to be your future relative." The woman replied coldly, "This is the Qin family, not a place for you to act wildly. I won't argue with you this time. Take your things and leave." Seeing her unfriendly attitude, Li Shiqi was equally displeased and sneered. Old lady, you deserve a beating too. Just as the woman was about to speak, Li Shiqi appeared before her like a ghost. She was startled by his speed, and before she could react, he tripped her to the ground, followed by a loud smack, as he slapped the back of her head. That's for hitting me and trying to hit my head. You deserve it. Li Shiqi, enjoying himself, landed 2 more slaps on the back of her head. The woman was in pain, embarrassed, and furious. Just in her 20s, being called an ant and pinned down by a kid made her livid. She roared, "You little brat, you're asking for it." As soon as she finished speaking, the shrine behind her head emitted a dazzling divine light, and the deity within opened its eyes, staring at Li Shiqi. Li Shiqi, unfazed, glared back at the deity and shouted, "What are you looking at? Supporting this rude old lady. You're no good either. Get back." The deity seemed startled, closed its eyes immediately. Li Shiqi then reached out, roughly pushed the shrine back into the woman's head. "You." The woman was shocked, and before she could react, Li Shiqi slapped the back of her head again, knocking her unconscious. Everything happened in a flash. The man in the suit was about to act, but seeing Li Shiqi easily push the shrine back, he was so astonished his jaw almost dropped. Li Shiqi stood up, turned his gaze to the man in the suit, and taunted, "Mister, do you want to teach me a lesson too?" Unexpectedly, the man did not retaliate. Instead, he politely cupped his hands and said, "I wouldn't dare. I am Chen Peng, the eldest grandson of the Chen family. May I know your name, young man?" Li Shiqi, initially intending to attack, restrained himself upon seeing the man's courtesy. He took out a letter given by Shun Gong from his pocket, handed it to Chen Peng, and said, "My name is Li Shiqi. Grandpa Shin Gong said this place will be my home, and my sister is here. This is his letter." Chen Peng furrowed his brow slightly, as he silently accepted the ancient-looking envelope. The cover was adorned with the flamboyant characters, Chen Shan, open. Chen Shan, the patriarch of the Chen family, was truly the backbone and towering figure of the clan. Chen Peng quickly opened the letter, his eyes scanning the contents, and his expression immediately grew serious. He turned to Li Shiqi and said, "Brotherly, please wait a moment." With that, he hurriedly walked into the depths of the castle with the letter in hand. Before long, Chen Peng returned with 2 people. One was a middle-aged man exuding a commanding presence, and the other was an elderly man with white hair and beard. They escorted Li Shiqi into the castle, while Chen Peng remained outside to address the unconscious woman and the security guards. After passing through a long corridor, they arrived at the main hall. The 2 members of the Chen family sat in the principal seats, while Li Shiqi took a guest seat. Through introductions, Li Shiqi learned that the middle-aged man was named Chen Huqiu, the current head of the Chen family, whose word was law, second only to the patriarch Chen Shan. The elder was Chen Feilong, a senior figure in the family with significant authority. The 2 men scrutinized Li Shiqi, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. Chen Huqiu unfolded the letter, read it carefully, then looked at Li Shiqi with a peculiar expression and asked, "Brotherly, is Master Shingon your grandfather?" The letter had instructed them to take good care of Li Shiqi, specifically mentioning that Shun Hongyao should look after him. Li Shiqi shook his head and explained, "Not by blood. He just taught me many skills. When I left the mountains, he had someone give me this letter, saying you would arrange a place for me to stay." As he spoke, he stretched lazily and innocently asked, "Uncle Chun, I'm tired. Could you arrange a room for me to sleep in?" Chen Feilong said solemnly, "Brotherly, our Hongyao is already engaged." You see, his gaze was unfriendly, his tone cold, filled with distance, wariness, and a hint of disdain. Li Shiqi asked in confusion, "What's a fiancé? Is it something you can eat?" Upon hearing this, Chen Huqiu and Chen Feilong exchanged glances, a trace of delight flashing in their eyes. Chen Huqiu tentatively asked, "Brotherly, do you have any requests regarding our Hongyao?" Li Shiqi replied with innocent honesty, "The warden said she is my sister, my family, so I came to find my sister. Of course, it would be great if you could provide food and shelter. As for other requests, I don't have any at the moment." The young Li Shiqi had little understanding of many things and couldn't discern the underlying implications in Chen Feilong and Chen Huqiu's words. To him, he was simply seeking refuge with relatives. His true goal wasn't Maple Leaf City, but rather to stay temporarily while searching for clues about his parents. After all, finding the information he sought among the vast sea of people required time and a place to settle. Originally, he planned to sleep under bridges as he did in the past with his grandfather. Now, with the Chun family's grand castle offering shelter, it was a welcome opportunity. Upon hearing Li Shiqi's response, Chen Huqiu and Chen Feilong's faces lit up with sheer delight. Before Li Shiqi arrived, Chen Hongyao's marriage had already been arranged. Her fiancé was the young master of the Shao family, the second most prominent family in Maple Leaf City. The 2 families planned to hold an engagement banquet at the Maple Leaf Hotel the day after tomorrow. However, fate took an unexpected turn when Li Shiqi appeared like a bomb, completely disrupting the Chun family's plans. The upper echelons of the Chun family were caught off guard, mistakenly believing Li Shiqi was there to steal the bride. This was especially true when the patriarch, old Master Chen Shan, read a letter from Shingong and was too excited to contain himself. He immediately ordered Chen Hongyao to take care of Li Shiqi's daily needs and even personally requested to meet with Li Shiqi. Chen Heqiu and Chen Filong scrambled to contain the news and decided on their own to prevent Chen Shan from meeting Li Shiqi, choosing to probe his intentions themselves. Initially prepared to confront Li Shiqi, the two were pleasantly surprised by his demeanor. Li Shiqi's behavior clearly showed he was there to seek kinship and acknowledge family ties. Holding the letter, Chen Filong cautiously asked, "Xiao Shiqi, do you consider Hongyao your sister?" Without hesitation, Li Shiqi replied, "Of course, if not a sister, then what?" Hearing this, a smile appeared on Chen Feilong's lips. He quickly added a line to the letter and then said to Li Shiqi, "Xiao Shiqi, could you sign your name on this paper? Rest assured, once you sign, everyone in the Chen family will treat you as family, providing for you your entire life, ensuring you live comfortably." Although Shingong's letter only requested they take care of Li Shiqi, the Chen family believed it implied he should stay long-term. To be cautious, Chen Filong cleverly included a clause that Li Shiqi should not have any improper intentions towards the Chen family members. "Sure, hand me the pen." Li Shiqi agreed readily. Someone was willing to support him, and he saw no reason not to accept, especially since it didn't cost him anything. Chen Heqiu and Chen Filong were overjoyed and quickly fetched a pen, urging Li Shiqi to sign. Li Shiqi, without hesitation, picked up the pen to sign his name. At that moment, a slender, fair hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Li Shiqi's pen. A cool and melodious voice followed. "Dad, second uncle, aren't you deceiving him?" With this voice came a gentle, elegant fragrance. Li Shiqi looked up, and upon seeing the person, his eyes widened, and he felt his breath catch. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. The newcomer was a young woman around 25 years old. She had a perfectly oval face, with willow-like eyebrows and eyes bright as stars beneath them, a delicate nose, and cherry lips that were strikingly beautiful. Her skin was as fair as snow. She resembled a fairy from a painting, breathtakingly beautiful, with an ethereal grace beyond compare. Even more remarkable was her figure. Standing at 175 centimeters, she was tall and graceful, with a captivating silhouette. In contrast, Li Shiqi's 120 centimeters height made him appear particularly petite, with his head barely reaching her ribcage. This significant height difference further highlighted the woman's elegance and nobility. Li Shiqi was momentarily frozen when he saw the woman, as if a spell had been cast on him. Her beauty struck him like a bolt of lightning, piercing straight through his heart. Chen Heqiu furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, "Hongyao, what are you doing? We're doing this for your own good." The woman was none other than Chen Hongyao, the pride of the Chen family. Her arrival instantly heightened the tension in the room. Chen Filong quickly chimed in, "Yes, Hongyao, everything we're doing is for you." A flicker of anger flashed in Chen Hongyao's eyes as she snapped the pen in her hand with a sharp crack. She spoke deliberately, "Father, uncle, is it really for me, or for the entire family? Do you think I don't understand?" Chen Heqiu and Chen Filong exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Hongyao took a deep breath and solemnly said, "In life, integrity and keeping one's promises are what matter most. If you give your word, you must follow through. This is a family rule that the Chun family has always upheld. Since grandfather made an agreement with Shinkong, we must honor that promise." Chen Heqiu hurriedly argued, "Your grandfather was confused at the time, which is why he made such a decision. Besides, it was 40 years ago. Young Li just came to find us, to reconnect with his family." Chen Hongyao sneered and retorted, "Li Shiqi is still young and doesn't understand, so you can deceive him. But you can't deceive me." Sensing the situation going south, Chen Filong tried to mediate. Yes, our family values promises, and we must fulfill what we've agreed to. We've also promised the Xiao family." Chen Hongyao cut him off before he could finish. "Uncle, everything has its order. Grandfather made a promise with Shenkong 40 years ago, and you only made an agreement with the Xiao family a few days ago. Clearly, grandfather's promise takes precedence. Grandfather promised that I, as his sister, would take care of Li Shiqi. So from today on, I will take care of Li Shiqi." Chen Filong was anxious, rubbing his hands together. "Of course, we will take care of Li Shiqi, but do you intend to take care of him for a lifetime?" Chen Hongyao replied without hesitation, "And why not take care of him for a lifetime?" With that, she gently took Li Shiqi's hand and said softly, "Shiqi, don't listen to them, let's go." Before anyone else could react, Chen Hongyao, with Li Shiqi still in a daze, strode out of the main hall. Chen Heqiu and Chen Filong were left standing there, faces filled with shock and confusion, as if a sudden whirlwind had swept through, leaving everything in disarray. The main hall was silent. The footsteps of Chen Hongyao and Li Shiqi had long vanished down the corridor, leaving Chen Heqiu and Chen Filong standing still, their expressions dazed. After a long pause, Chen Filong finally spoke, his voice tinged with confusion. "What's going on with Hongyao?" Chen Heqiu sighed deeply. a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Second uncle, haven't you realized? She's choosing her own destiny. This statement hit Chen Filong like a hammer to the heart. His gaze turned cold, and his voice was filled with suppressed anger. A woman from a prestigious family can't easily make her own choices. If she could, what about my Axiang? At the mention of Axiang, Chun Huchio's eyes dimmed, and his thoughts drifted to the Chun family's struggles over the years. Chun Shan's severe illness weighed like a massive stone on the entire family's shoulders. Despite pouring all their resources into his treatment, there was no improvement. Chun Huchio gazed towards the depths of the castle, as if he could see through the walls to the bedridden figure. He murmured, I hope father recovers soon. Otherwise, our family might not even keep the last of our home. Before he could finish, Chen Filong interrupted in a stern voice. If big brother doesn't improve, no matter what Hong Yao chooses, she must marry into the Xiao family. Chun Huchio remained silent, which was as good as consent. Yet, his eyes betrayed deep guilt and regret. As a father, he felt utterly powerless and pained. No more talking. I'm going into seclusion. With that, Chun Filong left the main hall and returned to his room. Chun Huchio also turned silently towards his secret chamber. Both knew that only by reaching the burning heaven realm could they secure a chance of survival for the Qin family. Meanwhile, Qin Hongyao held Li Shiqi's hand and led him to her room. She turned to face him, her voice low and firm. Li Shiqi, from today on, you'll live here. Let me introduce myself. I'm Chun Hongyao, your sister. As she said this, a hint of sadness flickered in Chun Hongyao's eyes, and a wave of sorrow washed over her heart. But soon, her gaze became resolute. In her view, rather than marrying the fat, ugly, and violent heir of the Xiao family, she would choose to be Li Shiqi's sister and care for him for life. This decision would completely change the trajectory of her life. At the very least, Li Shiqi seemed a bit easier to handle. As he stepped into Chun Hongyao's bedroom, his gaze was immediately drawn to the spacious room's simple yet elegant decor. The soft pink wallpaper and exquisite furniture created a warm and romantic atmosphere, with a subtle, unique fragrance lingering in the air. It wasn't the scent of ordinary perfume, but rather Chun Hongyao's distinctive personal scent, something most people wouldn't notice, but Li Shiqi's heightened senses could clearly detect this refreshing aroma. He easily set down the two large suitcases and turned to Chun Hongyao, asking, Sister Hongyao, there's only one bed here, so where will I sleep? Only then did Chun Hongyao realize the issue of the single bed in the room. She replied in a low voice, I'll have a servant bring a folding bed for you later. Will that be all right? Li Shiqi shook his head, which caused Chun Hongyao to frown. What do you mean by that? Li Shiqi smiled and explained. The lady doctor told me that men and women shouldn't be too close. Even though you're my sister, I'm still a man, so we should sleep separately. The folding bed is too soft for me. I'm not used to it. How about this? You just find me some sheets, and I'll sleep on the floor. Chun Hongyao suddenly understood, a slight blush appearing on her face. All right, no problem. She quickly took out her phone and instructed a servant to bring bedding and sheets. Soon, Aunt Wang arrived with the necessary items, and at Chun Hongyao's insistence, placed them on the bed. All right, Aunt Wang, you can leave now, Chun Hongyao said calmly. Aunt Wang nodded and left, but the news spread throughout the Chun household like wildfire and quickly engulfed Maple Leaf City. Back in the bedroom, Chun Hongyao awkwardly tried to help Li Shiqi make the bed. Seeing this, Li Shiqi took over the task and expertly set up the bedding, folding the blanket neatly into a perfect square, almost like a block of tofu. Chun Hongyao was surprised. Xiao Shiqi, were you in the military? Li Shiqi chuckled. No, I just got used to making my bed every day. You make your bed every day? Chun Hongyao asked, even more puzzled. At that moment, Chun Peng's urgent voice came from outside the door. Hongyao, come out quickly. Grandpa's condition is worsening. It seems like he could. His words were abruptly cut off. Chun Hongyao's expression changed dramatically, and she quickly gave Li Shiqi a few instructions before hurrying off with Chun Peng to the depths of the castle. Li Shiqi wasn't concerned with their matters and continued to focus on organizing his belongings. He carefully took out 4 tokens, examining them closely. The doctor's white token, the artisan's emerald green ring, the tailor's golden dragon needle, and the cook's cleaver. These items all appeared quite ordinary, especially the wooden token, which felt rough to the touch with just the word doctor engraved on it, devoid of any other embellishments. The ring appeared unremarkable, resembling a child's toy from a 2-yuan store in the capital, far from the image of a treasure. The craftsmanship on the golden dragon needle was decent, with the dragon vividly depicted, but it exuded no sense of power. As for the cleaver, it was the most common butcher's knife found in market sharp, but just an ordinary tool. Li Shiqi stared at these for seemingly ordinary items, his brow furrowed. Could these really hold clues about my parents? He muttered to himself, lost in thought. Closing his eyes, Li Shiqi's consciousness entered the purple palace space in his mind. There, a jade talisman was shining brightly, emanating a mysterious and powerful aura. Among the items, it was undoubtedly the most unique and potent. filled with a sense of mystery and strength. Focusing intently, Li Shiqi observed the talisman, which was covered in intricate and profound symbols, vast and complex like a sea of mist. Even with his abilities, he could not comprehend it in a short time. After just a minute of watching, a severe headache forced him to exit the purple palace space, not daring to look at the talisman any longer. Returning to reality, Li Shiqi put on the ring and carefully took the golden dragon needle from its brocade box, placing it in a leather pouch along with the token, keeping them close to him. These were treasures containing clues about his parents, and losing even one was not an option. He pondered silently. The doctor, tailor, craftsman, chef, and talisman master, these five were called the five great demons by the Grand Demon in the Demon Suppression Prison. Their tokens are no ordinary items and must be studied carefully. Just as Li Shiqi was about to delve deeper into these tokens, he suddenly sensed something, his gaze shifting warily towards the door. The presence of an evil aura had intensified. Since I've moved into the Chen family, this is my home. If evil dares to cause trouble here, I can't just sit by and do nothing. Li Shiqi resolved to himself. I want to see what kind of evil dares to act up in front of me. He swiftly sheathed the chef's butcher knife in its leather scabbard, tucking it at his waist. Despite the comical sight of his small frame with a large butcher's knife, Li Shiqi paid it no mind. He opened the door and confidently walked toward the source of the evil aura. That direction led deep into the castle. Deep within the Chen family's castle lies a secret chamber, its exterior etched with various magical arrays. For silence charms float in the corners, burning to isolate any sound. Suddenly, the room erupts with a violent clanking of chains and a deafening roar, a sound both beastly and bizarre. Quick, draw the talismans to suppress it, a voice urgently commands. Damn it, why has this malevolent force grown stronger? It's parasitizing the old man, feeding on his strength. As he weakens, it grows stronger. If it escapes his body, the consequences will be unimaginable. Everyone listen up. Use all your power to quickly subdue and weaken its strength, orders another voice. Inside the chamber, the patriarch, Chen Shan, thrashes like a demon. Though nearly 70, his white hair stands like steel needles, and his eyes are bloodshot with a frenzied lust for destruction. His facial muscles contort, giving him a terrifying, demonic appearance. For iron chains, engraved with mysterious runes, bind Chen Shan's limbs, pulled taut by his struggles. 2 iron hooks, similarly engraved, pierce his shoulder blades. As he fights against them, the runes glow fiercely, causing him to roar in agony, the sound echoing like thunder. Gathered in the chamber are Chen Heqiu, Chen Feilong, Chen Hongyao, Chen Peng, and 4 senior members of the Chen family. They have altars behind them, where divine statues wielding spiritual weapons radiate beams of light, striking Chen Shan repeatedly. The immense power forces Chen Shan to howl. Standing prominently among them is a middle-aged man in a golden Taoist robe, holding a sword of coins. His robe is intricately embroidered with the 8 trigrams at the collar and cuffs, giving him an aura of solemnity. He sets up an altar, stepping in a 7-star pattern, chanting incantations as he holds his sword. Suddenly, he bites his tongue and spits out a mouthful of blood. Guided by the sword, the blood twists in the air, forming a Taoist talisman that floats above Chen Shan's head. The talisman shines with divine light, hovering like a small sun, its rays cascading down upon Chen Shan. In its center, a god-wielding thunder is faintly visible, majestic and awe-inspiring. Under the suppression of this martial god demon-suppressing talisman, Chen Shan is forced to his knees, his body trembling. Master He Fu's skills are becoming more refined, someone whispers in admiration. He's comparable to a talisman master now. Last year, he was a golden talisman master, but now he seems to have reached the level of an eternal talisman master. Truly impressive. With Master He present, the malevolent force within the old man can certainly be suppressed. Chen Heqiu, Chen Feilong, and Chen Hongyao saw this scene, and a glimmer of hope flashed in their eyes. The master, named He Chong, had just completed the drawing of the martial god demon-suppressing talisman. This talisman had drained him of a great deal of energy, and he now looked pale and was breathing heavily. The martial god demon-suppressing talisman was the key technique for He Chong to break through to the eternal talisman master level. To master it, he had invested unimaginable wealth, true energy, and time. Despite having mastered it, each use still left him feeling extremely exhausted. Fortunately, the malevolent force within Chen Shan had been temporarily suppressed and would not act up in the short term. He Chong quickly took a pill from his pocket and swallowed it, which alleviated some of his fatigue. Chen Hongyao eagerly asked, Master, is the exorcism considered successful now? Has the evil spirit in my grandfather been eliminated? He Chong shook his head, his tone grave. Though my martial god demon-suppressing talisman is powerful, it cannot completely eradicate this evil spirit. It is too strong and has almost fused with the old man. My talisman can only temporarily suppress it, not cure it. With that, He Chong formed seals with his hands and activated the talisman. The martial god within the talisman transformed a bolt of lightning into a golden, shimmering hook, which flew out and entered the top of Chun Shan's head. At the moment the hook entered, Chun Shan's body became transparent like glass. To everyone's astonishment, a monkey-faced humanoid evil spirit appeared. One of its hands was hooked, while the other clutched tightly onto Chun Shan's heart. The martial god pulled with all his might, trying to extract the evil spirit. However, the spirit's hand held the heart firmly, causing Chun Shan's heart to be tugged upwards as well. The intense pain twisted Chun Shan's face, sweat poured down like rain, and his teeth clenched so hard they nearly shattered. Stop! Chang decisively released the hand seals. The hook in the martial god's hand immediately turned into lightning, most of it returning to the martial god's body, while the remainder directly struck the monkey-faced evil spirit. Since the spirit was gripping the heart, the impact of the lightning also affected Chun Shan, causing his body to tremble violently. Seeing this, Chun Huqiu, Chun Feilong, and Chun Hongyao's faces were filled with worry and seriousness. They realized that this battle against the evil spirit was far more difficult than they had imagined. The monkey-faced evil spirit clutched Chun Shan's heart tightly, its menacing face turning toward Chun Huqiu, Chun Hongyao, and the others. Although it did not speak, its eyes were filled with provocation, exuding a chilling and eerie aura. As Chun Huqiu, Chun Feilong, Chun Hongyao, and the others met its gaze for a brief moment, they felt a shiver run down their spines, their skin prickling as if they were being watched by a malevolent ghost. This suffocating atmosphere didn't last long. As the fishhook and the power of thunder returned to the hand of the war god in the talisman, Chun Shan's body shifted from transparency back to solidity. The human-faced monkey disappeared beneath his skin, no longer visible to the onlookers. Master He, what exactly is this thing? Chun Huqiu couldn't help but ask, his voice tinged with a slight tremor. He Chang, with a grave expression, slowly revealed the truth. It's a malevolent human-faced monkey. Although it's only at the malevolent level, it can possess a cultivator's body, draining the host's energy like a parasite. Once the host's life force weakens, it can fully control the host's body. He paused, then continued. If the monkey successfully possesses someone, the situation becomes extremely difficult. Its level will rise to demon, and only a supreme level talisman master can exorcise it. With my current ability as a level 1 eternal talisman master, I can only barely suppress it, not completely eliminate this evil spirit. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions grew even more serious, their hearts sinking into an icy abyss. They knew well that in Longhua, talisman masters are ranked into 5 levels: bronze, silver, gold, eternal, and supreme, each representing vastly different realms of cultivation. Supreme-level talisman masters are usually only found in major cities. For a small county town like Maple Leaf City, to have an eternal-level talisman master like He Chang was already remarkable. As for higher levels, the people here had no knowledge. At this moment, they only understood one thing. The evil spirit within Chun Shan couldn't be removed for now. He Chang frowned in thought for a moment before asking. Evil spirits usually reside in the wilderness 500 miles outside Maple Leaf City. Has Old Master Chen recently left Maple Leaf City to visit that wilderness? Within 100 kilometers of Maple Leaf City, the protection of the Xianhuang banner keeps all malevolent spirits at bay. However, just 500 miles to the east lies the fearsome wilderness. There, ghosts and evil spirits are rampant, making it a hell on earth. Even seasoned human cultivators rarely dare to venture into this area. He Chang frowned and slowly said, the human-faced monkey resides deep within the dense forests of the wilderness. They live in groups and are exceptionally fierce. One of these creatures has taken residence inside Chun Shan, indicating he must have trespassed into their territory and possibly engaged in a fierce conflict. Chun Huqiu nodded solemnly in agreement. Indeed, a month ago, the old master felt a breakthrough in his cultivation barrier and ventured into the harsh environment of the wilderness, hoping for advancement. He returned covered in wounds, and since then, he has been in this dire condition. He looked at Chun Shan with pain in his eyes. Half a month ago, the old master was barely able to suppress the evil spirit within, experiencing brief moments of clarity each day. Just this morning, he read a letter from an old friend during one of these lucid moments, became emotionally agitated, and fell unconscious again. When he awoke, he was completely controlled by the malevolent spirit, losing all self-awareness. Upon hearing this, He Chang relaxed his brow. That explains it. He was cursed in the wilderness. Chun Hongyao urgently asked, Uncle He, do you have any way to expel this evil spirit? He Chang shook his head and sighed. To thoroughly exorcise the spirit, one must travel 3,000 kilometers to the capital of Guangzhou. There, a supreme talisman master specializes in exorcism. However, before he could finish, Chun Huqiu and the others understood. 10 years ago, a colossal battle between 2 supreme warriors destroyed all modern transportation facilities between Maple Leaf City and Guangzhou. A 300-kilometer area was plunged into perpetual darkness, known as the Devil's Zone. This region is infested with ghosts and spirits, and no one has survived crossing it to this day. Unwilling to give up, Chen Hongyao asked, "Is there any other way?" He Chong pondered for a moment and replied, "There are two other methods, but they are even more challenging." "Please tell us," Chen Hongyao urged. He Chong spoke plainly. "The second way is for you to marry into the Shao family. Their ancestral hall holds a magical artifact capable of subduing such malevolent spirits." As soon as he said this, the eyes of Chun Huqiu, Chen Feilong, and Chen Peng all turned to Chen Hongyao, filled with both hope and concern. Chen Hongyao furrowed her brow and reluctantly asked, "And the third method?" He Chongdao slowly revealed the third method, his voice deep and serious. "Go to the Demon Suppressing Prison at the westernmost part of the Dragon Kingdom. On its 10th level is a fearsome demon named Huapi. If you can bring it out or take old Master Chen there, Huapi might have a way to deal with this human-faced monkey." Hearing this, Chen Hongyao's expression turned grave as she fell silent. As one of the 10 great families of Maple Leaf City, the Chen family could at most visit the first level of the Demon Suppressing Prison. The 10th level? That was simply a fantasy, not to mention persuading such a demon to help exorcise evil. Chen Feilong looked at his sister's hesitant expression and asked urgently, "Hongyao, for Grandpa's sake, can you?" Before he could finish, Chen Hongyao clenched her teeth and interrupted, "Second uncle, there must be another way." A trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. Just thinking of that fat young master from the Shao family made her feel nauseated. At that moment, a burst of wild laughter suddenly broke the tension in the room. "Ha ha!" Chun Shan's body began to tremble violently, and despite the suppression of the martial god's soul-calming talisman, he slowly stood up. Chun Shan's eyes were blood-red, staring at He Chong and Chen Huqiu like a beast. He grinned, his voice hoarse and full of menace. "You can't kill me. If you're smart, you'll remove these formations and talismans, and I might spare your lives. Otherwise, when Chen Shan dies, I'll make sure to kill every single one of you." As he spoke, Chen Shan struggled madly, his limbs twitching like living creatures, with muscles and tendons rippling beneath his skin as if dragons and snakes were writhing. A massive force erupted from within him, pulling the chains and hooks taut. More alarming was that the chains inscribed with exorcism talismans began to shake violently, emitting a piercing clatter. Tiny cracks appeared on their surfaces, as if they could break at any moment. He Chang's face changed dramatically, exclaiming, "This is bad. The demon has grown stronger." He watched the scene in disbelief. His martial god's soul-calming talisman should have suppressed the evil spirit, yet under the talisman's divine glow, the human-faced monkey was still able to unleash such terrifying power. This could only mean one frightening thing. The demon had become even more powerful. He hurriedly resumed his ritual, forming intricate hand signs with remarkable speed. In an instant, the martial god's soul suppression talisman shone brilliantly, and the spirit of the martial god within the talisman suddenly stood up. Its fishing rod lashed out like lightning, striking Chen Shan with immense force. Simultaneously, the runes on the chamber's walls lit up, unleashing a divine power that pressed down from all sides like a 1,000-ton boulder. Yet, under this overwhelming pressure, Chen Shan remained unyielding. His blood-red eyes gleamed with a sinister ferocity, and his entire being exuded an intense murderous aura, resembling a bloodthirsty demon god. Chen Huqiu, Chen Feilong, and Chen Hongyao's faces changed dramatically, alarms ringing in their minds. They knew this was not Chen Shan's own gaze. The malevolent spirit had taken control of his body. He Chang's expression was grave as he spoke solemnly. "The evil spirit's power has greatly increased. Everyone must be mentally prepared. If we cannot save Elder Chun, we may have to sever his head. Otherwise, if the spirit fully possesses him, Maple Leaf City will face a bloody catastrophe, and the Chen family might not escape annihilation." His words struck fear into Chen Huqiu and the others, leaving them pale and shaken. Suddenly, Chen Shan roared skyward, his voice thundering like a storm, causing everyone present to feel their blood surge. With a forceful exertion of his right arm, the chains binding him shattered with a resounding bang. An overwhelming and suffocating aura of malice burst forth from Chen Shan. "He's out of control," He Chong shouted urgently. "Fiend, meet your end." Holding nothing back, he rapidly formed hand signs, fully activating the martial god's demon suppression talisman. The spirit of the martial god within the talisman wielded its fishing rod, the blue fishing line transforming into bolts of lightning that wrapped around Chen Shan, binding him tightly. At the same time, a divine altar appeared behind He Chong, from which emerged a spirit deity. This deity radiated a pure, holy light, wielding a seemingly small, yet mountain-heavy demon-subduing pestle, which it brought crashing down onto Chen Shan's head. Chen Shan's roar thundered through the chamber, shaking its very foundations. Just as the demon-subduing staff was about to strike, an incredible force surged through him. With a sudden jolt, the chains and hooks binding him shattered, sending shards flying in all directions. The fishing hooks and lines wrapped around him snapped instantly, filling the air with dust. His eyes burned a deeper crimson, as if flames danced within them, revealing a madness and murderous intent. He swung his arm, and the broken chains coiled around his hand, transforming into an improvised weapon. With a powerful punch, he met the descending staff heathen. Clang! Metal clashed against metal, sparks flew, and a deafening sound echoed. The staff rebounded from the impact, causing the ethereal deity in the shrine to tremble violently, barely holding onto its weapon. He-Chang staggered back from the overwhelming force, his expression grave. "You think mere talismans can hold me?" Chun Shan's voice was now low and raspy, laced with a sinister undertone. He stepped towards He-Chang and the others. Boom! The ground buckled beneath his step, collapsing and sending debris flying. He-Chang's expression grew even more serious. He rapidly formed hand seals, and the light behind the shrine intensified. The deity holding the demon-subduing staff stepped forward, surrounded by a holy aura that seemed capable of purifying all evil. "Divine descent, smite the wicked!" He-Chang shouted. The deity's staff suddenly enlarged, bearing the weight of a mountain, and smashed down towards Chun Shan's head. Yet, Chun Shan merely sneered, standing firm, and raised his arm to meet the blow with his bare flesh. Bang! The staff struck his arm with blinding light, but astonishingly, Chun Shan only swayed slightly, without a single scratch on his skin. "Ha ha ha, is that all?" Chun Shan laughed, his tone dripping with mockery and disdain. He unleashed a punch, the force like a dragon, roaring towards He-Chang. He-Chang's face changed drastically as he dodged, but the residual force still pushed him back several steps, his chest heaving. "Altogether!" He-Chang shouted, realizing he alone couldn't handle the demon-possessed Chun Shan. Responding to his call, Chen Huqiu, Chen Feilong, and others summoned their shrines. Various ethereal deities emerged, wielding spiritual weapons, launching a fierce assault on Chen Shan. The battle raged on, intense and unyielding. Chen Huqiu let out a low shout, his eyes flashing with sharpness. In an instant, the fiery phoenix spirit from the shrine behind his head soared into the sky, flapping its wings. The phoenix spewed out scorching flames, creating a searing sea of fire around Chen Shan. Not to be outdone, Chen Feilong followed suit. The icy dragon spirit from the shrine behind his head broke through the air, letting out a long howl. Icy breath poured from the dragon's mouth, instantly freezing Chun Shan amidst the flames, turning the area into a frozen wasteland. "Icebound for miles," Chen Feilong exclaimed, a hint of pride in his eyes. The terrifying power of fire and ice tightly bound Chen Shan. Surprisingly, he showed no sign of pain, instead appearing like an indomitable giant. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Shan stomped freely within the frozen ground, shattering thick ice with each step. He seemed to possess endless strength, breaking the ice around him as he strode forward on the icy surface. "Mere child's play, break for me," Chen Shan roared, throwing a punch. The force of his punch was like a knife, instantly tearing the frozen ground apart, scattering ice shards everywhere. Then, he swung his arms forcefully, like a bowstring pulled taut, and then clapped forward fiercely. A massive gust of wind erupted, instantly extinguishing all the flames. The terrifying power of the wind didn't stop there. It forced Chen Huqiu and Chen Feilong to stagger backward, their robes flapping loudly, nearly dislodging the shrines behind their heads. Though surprised by Chun Shan's strength, the two were skilled warriors and did not panic. They quickly channeled their powers to stabilize the shrines teetering behind them. Seeing the unfavorable situation, He-Chang acted again. "Demon, face my demon-suppressing talisman," he shouted, activating the martial god's demon-suppressing talisman. The martial god's spirit wielded a fishing rod, and the fishing line transformed into sharp sword energy, shooting swiftly toward Chen Shan. Chen Shan deftly dodged the sword energy, advancing instead of retreating, and punched towards the martial god spirit. Bam! The punch was astonishingly powerful. Although the martial god spirit was already ethereal, under this punch, it trembled slightly, as if it might dissipate at any moment. He-Chang's face darkened, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Damn it! This demon has fused with Elder Chen Shan, their powers combined. The Elder is at the burning heaven realm, unmatched in strength, with physical power surpassing ours. At this rate, we're bound to lose. Get moving!" He-Chang's roar was thunderous. In an instant, the Chun family members simultaneously summoned their altars, which hovered behind them. From the altars, the spectral images of various deities emerged, wielding spiritual weapons that unleashed a barrage of power, transforming into swords, long blades, and arrows that rained down on Chen Shan like a storm. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was incessant. However, the attacks seemed to vanish without a trace upon reaching Chen Shan, as if sinking into the ocean. A faint golden light enveloped his body, resembling armor that covered him entirely. The Vajra Buddha armor. He-Chang gritted his teeth, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. This was the top-tier technique of the Shaolin Temple, which Chun Shan had mastered during his apprenticeship. It fortified the body like a divine artifact, impervious to water, fire, and poison, with immense strength. It was this skill that had secured Chun Shan a place among the top 10 figures in Maple Leaf City. Yet, what should have been a pure and immaculate Buddhist armor was now tainted with a murky black hue, due to the influence of the sinister figure Mian Ho. The golden glow exuded a hint of malevolence, sending chills down the spine. More terrifying was that none of the attacks could budge Chun Shan. Even when Chun Huqiu, Chen Feilong, and others pushed their powers to the limit, they couldn't leave a mark on the golden light. On the contrary, Chun Shan seemed to grow stronger, his power continuously rising. He punched through icebergs, stomped out seas of fire, and with a wave of his hand, shattered countless sword energies. He was like an ancient god or demon from the wilds, invincible and ferocious. Boom! Chun Shan stomped the ground, shattering tiles as his body shot up like a cannonball, instantly appearing before Chun Huqiu. The latter's expression changed drastically, instinctively trying to flee, but it was too late. With a bang, Chun Shan's punch sent him flying, crashing through a wall and hurtling over 200 meters. Ice seal 3 feet. As Chun Shan sent Chun Huqiu flying, Chen Feilong made his move. Icy powers coiled around Chun Shan's legs like snakes, freezing them. Meanwhile, Chong returned to the fray. The martial god's phantom from his talisman emerged, casting a fishing hook once more, wrapping around Chun Shan. The hook and line glowed, transforming into a divine dragon crackling with blue lightning, tightly binding Chun Shan. Activate the formation, suppress him, Chong shouted. The other Qin family members snapped out of their daze and quickly spread out, activating the suppression formation. The 4 corners of the house east, south, west, and north lit up with dazzling symbols, resembling 4 small suns. These suns emitted countless red lines, weaving into a large net that descended and wrapped around Chun Shan. Sizzle the red lines touched the Buddha armor, emitting a piercing sound as they corroded the golden light, attempting to breach Chun Shan's defense. At this critical moment, Chun Hongyao suddenly stepped forward, her eyes filled with determination, a long sword appearing in her hand. Hongyao you. Chun Feilong looked at Chun Hongyao in surprise, wanting to dissuade her, but swallowed his words. Chun Hongyao's eyes were sharp, fixed on the bound Chun Shan. The long sword in her hand trembled slightly, as if ready to be unsheathed at any moment. She summoned the shrine behind her head, and the spirit enshrined within suddenly awakened. Unlike the deities worshipped by ordinary people, this apparition had a fierce, demonic face, wielding a sword that glistened with a cold light. In an instant, countless sword auras burst forth from the shrine like a torrential downpour, striking Chun Shan with tremendous force. The sword energy was exceptionally sharp, surpassing the attacks of others. Cracks rapidly spread across the Buddha armor as the sword energy relentlessly hammered a single point. Finally, the armor could no longer withstand the assault and shattered with a thunderous crash. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Hongyao moved like lightning. Her sharp sword aimed directly at Chun Shan's chest, the very spot where the human-faced monkey's heart resided within him. She had only caught a quick glimpse earlier but had memorized the location, determined to deliver a fatal strike. You're courting death. Chun Shan sneered. Though his body was bound and unable to move, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a divine light. This light shot out like a sword, instantly shattering the sword in Chun Hongyao's hand. Unstoppable, the divine light sent her flying, slamming her into the chamber wall, where she coughed up blood. Hongyao, Chun Huqiu, and the others exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to check on her. At that moment, Chun Shan unleashed an astonishing power. He grabbed the dragon formed by the fishhook and line, easily tearing it apart. Chong suffered a backlash and spewed blood. Then, Chun Shan stamped his feet, shattering the frost, causing Chun Feilong to cough up blood. Chun Shan then seized the net formed by the red threads, tearing it apart with a furious roar. As the net shattered, the 4 small suns also exploded. All the Chun family experts maintaining the formation spat blood and were sent flying. Die, all of you, Chun Shan roared, his figure darting through the chamber like a phantom. His punches were like a dragon's, wide and sweeping, fists and legs moving with impenetrable speed. Many of the Chun family members were sent flying, crashing through the chamber walls. The room quickly descended into chaos. Chong was kicked in the chest by Chun Shan, flying like a broken kite, and slamming into the wall, spewing blood, his breath weak. Master Chun Huqiu, and the others were horrified. They knew that if even Chong couldn't defeat Chun Shan, the Chun family was doomed. This malevolent spirit, after occupying Chun Shan's body, unleashed terrifying power beyond their capabilities. I am not dead yet. Chong struggled to stand, barely managing to activate the shrine behind his head. An axe flew out, but instead of striking Chun Shan, it flew toward the deity in the martial god Demon Suppression Talisman. This deity held an axe in one hand and a rod in the other, exuding a majestic aura. However, before it could act, Chun Shan's fist struck the talisman with immense force. The terrifying power dispersed the energy of the martial god Demon Suppression Talisman. With a second punch, all the energy was scattered and vanished. Chong spat blood again, his face ashen, kneeling on one knee. His eyes filled with despair, he muttered, "It's over. It's over. This isn't a spirit, it's a demon." Even the powerful artifact designed to suppress evil spirits had been destroyed, indicating that the creature residing within Qinshan was not just a malevolent being, but a true demon. This realization hit Chen Feilong, Chen Huqiu, Chen Hongyao, and the others like a sledgehammer. Their faces contorted with fear and despair, as if an invisible force was tearing at them. In the Dragon Kingdom, evil entities are ranked in a strict hierarchy, from lowest to highest: phantom, spirit, specter, evil, wraith, monster, demon, catastrophe, and doom. Each level signifies a devastating increase in power. An evil can destroy a village and massacre miles around. A wraith can obliterate a town and stain 50 miles with blood. A monster is even more terrifying, capable of consuming a 100-mile radius. A demon, however, is a city-level threat, able to annihilate a 1,000-mile city with ease. Terrifying images filled their minds. A demon beast rampaging through Maple Leaf City. All the warriors falling instantly, corpses piling up, rivers of blood flowing. They were already struggling against evils and wraiths, and now they were up against a demon, pushing the entire Maple Leaf City to the brink of annihilation. As despair gripped everyone, Chunshan's sinister voice echoed, "Ha ha ha, I was having fun, but it seems you found me out." His eyes flared with a strange red fire, emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence. "Now, I'm done playing. Today all of you will die." Before the words had even settled, Qinshan appeared like a specter before Chen Hongyao. He grabbed her with one hand, lifting her high into the air. His demonic intuition told him that the divine presence within Chen Hongyao was extremely dangerous and needed to be eliminated first. "Hongyao!" Chen Huqiu roared, his body igniting with flames as he recklessly charged at Qinshan. But his efforts were futile. With a casual kick, Qinshan sent him flying. Others tried to intervene, but Qinshan stomped heavily on the ground. In an instant, the ground shook violently. From Qinshan at the center, a terrifying shockwave spread in all directions. Everyone was blown away by this force, the sound of bones shattering echoing around them. They lay on the ground, coughing up blood, unable to muster the strength to rise. Even He Chong was not spared, his arm broken, kneeling in a pool of his own blood, utterly defeated. They gazed at Qinshan in horror, hearts filled with despair. Was this the terror of a demon? With just a light stomp, they suffered a devastating blow. The power gap between them was unimaginably vast. Chen Hongyao, held by the throat, struggled to breathe, her hands clawing desperately at Qinshan's arm, trying to break free. But his grip was like iron, unyielding. Her face turned crimson as she looked at him in despair, managing to gasp, "Grandfather." Qinshan sneered, "Your grandfather is already dead. Now, I'll send you to reunite with him in the afterlife." With that, his muscles tensed, ready to end Chen Hongyao's life. "No!" He Chong, Chen Huqiu, Chen Feilong, Chen Peng, and the others cried out in despair, wanting to intervene, but their injuries left them powerless, forced to watch helplessly. Despair and fear hung over them like a thick fog. Just then, Li Shiqi's youthful voice suddenly rang out from outside the chamber. "No wonder the evil energy is so overwhelming here. It's already turned into a demon." The young voice sounded incredibly innocent and adorable, drawing everyone's attention in the room. Following the sound, they saw a small boy with big eyes, wearing a shabby shirt, standing at the entrance of the chamber. It was Li Shiqi. Standing only 120 centimeters tall, Li Shiqi was thin and small. A butcher knife was slung across his waist as he walked leisurely towards the group. As he approached, he glanced up and down at Qinshan, a smirk of disdain forming at the corner of his mouth. "I thought you were some great demon, but you're just a monkey with a human face," he said casually, as if the now demonic Qinshan was nothing to be concerned about. Chen Huqiu and Chen Hongyao turned pale the moment they saw Li Shiqi. Chen Hongyao tried to warn Li Shiqi to leave quickly, but Qinshan had her by the throat, preventing her from making a sound. She could only watch helplessly as Li Shiqi approached, silently praying for his escape. Chen Huqiu, enduring immense pain, shouted hoarsely, "What are you doing here? Run!" Worry was etched on the faces of He Chong, Chen Feilong, Chen Peng, and the others. They knew Qinshan was no longer human but a demon controlled by evil forces, and such an entity was sure to unleash a massacre. Li Shiqi's arrival seemed like walking into a trap. However, Li Shiqi remained calm, pointing at Qinshan, and said to Chen Huqiu and the others, "How much will you pay me to kill this demon for you?" The room was filled with disbelief. The elite of the Chen family couldn't even pierce Qinshan's defenses. Yet this small boy claimed he could handle such a powerful demon? Qinshan laughed wickedly upon hearing this. He sneered at Li Shiqi. "You think you can kill me, little one? You're quite arrogant." Holding Chen Hongyao, he advanced towards Li Shiqi, his eyes blood red, licking his lips. You look delicious, tender, and crunchy. By now, Chen Shan had completely lost his humanity. His tongue was long and blood-red, resembling a terrifying monster. As he approached, a formidable aura surged like a beam into the sky, overwhelming everyone present. The tsunami-like pressure engulfed Li Shiqi, Chen Huqiu, and the others. Yi Chong, Chen Huqiu, Chen Feilong, and their companions attempted to stand and assist Li Shiqi, but were immediately suppressed by the overwhelming aura, forcing them back to the ground, trembling. It felt as if a massive, demonic mountain weighed down on them, making it difficult to breathe or even move a finger. They struggled to summon their spiritual power to fight back, but the immense pressure rendered them powerless. This is the power of a demon? It's terrifying. He Chong, Chen Huqiu, Chen Feilong, and Chen Peng were filled with dread, despair consuming their hearts as cold sweat poured down their foreheads. In that moment, they realized their doom was imminent. The sheer presence of the demon-faced creature was enough to paralyze everyone present with fear. Li Shiqi glanced around and saw Chen Huqiu, Chen Feilong, and others collapsed on the ground, scratching his head in confusion. Why are you all lying down? Li Shiqi asked casually. Name your price, and I'll take care of it for you. How much are you willing to pay? Seeing the others remain silent, Li Shiqi sighed. Forget it. I won't haggle with you. Letting me stay here is a favor I owe you. As my grandfather used to say, debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay, so it's best not to owe them. I'll deal with this thing for you, and we'll call it even, okay? Before he finished speaking, a fierce wind arose, carrying a foul stench. Chen Shan appeared in front of Li Shiqi like a ghost, opening his massive jaws as if to swallow him whole. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, Chen Shan was almost twice the height of Li Shiqi, and his gaping mouth was as wide as 2 meters, resembling a giant beast. His presence cast a suffocating shadow over Li Shiqi, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Clearly, Chen Shan, now demonized by the human-faced monkey, was enraged by Li Shiqi's nonchalance and sought to devour him alive. He Chong, Chen Huqiu, Chen Feilong, and others watched in horror, all thinking the same thing. Li Shiqi is doomed. They wanted to help but were powerless, forced to watch helplessly, filled with despair and fear. They knew that once the demon consumed Li Shiqi, it would surely devour them as well. Chen Hongyao, held captive in Chen Shan's grasp, could only scream internally. Li Shiqi dodge. As Chen Shan lunged at him, Li Shiqi's eyes flashed with annoyance. I'm talking here. Why are you interrupting? He said, stepping forward and delivering a punch to Chen Shan's abdomen. What seemed like an ordinary punch turned Chen Shan into a bent shrimp, his eyes bulging as his gaping mouth widened in shock. In agony, Chen Shan involuntarily released his grip on Chen Hongyao. Boom! The immense force sent Chen Shan flying over 200 meters, crashing into a wall. The wall collapsed, burying Chen Shan in the rubble. At the same time, Chen Hongyao fell to the ground. This scene left He Chong dumbfounded, Chen Huqiu speechless, and Chen Feilong, Chen Hongyao, and the entire Chen family wide-eyed, completely stunned. The place fell into a dead silence. Everyone thought Li Shiqi was doomed, only to witness him sending the massive Chen Shan flying over 200 meters with a single punch. Only one thought remained in their minds. What just happened? What on earth is going on? At this very moment, everyone present was plunged into deep shock, utterly unable to believe the scene before them. The demon who had just exuded such an overwhelming aura that it left them paralyzed was now sent flying by a single punch from Li Shiqi. How could such immense power reside in what appeared to be a slender frame? However, their astonishment was far from over, as an even more terrifying spectacle unfolded. Chen Shan suddenly hurled the rubble of the wall that had pinned him down and, with a powerful leap, soared 100 meters into the air, landing steadily atop the highest point of the castle. He looked up at the newly risen moon and let out an earth-shattering roar. Night had fallen, and the moon hung in the sky, casting an eerie glow. It seemed as though Chen Shan's roar resonated with the moonlight. Beams of moonlight fell upon him, accelerating his transformation into a demonic form. The sound of cracking filled the air as Chen Shan's body began to emit a noise like popping beans. His muscles swelled at a visible rate, and his stature shot up dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he grew from his original height of 1.9 meters to over 3 meters, standing tall like a small mountain. His face twisted into a grotesque and terrifying monkey-like visage. His eyes glowed blood-red, flickering like ghostly fires in the night. A scarlet tongue over a meter-long snaked from his mouth, menacing like a blood-red serpent. His sharp teeth resembled rows of blades, glinting with a chilling metallic sheen in the moonlight. A pale yellow light emanated from Chen Shan's chest, pulsing with his breath, exuding a suffocatingly dreadful power. His body was covered in dark scales, and his dense monkey fur stood erect like steel needles. Suddenly, wings sprouted from his back, and a long tail extended from his tailbone. In this moment, Chen Shan completed his transformation into a demonic monkey man. He radiated a sinister, eerie aura unique to the demonic, like a harbinger from the underworld. Witnessing all this, He Chang's pupils constricted violently, and a wave of despair washed over him. He muttered to himself, "It's over, Maple Leaf City is doomed." Having absorbed the essence of the moon, the already demonic Qin Shan had grown even more powerful, transforming completely into a demon. What kind of disaster would this terrifying entity bring upon Maple Leaf City? An epic battle seemed inevitable. A complete demon could massacre an entire city, leaving no survivors within 1,000 miles. At this moment, under the clear moonlight, the human-faced monkey reverted to its true demonic form. The aura emanating from its body was palpably eerie, malevolent, and bloodthirsty. Even from a distance, the crowd felt a piercing pressure, their skin tingling, their scalps prickling, and they were almost suffocating. Quick, use the secret method to notify the Lingshu Bureau and have them mobilize the entire city's strength to eliminate the demon. He Chang shouted desperately. Chun Huchio immediately snapped into action, his fingers trembling as he pulled out his phone to contact the Lingshu Bureau. As the local enforcement agency, each enforcer within the Bureau possessed formidable power. With their intervention, there might still be a glimmer of hope. However, just as Chun Huchio was about to dial, a crimson tongue shot down from the sky like lightning, precisely wrapping around his phone. Under the horrified gazes of the onlookers, the phone was yanked upwards, disappearing into the gaping maw of the human-faced monkey. Crunch! The monkey's mouth moved, and the phone was instantly crushed to powder. It sneered, its voice dripping with mockery. "Still hoping for rescue? Ha ha. Once I finish eating you all, I'll naturally head over to the Lingshu Bureau to savor them. The people of Maple Leaf City are all my food." With that, its grin grew even more sinister and terrifying. At that moment, a sharp blade of sword energy suddenly sliced through the air, striking the human-faced monkey's face with precision. Despite the sharpness of the attack, it failed to harm even a single hair. The monkey slowly lowered its head, its cold gaze locking onto the faltering Chun Hongyao, murderous intent flaring in its eyes. "You're courting death." Chun Hongyao gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury. "Give me back my grandfather." As she spoke, a shrine suddenly appeared behind her, and the divine fetus within raised a spirit sword, its light shining brightly. In an instant, countless sharp sword energies shot out from the shrine like a storm, surging towards the monkey in the sky. However, heavily injured, Chun Hongyao couldn't unleash her full strength. Despite the dense barrage, the sword energies failed to inflict any harm on the monkey. After the assault, she could no longer hold on, collapsing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from her mouth and nose as her consciousness began to fade. Even so, she continued to murmur, "Give me back my grandfather, give me back my grandfather." The human-faced monkey, thoroughly provoked by the defiance, roared, "Little girl, I was planning to eat you later, but since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll grant your wish. I'll eat you first." Before it finished speaking, its crimson tongue shot out like an arrow, extending dozens of meters towards Chun Hongyao. "Save her!" Chun Huchio shouted in despair. But the previous attack had left everyone battered and bruised, and no one could stand to help Chun Hongyao. They could only watch helplessly as the deadly tongue sped towards her, their hearts filled with a sense of powerless despair. In the nick of time, a battle sword suddenly pierced through the air, pinning the crimson tongue to the ground. Immediately after, Li Shiqi strode forward, stepping on the sword and looking directly at the human-faced monkey with disdain. "I punched you earlier, and you still didn't run. Now you dare to kill in front of me? You really don't take me, 17 Lord, seriously, do you?" The human-faced monkey howled in pain, its eyes turning blood red as it glared at Li Shiqi. "You little brat, I'll kill you." Humiliated by Li Shiqi multiple times, its fury reached a boiling point. Without waiting, the monkey yanked its tongue. The tongue was sliced in half by the battle sword, but instead of retreating, the severed pieces quickly transformed into two sharp spears, hurtling towards Li Shiqi with lethal speed. Li Shiqi remained expressionless as his battle sword sliced through the air like lightning, severing the long tongue in an instant. He looked up to find that the monkey-faced creature had vanished from the castle's rooftop. Suddenly, it reappeared before Li Shiqi like a phantom, unleashing an overwhelming domain that enveloped him, Chun Hongyao, Chun Huchio, and the others. Within this domain, eerie transformations began to occur. The bodies of He Chang, Chun Huchio, Chun Feilong, and others started to turn to stone from the ground up. Chun Huchio's face paled, and confusion and fear filled the eyes of Chun Feilong, Chun Peng, and the others, their expressions betraying utter despair. "This is the ghost god domain." He Chang shouted in terror, his voice steeped in hopelessness. "He's unleashed the ghost god domain. We're doomed." Before he could finish speaking, the petrification had spread to his chest, turning most of his body into a stone statue. It wasn't just him. Chun Huchio, Chun Feilong, and Chun Peng were also becoming statues, with only their faces still capable of movement. Those with weaker cultivation were entirely petrified, unable to move, their fates uncertain. Witnessing this, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss, consumed by despair. The monkey-faced creature sneered down at Li Shiqi, about to taunt him, when Li Shiqi suddenly leaped up and delivered a powerful kick to its face. The immense force sent the creature flying 200 meters, crashing into a wall and stirring up a cloud of dust. The monkey-faced creature climbed from the rubble, staring at Li Shiqi in disbelief, about to question him. But before it could react, Li Shiqi had already appeared before it like a specter. Without giving it a chance to respond, his battle sword pierced through its foot, pinning it to the ground. Li Shiqi grabbed its hair with his left hand and slammed its head into the ground, creating a deep crater. Whoa, 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 whoa. Li Shiqi let out an earth-shattering roar, his fists flying like a storm. Despite their small appearance, his fists packed incredible power, striking the face of the humanoid monkey with precision. In an instant, the massive creature was beaten to a pulp, unable to fight back. Its head was driven deep into the ground, and its body twisted at a bizarre 45-degree angle. Each of Li Shiqi's punches was like a siege hammer, pounding relentlessly on the creature's skull, leaving it dizzy and unable to use its powers. He Chong, Chen Huqiu, and Chun Feilong watched in shock. The humanoid monkey, towering over 3 meters tall, stood like a mountain, while the 120-centimeter tall Li Shiqi seemed like a miniature toy in comparison. Yet, this toy was pinning the mountain to the ground, delivering a furious beating, a sight so bizarre it was hard to believe. I was wrong, please stop. The humanoid monkey pleaded weakly, but Li Shiqi ignored its cries, continuing his relentless assault. Each punch drove the creature's head deeper into the ground, and it couldn't muster any power to fight back. Finally, with a powerful punch, Li Shiqi made the creature bleed from every orifice, its face completely deformed, rendering it unconscious. But it wasn't over. Li Shiqi's hand suddenly morphed into a claw, plunging into the creature's chest, causing blood to spray everywhere. Li Shiqi, stop! Chen Huqiu screamed desperately, his eyes wide with horror. Despite the creature's massive form, its body was essentially still Chen Shan's. Li Shiqi's hand pierced through Chen Shan's chest. This was no longer subduing the humanoid monkey. It was killing Chen Shan. Li Shiqi ignored Chen Huqiu's words and fiercely thrust his small hand into Chen Shan's chest once more. In an instant, Chen Shan, who had been unconscious, twisted his face in agony and let out a heart-wrenching scream from the pit. The sound was like a sharp blade, piercing the eardrums of everyone present. Stop it! Chen Huqiu, Chen Feilong, Chen Peng, and others cried out in unison, their eyes bloodshot. They struggled to stop Li Shiqi, only to find their bodies bound by an invisible shackle, unable to move. It turned out that after Chen Shan was knocked out, the effect of the demonic domain was slowly dissipating. Their bodies had only partially recovered, with their lower halves still as rigid as statues. He Chong watched silently, weighing the pros and cons. He knew that a person who had been demonized was beyond saving. Killing Chen Shan might be the best option. However, Chen Shan was the pillar and backbone of the Chen family. Killing him in front of all the senior members of the Chen family would undoubtedly lead to unforeseeable consequences. Even if the Chen family didn't retaliate openly, they would certainly see Li Shiqi as an enemy in secret. Li Shiqi might have to face the wrath of the entire Chen family. With this in mind, He Chong sighed deeply and looked up at the Xianhuang banner in the sky, a deep emotion flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Chun Hongyao slowly regained consciousness, and upon opening her eyes, she saw the horrifying scene of Li Shiqi's hand piercing Chen Shan's chest. It was as if she had been struck by lightning. In her shock, she spat a mouthful of blood and fainted again. Grandpa, she murmured before losing consciousness. Li Shiqi continued his actions, indifferent to the chaos around him. Chun Shan's screams echoed throughout the Chun family castle, as if someone were enduring inhuman torture. With the human-faced monkey's escape, the sound-dampening talisman had been shattered, allowing the sound to spread outward. Li Shiqi, I beg you don't kill. Chen Huqiu's face was tear-streaked, his voice choked with emotion. Chen Feilong, Chen Peng, and others were also overwhelmed with grief. Even though they understood that those who had succumbed to demonic influence could not be restored and had to be slain, they couldn't accept the reality of Chun Shan's impending death. I'm exorcising the demon. Why are you crying? Shut up, all of you. Li Shiqi scolded them, his small hand still gripping the neck of the human-faced monkey. He had already pulled half of the creature's body out of Chen Shan, leaving the other half inside, a gruesome sight of blood and gore. This scene left He Chong wide-eyed, nearly causing him to stand up. Chen Shan had been fully demonized, his body transformed into the form of the human-faced monkey, clearly beyond redemption. Yet, Li Shiqi was somehow able to exorcise the demon with his bare hands, forcibly extracting the creature from Chen Shan's body. It completely overturned everything He Chong had known for decades. Not only He Chong, but also Chun Huqiu, Chen Feilong, and Chen Peng were astounded, their hearts in turmoil. As the acting head of the Chen family, Chen Huqiu was the first to react, commanding in a deep voice, "Everyone, be quiet." The others immediately held their breath, afraid of disrupting Li Shiqi's exorcism process. At this moment, apart from Chun Shan's screams, the scene was silent. The human-faced monkey, though strangled by Li Shiqi, continued to struggle, causing Chun Shan's body to convulse violently. Still causing trouble? Li Shiqi's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly exerted more force. The human-faced monkey went silent, its head tilting to one side. Li Shiqi then applied more force, as if squeezing a boil, and completely extracted the human-faced monkey from Chun Shan's body. A fist-sized cavity appeared in Chun Shan's chest, blood gushing out like a fountain. As the human-faced monkey was removed, Chun Shan's body, which had been over 3 meters tall, quickly deflated like a punctured balloon, returning to his original height of 1.9 meters in less than 10 seconds. The hair on his body fell off like dandelions, scattered by the night wind. His tongue quickly retracted to its normal length, though the tip was split in two and covered in blood. His head was swollen with lumps from Li Shiqi's punches, with blood streaming from his orifices, leaving him in a pitiful state. Holding the human-faced monkey in one hand, Li Shiqi looked at Chen Shan, who lay in the pit, and reflected, I got carried away and used too much force. I'll have to control the strength of my punches in the future. He Chang was stunned. As an experienced talisman master, he had witnessed various methods of exorcism and demon suppression, but these typically involved using talismans or righteous power to weaken evil spirits. He had never seen anyone use physical means to directly extract a demon from a cultivator's body. The shock he felt was indescribable. Just then, the human-faced monkey suddenly sprang to life. Its tail, sharp as a spear, aimed straight at Li Shiqi's heart. Li Shiqi, watch out! Chen Huqiu shouted in alarm. The others also held their breath, fearing for Li Shiqi. If the human-faced monkey killed Li Shiqi and possessed someone else, it would lead to a massacre. However, their fears were unnecessary. Before the human-faced monkey's tail could reach him, Li Shiqi had already crushed its neck with one hand. As the neck snapped, the human-faced monkey's body began to disintegrate, turning to dust in disbelief, scattered by the cold wind. This terrifying scene once again shocked He Chong, Chen Huqiu, Chen Feilong, and the others. The once arrogant and fearsome demon had been so easily and completely destroyed by Li Shiqi, leaving not even a soul behind. It all seemed too surreal, leaving them momentarily dumbfounded and rooted to the spot. Silence. The scene was engulfed in an eerie stillness. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Li Shiqi, stunned into speechlessness by his recent display. Their gazes were filled with disbelief and awe, as if asking, is he really that formidable? Time seemed to freeze until Chun Peng finally broke the silence, his voice trembling. Killing a demon barehanded. This is simply unbelievable. Hearing this, everyone present gasped once more. Killing a demon barehanded was beyond impressive. It was nothing short of a miracle. Even these seasoned veterans had never encountered such an extraordinary talent. To effortlessly vanquish a formidable foe like the human-faced monkey at such a young age was a talent unheard of. Li Shiqi paid no mind to the reactions around him. He crouched down, focused on examining the transparent wound on Chun Shan's chest. With a slight frown, he extended his fingers, and fine, thread-like strands emerged from his fingertips, weaving through Chun Shan's wound with dexterity. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chun Shan's ruptured blood vessels, shattered organs, and nerves were meticulously stitched together. Finally, the external wound was perfectly sealed, as if it had never existed. Li Shiqi's movements were fluid, as if this were just another routine task. Next, he took a crystal-clear pill from his pocket, gently placing it into Chun Shan's mouth, ensuring he swallowed it. Li Shiqi's fingers lightly pressed on Chun Shan's pulse, feeling the gradual return of his vitality, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he's still alive, Li Shiqi murmured to himself, a hint of relief in his eyes. He stood up, retrieved the sword embedded in the ground, sheathing it with swift precision beside his waist where his butcher knife hung. After handling everything, he turned to face Chun Huqiu and the others, speaking in a calm tone. All right, Uncle Chun, the crisis is over. You can all get up now. With that, he walked over to Chun Hongyao, producing another pill and gently placing it in her mouth. With the death of the human-faced monkey, the ghostly realm vanished, and everyone present regained their mobility as their petrified state was lifted. Chun Huqiu, enduring his pain, stood up and approached Li Shiqi, bowing respectfully. On behalf of the Chen family, I thank you, Li, for your great kindness. Chen Feilong, Chen Peng, and others also stepped forward, surrounding Li Shiqi with respectful expressions, saying, thank you for your help, benefactor. At this moment, their eyes were filled with respect and admiration as they looked at Li Shiqi. He Chong also stood up, bowing respectfully. Eternal Talisman Master He Chong, grateful to Mr. Li. They all knew that without Li Shiqi's presence, they would have likely faced complete annihilation. Faced with everyone's gratitude, Li Shiqi, who grew up in prison, seemed a bit at a loss. He awkwardly replied, my grandpa always said, a kindness received should be remembered for 1,000 years. You let me stay here, so I help you solve problems. It's mutual assistance. There's no need to be so formal. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. Chun Huchio tentatively asked, Brotherly, is your grandpa the master craftsman mentioned in the letter? Li Shichi shook his head, a trace of sadness flickering in his eyes. No, grandpa is the one who raised me. Without him, I would have been long gone. As he spoke, his thoughts drifted back to the past, with the kind face of his grandpa appearing in his mind, causing a sharp pain in his heart. Grandpa was such a kind and gentle person. He tirelessly raised him, changing his diapers and teaching him so many survival skills, ensuring he wouldn't starve when he grew up. Yet, this kind-hearted man was mercilessly killed for accidentally witnessing a transaction between the Chu family and certain individuals. Not only Grandpa, but also 15 other uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. 16 people in total all perished under the blades of those individuals. Li Shichi's mind conjured the bloody scene once more, bodies strewn across the ground, a heart-wrenching sight. Among the group, he was the only one who survived. Li Shichi clenched his fists, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as murderous intent boiled like lava in his heart. He silently vowed that one day, he would return to the capital to thoroughly investigate those who traded with the Chu family and avenge his grandfather and the others. Their deaths had been a thorn in his heart, and it was this hatred that had driven him to study tirelessly in prison. Hearing Li Shichi's words, everyone looked at each other, clearly unaware of his past. However, when they noticed the respectful and nostalgic way he spoke of his grandfather, they couldn't help but imagine a wise and enigmatic master in their minds. Chun Huchio sincerely remarked, Your grandfather must have been remarkable. Li Shichi quickly suppressed his murderous intent, his face breaking into a bright smile. You're right, Uncle Chun, my grandfather was the greatest, he said cheerfully. All right, the matter is settled. You can handle the rest. I'm going to sleep. With that, he ignored their attempts to make him stay and happily skipped back to his room, soon disappearing from their sight. Chong watched Li Shichi leave, then turned to Chun Huchio and asked, Clan leader Chun, who exactly is this young Li to your family? Without hesitation, Chun Huchio replied, He's family to the Chun clan. Chun Feilong was momentarily taken aback and opened his mouth to speak, but swallowed his words. He knew that the decline of the Chun family was due to Chun Shan being possessed and gravely injured. Now that the malevolent spirit had been vanquished by Li Shichi and Chun Shan had survived, the family could rise again once he recovered. Moreover, although he didn't know who Gong was, Li Shichi's recent actions had shown he was far superior to the frivolous young master of the Xiao family. They no longer considered marrying Chun Honyao to the Xiao family's son. With a relative like Li Shichi, why fear the Xiao family? Chong was slightly surprised by Chun Huchio's answer. Family. Chun Huchio explained. The old master had an agreement with young Li's elders. Since he's come to rely on the Chun family, he is one of us. Chong immediately clasped his hands in respect towards Chun Huchio and congratulated him. With such a true dragon in the Chun family, you'll surely rise to great heights. Allow me to congratulate you in advance, clan leader Chun. Chun Huchio quickly responded modestly. Thank you. Thank you, but everything is still uncertain. Master He, we really appreciate your help today. Once the old man regains consciousness, we'll be sure to express our gratitude generously. With that, he bent down carefully to lift the unconscious Chun Shan from the ground and walked steadily into the castle. Chun Peng and the others followed closely behind, their hurried steps reflecting both the relief of surviving a catastrophe and the anxiety about what lay ahead. However, Chun Feilong did not follow the others into the castle. He stood still, gazing up at the bright moon in the night sky, then shifted his focus to the Xianhuang flag fluttering high above Maple Leaf City. His brows were furrowed, and his expression was grave, as if he sensed something amiss. Chong noticed Chun Feilong's unease and asked softly, You noticed it too? Chun Feilong nodded slowly, his expression growing even more serious. The Xianhuang flag is a sacred artifact meant to protect the city from evil. Normally, any evil entity approaching within 10 kilometers of Maple Leaf City would trigger the flag to unleash its divine light, destroying the evil and absorbing its spirit to strengthen itself. He paused before continuing. But just now, our Chin family faced such a formidable demon. Its evil aura surely spread throughout the city. Yet, the Xianhuang flag remained inactive, completely still. This is highly unusual. Chun Feilong's voice was low and carried a hint of concern. There are only two possibilities. 1. The human-faced monkey is powerful enough to intimidate the Xianhuang flag into inaction. 2. Someone is secretly controlling the flag, preventing it from acting against the demon. If it's the first, that's manageable. But if it's the second, his tone grew even heavier. It means there's a powerful family within Maple Leaf City aiming to use this opportunity to eliminate our Chin family. These words cast a shadow over the recently calmed situation. Although the demon was vanquished, the Chun family's troubles seemed far from over. Meanwhile, on the balcony of a high-rise building a kilometer away from the Chun family castle, a man concealed in the darkness was coldly watching the castle. His gaze was sharp and filled with murderous intent, as if he intended to devour the entire Chen family. The mysterious figure muttered to himself, "I didn't expect the Chen family to have the means to kill the human-faced monkey. I truly underestimated them before." His voice carried a hint of anger and reluctance, but he quickly regained his composure. The first plan failed. Send the order to prepare for the second plan. These words were like a thunderclap, signaling an impending storm. Although the Chen family had temporarily overcome their crisis, an even more perilous situation was silently unfolding. The Chen family castle stood like a colossal beast, proudly towering within the inner city of Maple Leaf City. Though the rampage of the human-faced monkeys had left some scars on the castle's surface, after Li Shiqi defeated them, mystical runes began to emerge from the castle's exterior. These runes ascended into the sky, merging into a giant, translucent protective shield that enveloped the entire Chen family like an overturned bowl. Meanwhile, countless figures quietly spread around the castle, silently safeguarding the Chen family's safety. Inside the castle, the healing room was a hive of tense activity. Chun Shan and Chun Hongyao were each placed on separate beds, while Chun Huqiu, filled with anxiety, repeatedly called out into the depths of the room, "Dr. Zhao, come quickly." Before his words had fully left his mouth, the Chun family doctors had already gathered around, expertly fitting oxygen masks and inserting 4 needles into the 2 patients. Various outdated medical devices were connected to them, monitoring their vital signs. These antiquated medical machines silently told the tale of humanity's suffering. Since Earth entered a new epoch, the world had plunged into a year-long darkness. The disappearance of the sun and moon was merely the beginning of the catastrophe. The subsequent geomagnetic storms rendered countless electronic devices useless. More terrifyingly, malevolent entities began to appear, preying on humans. In this period known as the Eternal Night, humanity faced unprecedented devastation. Within a single year, the global population plummeted from over 8 billion to just 1 billion. To survive, people exhausted every means to fight the malevolent entities, even resorting to nuclear weapons. However, these extreme measures not only failed to stop the entities, but also resulted in more human casualties. Social order collapsed, nations disintegrated, and survivors struggled to live amidst the chaos. Human nature was laid bare in the face of this disaster. Some resorted to cannibalism for survival. Others abandoned their elderly parents, stealing their clothes for warmth, leaving the old to freeze to death in the snow. Humanity teetered on the brink of extinction, with the rampant malevolence exacerbating the situation. Just as humanity was about to despair, a true god appeared to save the dying world. The god transformed their eyes into the sun, and a vertical eye on their forehead became the moon, restoring day and night to earth. More importantly, the god bestowed upon humanity sacred altars and divine embryos, granting them the ability to cultivate powers strong enough to contend with the malevolent entities. The arrival of the new epoch marked a turning point in human destiny. Cultivators began to rise, slaying malevolent entities, expanding territories, building walls, and stockpiling food. Gradually, humanity not only stood on equal footing with the entities, but even drove them out of human living areas. The diversity of divine embryos gave rise to various new professions, such as alchemists, rune masters, and artifact forgers, providing strong support for rebuilding civilization. Ultimately, a human endowed with the most powerful divine embryo emerged, rebuilding a nation from the ruins. He established a court, set up institutions like the Spiritual Pivot Bureau, the Transportation Bureau, the Demon Suppression Department, the Ministry of War, and the Office of the Treasury, gradually restoring social order. This leader, who pioneered a new era, was revered as the first emperor, becoming a symbol of humanity's resurgence. Under the wise leadership of Emperor Qin, human civilization advanced rapidly, spreading like wildfire. Cities rose from the ground, and the black and yellow flags waved high, safeguarding the peace of the people. However, the arrival of Eternal Night struck like a heavy blow, reverting technological progress to its primitive state. Now, families possessing an electrocardiograph are extremely rare, and the Chun family's dilapidated heart monitor barely functions. As technology declined, the rise of talisman masters and shamans occurred. The statues in the shrines were no longer cold sculptures, but exuded a miraculous power to heal and cure. In this environment, many once advanced technological devices have become obsolete. At this moment, Dr. Zhao approached slowly. Despite being over 60, he had a youthful appearance, with bright, piercing eyes and an aura of transcendence. As one of the Chun family's doctors, and one of the 2 most renowned physicians in Maple Leaf City, Dr. Zhao's arrival undoubtedly brought a glimmer of hope to everyone present. Dr. Zhao calmly approached the bedside, carefully examining Mr. Chen's condition. Chen Huqiu and others held their breath, watching Dr. Zhao's every move intently, fearing they might miss any subtle change in his expression. "Dr. Zhao, how is the old man doing?" Chen Huqiu finally couldn't hold back and asked. Chen Feilong, Chen Peng, and others also looked at Dr. Zhao nervously, their eyes full of worry. After checking Chun Shan's vital signs, Dr. Zhao's expression relaxed slightly. He then activated his skills, and a shrine suddenly appeared behind his head, emitting beams of light that scanned Chun Shan's entire body like X-rays. Within just 3 seconds, Dr. Zhao confidently said, "Don't worry, Mr. Chin's vital signs are normal. He's just temporarily unconscious. He'll wake up in no more than 2 hours." These words were like a shot of adrenaline, instantly relieving Chun Huqiu, Chen Feilong, and the others, allowing their tense nerves to finally relax. However, just then, Dr. Zhao's gaze fell on the wound on Chun Shan's body, and his expression suddenly turned surprised. "Who treated this wound?" Dr. Zhao asked, pointing at the wound, with a tone of undisguised astonishment. Chun Huqiu answered somewhat apprehensively. "It was handled by Brotherly." "Dr. Zhao, is there a problem?" Dr. Zhao exclaimed excitedly. "A problem? This is not a problem. It's a medical miracle. Where is this Dr. Li? I must meet him." At this, everyone present looked at each other, not understanding what had just happened. "Dr. Zhao, what do you mean by saying this medical skill is miraculous?" Chun Huqiu urgently inquired. Dr. Zhao pointed at the wound, his voice filled with admiration. "Dr. Li's technique is simply extraordinary. Look, he managed to use such fine sutures to stitch blood vessels, nerves, and internal organs, restoring them to normal function. This skill far surpasses mine and can be considered a major miracle in the medical world. If he hadn't intervened in time, Mr. Chun might have already." Dr. Zhao didn't finish, but everyone understood what he meant. At this moment, everyone realized they might have just witnessed the emergence of a true medical genius. Dr. Zhao's eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement as he fixated on Chun Huqiu, as if expecting to hear some earth-shattering news from him. His voice trembled with eagerness as he exclaimed, "This person's medical skills are simply unparalleled, truly at the pinnacle. Clan leader Chun, tell me quickly, where is the divine Dr. Li now? I must become his apprentice." Dr. Zhao had been practicing medicine in Maple Leaf City for decades, establishing himself as one of the city's leading medical authorities due to his exceptional skills and extensive experience. He was renowned as the miracle healer, having revived many from the brink of death. However, few knew that behind his miraculous abilities lay a secret weapon, the white, jade divine embryo enshrined in his altar. For years, Dr. Zhao had been dedicated to unlocking the potential of the white, jade divine embryo, hoping it would elevate his medical skills to new heights. Unfortunately, the medical texts available in Maple Leaf City were scarce, and the advanced medical manuals he needed for his practice were even rarer. As a result, his white, jade divine embryo remained at the nascent stage, unable to break through to the blazing sky realm, leaving his medical skills at a standstill. Witnessing Li Shiqi's extraordinary medical prowess firsthand, Dr. Zhao was overwhelmed with awe. He was convinced that a physician of such remarkable skill must have cultivated some powerful medical techniques. If he could learn such techniques, his own abilities and medical expertise could soar to new heights. This thought left him barely able to contain his excitement, eager to become a disciple. Chun Huqiu, Chen Feilong, and others exchanged bewildered and astonished glances upon hearing this. Although they had witnessed Li Shiqi's strength firsthand, they hadn't imagined his medical skills were so advanced that they would excite a medical authority like Dr. Zhao to such a degree, even disregarding his status to seek apprenticeship. However, the image of Li Shiqi in their minds was that of an 80-year-old boy with a youthful face and slight build, which seemed at odds with the image of a divine healer with unparalleled medical skills. This stark contrast was difficult for them to reconcile. Chun Huqiu cautiously spoke, with a hint of doubt in his voice. "Dr. Zhao, could you have been mistaken? Is this Dr. Li really that remarkable?" Li Shiqi stood with his back to everyone as he treated Chen Shan, his medical skills so extraordinary that no one present could directly witness them. However, when Dr. Zhao spoke with excitement, Chun Huqiu and the others were immediately enveloped by an incredible feeling. Does this young man truly possess such advanced medical skills? The question arose simultaneously in everyone's minds. Dr. Zhao declared firmly, "I've been practicing medicine for many years, and I am absolutely not mistaken." As he spoke, he channeled the light from the shrine, focusing it on Chun Shan's wound. In an instant, the wound became transparent, revealing the internal organs clearly. To everyone's amazement, they discovered that Chun Shan's blood vessels, nerves, muscles, organs, and bones were meticulously stitched together with golden threads, maintaining the normal operation of all physiological functions. Dr. Zhao pointed to the already stitched areas, his voice filled with undisguisable astonishment. "Look at these, the blood vessels and nerves are incredibly tiny. Some require a magnifying glass to see." According to traditional medicine, stitching such minute blood vessels requires a microscope to magnify them dozens of times, and the surgery would be lengthy and extremely difficult. Yet, these wounds were perfectly stitched in an instant, seamless and flawless, truly a divine skill. Even if I teamed up with Old Sue, we couldn't achieve such perfection. This person is undoubtedly the top healer, putting even me a doctor from the Xinglin Taoist Pavilion, to shame. In my opinion, only He Wubbing, the master of the Xinglin Taoist Pavilion in the imperial capital, could compare. His words plunged the scene into a stunned silence. Chen Huqiu, Chen Feilong, and the others exchanged incredulous glances. Although some of them had a rudimentary knowledge of medicine, they paled in comparison to Dr. Zhao and Old Su. Yet even with their limited medical knowledge, they could see how exquisitely brilliantly Shichi's stitching technique was. Those nerves, as fine as strands of hair, were virtually invisible to the naked eye, let alone capable of being connected. But Li Shichi managed to sew them together with golden threads, so flawlessly that the previous breaks were almost imperceptible. Such medical skill was nothing short of miraculous. Dr. Zhao's assessment of Li Shichi left everyone even more astounded. The master of the Xinglin Taoist Pavilion, He Wubbing, was a titan in the medical field of the Dragon Kingdom, renowned worldwide and hailed as the medical sage of the Dragon Kingdom. For Dr. Zhao to say that Li Shichi's skills could rival those of He Wubbing was an extraordinary compliment, suggesting that Li Shichi was qualified to stand alongside the top figures in the medical world. Dr. Zhao withdrew the light from the shrine and turned excitedly to Chen Huqiu. Clan leader Chen, please tell me where I can find divine Dr. Li. I want to become his disciple. Chen Huqiu's expression was peculiar, hesitant to speak. Well, Dr. Zhao, once you meet divine Dr. Li, you might not want to become his disciple. Why? Dr. Zhao asked, puzzled. Chen Huqiu replied honestly. You'll understand when you see him. The divine Dr. Li you speak of isn't quite what you imagine. He's very young. Hearing this, Dr. Zhao's face fell. Clan leader Chen, I understand you want to hide your talents and not reveal your family secrets. But you can't fool me like this, can you? Chen Huqiu looked at Dr. Zhao in confusion, not understanding the implication of his words. Dr. Zhao, appearing displeased, explained sternly, such groundbreaking medical skills require years of practice to reach this level of expertise. It takes at least thousands of suturing practices on human organs, blood vessels, nerves, and muscles to achieve such proficiency. Someone with these skills must be a seasoned veteran in the medical field. If a young person could truly reach this level, wouldn't that make all my years of hard work seem wasted? Hearing this, Chen Huqiu couldn't help but smile wryly. His eyes showed a hint of helplessness, as if he saw his past self. He understood how unbelievable this sounded, much like the absurdity of Li Shichi defeating a great demon at a young age. Yet, the truth was indeed strange. When he first witnessed Li Shichi's astonishing abilities, he too questioned if his decades of training had been in vain. At this moment, he fully empathized with Dr. Zhao's feelings. Chen Feilong quickly interjected, Dr. Zhao, our family head speaks the truth. That doctor is indeed very young. Chen Peng nodded in agreement. I can vouch for it. What my dad and uncle said is absolutely true. Other members of the Chen family nodded in agreement. He Chong also solemnly added, Dr. Zhao, they are definitely not lying. This is a fact. Faced with unanimous confirmation, Dr. Zhao was stunned, mumbling to himself, is it really a young person? Chen Huqiu, Chen Feilong, He Chong, and others nodded again to confirm. Dr. Zhao's gaze shifted between them and Chen Shan on the hospital bed, and his doubts began to waver. If this was truly the work of a young person, how extraordinary must their talent be? To surpass medical experts in just a few years was beyond extraordinary. It was almost like a divine miracle. However, doubts quickly resurfaced. Such surgery required extensive practice to achieve such perfection. Where could a young person find so many patients to practice internal suturing? Even the top hospitals in the capital likely couldn't provide so many opportunities for practice, let alone allow a young person to operate independently. This is too strange. Dr. Zhao shook his head but spoke with determination. No matter what, I must meet him. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, an unknown conversation was taking place in Chun Hongyao's chamber. Li Shichi took the war sword and casually tossed it aside. His attention immediately shifted to the other treasures, the divine craft ring, the pig-slaying knife, the white token, and the true dragon golden needle. He carefully picked up each one, examining them closely. He tapped the divine craft ring with his fingertips, listening to its clear, crisp sound. He ran his palm along the blade of the pig-slaying knife, feeling its cold edge. He held the white token up to his eyes, trying to decipher any clues from its patterns. Finally, he picked up the true dragon golden needle, rolling it between his fingers to observe its reflection in the light. However, no matter how thoroughly he inspected them, the treasures revealed no signs of anything unusual. Li Shichi recalled the rumors he had heard about some treasures requiring a drop of blood to recognize their master. He pondered silently, thinking that if these items were indeed connected to his parents, they might react to his blood. Resolute, Li Shichi gritted his teeth and used the pig-slaying knife to make a cut on his fingertip. Crimson droplets slowly emerged, and he carefully let the blood fall onto each treasure. Yet, the treasures remained unresponsive, as if the blood drops were mere water. Patiently, Li Shichi waited, hoping for even the slightest change. But as time passed, the treasures remained as silent as ever. He shook his head, wiped the blood off the treasures, feeling a slight tinge of disappointment. Unwilling to give up, Li Shiqi decided to try other methods. He burned them with fire, but they remained unmoved. He submerged them in water, yet they stayed unscathed. He attempted to forge them, but not even a scratch could be made. He even bit them and shone strong light on them. But the treasures seemed indifferent to all external stimuli. Except for the pig-slaying knife, the materials of the other three treasures were even more mysterious. They were neither metal nor wood nor stone, and Li Shiqi couldn't determine what they were made of. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't leave even the slightest mark on their surfaces. Finally, Li Shiqi summoned a shrine, unleashing incredibly sharp sword energy. This energy was known to cut through iron like mud, yet upon contact with the treasures, it produced a sound of clashing metal, with sparks flying. Surprisingly, the patterns on the treasures remained unchanged. It seems the five demons didn't deceive me, Li Shiqi thought. These are indeed their sect's prized possessions. He carefully stored the treasures, keeping them on his person. The pig-slaying knife, however, was placed with great care into the sheath imbued with true energy. Li Shiqi lay down, using the sheath as a pillow, staring at the ceiling. Grandfather wasn't lying either, he mused. He said there's a clue about my parents among the five demons' treasures, so it must be true. Perhaps the answer isn't in the treasures themselves, but in using them to seek out the forces of the five demons. Li Shiqi's gaze became resolute. Tomorrow, I will visit the Xinglin Dojo or the Divine Machine Camp. Perhaps there, I can find more clues about my parents. After setting his belongings aside, Li Shiqi lay down on the floor like a starfish. After a moment, he felt something was missing and couldn't sleep comfortably. He reached for the quilt and carefully covered his belly button, finally closing his eyes in satisfaction. 2 hours later, the door opened softly. Li Shiqi instantly became alert, his small hand quietly reaching for the handle of the butcher knife under his head. His time in the Demon Suppression Prison had honed his vigilance to a razor's edge. Even in deep sleep, the slightest noise could wake him. He squinted towards the door and relaxed only after recognizing Chen Hongyao. He let go of the knife and drifted back to sleep. Chen Hongyao was his sister and wouldn't harm him. Soon, Li Shiqi was dreaming sweet dreams again. In his dream, he finally unlocked the secrets of the five great demons' tokens and found his long-lost parents. He threw himself into their arms, a childish smile of happiness spreading across his face. Chen Hongyao noticed the room was dark and heard Li Shiqi's soft snores. She furrowed her brow slightly, but didn't enter. She turned and said to those outside, Shiqi is too tired tonight and has already fallen asleep. You can come back tomorrow. Outside, Mr. Zhao's regretful voice responded, what a pity. I'll come back tomorrow. Then Chen Huqiu asked worriedly, Hongyao, is little Shiqi alright? Did he use some harmful secret technique to kill that demon? Chen Hongyao studied the sleeping Li Shiqi for a few seconds and replied, he doesn't seem injured or unusual, so he should be fine. As a new realm expert, her senses were far beyond ordinary, with exceptional night vision. Chen Huqiu was overjoyed to hear this. Good. Let him sleep. We'll talk tomorrow. Hongyao, take good care of him. He's a great benefactor to our Chen family. Tomorrow, introduce him to the old master. That's all. I'll leave now. Rest well. With that, their footsteps gradually faded away. Chen Hongyao gently closed the door, didn't turn on the light, and carefully approached Li Shiqi's bed, watching his innocent face with a complex gaze. Had it not been for Li Shiqi, she and her grandfather might have perished tonight. As Chen Huqiu said, Li Shiqi was a great benefactor to the Chen family, a blessing. Yet she couldn't understand how someone so young and seemingly innocent could possess such formidable strength and medical skills. When she awoke, she overheard Dr. Zhao and Chen Huqiu's conversation and saw her grandfather Chun Shan's stitched wound, realizing how extraordinary the medical skill was, far beyond ordinary capabilities. At that moment, Li Shiqi turned over, kicking the quilt aside and revealing part of his belly. Chen Hongyao couldn't help but smile. What a restless sleeper. She crouched down, intending to help adjust his clothes. Suddenly, she saw the scars beneath his shirt and was stunned. Beneath the t-shirt, his young body was covered with scars like wriggling worms, crisscrossing each other. One scar, in particular, stood out, running from his left shoulder to his right sacrum, protruding like a menacing giant centipede. This scar was from 2 years ago when Li Shiqi was learning cooking from a chef. The chef taught him knife skills while attacking him with a butcher knife. Exhausted from defending himself, Li Shiqi finally showed a flaw after blocking 100 strikes and was slashed across the chest, narrowly avoiding being split in two. At that moment, Li Shiqi clearly felt the chef's eyes filled with greed and a hunger for his flesh, a desire so intense it nearly drove the chef insane, truly wanting to kill and devour him. Fortunately, the female doctor and the tailor stepped in, subduing the chef in time. The female doctor used her extraordinary medical skills to pull him back from the brink of death. However, the chef's blade energy was too powerful, and even her skills couldn't completely erase the scar. Seeing these scars, Chen Hongyao's eyes filled with tears, her gaze filled with heartache, tears welling up. She realized that Li Shiqi must have endured unimaginable pain to learn his skills. Each scar was shocking, and a rough count showed over 100. Poor little Shiqi. Chen Hongyao couldn't hold back any longer, tears streaming down. Li Shiqi, at his age, should be carefree, yet he bore such immense suffering. Some scars were even life-threatening, proof that Li Shiqi had often danced on the edge of death. Yet he never mentioned these to them, always maintaining a strong and bright smile. This strength was truly heart-wrenching. Chen Honyao wiped away her tears and gently adjusted Li Shiqi's clothes, covering him with the quilt. She carefully lifted him from the floor to her bed, tenderly stroking his cheek, whispering, "Thank you, little Shiqi." With that, she turned to leave. Suddenly, Li Shiqi's small hand tightly grasped hers, murmuring in his sleep, "Mom, don't go. Don't leave me. Mom." His grip was firm, as if afraid Chen Hongyao would leave. Chen Hongyao's heart trembled, recalling that Shin Gong's letter to Qin Shan mentioned Li Shiqi was an orphan, raised by 16 vagrants. Seeing his slightly sad expression in his dream, Chen Hongyao's eyes showed deep compassion, her maternal instincts awakened. She held Li Shiqi's hand, softly reassuring, all right, Shiqi dear, mommy's not leaving." Hearing this, Li Shiqi's face in his dream showed a blissful smile, though his small hand still clung tightly. Seeing this, Chen Honyao felt another surge of heartache. No matter how strong Li Shiqi was, he was ultimately a pitiful child who had never known parental love, his story evoking sympathy. She sighed softly, sitting by the bed, quietly watching over this child of misfortune until dawn broke. That night, Li Shiqi was enveloped in an unprecedentedly sweet slumber. He felt as if he had returned to his mother's embrace, resting his head on her warm arm, surrounded by a tidal wave of safety. In his dreams, the love of his parents caressed him like a gentle spring breeze, tender and real. His mother held his small hand as they wandered through the bustling market. The sweet aroma of candied hawthorn, the crispness of wafer biscuits, and the rich taste of white rabbit candy all danced on his tongue. Colorful new clothes and an array of toys were displayed before him. But Li Shiqi's gaze was drawn to the weapons brimming with a sense of danger: darts, sleeve arrows, throwing knives, and hefty martial arts manuals. The dream shifted abruptly, and his father's towering figure appeared before him. He handed Li Shiqi 2 heavy nunchucks, his deep voice tinged with seriousness. "Son, listen. This time, the client is in big trouble. The opponent is no easy target. You pretend to have lost something and keep the target occupied. We'll attack from both sides and make sure that guy backs down to avenge our client." Imagining fighting alongside his father and completing the mission, a smile unwittingly spread across Li Shiqi's face, growing ever brighter in his sleep. At 5 o'clock the next morning, as usual, Li Shiqi opened his eyes right on time. At that moment, Chen Hongyao also awoke. Their eyes met, and Chen Hongyao smiled slightly, softly asking, "Awake?" Li Shiqi's cheeks flushed with warmth, and he quickly jumped out of bed, saying in a fluster, "Sister, I'll go wash up first." He fumbled for his worn-out toothbrush and toothpaste, preparing to leave. "Wait a moment," Chen Hongyao called after him, stepping closer to take the toiletries from his hand. She frowned as she examined the frayed toothbrush and nearly empty toothpaste, gently saying, "This toothbrush is splitting, and the toothpaste is almost expired. Using them too much isn't good for your teeth. You can throw these away." With that, she tossed Li Shiqi's old belongings into the trash and walked into the bathroom. Moments later, she returned with a brand new children's toothbrush and toothpaste, handing them to Li Shiqi. "Use these from now on." Li Shiqi took them, noticing the soft, neat bristles of the toothbrush and the full tube of toothpaste, with cute cartoon characters on the packaging. A glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes as he sincerely said, "Thank you, sister." Then, like a child receiving a beloved toy, he eagerly dashed into the bathroom. As he brushed his teeth, Li Shiqi was filled with emotion. From a young age, Grandpa and the 5 great demons had only taught him survival skills and martial arts, but no one had ever taken such care of his daily needs. He struggled to control his emotions, holding back tears. The feeling of regaining familial care was warm, but left him somewhat at a loss. After finishing his morning routine, Li Shiqi carefully arranged his new toothbrush and toothpaste, took a deep breath to steady himself, and stepped out of the bathroom to change clothes. At that moment, Chen Honyao handed him a set of brand new clothes. "Little Shiqi, I had these prepared for you last night. See if they fit." Li Shiqi's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, "For me?" Chen Honyao nodded in agreement. Li Shiqi took the clothes, his fingers gently brushing the fabric and instantly recognizing it as top quality. Years of apprenticeship with a tailor had made him an expert on various fabrics, and the feel of this garment undoubtedly signaled its value. "Thank you, sister," Li Shiqi said without hesitation, immediately removing his shirt in front of Chen Honyao. Despite his short stature, his body was impeccably sculpted from years of training with the 5 great demons. His muscles were evenly toned and elongated, with a clearly defined set of abs, and his biceps, when flexed, resembled coiled beasts ready to spring, exuding incredible power. His body, though compact, was a masterpiece of proportion, marred only by the scars that silently told the tale of his tumultuous journey. As he donned the new clothes, Li Shiqi couldn't help but remark, "No wonder the rich favor expensive garments. This feels truly different, so smooth and comfortable." Then, his tone shifted, and he murmured, "If only Grandpa and the others were alive to wear something like this." In his memories, Grandpa and the others always wore coarse linen, a sight that still pained him deeply. Chen Hongyao watched as Li Shiqi finished changing and then went to freshen up and change herself. Once they were both ready, she led him to the dining room. On the way, she noticed the butcher's knife slung across his back and raised an eyebrow. "Can't you put that knife down?" Li Shiqi's expression was serious. "I can't. I'm a swordsman. My blade must stay with me." Seeing the earnest look in his eyes, Chen Hongyao couldn't help but chuckle. All right, swordsman, as you wish." As they walked and chatted, Chen Hongyao asked, "Little Shiqi, you slept soundly last night. What did you dream about?" "I dreamed of my parents. They took me to do so many things." "That's nice. What did you do?" "All the things I love to do," Li Shiqi replied with a beaming smile. Chen Hongyao looked at him, her eyes filled with tenderness and a touch of sorrow. It was heartbreaking to think of him, an orphan, only able to reunite with his parents in dreams, doing the things he loved. Li Shiqi continued, "The sad part is, I've never actually seen them. In my dreams, I can never clearly see their faces." Chen Hongyao reassured him, "Someday, you'll find them." Li Shiqi nodded with a smile. "Yes, that's what I believe too." After a pause, he asked, "Sister, I'd like to explore a bit. Are there any Xingling dojo or Shinji camp in Maple Leaf City?" Li Shiqi was determined to go to the city to search for clues. His goals were clear, the Xingling dojo and Shinji camp. However, he knew nothing about the geography of Maple Leaf City. Upon hearing his plan, Chen Hongyao frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. "Are you sure you want to go?" she asked. Li Shiqi nodded firmly. "I want to take a look." Chen Hongyao sighed softly and explained, "You can go to the Xingling dojo. Someone will take you there later. But the Shinji camp." Her tone turned serious. "You can't get in." "Why not?" Li Shiqi asked, puzzled. Chen Hongyao patiently explained, "Shinji camp is a national military base, controlled by the lineage of the city lord. It's where they manufacture weapons and store a large amount of firearms, explosives, and ammunition. It's heavily guarded, and only key personnel from the War Department and important officials of the city lord's lineage can enter. Ordinary people can't even get close." She paused and added, "Even our Chun family, which is one of the top 10 families in Maple Leaf City, can't approach it, let alone enter." Li Shiqi responded with an understanding, "Oh," seemingly accepting the explanation. However, a sly glint flickered in his eyes, hinting at a plan forming in his mind. Soon, they arrived at the dining hall, which was already bustling with guests. At a large rectangular table, everyone was seated. The recently awakened Master Chen sat at the head, with Chun Huchio to his left and Chun Filong to his right. He Chong, Chen Peng, Dr. Zhao, and other members of the Chun family were seated on either side. Dr. Zhao's eyes lit up with excitement upon seeing Li Shiqi. He had wanted to witness Li Shiqi's medical skills since yesterday, but hadn't had the chance. Now, seeing Li Shiqi, he restrained his eagerness, deciding to wait until after breakfast. However, a woman at the table couldn't maintain her composure. She glared at Li Shiqi with such intensity, it was as if she wanted to tear him apart with her gaze. This woman, named Qin Wei, was the one Li Shiqi had subdued yesterday. She was about to stand up when Chun Peng held her back. "Xiao Wei, Grandpa and the others are here. Don't act impulsively," Chen Peng warned in a low voice. Although Chun Wei didn't lash out, the fury in her eyes remained undiminished. If looks could kill, Li Shiqi would have been dead hundreds of times over. At that moment, Master Chen noticed Li Shiqi. Despite his recent illness and still not being in the best condition, his eyes lit up instantly. He stood up, a radiant smile spreading across his face. "So you're the grandson of Brother Shingong, little Shiqi. I've been waiting for you," Master Chen said warmly. He quickly approached Li Shiqi and gave him an enthusiastic hug. "Not bad, solid muscles, strong and powerful, just like Shingong's grandson," Master Chen said with a smile, releasing him and looking him up and down with approval. "Little Shiqi, how is Shingong doing? Why didn't he come to see me himself?" Though he appeared somewhat frail, Master Chen's voice was still loud and full of cheer and warmth. His attitude toward Li Shiqi was as if he were welcoming his own grandson. Li Shiqi replied politely, "I think Shingong Grandpa couldn't get away." "Couldn't get away?" Master Chen repeated with a hint of doubt in his voice. Chen Shan furrowed his brows and asked in confusion. With his strength, he could conquer the world. How could he be trapped? Li Shiqi leaned closer to Chen Shan, his expression serious, and whispered, "He's been imprisoned in the 18th level of the Demon Suppression Prison." This statement hit Chen Shan like a sledgehammer, causing his heart to pound. His pupils contracted sharply, and his breath caught in his throat. The 18th level of the Demon Suppression Prison was synonymous with a life sentence. It was guarded by the Buddhist Lord Dizang and the underworld king from the shadows. Even the most talented fighters faced certain death there. However, Qinshan quickly composed himself. A smile appeared on his face, and he said in a relaxed tone, "Ha ha, it's nothing to worry about. With his abilities, even a dragon's lair or a tiger's den couldn't hold him. Come, Shichi, take a seat. Let's enjoy breakfast." Saying this, he enthusiastically led Li Shichi to the dining table. Chen Huqiu, quick on his feet, immediately stood up and offered his seat to Li Shichi, then sat down with Chun Hongyao at a lower seat. Everyone present was taken aback by this scene. Chun Shan allowing Li Shichi to sit in Chun Huqiu's place was undoubtedly a sign that he intended to groom Li Shichi as the next head of the Qin family. Chun Shan cleared his throat and looked around solemnly, announcing, "Everyone, this young man is Li Shichi, grandson of my friend, the master craftsman Li Qiuyu. In our youth, Li and I roamed the martial world, ventured into wild lands, and waded through treacherous waters, saved many times by this master craftsman. Just last night, Li Shichi saved my life again. Their family has shown immense kindness to our Qin family, a debt I, Qin Shan, can never repay." He paused before continuing. 40 years ago, Li and I made a pact. If he had a grandson and I had a granddaughter, I would marry my most beautiful granddaughter to his grandson. Now, his grandson is here with the letter, and I must honor my promise. From today, Li Shichi is the fiancé of Chen Hongyao. He will stay with us until they are of age to marry. I have spoken. Who agrees? Who objects? The room erupted in astonishment. Except for Chun Huqiu and Qin Feilong. No one expected that Qin Shan's first major decision after waking would be to arrange the marriage of Chun Hongyao and Li Shichi. Dr. Zhao scrutinized Li Shichi and glanced at Qin Shan, puzzled. How could Qin Shan be so eager to betroth the family's prized daughter to this seemingly boyish Li Shichi? Then he recalled the clan leader mentioning Dr. Li last night, deepening his confusion. At this moment, Chun Wei suddenly stood up, loudly protesting. "Grandfather, I disagree." Qin Shan gave her a cold look, and Chun Huqiu immediately scolded. Wei, this is not a matter for children to meddle in." Chun Wei wanted to argue but, under Chun Huqiu's stern gaze, reluctantly sat down, glaring at Li Shichi with resentment. Meanwhile, Li Shichi seemed oblivious to the surrounding commotion. He focused on enjoying his breakfast, a sip of soy milk, a boiled egg, and a fried dough stick, devouring them with great relish. Seeing this, Chun Wei silently cursed. "Bumpkin, it's like he's starved to death before." Chun Wei muttered, her eyes filled with undisguised disdain. Almost simultaneously, Chun Huqiu and Qin Feilong raised their hands in agreement. As key figures in the Qin family, their decisions carried significant weight. Seeing this, the others nodded in agreement, and the meeting room was soon filled with voices of assent. Chun Shan turned his gaze to Chun Hongyao, his voice tinged with anticipation. "Hongyao, what do you think?" Chun Hongyao stood up slowly, her eyes resolutely meeting Qin Shan's. "I'll follow Grandpa's arrangements." She was secretly calculating, knowing that Li Shichi had saved Qin Shan, essentially rescuing the entire Qin family, a debt of significant weight. Although her time with Li Shichi was short, she felt sympathy for his circumstances. She was well aware that in large families, marriages for women were often beyond their control. Instead of marrying a complete stranger, it seemed better to choose someone she knew a little about. Li Shichi was strong and had a decent personality, and with proper guidance, a happy future didn't seem out of reach. Besides, she had already made up her mind last night, and with Qin Shan's approval, she had no reason to oppose. The idea of a foster husband crossed her mind, and it didn't seem like a bad choice. Qin Shan was overjoyed, his hearty laughter echoing in the meeting room. Since no one has any objections, then it's settled. We. Just as he was about to announce the meal, a cold, piercing voice suddenly came from outside. "I object." With those words, a suffocating aura swept in like a tidal wave, as if a true god had descended, terrifying and boundless. Everyone's eyes instinctively turned to the doorway. At the entrance stood an old man and a young man, both exuding an air of arrogance. The elder, with hair and beard as white as snow, was tall and imposing, his gaze as sharp as a knife, revealing a formidable presence. He exuded an aura of authority without anger, his icy gaze sweeping over everyone present, creating a powerful sense of oppression. Beside him stood a young man, around 25 years old, with a bloated face and a large belly. His luxurious attire starkly contrasted with his corpulent figure. Dark circles under his eyes were particularly prominent, and he exuded an air of excess and cynicism, the very image of a typical playboy. Seeing these two unexpected visitors, Chun Huqiu, Qin Feilong, and others immediately wore grim expressions, their minds alert. The fact that the young master of the Shao family had personally come, and with such a demeanor, clearly indicated they were not here with good intentions. Chun Huqiu sat in a secondary seat, his sharp gaze sweeping over the two who had just entered, instantly recognizing their identities. The plump, Round-faced young man was none other than Shao Qi, the second young master of the Shao family, the second largest family in Maple Leaf City. Beside him stood an elderly man with white hair, Shao Jiang, a formidable figure in the Shao family, known as the Red Flower Double Staff. Shao Jiang's prowess was extraordinary, undefeated in the martial world for years, rumored to have reached the burning heaven stage, comparable to Qin Shan. Seeing this duo at the entrance, Chun Huchio's heart tightened. Shao Qi bringing Shao Jiang along clearly signaled they were here to demand an explanation. He took a deep breath, suppressing his inner unease, and put on a smile as he stood up. "Ah, isn't this young Master Shao? What brings you here today?" Chun Huchio greeted them warmly. "I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. Please, come this way. Let's head to the main hall." He gestured to lead Shao Qi and Shao Jiang towards the main hall, but Shao Qi remained rooted, his cold gaze fixed on Chun Huchio. "Patriarch Chun, you've played quite the trick on us." Chun Huchio feigned calmness. "Young Master Shao, what do you mean by that?" Shao Qi replied icily. "Recently, your Qin family was in dire straits, and you personally came to our Shao family, proposing to betroth Han Yao to me in exchange for our help. We even agreed to hold the engagement banquet today. Yet, last night, rumors spread like wildfire that Han Yao wanted to cancel the engagement. Patriarch Qin, are you toying with our Shao family? Where does this leave our family's reputation?" As Shao Qi spoke, his gaze, sharp as a knife, swept across everyone in the dining room, finally landing on Li Shiqi. His eyes narrowed, exuding a murderous aura. The news of Chun Hongyao wanting to care for a relative's child and canceling the engagement had spread like wildfire in Maple Leaf City the previous night. Upon hearing this upon waking, Shao Qi was furious, convinced he had been played by Chun Huchio and cuckolded by Chun Hongyao. He immediately brought Shao Jiang with him, rushing to the Chun family to demand an explanation, determined to find the culprit. Familiar with everyone in the Qin family, Shao Qi immediately zeroed in on the unfamiliar face of Li Shiqi. Coupled with the rampant rumors from last night, he concluded that this young man leisurely eating breakfast was the one responsible for Chun Hongyao's decision to cancel the engagement. Chun Huchio's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly forced a smile. "Young Master Shao, this is all a misunderstanding. Let me explain." Bang! Before he could finish, Qin Shan slammed the table, demanding in a cold voice, "Huchio, what is going on here?" Caught in a dilemma, Chun Huchio's gaze flickered between the icy Shao Qi and the furious Qin Shan. He couldn't afford to offend either side. With this realization, he angrily glanced back at Chun Hongyao. Knowing her well, he suspected she had deliberately spread the news. However, Chun Hongyao quietly ate her breakfast, seemingly oblivious to the situation. Li Shiqi was the same, focused on his meal, ignoring the tense atmosphere around him. Chun Feilong sighed, stepping forward to whisper in Chun Shan's ear, explaining the entire situation. After listening, Chun Shan's expression turned cold, and he asked in a stern voice, "Huchio, did the Shao family offer us any assistance?" Chun Huchio shook his head, "Not yet." He explained that their agreement with the Shao family was to hold the engagement banquet that evening, and only after the engagement ceremony was finalized would the Shao family fully assist in helping the Chun family through their crisis. The Shao family is known for not acting before they see tangible benefits. Before the engagement party is held, they are unlikely to offer any help. Upon hearing this, Chun Shan's lips curled into a cold smile, and his gaze, sharp as a blade, locked onto Shao Qi. Since the Shao family hasn't extended a helping hand yet, the agreement is naturally not in effect. Our Qin family owes you nothing. Who Han Yao chooses to care for is our family matter and has nothing to do with the Shao family. Young Master Shao, please leave. As a pillar of the Qin family and once one of the top 10 figures in Maple Leaf City, Qin Shan knew Shao Qi's character well. To him, Shao Qi was nothing more than a spoiled brat who had caused harm to many, never leaving a good impression. Now, Li Shiqi was not only the grandson of his benefactor but also a new member of the Qin family, so Qin Shan wouldn't stand by and let Shao Qi cause trouble. Upon hearing this, Shao Qi raised an eyebrow, his eyes growing colder. His gaze bypassed Qin Huchio and landed on Li Shiqi, as if he wanted to tear him apart. At that moment, Li Shiqi, having drunk his soy milk too quickly, had a bit of white residue at the corner of his mouth. Chun Hongyao gently lifted his chin, took a handkerchief from her sleeve, and softly wiped it away. This scene completely ignited Shao Qi's fury. Chun Hongyao would rather care for a relative's child than choose him, which was a blatant humiliation. Shao Qi first swept his knife-like gaze over Qin Shan, then glared viciously at Li Shiqi, and finally turned to Qin Huchio, gritting his teeth as he said, "Patriarch Chun, I will not let today's matter rest. Your Qin family has embarrassed my Shao family, leaving us disgraced. From this moment on, the Shao and Qin families are enemies. I will not swallow this insult. Shao Jiang, take action and get rid of that little brat for me." Before he finished speaking, Shao Jiang had already vanished like a ghost, clearly heading towards Li Shiqi. The air was thick with tension, and everyone's nerves were stretched to the breaking point. In the next instant, Shao Jiang appeared behind Li Shiqi like a ghost. emanating an overwhelming aura of demonic power. His enormous hand, filled with immense force, moved as fast as lightning, aiming to strike the back of Li Shiqi's head with lethal intent. The wind from his palm whistled through the air, filled with murderous intent, clearly intending to end Li Shiqi's life. Chen Heqiu, Chen Hongyao, Chen Feilong, and others turned pale in an instant, their hearts nearly stopping. They wanted to intervene, but Xiao Zhang's strength and speed were too overwhelming, leaving them powerless, forced to watch this terrifying scene unfold. Chen Shan's eyes were filled with rage as he desperately wanted to help. However, as he began to channel his energy, a sharp pain erupted in his chest. His body, with its still recovering meridians, blood vessels, and nerves, simply couldn't bear the strain. He could only watch in despair, feeling as if his heart were being torn apart. No one in the Chen family anticipated that Shao Qi would dare to be so brazen, attempting to kill Li Shiqi in front of everyone. Their hearts were in their throats, and breathing became difficult. Seeing Xiao Zhang's move, Shao Qi's face twisted into a sinister grin, imagining Li Shiqi being smashed into a pulp. Bringing Xiao Zhang today was to seek justice, to kill the relative under Chen Hongyao's care in front of Chen Heqiu and others, declaring to the Chen family, Chen Hongyao belongs to him. As a cultivator of the burning heaven realm, Xiao Zhang's power was enough to rival even the elder of the Chen family, and could contend with the top 10 of Maple Leaf. In his eyes, killing a mere Li Shiqi was a trivial task. However, Shao Qi's satisfaction lasted less than a second before his smile froze. Faced with Xiao Zhang's thunderous strike, Li Shiqi neither dodged nor evaded, instead casually raising a single chopstick. Poof! The chopstick, like a sharp sword, effortlessly pierced through Xiao Zhang's palm. Blood splattered, yet the chopstick continued its momentum, like lightning, aiming directly for Xiao Zhang's face. This sudden reversal left everyone present dumbfounded, as if time had stopped at that moment. Xiao Jiang, a master at the burning heaven realm, looked at Li Shiqi with disdain, as if he were merely an ant. He thought to himself that Li Shiqi was insignificant, someone he could easily crush. However, in that moment of underestimation, a chopstick pierced through his hand like a bolt of lightning. The sudden pain caused Xiao Zhang's expression to change dramatically. His pupils contracted, and his heart pounded as the chopstick, now a streak of silver light, raced toward his forehead faster than lightning. Despite his desperate attempts to dodge, he found his body unresponsive. With a puff, the chopstick grazed Xiao Zhang's cheek, slicing off an ear. He recoiled like a startled beast, putting distance between himself and Li Shiqi. His eyes were filled with disbelief and fear, as if he had just faced an ancient beast rather than an ordinary person. Everything happened so quickly, in the span of a single breath. The onlookers hadn't even processed the events before Xiao Jiang had retreated far from Li Shiqi. Their gazes shifted between the two, too shocked to speak. Xiao Jiang trembled as he touched his cheek, his hand covered in blood. The pain from his severed ear was unbearable, and his palm bore a small, clear hole. Staring at Li Shiqi, he asked in a trembling voice, Who are you? Recalling that instant, Xiao Jiang felt as if he had been targeted by an ancient demon, his entire body chilled. He was relieved to have escaped a fatal blow, but the fear lingered. The atmosphere was tense. Chen Shan, Dr. Zhao, Chen Heqiu, and Chen Feilong were all stunned, unable to believe what had transpired. Chen Hongyao's gaze flickered between Li Shiqi and Xiao Jiang, as if searching for clues. Yet Li Shiqi remained exceptionally calm, as if nothing had happened. He leisurely ate a fried dough stick, savoring it. Only the blood-stained chopstick silently recounted the recent events. Li Shiqi carefully wiped the blood from the chopstick, leaving no trace. The crowd began to whisper, speculating among themselves. None had clearly seen what occurred, only that Xiao Jiang suddenly lost an ear. Xiao Qi's smile froze, replaced by deep incredulity. He couldn't accept that a master at the burning heaven realm was injured by a mere child. Xiao Qi gritted his teeth, seething with anger. He shouted at Xiao Jiang, I ordered you to kill him. What are you playing at? Putting on a show? Or did you not eat enough? Anyone who dares to compete with me for a woman, even a 1-year-old brat, must die. I command you, kill that brat now. His eyes were filled with icy murderous intent, eager to tear Li Shiqi to pieces. However, Xiao Zhang's expression showed hesitation. This seemingly ordinary boy appeared to harbor a terrifying, hidden power. Xiao Qi, despite his young age, had already reached the newborn realm in cultivation, and the divine fetus in the altar had even grown into a new life, showcasing the immense resources the Xiao family had invested in him. However, compared to Xiao Jiang, his strength was like a firefly to the bright moon, vastly inferior. When Li Shiqi made his move, Xiao Qi was completely unaware, thinking Xiao Jiang was merely acting. He began to speak disrespectfully, his words full of disdain for Xiao Jiang. Hearing this, Xiao Jiang's face turned dark and stormy, cursing inwardly, but he could only suppress his anger and press a cloth against his bleeding wound. Young master, the patriarch is looking for you today. We should head back, Xiao Jiang urged in a low voice, a hint of urgency in his tone. In a clash of experts, one could gauge the depth of skill with a single move. Although Li Shiqi didn't even glance at him, the aura he emitted in that instant was as overwhelming as Mount Tai, making Xiao Jiang feel an unprecedented threat of death. It was as if he were facing a towering demon king, and he was as insignificant as an ant, liable to be crushed at any moment. Xiao Jiang's strong survival instinct told him he must leave immediately to distance himself from this terrifying presence. However, his advice fell on deaf ears. Xiao Qi, consumed by anger, couldn't hear him at all. Don't try to scare me with my father. Are you going to fight or not? Xiao Qi shouted, his voice dripping with scorn and contempt. Xiao Jiang gritted his teeth, his expression grim, and quietly urged again. Young master, let's go back. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Qi had already strode over to Xiao Jiang and delivered a loud slap across his face. Xiao Jiang, don't think that just because you're strong, you can dictate my actions. I'm telling you, no matter how powerful you are, in our Xiao family, you're still just a dog. I'll ask you one last time, are you going to fight or not? Xiao Jiang's cheek burned red from the slap, yet he dared not resist. He shook his head with difficulty, his eyes carrying a hint of pleading, hoping Xiao Qi would understand the gravity of the situation. Coward! Xiao Qi roared with fury, kicking Xiao Jiang away. Then he turned to face Li Shiqi, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If Xiao Jiang won't fight, then I will. No sooner had he spoken than the altar behind Xiao Qi appeared, radiating divine light and a formidable aura. But just as he was about to make a move, a towering figure appeared before him like a specter. Chun Shan loomed over Xiao Qi like a majestic mountain, exuding an overpowering pressure that momentarily stole Xiao Qi's breath. Before he could react, Chun Shan delivered a heavy slap to his face. Then, with one hand, Chun Shan grabbed Xiao Qi and tossed him like garbage, sending him flying 200 meters outside the castle. His cold voice echoed in the air. You may throw your weight around in the Xiao family, but here in the Qin family, you're courting death. This slap is on behalf of old Master Xiao as a lesson to you. Cause trouble here again, and you'll be executed without mercy. Now get lost. Chun Shan's voice was like rolling thunder, brimming with authority and killing intent, intimidating everyone present. Xiao Qi was thrown heavily to the ground, landing on his back with his limbs sprawled out, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, leaving him in a sorry state. He struggled to his feet with great difficulty and was about to speak when he locked eyes with Chun Shan, whose gaze was filled with murderous intent. Instantly, Xiao Qi felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, unable to utter a single word. Chun Shan's position among the top 10 of Fengye City was not just an empty title, it was earned through countless lives. His reputation in Fengye City was legendary, instilling fear in many powerful factions. Xiao Qi had come here after hearing that Chun Shan was possessed by a demon and gravely injured, hoping to flaunt his power with Xiao Jiang. But now, seeing Chun Shan as vigorous as ever, he was scared out of his wits. Despite this, Xiao Qi was unwilling to admit defeat. He endured the intense pain and gritted his teeth, saying, Fine, fine, fine. Chun Shan, you really have guts. I hereby declare that from now on, our Xiao family and your Qin family are irreconcilable enemies, until death. After delivering his threat, he glared fiercely at Li Shiqi, threatening harshly. You little brat, you'd better stay hidden in the Chun household forever. Otherwise, if I catch you outside, I'll make sure you pay with your life. Having finished his threats, Xiao Qi stormed off in a fit of rage, with Xiao Jiang quickly following behind. Chun Shan nonchalantly returned to his seat and said calmly, It's nothing, everyone, don't mind it. Let's continue eating. The others, who were ready to intervene, relaxed and resumed their meal quietly. At this moment, Li Shiqi stood up, smiling, and said, I'm full. Grandpa Chun, Sister Hanyao, I'm going to the restroom. With that, he dashed out of the dining room and disappeared in no time. Chun Shan's gaze fell on the chopsticks Li Shiqi had just used, noticing they were wiped immaculately clean. He looked up at the ceiling and saw an extremely fine sword energy piercing through the top of the castle, reaching into the sky and even splitting the clouds. This sword energy was so subtle that it would be impossible to notice without careful observation. Chun Shan fell into contemplation. Could this sword energy have been released by Li Shiqi using the chopsticks? Why was it that even as a master of the burning heaven realm, he hadn't sensed it at all? What astonishing power was hidden within this seemingly ordinary young boy? On a small path outside the Chun family's castle, the atmosphere inside a car was tense. Xiao Qi was furious, unleashing a torrent of abuse at Xiao Jiang beside him. Xiao Jiang, you bastard. I brought you here to unleash hell, and you just stood there doing nothing, making me lose face. What use are you to the Xiao family? As Xiao Qi cursed, he slapped Xiao Jiang repeatedly. Xiao Jiang's once resolute face soon swelled like a pig's head, yet this powerful cultivator in the burning heaven realm didn't flinch, allowing Xiao Qi's abuse to continue without even a frown. Xiao Qi grew more aggressive, suddenly drawing a sharp dagger from his waist, and stabbing it fiercely into Xiao Zhang's shoulder. Blood gushed out, staining Xiao Zhang's shirt. Xiao Qi then brandished the dagger, leaving bloody trails on Xiao Zhang's body. After venting his anger, Xiao Qi put away the dagger with a cold snort. You're lucky you're tough. Now tell me, why didn't you act earlier? Xiao Zhang replied expressionlessly. That Li Shiqi is no ordinary person. If we had acted, we might have really died. He then described in detail everything he sensed from Li Shiqi. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud slap landed on his face again. Xiao Zhang, can't you come up with a better excuse? Do you think I'll believe that? Just some young kid. What's so scary about him? Even if he started cultivating in the womb, after 8 years, he'd only reached the newborn realm at best. How could he threaten you? You're just afraid of Chen Shan. Admit it. You coward. Xiao Qi cursed and kicked Xiao Zhang hard. You're just a cowardly servant. Get in the car and drive. Silently, Xiao Zhang got up and walked to the driver's seat. As the car slowly started, a loud crash echoed, and a figure descended from the sky like a meteor, smashing the car's front end. Standing atop the wreckage was Li Shiqi, with an innocent, radiant smile, greeting the two inside. Hello. Despite the friendly appearance, Xiao Zhang felt an alarm go off in his mind. Reacting immediately, Xiao Zhang summoned his spiritual altar, his true energy surging, grabbing Xiao Qi and rolling them out of the car just before a brilliant blade light sliced through it, leaving a deep, 300-meter-long scar on the ground. Xiao Qi was stunned, finally realizing Xiao Zhang's words were true. Li Shiqi, still smiling, asked, Young Master Xiao, have you studied the Luanyu? Xiao Qi instinctively responded, Luanyu? Confucius Analects. Li Shiqi nodded. Yes, it says, when you arrive, you should settle. Since the enemy has come to trouble you, you should lay them to rest in the ground, right? Xiao Qi and Xiao Zhang exchanged glances, realizing this wasn't the Analects, but a spinning tale. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhang shouted, Young Master, run. I'll hold him off. He then threw Xiao Qi far away with all his strength. His spiritual altar shone brightly, and a jade-green deity emerged, wielding a demon-subduing pestle, absorbing sunlight to form a fiery armor. The deity swiftly moved beside Li Shiqi, bringing down the pestle with immense force. Simultaneously, countless sword lights shot from the altar, targeting Li Shiqi's vital points. Xiao Zhang followed closely, brandishing a battle sword aimed at Li Shiqi's throat. However, all attacks missed. Li Shiqi had vanished. Alarmed, Xiao Zhang turned to see Li Shiqi had caught up to Xiao Qi midair, his butcher's knife gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Just as Xiao Zhang moved to assist, he collapsed. Looking down, he saw his body covered in countless knife marks. Overwhelmed by pain, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. In midair, Xiao Qi turned to see Li Shiqi behind him, still wearing that congenial smile. Looking past Li Shiqi, Xiao Qi saw Xiao Zhang lying motionless on the ground, and panic seized him. Since you came, you should settle here, young Master Xiao. You wanted to kill me, so you should stay. Li Shiqi said cheerfully. Desperate to survive, Xiao Qi shouted, You're not qualified to kill me. Watch my meteor sea canopy. His spiritual altar manifested, unleashing a treasure that radiated dazzling light. Instantly, the winds rose and clouds surged, altering the very sky. Xiao Qi unleashed a peculiar magical artifact, the Meteor Sea Reversal Shield. This palm-sized treasure was hemispherical, crafted from ancient bronze and mysterious flaming metal. Its surface glimmered with a dark golden sheen, engraved with intricate runes and totems, emanating an aura of ancient power. Inside, one half was filled with brilliant meteors, the other with surging seawater, containing astonishing might. As Xiao Qi infused it with his power, the Meteor Sea Reversal Shield erupted instantly. Half of the meteors shot across the sky like arrows, targeting Li Shiqi, while the other half transformed into starlight, forming a protective shield around Xiao Qi. Simultaneously, the seawater poured out, turning the sky into a vast ocean, engulfing both of them. You little brat, you will die. Xiao Qi sneered, his eyes gleaming with certainty of victory. As the treasured heirloom of the Xiao family, the Meteor Sea Reversal Shield was immensely powerful. The meteors, like swords, had pierced through everything before, even killing a master of the Burning Heaven realm. The Starlight armor could withstand a full-force attack from a Burning Heaven realm expert without damage. Most terrifyingly, the waves could engulf and drain all the true energy and blood energy from a cultivator, showcasing boundless terror. Xiao Qi was confident that with this artifact, he was invincible. Li Shiqi, surrounded by the ocean and attacked by meteors, was destined to die. However, as Xiao Qi reveled in his triumph, the scene before him made his eyes widen in horror. The massive meteors shattered as they approached Li Shiqi. Even more astonishing, the seawater that had submerged Li Shiqi suddenly reversed, flowing back into the Meteor Sea Reversal Shield. Impossible! How can you reverse the flow of the artifact seawater? Xiao Qi exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the unfolding scene. His artifact, capable of killing a Burning Heaven realm cultivator, was effortlessly neutralized by Li Shiqi. The ability to reverse the function of such an artifact required at least a mid-level burning heaven realm cultivation. Xiaoqi couldn't comprehend how someone as young as Li Shiqi could reach such a realm. While he was shocked, Li Shiqi approached him. The young hand gently grasped the Meteor Sea reversal shield floating in the air, and the starlight armor on Xiaoqi shattered instantly, flowing back into the shield. Xiaoqi was once again astounded, almost unable to believe his eyes. This family heirloom required specific techniques to operate, and if forcibly taken by an outsider, it would retaliate. Yet, in Li Shiqi's hands, it was like an ordinary toy, unresponsive. This toy is interesting, like a music box, Li Shiqi remarked casually, playing with the artifact with a hint of disappointment in his tone. Too bad, there's no music inside. Not very fun. A music box? Not fun. Xiaoqi, hearing this, was instantly enraged. The threat from Li Shiqi filled Xiaoqi with fear. He knew all too well that Li Shiqi could easily knock Xiao Jiang unconscious, and killing him would be even easier. When Li Shiqi removed the meteor falling into the sea shield, Xiaoqi was shocked and immediately activated his strongest technique, summoning the newborn from the shrine. This newborn deity had a pair of wings on its back, soaring into the sky like an eagle, pulling Xiaoqi upwards. Anxious to escape Li Shiqi's clutches, he hadn't flown more than 3 meters when a sharp butcher's knife whistled through the air, cleaving the deity in two. Xiaoqi crashed heavily to the ground, limbs sprawled, blood spraying from his mouth, and his back searing with pain. Above him, the shattered deity was crumbling piece by piece. This deity was Xiaoqi's second life, and its destruction caused a backlash, severing his internal meridians, making him cough up more blood, his face pale as paper. Though not immediately fatal, the destruction of the deity left Xiaoqi crippled, a fate worse than death. His eyes burned red with madness as he roared at Li Shiqi. "You little bastard, you dare cripple me. I'll kill you. I'll kill you." Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, making him look like a terrifying, sinister creature. Li Shiqi, expressionless, summoned the meteor falling into the sea shield again, and a massive meteor-like sword energy swept across the sky, instantly knocking Xiaoqi away, leaving him on the brink of death. Li Shiqi coldly said, "Let this be a lesson. Next time you provoke me, I won't hold back." With that, he retracted the shield and the butcher's knife, disappearing swiftly. Xiaoqi watched Li Shiqi leave, seething with hatred, his eyes bloodshot. Fine, fine, Li Shiqi, you took my fiancé, beat me, and stole my treasures. Even if it kills me, I won't let you go." He took out a long-distance communication talisman, intending to contact the Xiao family patriarch, Xiao Zhantian, to deal with Li Shiqi. At that moment, a chilling voice came from behind. "I'm afraid you won't get the chance to act against him." Xiaoqi's face changed dramatically as he quickly turned around. He was confronted by a mysterious figure dressed in a black robe and wearing a sinister ghost mask. Only a pair of cold eyes were visible, filled with murderous intent, emanating a strange and terrifying aura. Xiaoqi glared at the unwelcome guest, shouting, "Who are you? How dare you interfere?" With his question was abruptly cut off by a loud crash. The mysterious masked man's sword energy sliced through the air like lightning, and before Xiaoqi could finish his sentence, he was reduced to dust. Immediately, the sharp sword energy shot towards Xiao Jiang in the distance like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Jiang also turned to ashes, both vanishing without a trace. After accomplishing this, the enigmatic figure turned to face the direction of the Qin family, murmuring to himself, "Li Shiqi? Interesting, very interesting." Meanwhile, inside the Qin family castle, Li Shiqi was skillfully climbing through the window of a villa bathroom. He quickly washed his hands, maintaining an innocent smile on his face, as if none of the recent events concerned him. He thought to himself, "If people don't provoke me, I won't provoke them." Although he had no quarrel with Xiao Jiang and Xiaoqi, since they intended to kill him, he had to act first. Li Shiqi was convinced that revenge should be exacted immediately and not delayed. Li Shiqi effortlessly located his luggage and carefully placed the meteor ocean cloak inside. He selected a few treasures, packed them in a snakeskin bag, and securely fastened it to his waist. These treasures were borrowed from demons in the demon prison and were certainly valuable. He planned to sell them to cover his living expenses in Maple Leaf City. His grandfather's teachings echoed in his mind. Never owe favors. Although he helped the Chun family deal with the demons, he couldn't freeload without contributing to the expenses. Besides, his grandfather also said, "It doesn't matter how wealthy others are. Having money in your own hands is what truly matters." This reinforced Li Shiqi's determination to earn money. At this moment, Li Shiqi, with a bulging snakeskin bag around his waist and a butcher knife tucked behind him, appeared both peculiar and bulky. With these accessories, he approached Chun Hongyao in the hall, cheerfully saying, "Sister, would you like to go shopping with me?" Chun Hongyao smiled slightly at the enthusiastic Li Shiqi and replied, "We can go shopping, but there's something we need to do first. There's someone who wants to meet you." Li Shiqi paused, puzzled, and asked, "Who?" Chun Hongyao didn't elaborate, simply saying, "Follow me." Li Shiqi followed her, filled with curiosity and confusion. Who wanted to meet him? Why did Chen Honyao seem so mysterious? What kind of surprise or trouble would this unexpected meeting bring him? With these questions in mind, Li Shiqi followed Chen Honyao, heading towards the unknown encounter. In the dining room of the Chen family castle, a heavy atmosphere hung over Chen Shan, Chen Huqiu, Chen Feilong, and others as they had breakfast. The usual lively scene was absent, replaced by an unmistakable worry on everyone's face. Dr. Zhao took a bite of a steaming bun, looked seriously at Chen Shan, and said, "Although Shao Qi is young, he is a direct descendant of the Shao family. Not only does he possess the family's treasured items, but he also has a guardian at the Burning Heaven realm. By humiliating him today, you've effectively slapped the Shao family in the face. From what I know of Shao Qi, neither he nor the Shao family will let this go easily. You must be prepared for their fierce retaliation." These words plunged the Chen family back into silence, especially Chen Huqiu, whose expression grew even darker. He calculated in his mind. Due to Chen Shan's illness, most of the Chen family's industries had been devoured by the other 9 families, leaving only 2 sectors barely surviving. The family's funds were nearing depletion, enough to last only 3 more months. With Chen Shan just recovering, his combat power and prestige were inevitably diminished. If the Shao family strikes now, the Chen family would suffer severe losses. If they allied with other families, the Chen family could face annihilation. At this moment, Chen Huqiu felt a heavy weight in his heart, lamenting the dire situation they were in. The atmosphere at the table grew even more oppressive, and everyone remained silent. Chen Feilong glanced at Chen Honyao, who was eating expressionlessly, and asked, "Honyao, what are your thoughts?" Chen Honyao elegantly wiped her mouth and replied calmly, "I will follow grandfather's lead." All eyes turned to Chen Shan. As he continued to enjoy his breakfast, he said coldly, "If soldiers come, we defend with generals. If water comes, we cover with earth. What's there to fear? I was possessed by evil spirits before, and that's why they dared to be arrogant. Once I'm fully recovered, anyone who dares to trouble the Chen family will be dealt with. They think I'm easy to bully? They're just a bunch of little bastards." With that, he nonchalantly ate another boiled egg, showing no concern for the Shao family. Chen Feilong said seriously, "Brother, with you here, they might not dare to act openly, but they could secretly undermine our industries. If we lose our economic foundation, the family will fall apart." Chen Shan's eyes flashed with determination as he responded, "You're mistaken. In this world, strength is paramount. For a great family, the most important asset isn't money, it's talent. Experts. Other families maintain their positions because they have ancestors at the Burning Heaven realm. I'm also at that level and 100 years younger than their ancestors, with a promising future. As long as I'm here, they won't dare to make reckless moves. If they anger me, I'll confront them heated. There's no need to worry. Once I'm fully recovered, I'll personally make them return everything they've taken." Chen Shan spoke with confidence and authority, exuding an air of invincibility. His last words were accompanied by a fierce glare, radiating a sense of unmatched power. In Maple Leaf City, the other 9 families' ancestors at the peak of the Burning Heaven realm were mostly over 100 years old, some even over 200, with diminished vitality and limited endurance in battle. In contrast, Chen Shan was young and vigorous, with limitless potential, which was the Chen family's greatest source of confidence. Chen Shan, a nearly 70-year-old master of cultivation, has reached the pinnacle of the Burning Heaven realm. His formidable strength enables him to stand toe-to-toe with the ancestors of the other 9 great families, making him a standout figure in Maple Leaf City. Chen Shan is fiery and fierce by nature, exhibiting a tiger-like bravery. Despite his age, he remains at the peak of his powers. If he were to fight with all his might, he could take down at least 3 other Burning Heaven ancestors with him. This formidable prowess deters many family elders from challenging him lightly. It is largely due to Chen Shan's reputation that the Chun family has secured its place among the top 10 families in Maple Leaf City, with Chen Shan himself being one of the 10 elders. However, despite having such a powerful figure at their helm, Chen Huqiu and Chen Feilong remain deeply worried. The reason for their concern is the Chun family's lack of strong foundation. Apart from Chen Shan, there is no one else in the family who has reached the Burning Heaven realm. If the other 9 families were to join forces against them, Chen Shan might be able to escape with his life, but the younger generation would likely face disaster. As a newly established member of the top 10 families, the Chen family's roots are not as deep as those of the other 9. If conflict were to erupt, the Chen family could face annihilation in the ensuing bloodbath. Amid their concerns for the family's fate, a chillingly powerful aura suddenly emanated from outside the castle, causing everyone's expressions to change as they looked up in unison. In the sky outside the castle, countless meteors streaked across the heavens, and at the same time, a vast ocean appeared out of nowhere, shrouding the sky with unfathomable mysteries. It's the Shao family's meteor ocean canopy. Chen Shan, Dr. Zhao, Chen Huqiu, Chen Feilong, and Chen Honyao exclaimed in unison. The meteor ocean canopy is the Shao family's treasured artifact, always carried by Shao Qi. This powerful artifact allows Shao Qi to unleash combat power comparable to the burning heaven realm. Now that Shao Qi has deployed this treasure, it is clear he has encountered a formidable adversary. As a direct descendant of the Shao family, Shao Qi holds a prestigious status, and yet someone dared to attack him within Maple Leaf City? Moreover, it seems the assailant's goal is not just to provoke, but to take Shao Qi's life. Considering that Shao Jiang is a burning heaven expert and Shao Qi's power, when wielding the meteor ocean canopy, is comparable to the early burning heaven realm, who could be so audacious as to engage them in battle in Maple Leaf City? The group stood 2 kilometers away, their eyes fixed on the terrifying glow. The overwhelming power of the meteor's descent was palpable even from such a distance, leaving everyone present feeling a sense of dread. Even Chen Shan, who was usually calm, showed a hint of apprehension in his eyes. However, this breathtaking scene lasted for less than 10 seconds. Suddenly, all the light receded like a tide, and the world returned to calm. The group exchanged glances, all sharing the same thought. Shao Qi's opponent had likely been completely annihilated. They shook their heads in sympathy for the unfortunate soul who dared to challenge 2 formidable experts of the burning heaven realm. Such power could sweep through half of Maple Leaf City, with no one able to resist. All right, let's get back to business, Dr. Zhao said, redirecting his gaze to Chen Huqiu and Chen Hongyao. I intended to meet with Li Shiqi, but the Shao family disrupted the plan. Now, could you please bring young Li here? I'm eager to witness his medical skills. Chen Hongyao immediately stood up. I'll go get him right away. With that, she quickly left her seat to find Li Shiqi. Dr. Zhao watched her leave, his anticipation growing. Meanwhile, He Chong put down his chopsticks and looked at Chen Shan with curiosity. Old sir, is the craftsman you mentioned really that remarkable? I've never heard of such a person. This question had been on his mind since the previous night. Upon hearing that Li Shiqi was the grandson of the craftsman, Chen Shan's eyes lit up with excitement, eager to bring Li Shiqi into the Chen family. Everyone present could see that Chen Shan wasn't interested in Li Shiqi himself, but was determined to gain the favor of the craftsman behind him. Dr. Zhao, Chen Huqiu, and the others also cast curious glances. They often heard Chen Shan mention the craftsman's name, yet across the country, such a figure seemed unheard of. This mysterious presence that could excite someone of Chen Shan's stature piqued their curiosity. Who exactly was this craftsman? Chen Shan sipped his soy milk, feeling the curious gazes of those around him. He frowned slightly, set the cup down, and said sternly, "What you shouldn't inquire about, don't inquire." With that, he resumed his breakfast in silence. Yet his thoughts drifted far into the past. His eyes grew distant, as if traveling back to a time etched deeply in his memory. Shengong, a name that stirred countless memories in Chen Shan's heart, was his childhood friend from the same village. Though not related by blood, they were closer than brothers. They once lived in a small city protected by the Xianhuang banner, enjoying peace and tranquility. However, fate is unpredictable. A sudden disaster changed their lives forever. Evil forces invaded the city, slaughtering indiscriminately. Both Chen Shan's and Shengong's parents were killed by a great demon. During the chaos, Shengong bravely saved Chen Shan and 10 other children. With the Xianhuang banner shattered, their home in ruins, the city became a wasteland. The 11 surviving children, led by Shengong, embarked on a difficult journey to find another city under the banner's protection, hoping for safety and refuge. During this arduous journey, Shengong somehow acquired a cultivation manual. He not only practiced diligently himself, but also taught the children with care. Under his guidance, they gradually learned to protect themselves. Yet, fate remained cruel. Some children, lacking talent, struggled to progress in their cultivation and perished in battles against evil forces. Ultimately, only 5 children, under Shengong's protection, reached their destination safely. Upon arriving in the large city, Shengong joined the Lingshu Bureau as a city patrol guard, akin to a police officer. With a stable income, he supported the 5 children, investing all he had in purchasing the necessary herbs, pills, and weapons for their cultivation. Once the children achieved a certain level of skill, Shengong knelt before his superiors to secure positions for them as city patrol guards. Thus, the 5 children gained official status and began to receive government support. Shengong's sacrifices extended further. When he learned that the Lingshu Bureau's director planned an expedition to the wilderness, he volunteered to lead Chen Shan and the others. In the wilderness, Chen Shan witnessed Shengong's awe-inspiring strength. Even facing demon-level threats, Shengong could effortlessly dispatch them with a mere flick of his fingers. Standing beside Shengong, Chen Shan felt his own insignificance. The vast difference in power made him feel like an ant. To this day, that feeling lingers in Chen Shan's heart. He believes that even if he dedicates his life to cultivation, he will never reach Shengong's level, forever destined to follow in his elder brother's footsteps, gazing up at his back. However, destiny struck cruelly once more. The Lingshu Bureau's director violated a taboo in the wilderness, leading to a city-destroying catastrophe. On that day, countless evil forces surged forth like a tidal wave, obliterating their city in an instant. Bullets, cannons, the Xianhuang banner, all defenses crumbled before the terrifying onslaught. The towering city walls were leveled, the city lord, the bureau director, and numerous officials perished. The entire city became a hell on earth, with blood staining every inch and corpses littering the streets. When Shingong returned with Chun Shan and the others from an assignment, the sight before them was heart-wrenching. The once prosperous city lay in ruins, filled with cries of despair. Faced with this devastation, Shingong made an unimaginable decision. After a brief farewell to Chen Shan and the others, he ventured alone into the wilderness, never to be heard from again. This past replays in Chun Shan's mind, every detail vivid, as if it were yesterday. He took a deep breath, forcing himself back to the present. The surrounding clamor seemed distant, with only the cup of now-cold soy milk silently marking the passage of time. The 5 individuals parted ways, each embarking on their own unique life journey. Chun Shan arrived in Maple City, and with the cultivation manual gifted by Shingong, he went from being alone to having a large family, establishing the Qin dynasty, one of the 10 great families. His admiration for Shingong was as endless as a flowing river. Later, rumors spread that Shingong re-emerged from the wilderness, moving through various cities, leaving chaos in his wake, and quickly becoming the most wanted criminal in Longhua. At that time, Shingong still went by his original name. A letter arrived, disrupting Chen Shan's peace. In it, Shingong explained the reasons for his actions and announced that he was abandoning his old name, officially changing it to Shingong Li Qiyu. After that, Shingong disappeared without a trace, as if he had vanished from the world. Last night, as Chen Shan reread the old letter, he was overwhelmed with emotions, longing to talk all night with Li Shiqi to uncover Shingong's whereabouts. Unfortunately, fate didn't favor him. He was possessed by a monkey demon, leaving him only 5 minutes of consciousness before falling into a deep coma. By the time he awoke, Li Shiqi was already asleep, and the opportunity for conversation was lost. Despite this, Chen Shan understood that Shingong's long silence must have a hidden reason. He secretly resolved not to reveal anything without Shingong's consent. He Chong, Dr. Zhao, Chen Huqiu, and others were taken aback, exchanging knowing glances. The phrase, "don't ask what you shouldn't," made it clear that Shingong's identity was mysterious and not to be easily probed. Wisely, they suppressed their curiosity. At that moment, footsteps approached, and Chun Hongyao and Li Shiqi returned to the dining room. Chen Shan immediately set down his chopsticks and warmly greeted them. "Little Shiqi, we were just talking about your grandfather. Come over here. Why did it take so long in the restroom?" In reality, only 3 minutes had passed from when Li Shiqi left the table to when he dealt with Xiao Jiang and his companion. Li Shiqi, unfazed, calmly replied, "The castle is so big, I got lost for a moment and ran into 2 people, so I took the chance to teach them a phrase in our language." Upon hearing this, Chen Shan raised an eyebrow with curiosity and asked, "The Analects? You've read books?" Li Shiqi responded with a confident smile, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. "Yes, I have. The Analects is a book filled with great wisdom, teaching me many life lessons," he replied easily. Then, with a more serious expression, he added, "For instance, the phrase 'to hear the way in the morning and die at night' is truly profound. My admiration for Confucius is immense." Li Shiqi's thoughts drifted back to the past. Before he was sent to the Demon Suppression Prison, his grandfather had earnestly taught him to read the Analects. His grandfather's words still echoed in his mind. "Study hard, so you can make something of yourself in the future." His grandfather had also provided a unique interpretation of the famous saying, "To hear the way in the morning and die at night means if I plan to assassinate you, I must find the way to your home during the day, and by nightfall, you should be done for." Little Shiqi, Confucius is telling us that in our line of work, you must scout the route before carrying out a mission. These words were deeply ingrained in Li Shiqi's mind, becoming his guiding principle. Even during the tough years in the Demon Suppression Prison, he never forgot this lesson. There, he learned another wise saying from a fellow inmate known as the tailor: "If you have come, then settle in." The tailor's unique interpretation was, "Since the enemy has come to trouble you, bury them." Li Shiqi's eyes shone with fervor as he exclaimed, "These sayings are incredibly practical and full of life philosophy. To me, Confucius is almost a divine figure." The Analects must be his way of summarizing the rules and experiences of his time in the underworld. Chun Shan listened with an appreciative expression, about to voice his admiration when Dr. Zhao urgently interrupted. With eyes bright with excitement and anticipation, Dr. Zhao said, "Old man, hold off on the reminiscing. Let me ask first." He took a deep breath and continued, "Li, last night when you treated the old man, was it the Heaven Demon Golden Silkworm Medical Manual?" Dr. Zhao's words revealed his exhaustion and excitement from a sleepless night. He had finally recalled that Li Shiqi's suturing technique was remarkably similar to certain methods in the Heaven Demon Golden Silkworm Medical Manual. The golden glowing thread was a distinctive feature of the heaven demon golden silkworm. This discovery had kept him awake all night, and now he couldn't wait to interrupt Qin Shan and Li Shiqi's conversation to get an answer. Li Shiqi's gaze shifted between Dr. Zhao and Chen Hongyao, his brow furrowed slightly. So, he's the one who wants to see me? Chen Hongyao nodded solemnly, introducing. Dr. Zhao Qingchuan is a benefactor of our Chen family. He not only treated my grandfather multiple times, but also administered vaccines and prepared medicinal pills for us when we were young, helping us with various ailments. I see. Li Shiqi nodded in understanding and turned to Zhao Qingchuan. Hello, Grandpa Zhao. I should clarify that the technique I practice is not the heavenly demon golden silkworm medical tome. Noticing a flicker of disappointment in Zhao Qingchuan's eyes, he quickly added, it's actually the more powerful 9 mystical 1000 gold manual. This revelation hit like a thunderclap. Zhao Qingchuan was visibly shaken, his eyes widened, and his voice trembled. What did you say? The 9 mystical 1000 gold manual, Li Shiqi repeated. Grandpa Zhao, you should know about this technique, right? Upon confirmation, Zhao Qingchuan was so overwhelmed with excitement that he trembled all over, even his lips quivered. As a healer, he understood the significance of technique levels. On Earth, techniques are categorized into 4 major levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, with each level further divided into 9 grades. He practiced a 5th grade Mysterious level technique, the innate Purple Gold Medicine Decision, combined with a 3rd grade Mysterious level Purple Extreme Divine Embryo, which allowed him to heal patients through a divine statue. Yet, the 9 mystical 1000 gold manual was a legendary 1st grade Heaven level medical technique, a full 4 levels higher. Zhao Qingchuan suddenly stood up, his voice trembling. All right, can you demonstrate it for me? Before Li Shiqi could respond, Zhao Qingchuan abruptly thrust his hand into his own chest, creating a gory hole. He withdrew his hand and looked at Li Shiqi expectantly. Little brotherly, can you heal me? Grandpa Zhao, isn't this a bit extreme? Li Shiqi sighed, but he stepped forward, extended his index finger, and touched the wound. In an instant, golden light burst forth. Countless golden threads emerged from his fingertip, meticulously repairing the wound like a well-disciplined army. Blood vessels, organs, nerves, and bones rapidly regenerated under the weaving of the golden needles. In just 5 minutes, the life-threatening wound healed completely, not even leaving a scar. Zhao Qingchuan summoned a shrine to examine the healing, finding that the golden threads perfectly mimicked the human anatomy, with blood flowing naturally through them. This level of medical skill had reached the realm of bringing the dead back to life. Everyone present was too stunned to speak. After a moment, Zhao Qingchuan dropped to his knees with a thud, looking earnestly at Li Shiqi. Please, master, accept me as your disciple. Zhao Qingchuan was a renowned medical expert in Maple Leaf City, with profound skills in medicine. He had practiced for decades, saving countless practitioners, earning high respect and status, and his abilities were unfathomable. However, today he encountered a young man who completely humbled him. Li Shiqi. Li Shiqi demonstrated flawless medical skills that surpassed anyone Zhao Qingchuan had ever seen. The esteemed medical authority didn't hesitate to kneel and seek to become a student of someone so young. This scene shocked those present, including Qin Shan, Qin Huqiu, He Chong, Qin Feilong, and Qin Hongyao. They watched in disbelief as Zhao Qingchuan, the big shot of the city's medical guild, the Qin family's doctor, and someone even the city lord had to schedule with, kneeled before Li Shiqi. The scene was so bizarre and absurd, it was like a bomb exploding in their minds. Li Shiqi hurriedly said, Grandpa Zhao, what are you doing? If you want that manual, I'll give it to you. Please get up. I'm too young to be your master. He reached out to help Zhao Qingchuan up, but the old man stubbornly remained kneeling. Zhao Qingchuan firmly stated, in the field of medicine, merit comes first, regardless of age. Your skills are 10,000 times more advanced than mine, so you naturally qualify to be my teacher. If you don't accept me today, I won't get up. His gaze was as firm as iron, as if making a solemn vow. Li Shiqi looked troubled, unsure of what to do. Chen Shan sighed and advised, Little Shiqi, since Grandpa Zhao wants to be your student, you should accept him, or he won't get up. He Chong agreed. Little brother, if you accept old Zhao, it will be a story worth telling. Zhao Qingchuan gratefully glanced at them. Li Shiqi scratched his nose and turned to Qin Hongyao for help. Sister Hongyao, what do you think? Qin Hongyao calmly replied. Don't ask me, just follow your heart. After thinking for a moment, Li Shiqi said to Zhao Qingchuan, Grandpa Zhao, you want the 9 mystical golden manual, right? Fine, I'll give it to you now. If you have any questions, come back and ask me. But, my teachings don't come for free, you'll have to pay. In fact, the 9 mystical golden manual was just a minor skill passed down to him by a female doctor. He had mastered it 4 years ago, and she had mentioned it wasn't valuable and could be given away freely. 3 years ago, he was already learning more advanced medical texts, and 2 years ago, he mastered an even higher level of medical knowledge. To Li Shiqi, the 9 mystical golden manual was basic, and giving it away didn't matter. However, since Zhao Qingchuan had no direct favor to him, only to the Qin family, he couldn't give it for free and had to charge. Zhao Qingchuan, upon hearing this, exclaimed excitedly, "Master, how much do you want? I'll give everything I have to gather it for you." Zhao Qingchuan spoke urgently. The lack of martial arts techniques is more important than money. His eyes sparkled with desire, and he leaned forward slightly, afraid of missing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Li Shiqi smiled faintly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. He said slowly, "I haven't decided yet. How about this? You write me an IOU, and when I make up my mind, I'll come to you to collect." Hearing this, Zhao Qingchuan nodded vigorously. "Sure, no problem." He turned around eagerly and gestured to a servant of the Qin family. The servant understood immediately and brought over paper and pen, respectfully handing them to Zhao Qingchuan. Zhao Qingchuan took the paper and pen, his fingers trembling slightly, but he steadied himself and quickly wrote the IOU. He deliberately left the amount blank and looked up at Li Shiqi, saying earnestly, "Master, no matter how much you want, just write it down, and I'll pay it all." With that, he solemnly signed the IOU. In Longhua, a signed and stamped IOU is akin to a legally binding contract. This IOU was essentially a blank check, allowing Li Shiqi to fill in any amount he desired in the future. Li Shiqi took the IOU, examined it carefully, and then tucked it away with satisfaction. He smiled kindly and said, "Very well, given your sincerity, I'll pass this tome on to you. But remember, besides money, you owe me a favor." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Shiqi extended his slender index finger, gently touching Zhao Qingchuan's forehead. Instantly, a faint golden light burst from his fingertip, entering Zhao Qingchuan's brow like a thin thread. Zhao Qingchuan's eyes suddenly brightened, and a trace of joy flashed in his pupils. The 9 Mystical Golden Tome, a first-grade heavenly medical technique. As a medical authority, he could clearly sense the profound and complex nature of the technique now in his mind. Overjoyed, Zhao Qingchuan's eyes filled with tears, and he knelt down without hesitation, repeatedly bowing to Li Shiqi. "Master, please accept my respects." His attitude was incredibly sincere, his voice full of gratitude and reverence. Everyone present was stunned by this scene. A first-grade heavenly technique was a rare treasure, even nationwide, capable of inciting fierce competition among countless factions. Li Shiqi had passed it on so easily. Such a gesture was indeed grand. However, upon seeing the blank check in Li Shiqi's hand, their surprise slightly subsided. They realized this was not simply an apprenticeship, but a unique transaction. Nonetheless, their gazes toward Li Shiqi remained peculiar. Such a young man with such an advanced concept of money, understanding how to make the most of it at his age. Seeing this, Li Shiqi quickly sidestepped Zhao Qingchuan's kneeling, saying somewhat helplessly, "No, no, no, you don't need to bow to me. This is just a transaction. Remember, I sold the technique for money, but you still owe me a favor because I could have chosen not to sell it." Zhao Qingchuan nodded earnestly, responding seriously, "Yes, yes, yes, master is right. I owe you a favor." After speaking, he ignored Li Shiqi's reaction and continued to kowtow and acknowledge him as his master before standing up, respectfully standing beside Li Shiqi like an obedient student. Li Shiqi watched this unfold, feeling exasperated. He thought to himself, "Does this old man not understand human language? We agreed it was just a transaction, so why does he keep calling me master? I've never seen someone so eager to establish a relationship." He Chong couldn't help but laugh heartily, congratulating Zhao Qingchuan. "Congratulations, congratulations, Mr. Zhao. Congratulations on finding a great master. You will surely reach new heights in the future." As soon as master he finished speaking, a joyful smile spread across Qin Shan's face. Although he humbly responded with, "Oh, not at all," he couldn't hide the happiness in his eyes. Chen Heqiu and his wife couldn't help but glance repeatedly at Li Shiqi, feeling more and more that this young boy, despite his age, was undoubtedly the perfect choice for a son-in-law. He Chong turned to Chen Hongyao, smiling as he congratulated her. "Miss Chen, you found your ideal partner. May you enjoy great fortune and become a respected matron." Hearing this, Chen Hongyao blushed slightly and softly replied, "Master please don't joke." He Chong chuckled, then turned his attention to Li Shiqi, teasingly saying, "Young Li, congratulations to you too. Marrying such a fairy-like lady as Miss Chen will surely bring you great happiness." He emphasized the word happiness. Upon hearing this, Chen Hongyao's face flushed red, secretly cursing Master He for being improper. However, Li Shiqi looked puzzled and innocently asked, "What wife? Isn't she my sister?" He Chong was momentarily taken aback and explained, "Little Shiqi, she's your fiancée." Li Shiqi remained confused. "That's right, a fiancée is family, like a sister. That's what the officer told me, so I came to find my sister." At these words, everyone present exchanged glances and then suddenly understood. It turned out that Li Shiqi, being so young, didn't comprehend the meaning of fiancé and simply thought of her as family. Chun Huqiu and Chun Filong bowed their heads in embarrassment, recalling how they had mistaken Li Shiqi for a rogue the day before, when in fact, he was just innocent. At that moment, Zhao Qingchuan stood up, respectfully bowing to Li Shiqi. Master, I must go into seclusion to comprehend this skill. Once I emerge, I will serve you diligently. With that, he bowed deeply again and quickly left. Watching Zhao Qingchuan leave, Li Shiqi couldn't help but smile wryly. He didn't want Zhao Qingchuan to be so deferential, as his kind face reminded him of his grandfather. But Zhao Qingchuan's enthusiasm left him no choice but to accept it. As Zhao Qingchuan departed, breakfast came to an end. He Chong was about to take his leave after receiving his payment when Li Shiqi called out to him. Little Shiqi, what's up? He Chong asked, turning back. Li Shiqi reached into his bulging pouch and pulled out an item, handing it to He Chong. I see you're a talisman maker and you helped my sister's family a lot last night. This gift is for you, so my sister's family and yours are even now. He Chong initially wanted to decline, but when he saw the item in Li Shiqi's hand, his expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, a feiyun qianhe brush? It was a 3-inch long brush that seemed ordinary but left He Chong in awe. The pen's shaft was intricately engraved with cloud-like symbols, emitting a strange aura as if white clouds were dancing gracefully upon it. The nib was made of soft, pristine white feathers, resembling a flock of cranes dancing lightly. As a gentle breeze swept by, the sound of cranes echoed, creating an awe-inspiring chorus. At a glance, everyone recognized this as an incredibly precious artifact. He Chong, being a master of talismans, immediately identified it as a second-grade heavenly talisman treasure. His eyes widened, and his voice trembled. Li Shiqi, how did you come by this? He Chang's mind was in turmoil. He knew the origins of the flying cloud crane pen. It once belonged to a great scholar who fought in the wilderness. His penmanship was like thunder, striking fear into malevolent spirits. Even when offered the wealth of a city, the scholar was unmoved. 10 years ago, the scholar and the pen mysteriously disappeared in the silent sea, leaving the world in regret. Now, such a treasure was in the hands of Li Shiqi, leaving He Chong speechless with shock. Li Shiqi casually replied, an uncle gave it to me. It's not worth much. In truth, he had taken the pen from a great demon in the Demon Suppression Prison upon his release. He felt no guilt, thinking, once in my hands, it's mine, and I can say whatever I want about its origins. Besides, those demons are wicked, and their treasures are likely stolen. I'm just taking from the unjust. Hearing it was a gift from an uncle, He Chong was even more astonished. He scrutinized Li Shiqi, wondering if he might be a holy son from a sacred land. To wield such power and give away such treasures so freely was truly awe-inspiring. Seeing He Chang's hesitation, Li Shiqi asked, Mr. He, do you want it or not? If not, I have something even better. With that, he pretended to put the pen away, ready to show off another treasure. He Chang's expression changed abruptly, and he quickly grabbed the pen, gratefully saying, yes, of course, I want it. Thank you, young Li. Li Shiqi nonchalantly replied, oh, then the pen is yours. Among his collection, the flying cloud crane pen was just a small piece. He thought to himself, there are still more rare treasures yet to be revealed. He Chong accepted the feiyun qianhe pen with trembling hands, his eyes shining with fervent excitement. His fingertips gently caressed the pen's body, as if touching the most precious treasure in the world. What a marvelous treasure, truly a marvelous treasure, he murmured, carefully tucking the pen into his chest. He Chong bowed deeply, his voice quivering with emotion. Brotherly, your generous gift is unforgettable. Should you ever need anything, I will spare no effort to repay your kindness. With that, he bowed again, his expression full of gratitude and reverence. Li Shiqi attempted to help He Chong up, only to awkwardly realize that their heights were the same when He Chong bowed. Clearing his throat, he casually said, no worries, they're just some trivial items. To Li Shiqi, these rare treasures were merely things easily at hand. If He Chong knew Li Shiqi's thoughts, he might have fainted on the spot. The feiyun qianhe pen was a priceless treasure in the martial world, capable of causing bloody conflicts, with countless cultivators and evil spirits vying for it. Yet, in Li Shiqi's eyes, it was simply an inexpensive item. Such a contrast was truly unbelievable. After repeatedly expressing his gratitude, He Chong carefully secured the treasured pen and took his leave. The Chun family members were left speechless, their eyes filled with shock and confusion as they looked at Li Shiqi. 2 heavenly treasures, any one of which could ensure the Chun family's prosperity for a century, were given away so casually by Li Shiqi. Chun Shan was about to discuss the craftsmanship matters with Li Shiqi, but saw that Li Shiqi had already taken Chun Hongyao's hand, blinking his large eyes as he asked, Sister Hongyao, can we go shopping now? Chun Hongyao smiled and nodded in agreement. The surprises Li Shiqi brought today, along with witnessing the scars on his body, made her feel both affection and pity for this charming and adorable young boy. After bidding farewell to Chun Shan and the others, the two quickly disappeared from sight. Chen Shan reluctantly postponed the discussion on craftsmanship. Just then, Chen Huqiu received a phone call, and his expression suddenly changed. Chen Shan, sensing something was amiss, asked in a serious tone, "What's wrong?" Chen Huqiu replied with a grave look, "There's a problem at the martial arts school. Someone has come to challenge us." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions instantly turned serious. The Chun family managed several businesses in Maple Leaf City, including food, clothing, real estate, martial arts, crafting, alchemy, and talismans. Among these, the martial arts school was their largest enterprise and the foundation of their success. Recently, their other businesses had suffered significant losses under attacks from competing forces. Chun Shan's eyes glinted with a cold light as he slowly took out a pill. Causing trouble in the Chun family is a death wish. I'll handle this myself. With that, he swallowed the pill and walked towards the door. Chen Huqiu hurriedly followed, worriedly suggesting, "Dad, maybe you should rest. I can call Xiao Shiqi." Last night's events had made him acutely aware of Li Shiqi's capabilities, and with Chen Shan just recovering from an illness, even with the pill's aid, he might not be at full strength. If something happened to Chen Shan, the Chen family might truly be in jeopardy. Chen Shan turned around, his gaze piercing and voice firm. "I need to show them that Chen Shan is still alive and our family stands strong." As he spoke, a powerful aura surged from within him, reaching the skies and shattering the clouds above. He looked at Chen Huqiu with a hint of disappointment. "Xiao Qiu, you're the head of the family now. Can you show some confidence? Be a bit tougher? If our family relies on a child to hold the fort, what does that say about us?" Chen Shan paused before continuing. "Xiao Shiqi is talented, but he's still a child. He should focus on things children do, not get dragged into these power struggles. Once this is over, tomorrow, take Xiao Shiqi's ID and household registration to get him enrolled in school. At his age, he should be studying." With those words, Chen Shan swept out the door like a whirlwind, disappearing in an instant. Chen Huqiu sighed deeply and began issuing orders. "Split the new cultivators into 2 groups. One will guard the Chen family and secure our heirloom. The other will come with me, armed, to the Chen family martial arts hall." He paused, adding, "And remember, the old man said this is a Chen family matter. We handle it ourselves. Don't inform Li Shiqi and Hongyao. Let them enjoy their day out." A flicker of determination crossed Chen Huqiu's face as he murmured to himself, "The martial arts hall is the foundation of our family. If someone threatens our foundation, they're threatening our survival. We'll fight with everything we have." Meanwhile, Chen Hongyao was leisurely riding a Yadea electric scooter with Li Shiqi around Maple Leaf City. Despite many technologies declining during the Eternal Night period, this electric scooter survived, with its battery and manufacturing technology preserved, making it a popular mode of transportation for many citizens. Chen Hongyao favored this compact vehicle for its practicality and understated nature. Maple Leaf City was vast, spanning 200 kilometers in diameter. It featured both modern skyscrapers and traditional architecture. Some ancient buildings bore marks of swords and spears, silently narrating the city's storied past. In such an expansive city, transportation was essential. In the outer city, modern tools like bicycles, scooters, and cars were common among the populace. However, in the inner city, many elites preferred using magical vehicles like the Azure Dragon Chariot, Phoenix Carriage, and 5 treasure incense car, ancient vehicles crafted with unique designs. The Azure Dragon Chariot, pulled by 8 beasts with Azure Dragon bloodlines, was luxurious and imposing, exuding a regal aura. The Phoenix Carriage, drawn by 3 phoenixes, was adorned with exquisite phoenix carvings, designed for high-altitude travel. These extravagant rides were clear symbols of their owner's status and formidable power. A luxurious vehicle known as the 5 Treasures fragrant car, pulled by 5 massive pandas, slowly made its way through the streets of Maple Leaf City. The car emitted a subtle fragrance, highlighting the noble status of its occupant. This opulent mode of transportation was reserved exclusively for the aristocracy, symbolizing their elevated status. However, the Qin family, one of the 10 prominent families in Maple Leaf City, stood out with their unique approach. They adhered to a simple lifestyle, eschewing such lavish vehicles in favor of more common means of transport. This down-to-earth attitude made them appear out of place among the city's noble circles. At present, Chen Hongyao was riding a regular electric scooter, with Li Shiqi seated behind her as they traveled from the inner city to the outer city. Although the inner city was the residential area for the nobility, it was relatively small. In contrast, the outer city was the main area where ordinary people lived and worked. Li Shiqi sat on the scooter's back seat, gently wrapping his arms around Chen Hongyao's slender waist, feeling a slight thrill. He took a deep breath, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from her, which left him feeling refreshed. "Hongyao sister, are we going to the Xinglin dojo?" Li Shiqi asked curiously. Chen Hongyao shook her head slightly. "There's no need to go to the Xinglin dojo. The elder who just accepted you as his disciple, Master Zhao, is the head of the Xinglin dojo in Maple Leaf City. You can go to him directly if you have any questions in the future." Li Shiqi blinked, realizing he had missed an important detail. So where are we going now? Since you're new to Maple Leaf City, I'll show you around, Chun Hongyao replied. Let's visit the school. At your age, you should be able to enroll in the second grade. I'll register you tomorrow. School? What's that? Li Shiqi scratched his head, feeling a bit puzzled. Just as Chun Hongyao was about to explain, they heard a rush of footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, they saw 8 towering beasts, each over 5 meters tall, pulling a fragrant car at high speed, resembling a moving mountain with an imposing presence. At the front of the fragrant car, a man with a cold expression shouted, "Where do you think you're going, paupers? Get out of young Master Tang's way, or I'll have you crushed under the beast's feet." The man tightly gripped 8 reins in his hands, controlling 8 massive and fierce mythical beasts. He was the driver of this towering 3-story high carriage and was arrogantly yelling at Li Shiqi and Chun Hongyao to get out of the way. However, he didn't hold back the reins, allowing these terrifying beasts to continue moving forward, threatening to crush the two of them. Every step the beasts took made the ground tremble, the rumbling sounds echoing continuously. If Li Shiqi and Chun Hongyao didn't dodge, it seemed the driver would truly allow the beasts to trample them into pulp. Chun Hongyao reacted swiftly, channeling her internal energy to envelop her electric vehicle. In a flash, she drove it like lightning to the side of the road, coming to a steady stop. Amidst the roaring sounds, the 8 beasts pulled the enormous carriage past them with a whoosh. The driver looked down from above, glaring at them menacingly, not forgetting to threaten, "You broke losers, who let you into the inner city? If you dare block the road again, I'll set the dogs on you." Before he finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of Chun Hongyao's stunning face and was momentarily stunned. In that brief moment of distraction, the beasts carried him into the distance, leaving only the rumbling echoes behind. Li Shiqi watched the receding figure, raising an eyebrow with a glint of coldness in his eyes. "Sister Hongyao, your local drivers are quite rude." "Huh? Daring to use beasts to bully people? This guy is asking for trouble." Chun Hongyao calmly explained. "That's the flying leopard phantom carriage, belonging to the young master of the Tang family. It's better if we avoid conflict with them. Those 8 phantom flying leopards are grade 5 yellow rank mythical beasts, not something to provoke." "Phantom flying leopards at grade 5 yellow rank? What does that mean?" Li Shiqi asked, puzzled. Chun Hongyao patiently explained. "In our country, besides evil spirits having clear levels, cultivation methods and mythical beasts also have strict classifications. Beasts are divided into 4 major ranks: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Each rank is further divided into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the highest and grade 9 the lowest." Li Shiqi suddenly understood. So a grade 5 yellow rank beast isn't that strong. Why should we be afraid of him? "It's not about fear." Chun Hongyao shook her head. "It's just that our Chen family is in an awkward position right now, and I don't want unnecessary conflicts with them. Let's not worry about this and continue shopping." Looking at the gradually disappearing carriage, Li Shiqi remarked enviously, "Is that what a young master from a noble family is like? Not very polite, but quite impressive." Chun Hongyao turned and lightly tapped his forehead, advising earnestly, "Shiqi, that's the wrong way to think. Arrogance and domineering behavior are not the principles of a good person, it's the way of a spoiled brat. They don't treat people as people, and they'll face consequences sooner or later. We should be conscientious, put people first, uphold righteousness, never bully a good person, and never let a bad person go unpunished. Understand?" Li Shiqi nodded, somewhat understanding. Chun Hongyao smiled gracefully, choosing not to continue lecturing, and drove the electric vehicle slowly towards the outer city. Li Shiqi held Chun Hongyao by her slender waist, his eyes fixed on the luxurious carriage slowly pulling away. The spectacle of 8 mythical beasts drawing the opulent vehicle made his eyes shine, like a child seeing a coveted toy. He silently vowed that one day, he too would own such an awe-inspiring ride. This scene stirred childhood memories of his time in Yinjing. He could almost see himself sitting by the roadside, watching car shows with his grandfather and others. The rows of luxury carriages had left a deep impression on his young mind. His 13th brother had boldly declared, "A real man should have such things," while his 12th brother ambitiously proclaimed, "I shall surpass them all." These words had planted the seeds of a desire for luxury cars in Li Shiqi's heart. Now, witnessing such a majestic vehicle, Li Shiqi's dream of owning a luxury car was reignited. He secretly hoped that one day he would drive such an eye-catching vehicle, making a grand statement as he cruised the streets. After about 20 minutes, the electric vehicle finally passed through the inner city and entered the outer city. The difference between the two areas was immediately apparent. The inner city was the realm of the nobility, with towering buildings and wide, smooth roads that could accommodate 4 carriages side by side. In contrast, the outer city's structures were cramped, with houses barely an arm's length apart, and the streets narrower, allowing only 2 carriages to pass simultaneously. However, the outer city was far livelier than the inner city. It bustled with a variety of shops, vegetable markets, eateries, blacksmith workshops, snack vendors, pawn shops, clothing stores, and more. The streets were crowded, filled with the sounds of vendors calling out, and brimming with a vibrant, everyday atmosphere. Li Shiqi's gaze was drawn to a towering building in the distance. Pointing at it, he curiously asked, Sister Hanyao, what is that building? While skillfully maneuvering the electric vehicle, Chun Hanyao glanced at the tall building and explained, that's the branch of the Fortune Tower here in Fengye City. Fortune Tower. Li Shiqi's eyes lit up with excitement at the name. He eagerly exclaimed, Sister Hanyao, I want to go to Fortune Tower. Wasn't this the place the chef had mentioned before? Li Shiqi was secretly thrilled, surprised to find that this small Fengye city hosted the three major institutions, Shinji Camp, Xinglin Dojo, and Fortune Tower. He felt fortunate, thinking that with the token from the five demons, he might uncover important clues. However, Chun Hongyao's words brought him back to reality. With a smile, she reminded him, to enter Fortune Tower, you need to prove your wealth. They only cater to the affluent. Li Shiqi furrowed his brow and asked, what does verification of funds mean? Chun Hongyao chuckled and explained, it means checking how much money you have in your pocket. So how much do you need to get in? Li Shiqi pressed, his eyes wide open. Before Chun Hongyao could answer, Li Shiqi exclaimed, that's so expensive. It's daylight robbery. He looked down, counting on his fingers, calculating carefully. The 100,000 yuan he earned from the Yang sisters yesterday was only enough for one meal at the luxurious Fuguelu. Remembering the days with Grandpa, 10,000 yuan could feed 17 people for an entire month. The fact that such a lavish restaurant existed in the small Maple Leaf City truly opened his eyes. Seeing this, Chen Honyao laughed and said, if you want to eat, I'll treat you. Upon hearing this, Li Shiqi immediately straightened up and waved his hand grandly. No need. As a man, how can I let a woman pay for my meal? Sister Honyao, take me to the Xinbing store. They'll sell something to get some money. Chun Honyao chuckled inwardly at his bravado, thinking, you call yourself a man? You're just a little kid with big ideas. But she said nothing, merely starting up her scooter and taking Li Shiqi to the Xinbing store. The Xinbing store is a staple in every city, specializing in all sorts of magical tools, weapons, talismans, and spirit stones, occasionally buying items from evil spirits. As they arrived, the sight before them left Li Shiqi in awe. It was even busier than a marketplace, bustling with people and thriving business. In a world where evil spirits could appear at any moment, the demand for weapons was naturally high. Chen Hongyao parked the scooter and led Li Shiqi into the Xinbing store. The interior was spacious and bright, with shelves lined with an array of weapons, magical tools, and talismans in endless variety. The store clerks were bustling about, enthusiastically attending to the steady stream of customers. Li Shiqi marched straight to the main counter, ignoring the surrounding commotion. He stood tall and called out to the staff behind the counter. Get your manager out here. This young master has something to sell. Li Shiqi strutted into the Xinbing Xing shop, exuding an air of arrogance. He loudly demanded to see the manager, as if he owned the place. Behind the main counter, a young woman in a work uniform with wavy hair noticed the voice. She appeared to be around 25 years old, and when she looked down, her eyes lit up. Wasn't this a cute little guy? She leaned over, gently pinching Li Shiqi's chubby cheeks with a smile, and asked, little guy, what kind of weapon are you looking for? Li Shiqi irritably shook off her hand and snapped, I hate it when people pinch my cheeks. It reminded him of his time in the Demon Suppression Prison, where the female doctor, tailor, and artisan often pinched his cheeks, making him feel belittled. The saleswoman withdrew her hand, but kept her bright smile. Why? Your cheeks feel so nice. She paused briefly, then asked, little guy, you're here for a tour, right? Li Shiqi retorted angrily. I'm not a little guy. I'm Li Shiqi, and I'm not here to look around. I'm here to sell something. Get your manager, no, your boss. Tell them they're about to make a fortune. He proudly explained that the treasures he brought were borrowed from the demons in the Demon Suppression Prison, carefully nurtured over the years to become high-quality items that would fetch a good price. The saleswoman was unfazed and still tried to pinch his chubby cheeks. In her eyes, such a young child must have come with an adult. Besides, Xinbing Xing had been in business for years, and treasures worthy of the boss's personal attention were rare. Li Shiqi dodged her hand, a bit annoyed, and said, I really am here to sell something. If you won't serve me, I'll go somewhere else, and then you'll regret it. The woman smiled and said, all right, Shiqi, what are you selling? Li Shiqi glared at her. You're teasing me. I'm not telling you. Get your boss. The woman rested her chin on her hand, looking at Li Shiqi with a teasing gaze. At that moment, Chen Hongyao approached and said, Boss Liu, stop teasing him. He really is here to sell something. It turned out that the beautiful saleswoman was named Lu Shishir, and she was not only the owner of Xinbing Xing, but also a beauty. She possessed both the elegance of a classical beauty and a hint of allure, perfectly blending the two qualities that captivated everyone. Her demeanor was somewhat reminiscent of the female doctor. When Lu Shishir saw Chen Hongyao, she was momentarily stunned, then remembered something and exclaimed, Hongyao, is this the relative who caused such a stir in the city? The one you're going to take care of for life? It turned out that Chun Hongyao, to avoid marrying the playboy Shao Qi, had deliberately let a loose-lipped servant spread the news of her taking care of Li Shiqi throughout Maple Leaf City. The news of a relative visiting the Chun family spread like wildfire throughout Maple Leaf City. As the owner of the divine weapons shop, Lu Shishir naturally heard about it too. Inside the shop, Chun Hongyao maintained a calm demeanor and spoke in a composed manner. As an older sister, it's my duty to take care of my younger brother. Lu Shishir's lips curled into a slight smile, and a hint of amusement flashed in her eyes. I understand. You really are a responsible sister. Chun Hongyao cleared her throat, steering the conversation back on track. Boss Lu, to the point, Li Shiqi does have something to sell to you. Hearing this, Lu Shishir turned her gaze to Li Shiqi, her face adorned with a friendly smile. Little Shiqi, what do you want to sell? Li Shiqi looked at Chun Hongyao with a questioning gaze. Chun Hongyao gave a slight nod, confirming Lu Shishir's identity. Li Shiqi glanced at Lu Shishir with a touch of disdain in his voice. A boss dressed like a salesperson, quite peculiar. Whatever, I can't be bothered to argue about it. With that, he untied the snakeskin bag wrapped around his waist and placed it on the counter. Although the bag didn't look large, it landed with a heavy thud. Since you're the boss, you should have an eye for things, Li Shiqi said. Take a look at what's inside and give me a price. Lu Shishir cheerfully replied. All right, let me see what valuable items little Shiqi has brought. Chun Hongyao frowned slightly, clearly displeased with the teasing. However, seeing that Li Shiqi was about to conduct business, she held her tongue and stood quietly by. Lu Shishir casually untied the string on the snakeskin bag. She assumed that whatever a child brought to sell would likely be just toys. She intended to hastily conclude the matter to save face for Chun Hongyao. However, when she opened the bag and saw its contents, her expression froze. She was initially stunned, then her eyes widened as if she had seen the most incredible thing in the world. Her eyes then sparkled with an unusual gleam, and a smile of ecstatic delight unconsciously crept onto her lips. Suddenly, Lu Shishir's expression turned extremely serious. She quickly tied the bag shut and began taking deep breaths, trying to calm her excited state. Seeing this, Chun Hongyao's frown deepened. Boss Lu, what's wrong? Lu Shishir's expression was solemn, her eyes sharp. She glanced around and lowered her voice. Miss Chun, Shao Shiqi, this matter is of great importance. It's not suitable to discuss it here. Please follow me. With that, she grabbed a snakeskin bag and strode out of the main counter, leading Chun Hongyao and Li Shiqi through the maze-like corridors of the Xinbinghang, heading straight to an exclusive VIP room. As she pushed open the heavy, carved wooden door, a room of utmost luxury unfolded before their eyes. Outside the door, various soundproof charms glimmered faintly. Several burly guards, with eyes like hawks, stood ready, exuding an imposing aura. Inside, the room dazzled with opulent decor. A variety of drinks, fresh fruits, and delicate pastries filled the space. Sofas as soft as clouds and uniquely styled chairs all testified to the room's extravagant value. Lu Shishir gestured for them to sit, and quickly dialed a number, her tone urgent. Uncle, come quickly. There's a big deal. She hung up after speaking. Chun Hongyao frowned slightly, about to inquire, but Lu Shishir smiled and explained, Miss Chun, my apologies. This deal is too significant for me to handle alone. We'll discuss it in detail once my uncle arrives. Feel free to enjoy the VIP room. Upon hearing this, Li Shiqi's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. Lu Shishir nodded with a smile. Without hesitation, Li Shiqi grabbed some cookies and candies, devouring them eagerly. As he indulged, he poured himself a drink, gulping it down. After finishing, he smacked his lips and remarked with slight regret. Not bad, but it would be perfect with some cola. Lu Shishir's pupils contracted suddenly, staring at Li Shiqi incredulously. Little brother, you've had cola? Chun Hongyao also looked at Li Shiqi in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. In Long Country, cola was a beverage reserved exclusively for the royal family. Only royal members and ministers personally rewarded by the emperor could taste it. Had Li Shiqi really had this mysterious drink? Li Shiqi nodded nonchalantly. I've had a little, it's very sweet. This statement left Chun Hongyao and Lu Shishir exchanging glances, their eyes full of astonishment. Especially Lu Shishir, who, as the owner of Xinbinghang, knew all too well what it meant for someone to have tasted cola. A bold suspicion formed in Lu Shishir's mind. Could it be that Li Shiqi came from the palace? Her gaze lingered on Li Shiqi, searching for more clues. An astonishing thought flashed through Lu Shishir's mind, but she quickly dismissed it. She shook her head inwardly, thinking that a member of the royal family couldn't possibly appear in a small city like Maple Leaf City. Besides, the dark demonic region that lies on the way from Yanjing to here is a forbidden zone, impossible for anyone to cross. She refocused her attention on Li Shiqi in front of her and curiously asked, Little brother, when did you first taste cola? Li Shiqi puffed out his chest and replied confidently, I'm not telling you. In the 5 Great Demons place, you can get whatever you want. He recalled the sweet taste, as if he could savor those 2 bottles of cola once more. Lu Shishir and Chun Hongyao exchanged glances, secretly thinking that the child must be lying. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and an elderly man with a slightly plump figure walked in. He wore a traditional Tang suit, his hair white with age. Although not tall, he exuded an air of wealth and nobility. The most striking feature was his emerald green left eye, which resembled a ghostly eye and sent chills down one's spine. Chun Hongyao's heart skipped a beat as she recognized the newcomer ghost eye warrior Lu Hongqi. As a member of the Lu family, one of the 10 great families of Maple Leaf City, Lu Hongqi was a formidable figure at the peak of the newborn realm. His techniques were mysterious, reportedly allowing him to temporarily elevate to the burning heaven realm at the cost of 10 years of his life. Even more awe-inspiring was his ghostly eye, capable of discerning the internal structure of treasures, weapons, and vessels, and judging their power, quality, and abilities. In Maple Leaf City, Lu Hongqi was undoubtedly the foremost appraiser of treasures. Uncle, Lu Shishir greeted him, standing up. Lu Hongqi nodded to everyone present and approached Lu Shishir, asking, Shishir, what is the big business you mentioned? Lu Shishir handed him a snakeskin bag. It's all in here. Lu Hongqi took the bag, sat down, and opened it. His emerald green eye emitted a faint green glow as he carefully examined the contents. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had seen a priceless treasure. His eyes then lit up with excitement, and he couldn't hide his joy. Finally, he closed the bag with a serious expression, his breathing quickening with excitement and enthusiasm. His series of reactions mirrored those of Lu Shishir earlier. Chun Hongyao's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the mysterious burlap sack, her eyes filled with curiosity. She wondered what could possibly be inside that would shock the well-informed Lu Hongqi and Lu Shishir so much. Lu Hongqi took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. In a trembling voice, he asked Chun Hongyao, Miss Chun, are you sure you want to sell all these treasures to us? Chun Hongyao glanced at Li Shiqi beside her and explained, Mr. Lu, you might be mistaken. These items aren't mine. They belong to my brother, Li Shiqi. What? Lu Hongqi was taken aback and instinctively looked at Lu Shishir. After receiving a confirming nod from her, his gaze shifted to Li Shiqi, who was engrossed in his snacks. Lu Hongqi had an idea and tentatively asked, Young man, how much do you want for these things? Li Shiqi, having just swallowed a piece of mung bean pastry, looked up casually and said, Sir, you can decide. With that, he continued munching on his snacks. What the others didn't know was that during his time in prison, Li Shiqi had been forced to eat all sorts of bizarre, nutritional meals, such as raw pickled centipedes, stir-fried toads, steamed white snakes, and boiled spider slices. It was only in the days before his release that he returned to a normal diet. Now, faced with so many snacks, he was ecstatic, eager to indulge as much as he could. Lu Hongqi extended a finger and tentatively said, How about 10 million? This number nearly made Chun Hongyao jump off the sofa. In Longhua, 10 million was equivalent to her family's income for a month. She looked incredulously at the ordinary burlap sack, wondering how Li Shiqi's items could be so valuable. Li Shiqi paused his snacking, looked up coldly at Lu Hongqi, and said, Old man, that's not fair. With that, he grabbed the burlap sack, ready to leave. Lu Hongqi quickly stopped Li Shiqi, apologetically saying, Young man, I'm sorry, I misspoke. How about this? I'll offer you 50 million. Chun Hongyao's mouth dropped open in shock once again. 50 million. That was an astronomical price. Li Shiqi glared at Lu Hongqi with displeasure. Old man, do you think I'm an easy target because I'm young? Is this how Shenbing Company treats its customers? Despite being called old man twice, Lu Hongqi remained unfazed and continued to smile apologetically. Young man, then name your price. Li Shiqi raised a finger and said decisively, 1 billion. Take it or leave it. With this staggering figure, Chun Hongyao and Lu Shishir were thunderstruck, staring at Li Shiqi in disbelief. They thought to themselves, this young man dares to ask for such a huge sum. Doesn't he fear angering Lu Hongqi? However, Lu Hongqi's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. He took a deep breath, a hint of pain flashing across his face, but then he resolutely said, Fine, 1 billion it is. We'll take the hit and accept it. This statement was like a thunderclap, exploding in the hearts of Chun Hongyao and Lu Shishir. They stared at Lu Hongqi in disbelief, as if they were looking at a stranger. It was well known that Lu Hongqi was notorious for his ruthless bargaining skills in Maple Leaf City. Even when faced with rare treasures of the highest grade, he would scrutinize them thoroughly before offering a price barely above the market's lowest. Yet now, confronted with Li Shiqi's exorbitant demand, he agreed without a second thought. Lu Shishir frowned, her voice tinged with undisguised surprise and concern. Uncle, are you sure about this deal? Don't you need to discuss it in a meeting? 1 billion is no small amount. She clearly remembered that any significant family transaction required a meeting among the top members. But now, her uncle was making such a decisive call. Lu Hongqi's gaze was as firm as steel as he said solemnly, No need. Today, I'm making the decision on my own to go through with this deal. He turned to Lu Shishir, his tone leaving no room for debate. Shishir, prepare a bank card with 1 billion for our young friend. Also, upgrade him to a Supreme Black Dragon card user at our Divine Armory, granting him the highest privileges. Despite her many doubts, Lu Shishir nodded respectfully and promptly left. She soon returned with a Supreme Black Dragon card, gleaming with a metallic sheen, and a bank card loaded with 1 billion in cash, placing them solemnly in front of Li Shiqi. This scene once again astonished Chen Hongyao. She knew well that the Supreme Black Dragon card represented the highest level of prestige within the Divine Armory. Holders of this card enjoyed unparalleled privileges across the nation, with only a handful of people possessing such honor. And now, Lu Hongqi had given this card to Li Shiqi without hesitation? Chen Hongyao's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the seemingly ordinary snakeskin bag in Li Shiqi's hand. Her curiosity surged like a tide. What extraordinary treasure could be hidden in that inconspicuous bag to prompt the usually shrewd Lu Hongqi to act so lavishly? Chen Hongyao's gaze shifted back and forth between the bank card, the snakeskin bag, and Li Shiqi, leaving her in deep shock. Her family had to work hard for a year to earn 1 billion. Yet Li Shiqi could acquire such a fortune just by selling some equipment? She found it hard to believe and was filled with intense curiosity, eager to discover what rare treasures were hidden in the snakeskin bag. Lu Hongqi, wearing a fawning smile, handed 2 cards to Li Shiqi, his voice betraying undisguised urgency. Mr. Li, here's your money and VIP card. Now, can you hand over the items? As he spoke, his eyes remained fixed on the snakeskin bag in Li Shiqi's hand, as if it contained the world's treasures. Li Shiqi took the cards with an expressionless face and said in a flat tone, I need to verify the funds on the bank card. Who knows if there's any money in it? Lu Shishir stood by, her brow furrowed, about to defend Xinbing Xing, but Lu Hongqi raised a hand to stop her. The old man chuckled. Of course, better safe than sorry. I appreciate your caution, young man. With that, he immediately called over banking professionals who brought out specialized equipment to check the card balance. Soon, the machine displayed a long string of numbers. Li Shiqi carefully counted the zeros from the single digits to the billions. After confirming the amount, he suddenly realized a problem. This isn't my bank card. You need to transfer it to my bank. He stopped mid-sentence, realizing he didn't have an ID and couldn't open a bank account. Lu Hongqi seemed prepared for this, signaling to the bank staff. The staff member quickly explained, rest assured, this is a special card from Xinbing Xing. It requires no password, just facial recognition for payments. When you entered here, our system scanned and recorded your facial information. You can use this card freely with no limit. Of course, you can set a password if you wish. Set a password now, Li Shiqi demanded decisively. The bank staff promptly took out portable equipment and swiftly set up a password for him. Li Shiqi took the 2 cards and casually tossed the snakeskin bag to Lu Hongqi, saying nonchalantly, these things are yours now, and the bag too. With that, he pulled the still stunned Chen Hongyao along. Sister Hongyao, the deal's done. Let's go. As soon as they exited Xinbing Xing, Li Shiqi's previously calm expression turned anxious, urging, Sister Hongyao, hurry up. Although filled with questions, Chen Hongyao saw Li Shiqi's urgency and asked no more. She quickly started the Yachty electric scooter, activated the talisman on the vehicle, and sped away. Watching them leave, Lu Hongqi became extremely tense and instructed his subordinates. Quick, close Xinbing Xing. We're not doing business today. Prepare the car. I'm leaving the city today. If that Li Shiqi comes back, don't let him in. Lu Shishir asked puzzled. Uncle, what's going on? Clutching the snakeskin bag tightly, Lu Hongqi looked panicked. We made a profit today, but we must get this batch of goods to the headquarters in the southern province quickly. If we delay, and that guy changes his mind, we'll suffer a huge loss. Prepare the car. Remember to close the shop today. Don't give him a chance to back out. Though confused, Lu Shishir complied, preparing the car and dispersing all the customers before shutting the doors of Xinbing Xing. Before the doors closed, Lu Hongqi, holding the snakeskin bag, got into an extremely luxurious carriage pulled by 8 horned snake-tailed lions. The creatures spread their wings and soared, carrying the lavish carriage into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Meanwhile, on the Yachty scooter, Li Shiqi clung tightly to Chen Hongyao's waist, urging repeatedly, faster, faster. Sister Hongyao, go faster. Only after they had traveled 20 kilometers did Li Shiqi signal to stop. After getting off, he looked around cautiously, ensuring no one had followed them, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, revealing a triumphant smile. Chen Hongyao, puzzled, asked, Little Shiqi, why were we in such a hurry? Li Shiqi, grinning, replied, I swindled a huge sum from them. Of course, we had to hurry. What if he changed his mind? You swindled money? And bluffed him? What do you mean? Chen Hongyao asked, even more confused. Li Shiqi excitedly explained. The treasures in the snakeskin bag were of such poor quality, they wouldn't even be good enough to scratch an itch. They'd break with a pinch. I calculated, those things were worth at most 1 million. But that old man offered 10 million right off the bat, so I knew I underestimated their value. Grandpa always said the first offer in a deal is just a probe, not the bottom line. Since he offered 10 million, they must be worth more. So, I kept bluffing and asked for 100 million. I didn't expect him to agree. Sister Hanyao, we're rich this time. Saying this, Li Shiqi took out the card, grinning from ear to ear. It was his first time having such a massive fortune, feeling like he had suddenly become a millionaire. After listening, Chun Hongyao's expression turned a bit strange, and she sighed. Did you ever think you might actually have gotten the short end of the stick? Li Shiqi was stunned. What do you mean? Chun Hongyao explained. Merchants are driven by profit. They'd only offer a price if there's a profit to be made. If Old Man Lu was so quick to give you 100 million, it means your bag of items must be worth more than 100 million, maybe even 200 million. Hearing this, the two cards in Li Shiqi's hand fell to the ground, and his smile froze. No way. Chun Hongyao observed Li Shiqi's stunned expression, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. She spoke slowly, a hint of teasing in her voice. Think about it. How could a shrewd businessman ever make a losing deal? She continued. Guiyan Xinbing Lu Hongqi is a master appraiser and weapons expert. He never misjudges a treasure. Plus, he's savvy and stingy, a master negotiator. If he spends $1 billion on something from you, it's worth at least $3 billion. Chun Hongyao's words were like a cold splash of water on Li Shiqi. She added, you think you've profited, but in reality, you might have lost. As a native of Fengye City, Chun Hongyao knew the city's key figures inside out. Lu Hongqi's reputation was well known throughout Fengye City. Li Shiqi, as if waking from a dream, quickly bent down to pick up 2 cards from the ground. He asked incredulously, is it really worth that much? At that moment, a vision of the snakeskin bag filled with treasures flashed through Li Shiqi's mind. Those items were borrowed from the demons in the Jinma prison. Their quality varied greatly, and the first batch he sold was, unfortunately, the poorest in quality. Chun Hongyao nodded lightly. I may not know much about appraising treasures, but I understand Old Man Lu Hongqi. Your items are definitely worth that money. Hearing this, Li Shiqi immediately jumped into the car, eagerly saying, let's go back to Xinbing Hang. But Chun Hongyao shook her head with a smile. It's too late. What do you mean? Li Shiqi asked, puzzled. Chun Hongyao explained. From what I know of Old Man Lu, he must have already closed the doors of Xinbing Hang and taken your treasures to the headquarters in the southern province to be secured. She paused, pointing her slender finger towards the sky. Look. Li Shiqi looked up to see 8 winged lion creatures with snake tails soaring through the sky, pulling a luxurious carriage like a shooting star across the city, quickly disappearing into the distance. Undeterred, Li Shiqi urged Chun Hongyao to return to Xinbing Hang. Sure enough, the once bustling Xinbing Hang was now closed, with not a soul in sight. Damn it, I've been conned. Li Shiqi exclaimed in frustration. Grandpa was right. The world is treacherous, full of pitfalls. Despite his 5 years in prison learning various cunning tricks, he was still inexperienced in this price war, outsmarted by Lu Hongqi. However, Li Shiqi suddenly began to laugh. Well, Old Man Lu is really something. Seeing this, Chun Hongyao asked with concern. Shiqi, are you okay? Li Shiqi replied, feigning nonchalance. I'm fine. It's just a 2 billion loss, no big deal. Grandpa always said, a loss can be a blessing. I've learned my lesson today, so I won't make the same mistake tomorrow. He changed the subject. Come on, Hongyao, let's forget about this and head to Fugue Lu. Chun Hongyao knew Li Shiqi was trying to maintain his composure, and inside, he must be seething. But she didn't press further, simply driving towards Fugue Lu. As she drove, she reminded him, Shiqi, you have a lot of money on your card. Make sure to keep it safe and don't lose it. Chun Hongyao advised Li Shiqi, don't show off your wealth. It's best not to tell anyone about the money you've made. Not even my grandfather, understand. Her eyes showed a hint of worry. The Qin family is going through tough times right now. If others find out about your earnings, they'll definitely target that money. Li Shiqi nodded thoughtfully and didn't mention the scam anymore. Instead, he started asking about other members of the Qin family, his eyes filled with curiosity. Why the sudden interest in my family? Chun Hongyao asked, somewhat puzzled. Li Shiqi flashed an innocent smile and replied, I'll be staying with the Chun family for a while, so I need to get to know my new family members. These words warmed Chun Hongyao's heart. Coupled with the fact that Li Shiqi had just been tricked by Lu Hongqi, she couldn't help but see him as a simple child who might be a bit clever but was mostly innocent. With that in mind, she shared everything she knew about the Chun family's relatives with him. As Li Shiqi listened, he quietly took mental notes. Soon, he had gathered a lot of information about the Chun family members and their preferences. He thought, it seems this Chun family isn't a den of evildoers, so I don't need to be overly cautious. Nevertheless, Li Shiqi remained vigilant. Before going to bed the previous night, he had placed a mark on his weapons and treasures. If anyone tried to harm him, the mark would unleash a powerful force to strike them down. Reassuringly, Chun Hongyao hadn't harmed him or touched his belongings. On top of that, she had bought him new clothes and looked at him with genuine affection. Her advice to keep his money safe made Li Shiqi believe that Chen Hongyao truly considered him a younger brother. Consequently, Li Shiqi accepted Chen Hongyao as his sister in his heart. However, he still maintained some caution towards the rest of the Chen family. After hearing Chen Hongyao's descriptions of them, he began to relax. The Chen family members seemed decent, especially the elder Chen Shan, who was upright and principled. The family's values were just and community-oriented, making it a respectable household. While they were talking, the two of them arrived at the Fuguwei building. As its name suggests, the building exuded an air of wealth. The bricks were specially made, as strong as iron. The grand red door was crafted from precious walnut wood from Maple Leaf City, covered in intricate red symbols, exuding solemnity and grandeur. Despite the high costs, customers continuously came and went. Chen Hongyao parked the car, ready to show Li Shiqi around, when her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Chen Peng. Answering the call, she said, "Peng, what's up?" Chen Peng's voice came through. "Are you out shopping with Li Shiqi?" "Yes, why?" Chen Hongyao asked, her brow furrowing slightly. Chen Peng lowered his voice. "Someone's causing trouble at the gym, and the situation's a bit tricky. The clan leader asked if you could bring Shiqi back to help out. Can you come?" Hearing this, Chen Hongyao frowned deeply. What's going on? Even the elder can't handle it. She felt a twinge of displeasure. It was the Chen family's problem at the martial arts gym, yet they expected a newcomer, a child, to help out in a tough spot. If word got out, wouldn't it make the Chen family seem incompetent? Chen Peng lowered his voice and gravely pointed out the crux of the problem. This time, it's not Xingqian Society's Long Shurong himself coming to challenge us, but his 10-year-old apprentice, Deng Lei. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Hongyao's brow furrowed even more. Chen Peng continued, "This Deng Lei is nothing short of a prodigy. At such a young age, he's already reached the 9th level of the Gathering Spirit realm, just a step away from the newborn realm. Even the old master can't intervene because he's too young. The competition must be among peers." Chen Peng's voice carried a hint of helplessness. He's already defeated everyone at the Chun family martial arts school, and even crossed boundaries to beat one of our boxers. This kid is arrogant and claims that the Chun family lacks real skills, saying we are unfit to run a martial arts school or educate anyone. He even says we're ruining young people and demands we get out of the martial arts and education sectors. He took a deep breath, his tone becoming serious. "Hongyao, if we let Deng Lei continue this unchecked, it would be like admitting our educational methods and foundation are lacking. The Chun family would be thoroughly humiliated, and recruiting new students for the martial arts school would become nearly impossible. We simply cannot lose this battle." Hearing this, Chen Hongyao was deeply shaken. She knew well that in the cultivation system of the Dragon Kingdom, there are 9 major realms: Spirit Seedling, Divine Fetus, Gathering Spirit, Newborn, Heaven Scorching, Universe, Chaos, Tribulation Crossing, and Celestial, with each major realm divided into 9 levels. Most people start cultivating at the age of 3, and reaching the 9th level of the Divine Fetus realm by 10 is already a rare feat, yet Deng Lei had reached the 9th level of the Gathering Spirit realm by 10, a truly terrifying talent. Before Chen Hongyao could speak, Li Shiqi came over, speaking into his phone. "No problem, we're heading there right now." He hung up and looked at Chen Hongyao with a cheerful smile. "Sister Hongyao, let's skip lunch today. Come on, take me to teach this prodigy a lesson." Though Li Shiqi seemed all smiles, Chen Hongyao could sense the anger boiling inside him. Having just been wronged by Lu Hongqi, he was clearly eager to vent on someone who had walked right into his path. As she watched Li Shiqi's eager demeanor, Chen Hongyao silently prayed that this self-proclaimed loser could indeed turn the tide. The Chun family martial arts school stands majestically in the center of the outer city, sprawling over 1,000 acres with an impressive grandeur. It's not just a martial arts school, but an academy for nurturing the martial artists of the new era. The campus is lined with teaching and combat buildings, and the expansive training grounds echo with shouts, while the armory glimmers with weapons, and the library houses an extensive collection of ancient texts. Before the eternal night of 2025, Dragon Country's education system focused on college entrance exams, with students immersing themselves in subjects like math, science, and English, aiming to get into their dream universities, acquire skills, and enter the workforce. However, the arrival of Eternal Night upended everything. Malevolent forces wreaked havoc, leaving destruction in their wake, and the global order shifted. In this world where humans, demons, and malevolent spirits prey on each other, martial arts became essential for survival. In today's Dragon Country, learning is no longer about acquiring a livelihood skill, but about mastering a survival technique. In a world teeming with demons and monsters, knowledge alone is inadequate. Only martial artists can truly stand their ground. Yet, there is a scarcity of scriptures and even fewer cultivation techniques. Many people, even if blessed with a divine embryo by a true god, remain trapped in the Lingyao realm for life due to a lack of cultivation knowledge. For ordinary people, the Lingyao realm is akin to sainthood. For true cultivators, it is merely the beginning of their journey. Against this backdrop, martial arts schools emerged. The first emperor established Dragon Country, unified its currency, standardized the script, and synchronized its transportation, reuniting the fragmented countries that had split due to the eternal night. To fend off malevolent forces, he poured national resources into building the Great Wall. However, he knew this was not enough. The first emperor understood that if the populace remained ignorant and powerless against these forces, even the strongest wall would fail to secure the nation's future. Thus, he decreed the widespread establishment of martial arts schools to promote martial cultivation. Every martial arts school is required to offer basic cultivation techniques. One such technique is the breath of the divine embryo, a method of nurturing one's energy over time. When the individual reaches the appropriate age and energy levels, they can perform a divine descent ritual to attract the attention of a true god and receive a divine embryo. Without sufficient energy, however, one cannot catch the deity's eye and thus misses the opportunity for a divine embryo. The Yang Fire Embryo Nourishment technique uses Yang Fire as sustenance to nurture the divine embryo within the shrine, helping it sprout and grow. The Divine Embryo Foundation method further cultivates the sprouted divine embryo, laying a foundation for gathering spiritual energy. The Zhengyi Sword Qi Flow is a combat technique that teaches cultivators how to use their divine embryo to channel true energy and transform it into various sword energies to defeat enemies. These techniques are widely practiced among martial artists in Dragon Country. Even in the intense highway battle involving Zheng Zhihai from the Star Society and Yang Kaiwei from the Yang family, these fundamental techniques were employed. In this world shrouded in eternal night, martial arts schools are not only places of learning, but also beacons of hope for humanity's resistance against malevolent forces and the continuation of civilization. The Dragon and Snake Spirit Cultivation Technique is a mystical practice that involves meditation to forge a divine embryo. Practitioners can use it to condense the spirit of the divine embryo, eventually breaking through from the divine embryo stage to the spirit gathering stage. In this era where martial arts thrive, dojos are widespread across the Dragon Nation, opening doors for everyone to learn martial arts. Any child aged 3 or older can bring tuition fees to enroll in a dojo. Even those from impoverished backgrounds can apply for loans through the Spirit Bureau's support policy, which they can repay through work after completing their studies. Students of martial arts dojos can not only enter higher martial arts academies through college entrance exams, but they also have the opportunity to pass exams to enter key positions in the Dragon Nation's government, joining the ranks of the elite. The 10 major dojos in Maple Leaf City were each founded by one of the 10 local prominent families, attracting students from hundreds of miles around. At this moment, a crowd had gathered outside the Chun family dojo, eager to watch the spectacle. Inside the training ground, an intense match was underway. Master Long Shurong of the Star Society stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an imposing presence like a mountain. Beside him stood a boy just over 10 years old, named Deng Lei. Despite his young age, this 1.6-meter-tall boy was already muscular, radiating an aura of dominance. Dressed in martial arts attire with black bands wrapped around his wrists and ankles, his bright eyes shone with a defiant gleam. "Isn't that the wanted man from the Star Society?" someone in the crowd whispered. "Long Shurong may be in the Star Society, but he hasn't committed any crimes, so there's no warrant for his arrest," another person explained. His disciple, Deng Lei, has already won 3 consecutive matches here. If no one from the Chun family can defeat him, their reputation will be ruined. The Chun family has been plagued with misfortunes lately, someone else sighed. Old Master Chun was possessed by evil spirits. Their business is being eaten away, and if the dojo falls too, it will be hard for them to recover. Deng Lei stood arrogantly in front of Chun Shan, Chen Huqiu, and others, his gaze disdainfully sweeping over the students of the Chun family dojo. None of the students dared to meet his eyes, all lowering their heads. He sneered, "What's this? Is no one brave enough to challenge me? Is this the extent of your skills? If this is all you can teach, you might as well close down to avoid misleading your students." Despite their lingering anger, the members of the Chun family martial arts school had to admit that Deng Lei was indeed a prodigy among prodigies. They knew deep down that if they were to challenge him, they would likely end up being crushed just like the top 3 students had been. Chen Shan, Chen Huqiu, and the others looked grim, their eyes filled with resentment and anger. Deng Lei's prowess was like an insurmountable mountain, as he easily overpowered the top 3 students of the Chun family martial arts school. Whether it was in magic, martial arts, or talismans, Deng Lei demonstrated overwhelming superiority. These 3 areas are essential skills for any cultivator. Magic involves channeling true energy from the divine embryo to release spells that attack enemies, such as the Zhengyi Sword Qi. Martial arts are unarmed combat techniques, while talismans are powerful symbols drawn with cinnabar or blood to unleash formidable powers. In these domains, the Chun family martial arts school had been utterly defeated. As for divine powers, they are abilities that only masters who have reached the nascent stage can grasp. Among the 500 students at the Chun Family Martial Arts School, none had yet managed to cultivate such powers. Even the top 3, considered the school's most promising, were only at the 3rd level of the spirit gathering stage. Yet, even these outstanding students were no match for Deng Lei, suffering not only defeat, but also serious injuries and a loss of face. Seeing Deng Lei's arrogant demeanor, Chen Shan, Chen Huqiu, and the others burned with anger, wishing they could personally teach this smug youth a lesson. However, they understood that Long Shurong's challenge was not merely about physical prowess, but also about the teaching methods and the strength of the students. If they rashly attacked Deng Lei, it would not only be seen as bullying, but also as an admission that they couldn't train outstanding students. Long Shurong, seeing Chun Shan and the others rendered speechless, wore a smug smile and said, "Master Chun, if your martial arts school can only produce such poor students, I advise you to close it down." Chun Shan's forehead veins bulged as he struggled to suppress the urge to strike Long Shurong, and he asked in a deep voice, "What exactly do you want?" Long Shurong arrogantly raised 2 fingers and proclaimed, "First, since your teaching is inferior, and to prevent you from misleading students, you must transfer the school to me, and I'll take over. Second, Master Chun, 2 years ago you trespassed into my family's grounds and stole from us, tarnishing our reputation. Now, I demand you kneel and apologize to me. If you can't do that, I'll destroy the Chun Family Martial Arts School today, leaving no trace behind." Long Shurong stood with his hands in his pockets, exuding a relaxed demeanor, but his voice was as cold and sharp as ice. His words pierced through the air like a sword, intimidating everyone present. Chen Shan's gaze turned icy as he took a step forward, glaring at Long Shurong. "Kid, do you really think the Chun family has no one to stand up to you?" Before he finished speaking, a formidable aura surged from within him, overwhelming Long Shurong like a tidal wave. Deng Lei, caught in the front line, found his spirit-gathering realm cultivation powerless against the heaven-scorching realm. He felt as if a colossal mountain pressed down on his shoulders, his knees nearly buckling. Clenching his teeth, he desperately circulated his energy, summoning the shrine behind his head. A cascade of light enveloped him, aiding him in resisting Chun Shan's oppressive aura. His bones creaked under the pressure, and a low growl escaped through his gritted teeth. Despite the excruciating pain, Deng Lei managed to stay upright, astonishing those around him. Their eyes were filled with both fear and admiration. A 10-year-old in the spirit-gathering realm withstanding the pressure of the heaven-scorching realm was a testament to his extraordinary talent. Given another 20 years, he would surely surpass the heaven-scorching realm. Long Shurong spoke coldly. "Is bullying the weak all the Chun Family Martial Arts School is capable of?" As he spoke, a powerful aura surged from within him, shielding Deng Lei and countering Chen Shan's force. The pressure on Deng Lei eased, allowing him to stand up straight and catch his breath. Chun Shan fixed his gaze on Long Shurong and said in a deep voice, "Kid, your disciple is indeed impressive, but that only proves his strong talent. It doesn't prove your teaching skills are superior, nor does it imply ours are inferior. If you want to challenge us, you're welcome anytime. If our students lose, we'll accept it. But if you're here to cause trouble and harm our people, don't blame me for being ruthless." As soon as he finished speaking, a shrine appeared behind Chen Shan, unlike any other, with its doors tightly shut. Slowly, the doors opened, and a 3-headed, 6-armed deity emerged, each of its hands wielding a golden mace. The deity opened its mouth and inhaled, continuously drawing in the essence of the sun's fire. With a boom, flames burst forth from the deity's body, its hair transforming into fiery tongues that danced in the air. In that moment, the statue seemed reborn in flames, resembling a fiery god descended from the heavens, majestic and awe-inspiring. A heaven-scorching realm master can have their divine embryo absorb the sun's essence to strengthen themselves. As the divine embryo transformed into a fire god, Chun Shan's aura reached its peak. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. His hair stood like steel needles. His body shimmered with a faint golden glow, a hint of a Buddhist armor appearing, resembling a wrathful guardian. At that moment, Chen Shan was even more terrifying than the reborn fiery deity. Under the overwhelming aura of Chen Shan, everything within a 3-kilometer radius trembled. The plants and trees bent as if in a fierce wind, and cultivators below the 7th tier of the newborn realm were compelled to kneel, trembling as if facing divine wrath. Even those above the 7th tier, but below the burning sky realm, had to grit their teeth to remain standing. Feeling Chun Shan's imposing presence, Deng Lei retreated in panic, hiding behind Long Shurong. His eyes widened, his face pale as he murmured, "Is this the power of a burning sky realm master? It's terrifying." This sense of awe and fear was shared by everyone present. However, Chun Huqiu's gaze remained fixed on Chun Shan's imposing figure, filled with concern. He thought to himself, if Chun Shan could intimidate Long Shurong with his aura, it would be fine. But if not, the conflict would escalate. Having just recovered from a serious illness, Chun Shan might not be able to exert his full strength if a fight broke out. which could be disadvantageous. Facing the formidable Qin Shan, Long Shurong remained composed and said calmly, "Old man, you've just recovered. Are you really going to fight to the death with us?" Before he finished speaking, he summoned the new life from his shrine. Long Shurong's divine embryo was an incredibly bizarre beast, an eagle head, human body, and tiger claws, clad in a Taoist robe, looking extremely strange. Yet, the aura it emitted was immensely powerful. It inhaled deeply, absorbing the intense solar essence fire, and then erupted into a massive blaze. With the appearance of the divine embryo, Long Shurong's aura surged, matching Qin Shan's. Qin Shan frowned slightly, surprised. Long Shurong was also a burning sky realm cultivator. He noted the us in Long Shurong's words and couldn't help but ask, us? Long Shurong's lips curled slightly as he replied, "To face the renowned war god Qin Shan, we dare not be careless." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from 100 meters behind Long Shurong. A bald monk in a robe emerged from the crowd, with a golden halo shining behind him, and a shrine suspended like a temple, glowing brightly. Inside the shrine, a golden Buddha sat solemnly, its eyes like cold lightning, gazing in their direction. Xingqian Society, Demon Buddha, Du Wuxiang. Chun Huchio's expression changed dramatically, exclaiming in shock, "How did he get in here?" Demon Buddha, Du Wuxiang, a burning sky realm expert from the Xingqian Society, was notorious for his cruelty. 10 years ago, he massacred 10 villages overnight, sacrificing thousands to enhance his power, committing heinous crimes. Now, this infamous fiend appeared here, making the situation even more unpredictable. How did such a highly wanted expert manage to infiltrate Maple Leaf City without a sound? Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 3 overwhelming auras erupted around the Chun family martial arts school, shattering the clouds in the sky. From the south, west, and north, 3 terrifying presences soared into the sky, instilling fear and intensifying the pressure. Chun Huchio's face turned ashen, and Qin Feilong, Qin Peng, and others were equally dumbfounded. The oppressive force of the Burning Heaven realm was no longer just Du Wuxiang and Long Shurong. It had expanded to include 5 masters of the Burning Heaven realm. Such a top-tier lineup represented Maple Leaf City's strongest combat force, clearly not just aiming to destroy the Chun family martial arts school, but to wipe out the entire Qin family. Despair enveloped the Qin family. Had it been during Chun Shan's peak, there might have been a fighting chance. But now, Qin Shan had just recovered from a severe illness, his injuries still unhealed, relying solely on medication for support. Facing 5 opponents alone, the odds were slim. Long Shurong, emboldened by his backing, had a smug glint in his eyes. He stared at Qin Shan, a disdainful smile curling at his lips. "Qin Shan, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, call me grandfather a few times, I might consider sparing your family." Qin Shan remained expressionless, his gaze cold as ice. "Are you done talking?" Long Shurong continued to taunt. "Qin Shan, your injuries aren't healed yet. Forcing yourself to fight will only worsen them. If you fall in this battle, your family is finished. I advise you." Before he could finish, Qin Shan stood before Long Shurong like a towering mountain. His massive palm, charged with thunderous force, struck fiercely at his opponent. Simultaneously, the fire god general, wielding golden maces, swept down with a tidal wave of power towards the altar above Long Shurong's head. Action spoke louder than words, and Qin Shan proved his resolve through deeds. At that moment, the air inside the martial arts school seemed to freeze, everyone holding their breath, waiting for the earth-shattering blow to land. The wind rose, heralding Chun Shan's arrival. Like a hurricane, he appeared before Long Shurong in an instant. His palm, imbued with immense power, struck Long Shurong before he could react, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string. Simultaneously, his shrine was hit by a golden rod, nearly shattering it. Long Shurong had been cautious, but never imagined Qin Shan would attack so suddenly. What shocked him even more was Qin Shan's incredible speed, uncharacteristic of someone who had just recovered from illness. Caught off guard, Long Shurong crashed heavily to the ground, limbs flailing. The impact on his shrine caused a splitting headache, his mind buzzing. "Qin Shan, you son of a," Long Shurong was furious, the stinging pain on his face adding fuel to the fire. He quickly activated his martial arts techniques, channeling his internal power to its peak, ready to fight Qin Shan to the death. "Coming to cause trouble, and then swearing at me? You're asking for it." Qin Shan shouted angrily, giving Long Shurong no chance to resist. He charged forward like a demon, sitting heavily on Long Shurong's chest, pinning him down with the weight of a mountain. Then, with both hands, he slapped Long Shurong's face repeatedly, producing a series of loud smacks. As Long Shurong attempted to fight back, Qin Shan's palm landed heavily, making his head buzz. A powerful punch followed, striking his chest and dispersing his gathered energy. The shrine above his head wobbled precariously, and to make matters worse, Qin Shan's fiery deity wielding a golden rod relentlessly struck the newly formed deity within the shrine. The eagle-faced, human-bodied deity was battered, letting out cries of agony. Faced with Chun Shan's relentless assault, Long Shurong was utterly powerless. He was pinned to the ground and mercilessly beaten, like a student challenging a teacher with no hope of winning. The display of dominance and ferocity left everyone present in shock. Who could have imagined that, in the presence of 5 powerful cultivators, Chun Shan would dare to take the offensive, leaving Long Shurong disoriented? Everyone was dumbfounded, unsure of what to do. Stop this immediately, Du Wuxiang shouted, his expression changing dramatically. He didn't rush forward, but instead activated the golden Buddha within his shrine. The Buddha's eyes snapped open, emitting a dazzling golden light. A beam shot out, splitting the ground and hurtling towards Chun Shan with incredible speed. Stop my foot! Chun Shan retorted angrily, shattering the beam with a punch. Yet, the light didn't dissipate. Instead, it transformed into thousands of golden swords that launched at Chun Shan again. The sword energy was sharp and destructive, ripping through the ground with explosive sounds, creating an intimidating spectacle. Without hesitation, Chun Shan grabbed Long Shurong by the neck, using him as a weapon to fend off the sword energy. In an instant, Long Shurong's back, and face were slashed by the golden swords, leaving him in a pitiful state, like a human pincushion. Chun Shan, Du Wuxiang, you bastards! Long Shurong was beyond furious, his face flushed with anger, wishing to tear Chun Shan and Du Wuxiang to pieces. However, his current predicament made his rage seem utterly ridiculous. At that moment, a master of the burning heaven realm appeared like a phantom, his fist striking like a furious dragon emerging from the sea, aiming straight for Chun Shan's head. Simultaneously, Du Wuxiang charged forward like an arrow released from a bow, his hands instantly turning a fiery golden hue as he launched a fierce attack on Chun Shan. The force of his palms howled through the air, stinging the face with its intensity, showcasing the supreme power of the Shaolin's Vajrapalm. A cold glint flashed in Chun Shan's eyes as he instinctively dodged the attack from another burning heaven realm cultivator, then countered with a punch against Du Wuxiang's Vajrapalm. The clash of fist and palm erupted with a thunderous boom. A shockwave rippled outwards from the two fighters, sweeping away the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees. Chun Huqiu and others felt a violent wind assault them, making it hard to keep their footing as their robes flapped wildly. In an instant, the explosive sounds continued without pause. Chun Shan, holding Long Shurong in one hand, fiercely engaged with the 2 burning heaven realm masters. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of moves, their actions as swift as lightning, challenging even 9th-level cultivators of the nascent realm to track their movements. Spectators could only hear the deafening noise and see 4 blurred shadows moving at high speed, occasionally releasing destructive sword and blade energies. As the battle raged on, the ground became crisscrossed with cracks, spreading like a spiderweb. Finally, with a massive thud, the battle abruptly ended. Chun Shan stood like a god of war, exuding a terrifying aura, his presence as immovable as a mountain. One foot was planted on Long Shurong, the other on Du Wuxiang's chest, while he gripped the neck of the 3rd burning heaven realm cultivator as if holding a chicken. Though Chun Shan bore several deep, bleeding wounds, the injuries of Long Shurong, Du Wuxiang, and the other cultivator were far more grievous, with blood pouring profusely. Only then did everyone see clearly that the one Chun Shan held by the neck was none other than Wan Jiantang, another notorious cultivator from the Xingqian society. The divine shrine behind Wan Jiantang's head had dissipated, and he clutched Chun Shan's wrist with all his might, yet couldn't budge it an inch. Du Wuxiang lay under Chun Shan's foot, coughing up blood incessantly. Long Shurong's face was swollen to the point of being unrecognizable. The scene stunned everyone present. No one expected Chun Shan, despite his severe injuries, to be so ferocious, taking on 3 opponents with such ferocity that it left them speechless. However, Chun Huqiu frowned, sensing that despite Chun Shan's outward ferocity, his internal energy was chaotic, indicating he was a shell of his former self. With his fiery and aggressive nature, had he been at his peak, he would have easily dispatched the 3 without sustaining further injuries. Clearly, Chun Shan was at the end of his strength, and if the fight continued, his life would be in danger. Yet Chun Shan ignored his injuries, looking down coldly at Long Shurong, and shouted fiercely, "You think with your paltry skills you can challenge my Chun family martial hall? You overestimate yourselves." Though Long Shurong had been publicly humiliated, he remained defiant, glaring at Chun Shan with a twisted expression, and shouted, "Old man, don't get cocky. You may have won today, but our Xingqian society has triumphed in the challenge. The students you've taught are worthless. None can match my disciple. You stepped in personally to defeat my disciple, shamelessly using your seniority." Chun Shan cast a cold glance at the members of the Wan Jian Hall before him, a disdainful smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. His voice was as chilling as ice. "Huh? You bunch of snot-nosed kids dare call yourselves the Xingqian society? It's an insult to the real Xingqian society. His words cut sharp and deep. If Shen Wuyo knew you were swaggering around under his banner, he'd be the first to want your heads. These words hit like a hammer, instantly enraging the three who claimed to be from the Xingqian society. Long Shirong and the others turned red with fury. You old fool! How dare you insult our Xingqian society? Today we'll kill you. Their blood boiled, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, as they lunged at Chen Shan with all their might. However, Chen Shan merely gave a slight shake, his feet rooted to the ground, and waved his hand as if pressing down a mountain. The three were instantly subdued, unable to move, as insignificant as ants. Chen Shan's gaze was piercing as he surveyed the surroundings and said coldly, "There are 2 more practitioners at the Burning Heaven stage. Will you come out on your own, or do I have to bring you out myself?" As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures emerged from the eastern street. Though their steps seemed slow, they covered 100 meters in an instant, appearing before Chen Shan in the blink of an eye. Xingqian Society, Taiji Sword Demon Yan Wuqian, at your service, Elder Chun. Xingqian Society, Old Horse Herder Hong Haiqing, at your service, Elder Chun. The 2 bowed politely to Chen Shan, yet their eyes were filled with murderous intent, their aura sharp and threatening. Seeing this, Chen Heqiu and Chen Feilong's faces changed dramatically. 5 practitioners at the Burning Heaven stage, all from the Xingqian Society, represented the pinnacle of combat power in Maple Leaf City. Chen Feilong's expression darkened further as he realized that the other 9 families, the City Lord's Mansion, and the Spirit Bureau must have known about this, but chose not to intervene. Clearly, these forces intended to use the Xingqian Society to eliminate Chen Shan. With this realization, he felt increasingly hopeless. Chen Shan stared icily at Yan Wuqian and Hong Haiqing, his fighting spirit surging like a tide. So, the elites from Xingqian Society within a 500-kilometer radius have all gathered. It seems someone wants me to meet my end. He paused, his gaze growing sharper, his fighting spirit soaring. Come on, all of you at once. It's not like I haven't faced 5 at a time before. Yan Wuqian smirked slightly. Elder Chun, you've misunderstood. We're here simply to have our younger members spar with the juniors of your Chun family martial arts school. If someone on your side can defeat our Xingqian Society's rising star, Deng Lei, we'll leave immediately. Hong Haiqing continued with a hint of threat in his tone. If not, according to the laws governing martial arts schools, your Chun family martial arts school will belong to our Xingqian Society. You must accept this, right? Yan Wu's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he locked eyes with Chen Shan, his tone carrying a hint of threat. Mr. Chun, if you insist on going head-to-head with us, even if you manage to defeat us, I'm afraid you and the Chun family won't escape misfortune. You should understand this, right? Everyone present could see that although Chen Shan was at the end of his strength, as a seasoned veteran, he surely had some tricks up his sleeve. If Chen Shan were to launch a desperate attack, the 5 of them might not escape unscathed. Therefore, they dared not confront Chen Shan head-on. Instead, they cleverly shifted the focus of the conflict, placing all their hopes on Deng Lei, hoping to secure victory that way. Chen Shan's gaze remained as sharp as a blade, scanning his opponents. However, his heart had already sunk. He was indeed at the end of his strength. Although he had a way to go all out and kill these 5 people, the cost would be his own demise. He knew very well that the City Lord's mansion of Maple Leaf City and the other 9 families had been eyeing the Chun family with predatory intent. If he were to die at this critical moment, the City Lord's mansion and the other 9 families would surely pounce like hungry wolves, devouring his descendants. Sadly, not a single student in the Chun family martial arts school could defeat Deng Lei. Chen Shan looked around, realizing that every path seemed to lead to a deadly abyss. With this realization, a deep sense of despair and sadness flooded his heart, accompanied by an overwhelming feeling of helplessness. For years, he had single-handedly supported the entire Chen family, yet none of his descendants had managed to break through to the Burning Heaven realm. Currently, only Chun Hongyao had the potential to reach this level, but time was running out. Someone was clearly intent on exterminating the Chun family before Chun Hongyao could fully rise. To achieve this goal, they were even allowing members of the Star Society to run rampant in Maple Leaf City. Their intentions were obvious: to sit back and watch the Chun family be destroyed. Chen Shan knew that if he couldn't resolve this matter today, the Chun family would face annihilation. While Chen Shan was desperately contemplating countermeasures, the buzz of an electric motor approached from afar. A Yedea electric scooter zoomed in and came to a stop at the entrance of the Chun family martial arts school. Immediately, a youthful and excited voice broke the tense atmosphere. Who's looking for a fight? Come on, let me join in the fun. The owner of the voice was Li Shiqi. Chen Heqiu, Chen Feilong, Chen Peng, and the others heard Li Shiqi's voice, and their previously gloomy faces immediately brightened. Especially Chen Heqiu, who was overjoyed, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. In their eyes, Li Shiqi, who could tear apart demons with his bare hands, was their savior. However, upon hearing this, Chen Shan's expression suddenly turned grim. He spun around, glaring angrily at Chen Heqiu and the others, and demanded through gritted teeth. Who told you to call him over? To Chun Shan, Li Shiqi, as the grandson of his esteemed older brother Shinkong, deserved to enjoy a life of luxury in the Qin family. He felt it was his responsibility to protect Li Shiqi, to shield him from the chaos of the martial world, and not let him face those lurking powerful threats. Chun Shan, seething with anger, glared fiercely at Chun Huqiu, Chun Feilong, and the others. Faced with the clan leader's wrath, they dared not meet his gaze and could only lower their heads in silence. While Chun Shan's attention was diverted, Du Wuxiang, Long Shurong, and Wan Jiantang exchanged glances. In the next moment, they unleashed their full strength simultaneously, like 3 volcanoes erupting, sending the unguarded Chun Shan flying and landing heavily in front of Chun Huqiu and the others. We got him. The 3 were secretly pleased, their eyes fixed on Chun Shan, hoping this strike would further injure him. However, the result was disappointing. Despite their full efforts, their suppressed strength was not pure enough. They only managed to create some cracks on the golden Buddhist armor covering Chun Shan, without actually harming him. Long Shurong gritted his teeth, cursing silently. This old bastard, how is his Buddhist armor so tough? It's like he's a damn turtle. He recalled the humiliation of being slapped wildly by Chun Shan earlier and wished he could tear him apart. Chun Shan calmly dusted himself off, glaring coldly at Long Shurong and the others, and said, "You little punks, ambushing me. Are you looking to die?" Long Shurong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. "You caught me off guard before, but if you dare to make a move again, I'll kill you, you old codger." Just as tensions were about to boil over, an intimidating aura suddenly erupted from the inner city of Maple Leaf City, sweeping towards them. Long Shurong and the others felt the pressure, their expressions immediately turning serious. In Wuqian, the peerless sword demon, stepped forward with a cheerful smile. "Everyone, let's not forget that this is meant to be a contest for the younger generation." He gave Long Shurong a meaningful look. "Long, calm down, don't ruin our plans." Long Shurong snorted, barely managing to contain his anger. At that moment, Chun Hongyao and Li Shiqi arrived together, joining Chun Shan. Chun Hongyao looked Chun Shan over, her eyes full of concern. "Grandfather, are you all right?" Chun Shan shook his head, casually wiping the blood from his wounds, and said nonchalantly, "I'm not dead yet." Then, he said seriously, "I can handle things here. You take Shiqi home." Chun Huqiu was about to speak when Chun Shan abruptly cut him off. "Shut up." The sharp rebuke left Chun Huqiu silent and trembling. Chun Shan glanced at him coldly, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. "Just because I fell ill, you think I can't wield a blade anymore? Those scoundrels from Maple Leaf City dare to conspire with the Xingqian society against me. If they provoke me, I'll go to any lengths, even at the cost of my own life, to eliminate them all." Chun Huqiu nodded repeatedly in agreement, but doubt was still evident in his eyes. To him, if Chun Shan truly had the power to destroy the 9 great families of Maple Leaf City, their Chun family wouldn't be at the bottom of the top 10 families. His words were just an act to save face. After reprimanding Chun Huqiu, Chun Shan turned to Li Shiqi with a warm smile. "Little Shiqi, this is an adult matter. Why don't you go home and play with Sister Hongyao?" "No way." Li Shiqi shook his head decisively. "What do you want to do then?" Chun Shan was taken aback. Li Shiqi grinned brightly. "I'm here to fight." He turned to face Long Shurong and the others, rolling up his sleeves as he spoke. As Confucius said, "Isn't it a joy to have friends coming from afar? Since someone has come to challenge me, how can I not enjoy giving them a good beating? Which one of you wants to go first?" This statement left Long Shurong, Du Wuxiang, and the other 4 cultivators from the Fengshan realm exchanging bewildered glances. This kid had interpreted Confucius like this? Even more surprising was that Li Shiqi didn't even consider Deng Lei a threat, directly challenging them instead. "Kid, are you talking to me?" Long Shurong pointed at himself in disbelief. Li Shiqi continued his warm-up exercises, answering as if it was the most natural thing. "Of course. To challenge me, you need to be at least at your level. Fighting those little kids would just be bullying." With that, he stood upright and beckoned them with a finger. "Forget it. No need to take turns. Why don't all 5 of you come at me together?" Everyone present was stunned. Long Shurong laughed heartily, turning to mock Chun Shan. "Old man, is this one of your martial arts school students? Just like your Chin family, arrogant, and all bark, no bite." Chun Shan stood up abruptly, shouting angrily. "Brat, are you looking for a beating?" Yin Wuk quickly restrained the agitated Long Shurong. "Brother Long, focus on the bigger picture." Long Shurong suppressed his anger and turned to Deng Lei. "Xiao Lei, remember, use some force later and cripple him for me." Deng Lei nodded in response, stepping up to Li Shiqi and summoning his shrine behind him. The students in the martial arts school watched this scene with worry in their eyes. Deng Lei had just defeated 3 of the Chun family's top talents, and he was a full 2 heads taller than Li Shiqi, making the outcome of this duel seem obvious. However, Li Shiqi continued to ignore Deng Lei, pointing at the 5 Fengshan realm cultivators. "Are you really not going to step in? Sending a child to his death? What does that accomplish? He's too weak. Beating him won't satisfy me. This remark left everyone stunned. Dang Lei was furious, stepping up to Li Shiqi and gritting his teeth. Kid, you're too arrogant. Kneel and become my slave now, or I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of my master. Before he could finish, there was a crisp slap, and Li Shiqi's palm sent Dang Lei spinning through the air like a cannonball, landing heavily at Long Shurong's feet. Dang Lei spat blood, his cheeks swelling up, and he passed out. The scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially Long Shurong, who was too shocked to speak. Silence enveloped the Chun family martial arts school, so profound that you could hear a pin drop. Students stood in shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape, overwhelmed by the turn of events. Outside, the onlookers and reporters were equally stunned, their jaws practically hitting the ground. Just moments ago, Dang Lei had effortlessly defeated 3 of the Chun school's prodigious young talents, displaying incredible prowess. Yet, faced with the seemingly weaker Li Shiqi, he was sent flying by a single slap. This unexpected reversal left everyone astounded, particularly Long Shurong and Du Wuxiang, whose smug expressions instantly froze. Li Shiqi dusted off his hands, speaking impatiently. I told you, you're no match for me, so why waste time talking? He then turned to Long Shurong and his group, beckoning them with a finger. All right, you 5, come at me together. I need to let off some steam. Long Shurong glared at the fallen Dang Lei, shouting angrily. Dang Lei, stop pretending. Get up. He kicked at Dang Lei, but despite his calls and kicks, Dang Lei remained unconscious. Long Shurong's face turned grim, struggling to accept that his prized disciple, with a 3rd-grade divine embryo, was defeated with just 1 slap from Li Shiqi. Du Wuxiang was equally incredulous, pinching his thigh to ensure he wasn't dreaming. After confirming reality, he stepped forward to assess Dang Lei's injuries. The findings made his pupils contract sharply. Dang Lei wasn't just unconscious. His skull had a linear fracture, and his divine shrine was cracked. Such damage could only be inflicted by a force of 10,000 pounds. He looked at Li Shiqi in shock, realizing this young man had surpassed the realm of genius, verging on the divine. Pointing at Dang Lei on the ground, Li Shiqi said, no need to check. As the saying goes, time flows like a river, never ceasing day or night. Anyone who challenges me will end up like this guy, Dang Lei, knocked out cold, unaware of day or night. He paused, then added seriously, he's too weak to handle it and fainted. Now it's your turn. With that, Li Shiqi stomped the ground, shattering the floor beneath him, and shot towards Du Wuxiang and the others like a cannonball, his momentum unstoppable. Meanwhile, Chen Shan retrieved a glass cover from Chun Huchio's arms. His divine shrine emerged once more, and a divine general holding a golden mace appeared, lifting the glass cover into the sky. The cover expanded, cascading down like a stream, forming a massive transparent bowl that enveloped the entire martial arts school. Boom! The divine light glass cover descended, shrouding the scene in a mist that obscured the view from outside. The crowd and reporters buzzed with anxious speculation, frustrated at being unable to witness the thrilling showdown. Inside the divine light glass cover, Li Shiqi had already reached Du Wuxiang, his small fist striking towards his face. Du Wuxiang sneered, dismissing him as ignorant. Foolish child, daring to challenge the moon, courting death. He didn't even summon his divine shrine, opting instead for a direct attack with his powerful Vajra palm. However, when Li Shiqi's fist collided with Du Wuxiang's palm, Du Wuxiang realized his grave mistake. Li Shiqi's punch carried immense power, blasting Du Wuxiang's entire arm away. Before Du Wuxiang could even scream, Li Shiqi's left foot whipped like a lash across his neck. With a crack, Du Wuxiang's neck snapped, and he flew like a ragdoll for over 10 meters. Yan Wuxia, Long Shurong, Hong Haiqing, and Wan Jiantang were momentarily stunned. Before they could react, Li Shiqi had already appeared in front of Long Shurong. Long Shurong's face changed dramatically, and he leaped to evade. Li Shiqi leapt simultaneously, punching Long Shurong's knee. With 2 cracks, Long Shurong's knee shattered, sending his legs backward while his upper body pitched forward. Li Shiqi capitalized with a fierce elbow strike to Long Shurong's chin. Long Shurong's jaw shattered, blood spraying from his mouth as he soared into the air. From the moment Li Shiqi attacked to when Du Wuxiang and Long Shurong were sent flying, only a second had passed. The 2 formidable opponents couldn't even summon their divine shrines before being severely injured and thrown, the speed of it all astonishing. After dealing with them, Li Shiqi charged towards Wan Jiantang, like a beast unleashed from the depths of hell, exuding a terrifying aura. The members of Wanjian Hall were taken aback as Li Shiqi charged at them like a bolt of lightning. The recent memory of Li Shiqi swiftly defeating Long Shurong and Du Wuxiang flashed through their minds, signaling imminent danger. Without delay, Wanjian Hall summoned a divine shrine and activated their techniques. In an instant, countless sword energies erupted from the shrine like a swarm of locusts, slashing densely towards Li Shiqi. Simultaneously, Wang Jianhao retreated rapidly, attempting to widen the gap. Hong Haiqing and Yin Wuxia quickly reacted, manifesting their own shrines behind their heads as their true energy surged, significantly boosting their power. As the three of them retreated, they suddenly realized something was amiss. Their ankles were entangled by a nearly invisible thread, the other end of which was tied to Li Shiqi's foot. Li Shiqi wore a chilling grin, and a question arose in their minds. When did this happen? How did we not notice? Before they could respond, Li Shiqi had already torn through the sword energy like a storm, crashing directly into Wang Jianhao's embrace. Wang Jianhao felt as if struck by a siege hammer weighing tens of thousands of pounds, sending him flying like a broken kite, blood spraying from his mouth and nose, ribs audibly fracturing. After dealing with Wang Jianhao, Li Shiqi eerily leaped above Hong Haiqing, grabbed the shrine behind his head, and forcefully shoved it back into Hong Haiking's skull. He then seized Hong Haiqing's head and smashed it against the ground. With a resounding crash, the floor shattered, forming a 1-meter-wide crater centered on Hong Haiqing's head, with cracks spreading out like a spider web. At that moment, Yin Wuqia's battle sword was already aimed at the back of Li Shiqi's head, its overwhelming energy shaking the heavens and earth. Yin Wuqia, merged with his sword, appeared as a blade capable of splitting the world. Facing this lethal strike, Li Shiqi remained expressionless, advancing instead of retreating, directly meeting the sword with his head. Yin Wuqia's pupils contracted as a ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Is he trying to commit suicide? But in the next moment, he realized how wrong he was. With a crisp ringing sound, Li Shiqi's skull collided with the battle sword, leaving him unscathed, while Yin Wuqia's prized sword shattered inch by inch, fragments scattering, leaving only the hilt in his hand. Yin Wuqi's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene. His sword was forged from rare materials, taking 14 days to complete, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a master of the Fengshan realm, and even a Qianquan realm expert would struggle to damage it. Yet, Li Shiqi's head was so indestructible, it defied all reason. Seizing the moment as Yin Wuqia was stunned, Li Shiqi leapt forward, reaching him in an instant, and delivered a precise hand chop to his throat. With a crack, Yin Wuqia's throat shattered. The crisp sound of a fractured throat echoed through the air. Li Shiqi gave his opponent no chance to catch a breath, delivering a lightning-fast kick that sent him flying like a projectile. However, this flight didn't last long. The thin cords attached to their feet suddenly pulled taut, the elastic ropes snapping them back like human slingshots. Meanwhile, in the distance, Du Wuxiang and Long Shirong were similarly yanked back by the cords, tracing graceful arcs through the air. Quick as a flash, Li Shiqi grabbed Hong Haiqing, who had just been slammed into the ground, and tossed him upwards. The five of them spun like a carousel in midair. Li Shiqi took a deep breath, planted his feet firmly in a horse stance, and unleashed his fists like a caged tiger. Aura, 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 he shouted, his fists roaring through the air like a torrential downpour. Each punch landed with precision, producing deafening thuds. Yin Wuq and the others were powerless against this storm of blows, coughing up blood repeatedly as they were battered about like 5 ping-pong balls with their strings cut, flying back and forth in the air. Just as they were flung away, the cords reeled them back in for another round of pummeling, creating a scene that was both awe-inspiring and comical. Chen Shan, Chen Hongyao, Chen Huqiu, and all the students of the Chun Family Martial Arts School were stupefied. Their eyes widened, jaws nearly hitting the floor. This spectacle was 100 times more shocking than when Li Shiqi had previously sent Deng Lei flying with a slap. 5 cultivators at the Burning Heaven Realm, the top combat force of Maple Leaf City, were utterly helpless before Li Shiqi, especially Chen Shan, himself a Burning Heaven Realm cultivator, whose face turned deathly pale. He knew that without extreme elevation, he couldn't possibly handle these 5. Yet Li Shiqi effortlessly crushed them, filling Chen Shan with fear. This little 17 is terrifying, he thought to himself. Suddenly, Li Shiqi ceased his attack, turning to Chen Shan and the others, casually asking, "By the way, does the martial arts school have any iodine?" At this moment, Long Shirong and the others resembled 5 blood-soaked dumplings, bound tightly by the cords and suspended in the air. Their faces were bruised and swollen, countless bones broken, bodies covered in blood, looking utterly miserable. Chen Peng snapped out of his daze and quickly replied, "Yes, yes, we do." Li Shiqi said, "Bring me 2 bottles." Upon hearing this, Chen Peng didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly got up and ran to the martial arts school's infirmary. He soon returned, holding 2 500 milliliters bottles of iodine, his arm trembling slightly as he handed them to Li Shiqi. Li Shiqi took the iodine, swiftly unscrewed the cap, and poured the brown liquid into his palm. Everyone present watched his every move intently, the air thick with tension. Li Shiqi methodically applied the iodine evenly on his hands, leaving stark brown streaks on his skin. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, silently questioning what this all meant. Unable to contain himself, Chen Shan asked, "Shiqi, what are you doing?" Li Shiqi looked up, a seemingly innocent smile on his face, sharply contrasting with the violence he was about to unleash. He cheerfully replied, Grandpa Chun, haven't you tried it? When your fists are covered in iodine, you can sanitize while you punch. His tone carried a hint of excitement, as if sharing a fun story. Back in the Demon Suppression Prison, I used to treat those vicious demons this way. It worked great, Li Shiqi continued, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. Sometimes, after taking down those damn demons, I'd chant sutras and scriptures over their souls, thoroughly refining them into my emperor's banner, granting them eternal bliss. Chen Shan was left speechless in shock. Chen Heqiu, Chen Hongyao, Chen Feilong, and others were equally stunned, unable to believe what they were hearing. At that moment, Long Shirong, Du Wuxiang, Hong Haiqing, Wan Jiantang, and Xian Yanwuk sensed an opportunity. They attempted to channel their inner energy to break free. However, they were horrified to find their bodies empty, unable to sense any trace of their energy. Before they could react, Li Shiqi, his hands covered in iodine, strode towards them. With a flick of his hand, the ropes tightened, and the five were pulled up like puppets, flying straight towards Li Shiqi. My 2 billion! Li Shiqi roared, his fists moving like the wind, each strike delivering the sting of iodine. Ada, Ada, Ada. The flurry of punches filled the air, and Long Shirong and the others screamed in agony, their bodies tumbling through the air like leaves caught in a storm. The skin split open and bled from the beating, with waves of pain crashing over. When the iodine touched the wound, a sharp, piercing pain followed. As the disinfectant seeped into the fractured bone, the agony reached its peak. Li Shiqi gritted his teeth, silently regretting. My 200 million. Arda, 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 Arda. The fists rained down like a storm. Ouch! 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 The cries of pain echoed. Inside the Chun family's martial arts school, Li Shiqi's furious roars, the wails of Long Shirong and his companions, and the dull thuds of fists meeting flesh intertwined to form a bizarre and rhythmic symphony. Chen Shan and Chen Heqiu exchanged glances, shocked by the violent concerto before them. Chen Shan turned to Chen Hongyao, his brow furrowed. Hongyao, what does he mean by 200 million? Does someone owe him money? He speculated. It seems Li Shiqi might have lost money, and that's why he's so furious, using these Xingqian society people as punching bags to vent his anger. Chen Hongyao shook her head, her expression grave. No one owes him money. Chen Shan was even more puzzled. Then what's going on? Chen Hongyao answered cautiously. Grandfather, this is Shiqi's private matter. You should ask him directly later. She thought to herself that the amount Li Shiqi dealt with today was too large, and she feared that revealing it might attract unwanted attention. Even in front of her respected grandfather, she chose to remain silent. Money, the root of all motivation. Chen Hongyao sighed inwardly. She had seen much and knew well how money could turn even close family against each other. Although Li Shiqi was powerful, he was essentially a simple-hearted young man. If his wealth became known, it could attract ill intentions. To protect Li Shiqi, she decided to keep the matter confidential. Chen Shan, being perceptive, picked up on Chen Hongyao's implied meaning and wisely refrained from further inquiry. After a while, Li Shiqi finally stopped, retracting the thin ropes entangling Long Shirong and his 4 companions. Deprived of support, the 5 fell heavily to the ground, their faces bruised, bleeding from the 7 orifices, and bodies marked with 3-centimeter deep fist imprints, barely clinging to life. Their vital energy was scattered, leaving them battered and immobile. Li Shiqi washed his hands, dried them, and let out a long breath. He spoke to himself. Confucius said, I examine myself thrice daily. Today, did I suffer any grievance? Did I retaliate after being wronged? Have I vented my frustration? He nodded with satisfaction. I was deceived, and there was a fire in me. Now that I've beaten the sandbag, I feel much better. One shouldn't let oneself be wronged or brood over things. It's bad for one's health. Confucius truly was a genius. Love it. He approached Chen Shan and calmly said, Grandpa Chun, my matters are resolved. Next, could we speak privately? At this moment, he noticed Chen Shan, Chen Heqiu, and everyone in the Chun family's martial arts school looking at him as if they were seeing an alien. Especially the 3 prodigious students of the Chen family. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. As young people themselves, they were awed and disheartened by the fact that Li Shiqi could easily overpower cultivators at the Burning Heaven realm, while they couldn't even match Deng Lei. This massive gap in strength left them feeling both respectful and frustrated. This is truly infuriating. The expressions on the faces of the 3 talented students grew increasingly grim, filled with unwillingness and jealousy. Li Shiqi looked around innocently and asked, Grandpa Chun, why are you all looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Chen Shan snapped back to reality and replied kindly. It's nothing, little Shiqi. Did you need something from me? There are too many people here. Let's talk privately, Li Shiqi suggested. Chen Shan nodded and turned to Chen Heqiu and the others, instructing, That's it for today. Let the students disperse. Chen Heqiu, along with Chen Feilong and Chen Pong, immediately began to clear the crowd. Once the area was emptied, Chen Shan approached Long Shirong, towering over his battered opponent. Long Shirong's eyes burned with deep-seated hatred. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Shan summoned a shrine. A fierce flash of sword light pierced through the air, instantly shattering Long Shirong's heart. Long Shirong's eyes widened in disbelief that Chen Shan dared to kill so brazenly within the martial arts school. As he opened his mouth to speak, several more sword beams whistled through, precisely piercing his forehead, throat, and dantian. He fell to the ground with eyes full of unfulfilled anger. Hong Haiqing and the others turned pale at the sight. Chen Shan coldly turned to them, and before they could plead for mercy, sword energy had already pierced their vital points. Subsequently, Chen Shan hung the 5 corpses at the entrance of the Chun family martial arts school as a warning to others. Little Shiqi, thank you for giving me the chance to avenge myself, Chen Shan said, returning to Li Shiqi's side with a benevolent smile. Li Shiqi pointed at the bloodstains on Chen Shan's clothing and said innocently, Grandpa, your technique needs improvement. Look at your clothes. He proudly showed off his clean outfit. See, I threw so many punches without getting any blood on me. You should learn from me. They exchanged a knowing smile, their understanding unspoken. Just then, Deng Lei, who had been feigning death, awoke and was terrified by what he heard. Li Shiqi noticed him and asked, has he done anything wrong? Chen Shan shook his head. I don't know, but since he's here, he might as well stay. Before he finished speaking, sword energy had already pierced Deng Lei's vital point. Grandpa, can you now tell me the location of the Xunbing Xingnan province headquarters? And how long it takes to get there from Maple Leaf City? Li Shiqi finally asked about the purpose of his visit. Chen Shan detailed the route. It's in Jinchuan City. From the north of Maple Leaf City, it's a 5-hour drive or a 3-hour ride on a horned snake-tailed lion. The necessary stop is Maoyang City, for 1,000 kilometers to the north, which is the supply point. Li Shiqi silently noted this information, thinking to himself, Guiyin Xinbing Lu Hongqi, you dared to scam me. Tonight, I'll make you pay back double. Li Shiqi still harbored resentment towards Lu Hongqi's scheming, despite just having vented his anger by beating up Long Shirong and his men. However, it was far from enough for him. He secretly vowed to regain his dignity and not to let this slight go unpunished. Chen Shan noticed Li Shiqi's thoughts, but chose not to press further. He signaled Chen Honyao to take Li Shiqi back to the martial arts school to rest, while he himself began to retrieve the divine statue, suspended in midair. The statue, glowing with divine light, descended slowly, handing the glass cover to Chen Shan before stepping into the shrine. Once the shrine's door closed, the entire shrine vanished behind Chen Shan, as if it had never existed. When all the lights faded, a breathtaking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Chen Shan stood in the center of the Chun family's martial arts training ground, holding Deng Lei's blood-soaked corpse, looking like a formidable demon god. The crowd and reporters began to buzz with chatter, their eyes filled with both fear and fervent admiration. Someone exclaimed, Oh my god, are all the Xingqian Society members dead? Did Chen Shan single-handedly take down 5 experts of the Burning Sky Realm? Another remarked, No wonder they call him the demon god. Just last night he expelled evil spirits, and today he's this fierce. Chen Shan's reputation spread rapidly. Those who once plotted to destroy the Chen family while he was injured now found their plans utterly thwarted. People recalled the legend of Chen Shan wielding dual blades, cutting his way from the north to the south of Maple Leaf City, and now witnessing it firsthand, they saw him as a demon god who dared to slaughter even within the city. Besides Chen Shan, Li Shiqi's performance also drew attention. People whispered, the Chen family is remarkable now, with a young expert emerging. He slapped Deng Lei, who was at the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm, with ease. His strength might rival Chen Hongyao's. Another added, I heard he's a new relative of the Chen family, a young noble from a big place, no doubt about it. Many excitedly took out their long-distance communication talismans to inform their relatives in the countryside, eager to seize the opportunity of the Chen family's impending rise. Chen Shan surveyed the surroundings, casually tossed Deng Lei's body towards Long Shirong, and coldly declared, I don't know who's been targeting my Chen family in the shadows, but I, Chen Shan, have just one thing to say today. Anyone who has seized our assets through foul means should return them to us immediately, doubled. Don't force me to come knocking on your door. His words struck like a heavy hammer, intimidating the entire crowd. Those who once had designs on the Chen family were likely trembling with fear at this moment. After speaking, he turned and walked into the martial arts school's classroom with determined steps, disappearing from sight. His words were like a bombshell, causing an uproar in Maple Leaf City. Throughout the city, reactions were swift and intense. Someone cursed angrily, damn it, what are those useless Star Society members doing? 5 of them couldn't even handle Chen Shan, who's just recovered from a serious illness. Another voice urgently ordered, quick, prepare lavish gifts and go apologize to the Chen family. Someone else cursed regretfully, damn it, we thought Chen Shan would fall this time, but not only is he alive, he's become even stronger. We miscalculated. Voices of discussion echoed. Plan B failed too. We need to prepare Plan C. Prepare for nothing. Stay calm. And let's first find out more about Chen Shan. Also, that suddenly appearing Li Shiqi is suspicious. We must investigate his background. I have a feeling Chen Shan's increased strength might be related to him. It seems it's impossible for us to destroy the Chen family and get that item on our own. We need to inform old Jay. Maybe he has a solution. In a dimly lit room within the inner city of Maple Leaf City, 9 people sat around a large table, discussing strategies animatedly. Though hidden in shadows, their anxious and angry tones were unmistakable. Behind each of their chairs was a playing card design featuring a horned demon, marked with numbers 2 through 10. 2 empty chairs at the table were marked with the playing card symbols 10 and J. Clearly, this organization had 2 more experts who were not present. After a heated discussion, they finally agreed. Notify old J and have him handle this tricky situation. In the darkness, Poker Lao Lu slowly stood up and took out a playing card the size of an adult's palm from his pocket. With practiced hands, he folded it into the shape of a paper crane and gently blew on it. Instantly, the paper crane seemed to come to life, emitting a faint glow. It fluttered its wings lightly, flew through the room's window, soared into the sky, and eventually vanished into the night. The scene shifts to the inner room of the Chun family martial arts school. Chen Shan had gathered the senior members of the Chen family, and the atmosphere was tense. Li Shiqi didn't want to be there, but Chun Hongyao had dragged him along. Bored, he sat in the corner, engrossed in a journey to the West comic he had borrowed from the school library. Chen Heqiu, Chen Feilong, Chen Hongyao, and Chen Peng all fixed their worried gazes on Chen Shan. Just as Chen Shan was about to speak, he suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed wearily into his chair, gasping for air. The effort to suppress Long Shurong and his men had exhausted him, and if it weren't for Li Shiqi defeating the people from the Xingqian society, Chen Shan might have perished alongside Long Shurong and his group. Grandfather, take this medicine. Chen Hongyao hurriedly offered a pill to Chen Shan. Chen Shan waved it away, took a few deep breaths to stabilize his condition, and said in a grave tone, "Thanks to Xiao Shiqi, we survived a crisis today. But from now on, many will come to test us. The real challenges are just beginning." He paused for a moment and continued, "The purpose of those people is clear. They're after our family's treasure. Whether we keep it at home or carry it with us, it will be dangerous. To protect the treasure and the foundation of the Qin family, I propose we entrust it to Li Shiqi for safekeeping." Chen Shan looked around at everyone. "I've made my suggestion. Who's in favor, and who's against?" As soon as Chen Shan finished speaking, expressions of shock appeared on the faces of Chun Heqiu and the others. The family's treasured heirloom was the lifeblood of the entire Qin family, providing irreplaceable benefits to the cultivation of practitioners. Within the Qin family, only direct descendants and those who had made significant contributions to the family were allowed brief contact with it to accelerate their cultivation. Now, Chen Shan was proposing to gift such a precious item to Li Shiqi? This level of generosity seemed excessive. Chun Heqiu furrowed his brow, speaking gravely. "Father, that treasure is our family's most valued heirloom. We must consider this matter carefully and plan it thoroughly." Chun Feilong couldn't help but interject. "Brother, didn't you say before that we shouldn't involve little 17 in this matter? Why have you suddenly decided otherwise?" Facing the skepticism, Chun Shan replied with unwavering determination. "This is not about dragging little 17 into the fray. Even if it costs me my life, I must ensure little 17's safety. My intention is to entrust our family's treasure to Li Shiqi and have Hong Yao take him, along with Qin Yuhan and Qin Baijiang, to Guangzhou to seek refuge with one of my elders. This way, the treasure remains secure, and both 17 and Hong Yao are kept safe." In fact, Chen Shan had already pondered this decision deeply when Li Shiqi arrived. As the head of the Qin family, his primary concern was the next generation. Now that Li Shiqi was here, he worried about this old friend's grandson, fearing retaliation from the 9 families. The world of martial arts was treacherous. Though Li Shiqi was skilled, he was still young and lacked experience, making him vulnerable to ambush. By relocating Li Shiqi, Chun Hongyao, Qin Yuhan, and Qin Baijiang to another town, Chen Shan could act without hesitation, ready to confront the 9 families heathen. Once he recovered from his injuries, he intended to confront them one by one and settle the scores. Chen Heqiu and Chen Feilong, having known Chen Shan for years, immediately understood his intentions. Sending away the younger generation meant Chen Shan could fight the 9 families to the end without worry. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Heqiu resolutely stated, "I agree." The recent oppression from the 9 families had pushed him to his limit. Now that Chen Shan had narrowly escaped death, they finally had the confidence to confront their adversaries heathen. Chen Feilong quickly added, "I support this decision." With their agreement, the other senior members of the Chun family exchanged glances and eventually nodded in consent. During the time Chen Shan was possessed by evil forces, they had lived in extreme frustration, constantly suppressed. Honestly, if not for their inferior strength compared to the practitioners of the Burning Heaven realm, they would have long since fought back with everything they had. The decision was unanimously approved. Chen Shan smiled with relief. Very well, then it's settled. He turned to Li Shiqi, speaking warmly. Little 17, come with me. I'll entrust our family's treasure to you. Li Shiqi looked up, puzzled. Why would I need that thing? Chen Shan explained with a smile. Little 17, you might not know this, but our family's treasure is a rare Earth-grade, third-tier item. Carrying it long-term not only makes cultivation more efficient, but also refines true energy, enhances its quality, and increases destructive power. Chen Shan handed a blood-red pearl to Li Shiqi, speaking with a solemn tone. This is the Wanxiang Tianin blood pearl. It can enhance the flow of your inner energy and emit a powerful, resonant chanting sound. Wearing it while you cultivate will yield extraordinary results. Li Shiqi accepted the pearl and gently channeled his energy. Indeed, a grand chanting sound emanated from the pearl, seemingly infused with profound truths. He furrowed his brow slightly and handed the pearl back to Chen Shan. Grandpa Chen, you should keep it. Chen Shan quickly pushed it back, his expression serious. Shiqi, this is a token of my goodwill. Don't worry about its value. Li Shiqi shook his head. It's not about the value, just, never mind, come with me. With that, he turned and headed towards Chun Hongyao's bedroom. Chen Shan and the others exchanged puzzled glances and followed. Chun Huqiu, Chen Feilong, and the others breathed a sigh of relief internally, feeling a twinge of reluctance as the Wanxiang Tianin blood pearl was a treasured family heirloom. Upon entering the bedroom, they saw Li Shiqi and Chun Hongyao sleeping in separate beds, causing Chun Shan's expression to darken as he cast a disapproving look at Chen Hongyao. Chen Hongyao looked embarrassed and uncomfortable. At that moment, Li Shiqi retrieved a bundle from the wardrobe and casually tossed it on the floor. He opened one corner of the bundle and shook it vigorously, causing 17 treasures to clatter out. Pointing at the treasures on the ground, Li Shiqi spoke calmly. Grandpa Chun, your Wanxiang Tianin blood pearl is too ordinary for me. Here are 17 treasures. Each of you can take one as a gift from me. Chen Shan and the others were initially stunned, then their eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Shan quickly reacted, shutting the door and placing a few silencing charms to ensure no sound would escape. Turning to look at the treasures on the floor, and then at Li Shiqi, his voice trembled. Shiqi, where did you get all these? The shock was evident in his expression. Chen Shan was a well-traveled master, having roamed far and wide for many years, encountering countless exceptional weapons, magical artifacts, elixirs, and talismans. He prided himself on his composure, remaining unflappable even in the face of disaster. However, when Li Shiqi spilled 17 treasures from her bag, Chen Shan was utterly stunned. His heart raced, and he couldn't tear his eyes away from the mysteriously glowing items. Li Shiqi waved her hand nonchalantly, saying, "These are just some things given to me by seniors, nothing special. Consider them yours." Her tone was dismissive. In truth, Li Shiqi had already tested these items and found that, aside from the tokens of the 5 great demons, they were of no use to her cultivation. The so-called magical weapons were as fragile as paper before her pig-slaughtering knife, easily shattered. Thus, she cared little for their value or rank. Li Shiqi recalled her grandfather's teaching. A drop of water should be returned with a spring. Chen Shan had been genuine with her, so she felt obliged to reciprocate generously. However, when the word, nothing special, came from Li Shiqi's mouth, Chen Shan and the others displayed a peculiar expression. Their gazes darted between Li Shiqi and the treasures on the ground, too shocked to speak. The treasures on the ground were dazzling, each exuding an extraordinary aura. The Earth-grade second-tier technique, Book of 9 Heavens Cloud Dragon. The Earth-grade second-tier magical artifact, Divine River Qin. The Earth-grade first-tier treasure, Vermilion Bird Flame Pearl. The Earth-grade first-tier magical artifact, True Fire Tower. The Heaven-grade 9th-tier magical artifact, 5 Elements Bell. The Heaven-grade 8th-tier weapon, Demon Slaying Brush. The Heaven-grade 8th-tier weapon, Purple Lightning Thousand Thunderblade. The Heaven-grade 7th-tier weapon, Yellow Spring Soul Severing Sword. The Heaven-grade 7th-tier armor, Lion King Armor. The Heaven-grade 6th-tier treasure, Purple Gold Crown. All 17 treasures were unparalleled masterpieces, especially the Purple Lightning Thousand Thunderblade, whose blade shimmered with lightning like flowing water, leaving one in awe. Chen Shan calculated in his mind. The Book of 9 Heavens Cloud Dragon supposedly allowed one to break through to the heaven-burning realm and reach the universe realm after 3 years of practice. The 5 Elements Bell contained the terrifying powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with unpredictable attack methods, and its strongest strike could disintegrate a lesser master. The Lion King Armor was made from the hide of the forbidden creature, the purple-eyed flame Lion King, and even a full-strength strike from a universe realm cultivator couldn't destroy it. Chen Shan, Chen Huqiu, and Chen Feilong were dumbfounded, with waves of shock surging in their hearts. Each of these treasures was a top-grade item recorded in the annals of divine weaponry, and any one of them could cause a bloody storm in a small place. remembering that their own third-tier profound grade heavenly sound blood pearl had already made the 9 great families of Maple Leaf City and the City Lord's Mansion covetous. Willing to confront the Chun family to seize it, Qinshan couldn't help but gasp. In the eyes of everyone present, the Wanxiang Tianyin blood pearl was already an incredibly precious treasure. However, Li Shiqi casually produced 17 items that were hundreds of times more valuable, the most notable being the Earth-level second-grade cultivation technique, the Book of 9 Heavens Cloud Dragon. The value of this technique made everyone gasp in shock. In a place like Xinbingxing, it was worth at least 2 billion. If it were to be auctioned, the price could soar even higher. After all, in Longhua, only royal family members and powerful sects and clans could possess cultivation techniques above the Earth-level 3rd grade. In small places like Funya City, the highest-level cultivation technique was only Earth-level 9th grade, a gift from the high echelons of Longhua to the City Lord's Mansion, which made the Chun family envious. Now, such a supreme technique appeared before them without warning, and Li Shiqi tossed it out casually, as if discarding trash, generously offering it to them as if these treasures were worthless. This scene left everyone present speechless with shock. Qinshan rubbed his eyes in disbelief, as if in a dream, and confirmed again, "Xiao Shiqi, are you really giving this to us?" Chen Heqiu, Chen Feilong, and Chen Peng also couldn't help but look up, their eyes filled with anticipation and excitement as they stared at Li Shiqi. These treasures were so valuable that they had to confirm repeatedly before daring to accept them. Li Shiqi looked around, feeling secretly pleased. He noticed that the Chun family did not harbor any murderous intent over these treasures. Their eyes showed only gratitude, excitement, and fervor, without a trace of greed or malice. Even more commendable was that they did not immediately scramble for them, but politely asked for his opinion. All of this proved that the Chun family was indeed a well-mannered and upright family. No wonder Grandpa Xingong recommended him to come here. This family was indeed kind-hearted. Li Shiqi nodded inwardly, but remained calm on the surface as he said, "I said they're for you, so they're yours. Go ahead and take them." After receiving Li Shiqi's permission, Chen Heqiu and the others still hesitated, looking towards Qinshan. Seeing this, Qinshan waved his hand and said, "Since Shiqi said they're for you, go ahead and take them. Don't look at me. Remember, 1 item per person." Upon hearing this, Chen Heqiu, Chen Feilong, Chen Peng, and the other senior members were overjoyed and immediately rushed to the pile of treasures to choose their desired items. Soon, they each had their chosen treasure, leaving only the Lion King's armor and the Book of 9 Heavens Cloud Dragon on the ground. Chen Heqiu bent down to pick up the 2 treasures, handing the Book of 9 Heavens Cloud Dragon to Qinshan with respect, saying, "Dad, you're in the burning heaven realm and have the best chance to break through to the universe realm. This book should be yours." Then he handed the Lion King's armor to Chun Hongyao, saying, "Hongyao, you're the most promising young person in our Chun family to cultivate to the burning heaven realm. The Lion King's armor is for your protection." As Chun Hongyao reached for the Lion King's armor, Li Shiqi suddenly held her hand. Smiling, he said to Chen Heqiu, "Uncle Chun, the Lion King's armor is better suited for you. As for Sister Hongyao, I have other plans." Chen Heqiu glanced at the still bulging bag in front of Li Shiqi and, without further ado, accepted the Lion King's armor. Immediately, the entire Chen family shouted in unison, "The Chen family thanks you, young master." They then bowed deeply to Li Shiqi to express their gratitude. Li Shiqi intended to dodge, but Chen Hongyao blocked him, so he had no choice but to accept their salute. Once they stood up, Qinshan spoke solemnly. "This matter must be kept absolutely secret. Not a word of this should leak out." Qinshan scanned the crowd with a grave expression, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's. He sternly reminded them, "Everyone, remember to store your treasures properly. Only reveal them in absolute necessity, and never let outsiders know. Most importantly, if any information leaks, you must not disclose that these treasures came from Xiao Shiqi." He paused, then continued, "These treasures are exceptionally valuable and greatly beneficial for cultivation. They are the trump card of our Qin family. With them, becoming the foremost family in Maple Leaf City is within reach. If word gets out, it will surely attract covetous eyes and could lead to bloodshed. Until our Qin family has fully risen, the secret must be kept." Chen Shan's eyes grew even sharper. "If you find yourself in dire circumstances, you may use these magical items, but you must not reveal Li Shiqi as the one behind them. Otherwise, Li Shiqi will also be dragged into unnecessary trouble." "Yes." Chen Heqiu and the others responded in unison, their expressions solemn. However, Chen Shan remained unsatisfied. He said in a deep voice, "That's not enough. I want you to swear an oath before Li Shiqi that even if it costs your life, you will never betray him." His tone grew more severe. "Moreover, you must vow to treat Li Shiqi as your own, like a grandson, from now on. Otherwise, I will reclaim the treasures and expel you from the family." Li Shiqi watched this scene with a helpless look and said softly, "Actually, these are just some trinkets. No need to be so formal." Upon hearing this, Chen Shan's expression became even more serious. Xiao Shiqi, these things may seem trivial to you, but to us, they are priceless. You have been so generous to our Chen family. We must not bring you any trouble, even if it costs us everything. Seeing Chen Shan's insistence, Li Shiqi silently accepted. Soon, after Chen Shan and others expressed their gratitude multiple times, they gradually left, leaving only Chen Hongyao and Li Shiqi in the room. Chen Hongyao sighed softly and said gently, Shiqi, why don't you ever listen? Even if you're wealthy, you shouldn't be so extravagant. Li Shiqi smiled at her words, took an item from his bag, and handed it to Chen Hongyao. Hongyao Jia, you all treat me like family, so I naturally see you as my own. Grandpa always said family should support each other. Here, this is a treasure for you. He handed over a nearly transparent garment, almost invisible if not closely observed. Chen Hongyao took it and felt its cool, refreshing touch, prompting her curiosity. What is this? Li Shiqi explained. This is a heaven-grade tier 3 protective gear, called the Golden Cicada Robe. Wearing it makes you impervious to water and fire, immune to all poisons, and even demonic entities will find it hard to break your defense. Hearing this, Chen Hongyao frowned slightly. Isn't this extremely valuable? These treasures of yours didn't come from nowhere. I can't accept it. As she spoke, she attempted to return the Golden Cicada Robe to Li Shiqi. Li Shiqi insisted on giving it back to her. Hongyao Jia, please don't refuse. Consider it a gift from me. I don't have much use for it. Chen Hongyao eventually accepted it, feeling both grateful and astonished. Heaven grade, tier 3. Such a treasure would be worth a fortune if auctioned at the Divine Weapons Bank's headquarters in the southern province, enough to buy all of Maple Leaf City. Yet, Li Shiqi gave it to her so casually, showcasing his immense wealth and generosity. After pondering for a moment, she asked worriedly, Shiqi, you've given away so many weapons and protective gear. What will you use for your own protection? Li Shiqi patted the butcher's knife at his waist and chuckled. Don't worry, Jia. Most people can't get past my defenses. And if I need to fight, my trusty butcher's knife will do the job. Chen Hongyao furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze fixed on Li Shiqi, feeling an indescribable shock. The young man before her seemed like an inexhaustible treasure, casually handing out heavenly treasures as if they were worthless refuse. Such wealth was unimaginably abundant. On this day, the entire Chen family was immersed in joy. During dinner, the family elders were particularly attentive to Li Shiqi, eagerly serving him food. In no time, his bowl was piled high with chicken legs, resembling a small hill. This scene made the young Chun Wei grit her teeth in frustration. As dinner concluded and night fell, the eyes of the true sun god slowly closed in the sky, and the brilliant fiery glow gradually faded away. The clouds dispersed, leaving the earth in darkness. The sun god had retired for the day. Soon after, the moon rose silently, its cold light casting over the land. The moon goddess began her watch. On the streets, residents hurried along, speaking in hushed tones. It's getting dark, hurry home, don't linger outside, a mother urged her child. Mom, aren't we protected by the Xianhuang flag? What's there to fear? The child asked innocently. The mother replied sternly. With or without the Xianhuang flag, it's never good for people to be out under the moon. Over time, you could become a sinister spirit. Remember, don't leave the city after dark. Outside, malevolent spirits run rampant and are extremely dangerous. Once night fully enveloped the city, the streets of Maple Leaf City became instantly desolate. Where there had been bustling crowds, now there was no one but the silent patrols of the Lingchu Bureau guards. Above the city, the Xianhuang flag floated quietly, emitting a faint glow that enveloped the entire city. Outside the city, in the dead silence of darkness, came occasional spine-chilling howls that tore through the night sky. The soldiers guarding the city were tense and on high alert, well aware that these were the cries of malevolent spirits. Amidst this terrifying darkness, at some unknown moment, Li Shiqi had quietly left the city. He strolled leisurely towards the darkest part, as if merely taking a walk in the night. The pig-killing knife at his waist swayed with his steps, its cold gleam reflecting in the moonlight. On the 500-meter-high walls of Maple Leaf City, the city guards were on high alert, scanning the surroundings with wide eyes. Suddenly, they spotted a small figure in the distance. Li Shiqi, walking alone into the darkness. Oh my, whose child is that? One guard exclaimed. Heading out of the city at this time of night is a death wish. Hurry, get the on-duty guards to call him back, another guard urgently shouted. Once he steps out of the protection of the Xianhuang flag's light, the evil spirits outside will tear him to pieces. However, their shouts were already too late. In the blink of an eye, Li Shiqi's figure vanished into the darkness. The guards were left dumbfounded, shocked by the child's astounding speed. My God, did he just cover 100 meters in a single step? A guard said, trembling. This speed, could it be an evil spirit? Fear surged through them like a tide, and the guards instinctively tightened their grips on their specially designed firearms. These weapons were cutting-edge products of the Dragon Nation, adorned with heavenly thunder talismans and fire symbols. Even the bullets were special talisman bullets. When fired, the bullets, enhanced by the charms within the gun barrel, gained the power of thunder and fire. Upon hitting a target, the talisman's power erupted into a surge of lightning and flames, capable of obliterating most evil spirits. Heavenly thunder naturally restrains evil spirits, an experienced guard explained. For spirits below the sway level, a hit is certain death. Even for sway level spirits, if not struck in a vital spot, it would still cause significant damage. However, against stronger, Yao level spirits, these weapons were inadequate. The guards knew that only the Xian rank first grade Thunderfire cannons could contend with them. As for the more terrifying MO level spirits, even the Thunderfire cannons were useless, requiring the use of advanced weapons like the G20 nuclear talisman guns, AK-400 assault rifles, or even the Dongfeng 80 talisman Sky Tribulation cruise missiles. Unfortunately, such top-tier weapons were only found in major cities like the Dragon Nation's capital. As a small border town near the Demon Suppression Prison, Maple Leaf City could not possibly possess such advanced equipment. Despite this, having these specialized firearms in hand gave the guards a much-needed boost of confidence. They continued to watch vigilantly in the direction where Li Shiqi had disappeared, filled with doubt. Strange, a guard murmured. Aren't evil spirits supposed to fear the light of the Xianhuang flag? Yet he can walk freely under it. His level must be quite high. Possibly sway level. Could it be? Another guard's voice trembled. I've heard of an evil spirit called Qianben Ing in the Black Wind Ridge outside the city. It turns into a child at night, crying by the roadside to lure in kind-hearted people, then reveals its true form to devour them. Could that have been Qianben Ing just now? Stop talking nonsense, a companion scolded. The Black Wind Ridge is over 1,000 miles away. It couldn't possibly have come here. Despite this, everyone felt a wave of unease. No matter what, something big is bound to happen tonight. An older guard said solemnly. Stay alert and keep on guard. I heard the wilderness has been restless lately. Someone interjected. Many evil spirits have been causing trouble there. Several small villages near Maoyang City have already suffered. That's their problem, the captain interrupted. Let's focus on ourselves first. Go get the Dragon Nation's forbidden manual. Everyone should read it more tonight and stay vigilant. As the night deepened, the guards of Maple Leaf City stood tensely on the walls, bracing for any potential crisis. As night fell, a city patrol guard stood on the city wall, solemnly taking out a long-treasured manual of Dragon Country's taboos. He carefully opened the first page, his eyes scanning each taboo with intense focus. Do not leave the city after dark. This was the first rule, which the guards silently committed to memory. The second taboo was even more chilling. If someone calls your name while you're walking outside the city at night, never look back. That's a malevolent spirit calling you, and you must run away immediately. The guard continued reading, each taboo sending shivers down his spine. The third warned that if you encounter a talking yellow weasel, you should respond in a foreign language and first test if it understands. The fourth suggested avoiding eye contact with unclean entities and hiding under your covers for relative safety. The fifth taboo reminded people to respect spirits and not to relieve themselves in graveyards. The sixth described a terrifying scenario. Encountering red embroidered shoes in the forest means death is near. The seventh warned against responding to cries for help from pregnant women and children in the wild, while the eighth advised against whistling in the forest at night to avoid attracting demons. After reading the Dragon Country's manual, the guard pulled out a manual of Maple Leaf City's taboos. He quickly skimmed through it and found the first 9 were quite similar to those of Dragon Country. However, the 10th taboo stood out. Never provoke the chicken brother in the Tsanglong Forest, 500 kilometers north of Maple Leaf City. The 11th was straightforward. If you encounter a Ma Sha Ji in the forest, run fast. While the guard was diligently studying these taboos, Li Shiqi was leisurely making his way through the pitch-black forest. He was unconcerned with the surrounding darkness, instead cheerfully whistling and humming a light-hearted tune. The melodious whistle echoed through the silent night sky, almost as if challenging the very taboos that had just been mentioned. Li Shiqi's destination was Maoyang City, and the journey was long and perilous, requiring him to cross 10 major mountains. Since the highway was closed at night, he had no choice but to trek over the mountains on foot. Despite the daunting journey ahead, he seemed unfazed, continuing his nocturnal adventure. Li Shiqi didn't have a fancy carriage, so he had no choice but to trek through the mountains to reach the necessary path between Maoyang City and Maple Leaf Town. Before leaving the city, he had already gathered information that Lu Hongqi from the Shunbing Guild would return tonight. Determined to confront Lu Hongqi about the loss of his 2 billion, Li Shiqi planned an ambush on his route. If Lu Hongqi refused to compensate him, Li Shiqi silently vowed to teach him a lesson about contributing to society. The moonlight, like silver, filtered through the gaps in the forest trees, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Despite the moon's company, the depths of the forest remained pitch dark. In areas untouched by moonlight, One couldn't see their hand in front of their face, and without a light, ordinary people would find it impossible to navigate. Yet, Li Shiqi moved as if on level ground, seemingly unaffected by the darkness. "Monster, face my blade," Li Shiqi sang to himself, holding a straight wooden stick he had picked up by the roadside. He swung the stick as he walked, trimming the tips of roadside flowers and grasses, thoroughly enjoying himself with a childlike joy. This happiness was something he had never experienced before, even more so than when wielding a real sword against an enemy. The more he swung the stick, the more excited he became, singing and talking to himself. "I'm the great swordsman. Look at my sword, Grandpa. Doesn't this stick look just like a sword?" Ah, his laughter was hearty, and his whistling echoed through the silent forest. Just as Li Shiqi was lost in his joyful world, a pair of glowing green eyes suddenly appeared in the depths of the forest's darkness. These cold eyes fixed on Li Shiqi, as if he were a delectable prey they had long been craving. Rustle, rustle. Li Shiqi walked through the pitch-black forest, with the sound of leaves crunching underfoot echoing behind him. As night fell, no human without the protection of the Xianhuang banner would dare to walk outside the forests, towns, and villages, for malevolent spirits preyed on humans. Li Shiqi seemed oblivious, continuing on his way. He hummed a tune, casually slashing at the roadside plants and trees with a stick, creating quite a commotion. Unbeknownst to him, in the darkness, pairs of glowing green eyes were hungrily watching him, slowly closing in. The air suddenly turned cold, and Li Shiqi looked back in confusion, seeing nothing but darkness. He muttered to himself, "How strange, there's nothing there. Yet why do I feel so cold?" With that, he continued walking. Behind him, a horde of malevolent creatures revealed themselves. These beings were a grotesque mix of tiger and mantis, with tiger heads and bodies, but long, slender limbs and razor-sharp claws. They had 3 pairs of fleshy wings on their backs and mantis-like tails, bizarre and terrifying. These spirit-level creatures were called Hu Tang, numbering over 100. Silently, they flapped their wings and descended upon Li Shiqi like a dark cloud. Just as they were about to devour their prey, Li Shiqi vanished into thin air. The Hu Tang were bewildered, searching around frantically. Suddenly, a clear voice came from above. "Are you looking for me?" The Hu Tang looked up to see Li Shiqi standing in the moonlight, waving at them with a bright smile. This sight filled them with fear, instinctively wanting to flee. However, as soon as they flapped their wings, they crashed into a massive spider web, getting stuck fast. Li Shiqi chuckled. "Since you're here, why leave in such a hurry without even saying hello?" With a gesture, countless fine threads rained down like lightning, piercing through all the Hu Tang's vital points. Over 100 Hu Tang fell dead, green blood oozing from their wounds. Li Shiqi landed gracefully, looking disdainfully at the Hu Tang corpses. "They say the malevolent spirits outside Finya City are terrifying. I thought they'd be more formidable, but they're just spirit level. If I'd known, I wouldn't have bothered hunting them. Their meat looks unappetizing. What a waste of effort." As he retracted the threads and prepared to leave, he noticed a faint green glow emanating from one of the Hu Tang's bodies. Curious, Li Shiqi leaned closer, murmuring, What's that?" Li Shiqi approached the carcass of the tiger mantis, gently probing the wound with a stick. Instantly, a green glow caught his eye. Inside the creature's chest cavity, a gem emitting an eerie green light clung to the bones, shining brightly. "A demon core," Li Shiqi murmured, quickly drawing his butcher's knife and deftly slicing open the wound. He carefully extracted the core, wiped it clean with a leaf, and examined it closely. The demon core was no larger than half a fist, yet it emitted a faint green glow in the night. It felt warm to the touch and had a slight stench. Li Shiqi could sense the malevolent energy contained within, sending a shiver down his spine. This creature had the potential to become a demon, having grown a demon core, Li Shiqi thought to himself. But unfortunately, it's been tainted by moonlight, and the energy inside can't be refined. He sighed quietly and placed the demon core into his bag, thinking, "If only I were back at the demon prison, Big Dog would love this crunchy and all. Too bad it's not to my taste." Li Shiqi planned that if he ever returned to the demon prison, he would bring the demon core as a treat for Big Dog. With the butcher's knife in hand, Li Shiqi turned to the other tiger mantises. Under the moonlight, the blade gleamed brilliantly. In the blink of an eye, all the tiger mantises were dissected, their flesh and bones separated. Disappointed, Li Shiqi scanned the area, sheathed his knife, and noted that out of hundreds of tiger mantises, only one had developed a demon core. Without further ado, Li Shiqi continued on his journey. This time, he was acutely aware of the time, no longer strolling leisurely but moving like lightning, swiftly traversing mountains towards Maoyang City at an unimaginable speed. Any demons that dared to eye him along the way were swiftly dispatched with a single punch. About 30 minutes later, Li Shiqi reached the summit of a towering mountain. At an altitude of 800 meters, he could see the distant city of Maple Leaf, with the faint glow of the Xianhuang flag visible on the horizon. Li Shiqi pulled out a map, carefully checking it under the moonlight to confirm he was in the Zonglong forest. Knowing that Maoyang City to Maple Leaf City passed through this area, he nodded to himself. Putting the map away, Li Shiqi took out a bundle of sugarcane. He had found it while passing through the woods, remembering his grandfather's words that it was sweet and juicy, high in sugar content, and would bring joy. So, he had cut a large bundle, washed it in spring water, and brought it to the mountaintop as a snack. Sitting at the peak, Li Shiqi chewed on the sugarcane while quietly waiting and observing the strange scenes below. The Tsanglong forest was bustling with demonic activity. He saw black, formless phantoms drifting through the woods, ghostly fires dancing on graves, eerie figures sleeping in coffins, groups of ghost soldiers, and a three-headed demon sheep with 3 heads. When these creatures first saw Li Shiqi, their eyes glowed green, and they swarmed towards him. However, after he swiftly dispatched a 3-headed demon sheep with a single punch, the remaining creatures quickly retreated, too frightened to approach, their eyes filled with terror. In the dark of the Tsanglong forest, a young human boy engulfed in flames sparked fear among the evil spirits. They whispered among themselves, eyes filled with terror and confusion. Damn, what's with this guy? How can he be so strong? One spirit muttered under its breath. The 3-headed demon goat is an evil-level entity and was on the verge of advancing to the higher tier, yet it was blown apart with a single punch, another spirit exclaimed. He must have at least the power of the higher tier. No, it's more than that, interjected a spirit who had witnessed the previous battle. I saw him punch through a demon-level evil spirit, the Steelbone Tiger. He definitely has the strength to crush demon-level entities. Only Ji Ge could possibly match him. The spirits speculated about the young man's origins, recalling an ancient legend. Among humans, there are 3 beings not to be provoked, the most fearsome being a child who roams alone at night. As Li Shiqi arrived, the spirits retreated, as if they were the weak mortals, and Li Shiqi the true menace. Unfazed by the commotion around him, the young man climbed to the summit of Tsanglong Forest. The mountaintop was eerily silent and empty. Li Shiqi found a rock to sit on, dangling his feet over the edge of the cliff, leisurely chewing on a cane. Just then, a massive figure emerged from a cave. This creature stood over 3 meters tall, its entire form shrouded in darkness save for its fiery red eyes that exuded a terrifying pressure, greedily and coldly fixed on Li Shiqi's back. With its appearance, a monstrous aura emanated from the cave, spreading in all directions and covering an area of 30 kilometers. Ji Ge has appeared, the spirit screamed in terror. It's clearly angry, everyone run. Tsanglong Forest descended into unprecedented chaos. The spirits fled in panic, trampling over each other in their haste. Dust rose, and screams echoed. Li Shiqi remained seated at the cliff's edge, puzzled by the turmoil in the forest. What's going on? I'm not even chasing them. Why are they running? He mused aloud. At that moment, a massive shadow loomed over him. A deep voice spoke from behind. Because they fear me. Li Shiqi looked up, and upon seeing the creature behind him, couldn't help but exclaim, what a huge chicken. Li Shiqi stood before an enormous rooster, a sight that left him utterly speechless. The chicken towered over 3 meters tall, its massive build astonishing. Its upper body was devoid of feathers, replaced instead with a network of bulging muscles, as if forged through countless trials. Instead of wings, this rooster had 2 thick, muscular arms, each thicker than the thigh of an average young man. The muscle definition was sharp, with veins snaking under the skin like coiled serpents. Its biceps were particularly impressive, swollen to the point of seeming ready to explode, harboring a terrifying strength. Li Shiqi couldn't help but imagine that such fists could easily take down a water buffalo with a single blow. The lower half of the rooster was covered in dense black feathers, with a tail of plumes that stood out prominently. Its legs were strong and powerful, and its claws sharp as blades, seemingly capable of tearing through solid rock with ease. Most chilling of all were its eyes, blood-red and filled with a bloodthirsty desire. It looked down at Li Shiqi with a fierce gaze that could instill fear in anyone. This was no ordinary chicken. It was more like a terrifying muscle man wearing a rooster mask. Its presence was overwhelmingly oppressive, exuding an aura so fierce it was suffocating. This was the notorious monster-level creature of Tsanglong Forest Ji Ge. Li Shiqi stood up, realizing that his height barely reached below the giant chicken's thigh. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, how long would it take to cook such a large chicken until tender? Upon hearing Li Shiqi's muttering, Ji Ge's eyes turned an even more vivid shade of red, radiating murderous intent. As the king of Tsanglong Forest, it was invincible in this jungle, an undisputed wild lord. Whenever it was in a bad mood, it would devour any creature it encountered. Now, a mere human child dared to think of it as soup? This was an immense insult to a chicken. Enraged, Ji Ge wasted no time, clenching its fist and launching a fierce attack at Li Shiqi. It moved with lightning speed, but Li Shiqi's reflexes were even sharper. The punch whizzed past Li Shiqi's clothing, smashing into the rock where he had been sitting moments before. With a thunderous crash, the rock shattered into pieces. The powerful impact even pulverized half the mountain peak. Debris rained down like a storm, plunging down the 800-meter-high cliff in a spectacular display. Missing its target, Ji Gu frowned slightly. It sensed something and looked up at the sky. There, Li Shiqi was leisurely floating in midair, holding a bag of sugarcane in one hand and munching on a stalk with the other. He casually observed Ji Gu, taunting, "You're too big for one pot. But looking at you, you're probably a fitness chicken. Your meat must be tough and not tasty." He took another bite of the sugarcane and waved dismissively. "Forget it. I won't bother with you. Just leave. Don't interfere with my hunting." These words thoroughly enraged Ji Gu, causing veins to bulge on its forehead as it seethed with fury. Even the top experts of Fengya City's 10 great families approached it with caution, not daring to provoke it lightly. But now, a mere child dared to consider it a meal? As the demon king of Tsanglong Forest, when had it ever suffered such humiliation? Without a word, Ji Gu summoned its demon core, channeling the true energy within. In an instant, the demon core emitted a dazzling and eerie red light, sending sharp red sword energy shooting towards Li Shiqi. These sword energies moved with incredible speed, producing sharp explosive sounds as they sliced through the air. They were extraordinarily sharp, seemingly able to shatter even space itself, causing the very air to tremble in their wake. Li Shiqi swung the sugarcane in his hand without a trace of emotion, effortlessly deflecting the red sword energy that was hundreds of times sharper than any sword energy a human cultivator could muster. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, carrying a nauseating stench. Ji Gu had somehow flown into the sky, its massive arm, larger than Li Shiqi's entire body, bulging with muscles as it descended towards the boy's head with a devastating blow. The air split with a sharp, explosive sound. Li Shiqi sighed softly, placing the sugarcane in his mouth, his tone filled with helplessness. "You malevolent spirits, I didn't want to fight you, so why force my hand?" Before he finished speaking, he raised his hand and delivered a punch towards the sky with fluid grace and seamless execution. This punch left Ji Gu wide-eyed in shock. As Li Shiqi's fist struck, it produced a deafening thunderclap that exploded in Ji Ji's ears, momentarily shattering its focus. Thunder has always been a weapon against malevolent spirits. Even without tangible lightning, the sound alone exerts a natural and terrifying suppression on them. However, Ji Gu quickly realized its mistake. The true terror was not the thunder, nor its sound, but Li Shiqi's fist itself. With a resounding boom, aided by the thunderous roar, one of Ji Ji's arms exploded into a mist of blood. The terrifying force sent Ji Gu hurtling into the sky. Suspended in midair, Ji Gu vomited blood. Although Li Shiqi's fist had only struck its right arm, it felt as if its entire body was on the verge of being shattered, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Li Shiqi landed lightly atop the mountain, his gaze fixed intensely on Ji Gu, ready to deliver the final blow to obliterate it completely. At this critical moment, Li Shiqi suddenly sensed something and turned to look at the sky behind him. In the distant horizon, a streak of light appeared. Accompanied by the cries of mythical beasts, 8 of them could be seen pulling a carriage, racing towards him. Seeing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Li Shiqi's eyes, and he thought to himself, "Finally, I caught him. Lu Hongqi has indeed returned." During Li Shiqi's brief distraction, Ji Gu plummeted from the sky, crashing 200 meters to Li Shiqi's left. Terrified, it attempted to sneak away. A true master reveals their skill with just one move. Li Shiqi's single punch had nearly sent Ji Gu to meet the king of the underworld, leaving it utterly terrified and desperate to escape. "Stop!" Li Shiqi's youthful yet authoritative voice suddenly rang out. Ji Ji's body went limp, and it immediately halted, turning back with difficulty to look at Li Shiqi in sheer terror. Then, with a thud, it knelt before Li Shiqi, its voice trembling as it begged for mercy. "Immortal, spare me. I was blind and ignorant. It's all my fault. Li Shiqi looked down at Ji Gu with cold eyes, his tone laced with irony. "Now you know how to beg for mercy? Weren't you just trying to kill me?" Hearing this, Ji Gu was even more terrified. It banged its head on the ground repeatedly, tears and snot streaming as it pleaded. "Immortal, I was wrong. Please spare me. I have a family to support. I can't die. My children can't be without a father." Li Shiqi initially intended to deliver a fatal blow to finish off Ji Gu, but upon hearing Ji Ji's plea, he felt a pang in his heart. He too had no father. However, he quickly snapped back, his eyes turning cold as he thought. Can malevolent spirits have children? Li Shiqi glared coldly at Ji Gu, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Ji Gu immediately panicked, tears and snot streaming down his face as he trembled, pleading, "Immortal, two truly haven't deceived you. I really do have children. Cheng Wang, Cheng Feng, come out and greet the immortal." In response to Ji Ji's call, 2 smaller ground-dwelling chickens slowly emerged from the cave. Like Ji Gu, they walked upright on 2 legs, their upper bodies muscular but devoid of feathers. Compared to the over 3-meter Ji Gu, these 2 young chickens were about the same height as Li Shiqi. They looked at him timidly, their eyes full of fear, worried that this powerful being, who almost defeated their father with a single punch, might capture them for soup. Li Shiqi was taken aback by the scene, thinking, heavens, these creatures really have offspring. Ji Gu quickly introduced, immortal, the larger one is my son, Cheng Wang, and the smaller one is my daughter, Cheng Feng. They are still very young, not even at the spirit level, and they can't speak yet. If I die, they will surely be killed by the other creatures in Songlong Forest. Li Shiqi looked at Cheng Wang and Cheng Feng, puzzled by how these robust little chickens could be distinguished as male and female. Seeing Li Shiqi's silence, Ji Gu knelt again, pleading, I beg you, spare my life. He pulled his two children down with him, continuously kowtowing to Li Shiqi. Watching this, Li Shiqi felt a pang of sadness. Even these creatures had family, while he was all alone. He waved his hand and said, all right, I won't kill you. Let those two kids go home. In exchange for sparing your life, you must do something for me. Ji Gu was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, then instructed Cheng Wang and Cheng Feng to quickly return to their cave. He respectfully stood up, looking intently at Li Shiqi, and asked, Immortal, what do you need me to do? At that moment, Li Shiqi noticed a carriage flying in the sky. Upon closer inspection, his brow furrowed. It wasn't Lu Hongqi's mount and carriage, nor was it drawn by Lu Hongqi's horned snake-tailed lion, but by 8 phantom flying leopards. The driver was a rugged-looking man. Recognizing the scene, Li Shiqi's expression turned icy. He was all too familiar with this carriage and its driver. It was the vehicle of the Tang family young master, the same one that almost ran into him and Chun Hongyao earlier that day. Li Shiqi coldly pointed at the Tang family's vehicle approaching from the sky and ordered Ji Gu, take that carriage apart for me. In Maple Leaf City, Li Shiqi had already been quite displeased with the Tang family's way of doing things. Chun Hongyao's advice was like a breeze to him, leaving no impression whatsoever. He had never been scolded like this even in the Demon Suppression Prison. How dare a mere driver of the Tang family treat him this way? When had Master Shiqi ever suffered such humiliation? His grandfather's teachings echoed in his mind. Lost face must be regained, past grievances must be avenged, and money lost must be recovered. Originally planning to hunt Lu Hongqi, he saw the Tang family's luxurious car as a perfect opportunity sent by the heavens. The flames of vengeance burned fiercely within him. Upon hearing this, Chicken Bro's eyes lit up with a hint of delight as he carefully probed. Immortal, if I destroy that car, will you let me go? Li Shiqi's brows furrowed as he glared. You dare to negotiate with me? Chicken Bro immediately felt a chill run down his spine, hurriedly kneeling to plead. I dare not. I dare not. I'll do it right away. With that, he stomped the ground hard, sending debris flying, and shot up like a human cannonball. In an instant, a pair of massive wings sprouted from his back, and he soared into the sky, rushing toward the Tang family's phantom flying leopard car. Wherever Chicken Bro went, dark clouds churned, blotting out the sky. A suffocating aura of terror emanated from him, sweeping across the land. Standing on the cliff, Li Shiqi couldn't help but admire. As expected of Chicken Bro, what an imposing presence. At that moment, Chicken Bro had already reached a kilometer ahead of the phantom flying leopard car. In the sky, the 8 phantom flying leopards' pupils contracted, their fur standing on end as they froze in midair, eyes filled with terror. To them, Chicken Bro in the clouds was like a nightmare descending. The driver of the car noticed the anomaly from afar, his face changing drastically as he shouted, Young master, there's an evil spirit attacking. Before he finished speaking, he quickly unleashed a pale blue talisman. The talisman soared into the sky, exploding into a blaze of blue flames. From the flames emerged a formidable azure giant tiger, roaring as it charged at Chicken Bro, surrounded by blue fire. Simultaneously, a shrine appeared behind the driver's head, igniting the car. Instantly, the car's runes lit up, spreading like a web across the entire vehicle, climbing up to the 8 phantom flying leopards. With the runes' reinforcement, the leopard's fears slightly diminished, and the driver felt somewhat reassured. The protective talismans on this vehicle were no small matter, crafted by the eternal talisman master Zhao Changhai, capable of withstanding demon-level evil spirits. For this reason, they dared to travel at night. Moreover, the divine tiger demon-subduing talisman also came from Zhao Changhai. Once activated, the Azure Divine Tiger could devour all evil spirits below demon level and even hold its own against demon level threats. It's that chicken from the Songlong Forest. A young man's voice came from inside the carriage, tinged with confusion. Strange, our Tang family has no grudges with it. Every time we've passed by before, it never bothered us. Why attack suddenly today? Young master, what should we do? The driver asked. Tang young master's voice came again, cold as ice. I have urgent matters and must return to Maple Leaf City today. No matter what kind of demon king it is, activate our killing array and charge through. If it dares to block the way, then destroy it. Master Tang's voice echoed inside the phantom cruiser, brimming with unmatched confidence. However, before he could finish speaking, a deafening thud erupted ahead. In an instant, The azure tiger, crafted from talismans, was shattered into countless flames by Brother G's punch, cascading down towards the forest below. A fierce wind howled as Brother G, shrouded in a vast demonic cloud, appeared before the phantom cruiser like a ghostly figure. His presence was overwhelming, exuding an aura as mighty as a mountain, making it hard for anyone to breathe. The driver's pupils contracted sharply, unable to react in time as Brother G's fist came roaring forward. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the two phantom leopards disintegrated into a mist of blood. Brother G's unstoppable fist continued its destructive path, smashing heavily into the luxurious car. At the critical moment, all the runes on the car lit up, radiating a brilliant light that formed a massive shield around it. However, this defense was futile against Brother G's massive fist. The power of the talismans shattered instantly, and the terrifying force of the punch turned the driver into a mist of blood. The entire car was torn apart in midair, disintegrating into countless fragments. A well-dressed young man, around 30 years old, was flung away by this terrifying force, spitting blood and tumbling helplessly through the air. Bastard! The young man roared with fury, eyes wide with anger. Our Tang family had an agreement with you, and after taking such benefits from us, you dare to attack us. Before he could finish his words, a shrine suddenly appeared behind Master Tang's head, and a divine statue leapt out, holding him steadily in midair. The privilege of the newly born realm allowed the divine statue to carry its master through the air. With the appearance of the statue, Master Tang's internal energy began to circulate rapidly, and a powerful aura erupted from him. Another treasure flew out from the shrine, glowing brilliantly as it hovered in front of him. This treasure was a white nail, about the length of an adult's palm and as thick as a finger. It was pure white, exuding a crystal-clear radiance, appearing extraordinarily sacred. A fifth-grade mystical treasure, the nine-turn white light nail. With the power of the magical artifact, the young master of the Tang family suddenly exuded an overwhelming aura. No longer retreating, he transformed into a dazzling streak of light, fearlessly charging at Brother G. As he advanced, countless sharp sword energies erupted from the altar, sweeping towards Brother G like a violent storm. Brother G, however, remained unfazed by the torrent of sword rain, flapping its wings to meet the attack heat. The sword energies struck its solid muscles without penetrating even the fur. The clash between sword energy and muscle produced a deafening sound of metal against metal, with sparks flying in all directions. Boom! Like a demonic god, Brother G charged through the dense sword energy, arriving in front of the Tang family young master in an instant. Its eyes gleamed with ferocity, exuding an overwhelming presence. So fast, the young master's face changed dramatically, unable to react in time. Bang! Brother G's massive fist, as large as a cauldron, slammed heavily into the young master's chest. The terrifying force was akin to a 100,000-pound boulder crashing down, instantly shattering the protective energy around the young master. In that earth-shattering blow, his body turned into a mist of blood, dispersing into the air. Brother G casually blew on its fist, calmly stating, "Done." However, just as it prepared to turn and leave, a surge of powerful magical energy suddenly erupted from all directions. The nine-turn white light nail, which had been hovering in midair, burst forth with dazzling brilliance, streaking across the sky like a meteor. Swoosh! The nine-turn white light nail, moving with lightning speed, precisely pierced through Brother G's shoulder, trailing a string of crimson blood droplets. Brother G's expression changed abruptly, quickly retreating with a flap of its wings to create distance. It glanced around cautiously, filled with confusion. Despite having reduced the Tang family young master to a mist of blood, why was the artifact still attacking it? Even Brother G, a malevolent creature, found the situation incredibly strange. The nine-turn white light nail came whistling back, swift as lightning, aiming directly for Brother G's vital spots. Brother G dared not be careless and hurriedly dodged. The artifact was incredibly sharp, capable of piercing its vaunted defense, forcing it to evade with all its might. Whoosh! 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 In midair, the nine-turn white light nail shimmered, transforming into streaks of white light crisscrossing the sky. They danced around Brother G like agile dragons, slicing through the air. Each pass left a trail of fresh blood on Brother G, carving out ghastly wounds. The white light flickered like a dragon, darting and weaving. Caught off guard, GG's body suffered severe blows, scales shattered, and feathers scattered, leaving him in a sorry state. Yet, he remained unflustered, defending himself calmly with sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, analyzing the situation. Logically, with its master dead, the magical weapon should lose its power and cease to be a threat. However, the nine-turn white light nail before him grew even more fierce, elusive as lightning. Ji Ge felt a chill in his heart, realizing things weren't as simple as they seemed. The artifact's master must still be alive. Recalling the earlier strike, he had thought the Tang family's young master was blasted into a blood mist. Yet, there was no scent of blood in the air. Focusing intently, Ji Ge suddenly understood. A substitute talisman. The blood mist vanished instantly, neither dispersing into the air nor falling into the woods, as if it had never existed, evaporating like a talismanic pattern. Below the Songlong forest, within the pitch-black woods, a figure merged with the darkness. This young man in black brocade, his gaze as sharp as lightning, stared intently at the sky. He murmured coldly, "A mere evil spirit dares to attack our Tang family? Courting death." Behind him, a shrine loomed faintly. Though the shrine was dim and unlit, within it, a newly formed divine statue continuously made hand seals, controlling the nine-turn white light nail to fiercely attack Ji Ge. This was the true young master of the Tang family. The one Ji Ge had killed earlier was merely a puppet transformed by a substitute talisman. Realizing the danger in the moment of Ji Ge's attack, he quickly activated the talisman, and his true self had already quietly slipped out of the carriage. When Ji Ge crushed the azure tiger, he had transformed into a streak of black light, delving deep into the mountain forest. Although his talent couldn't match the Maple Leaf twins, with the vast resources of his powerful family, the young master of the Tang family had reached the nascent realm 2 months ago. The divine fetus within the shrine had matured into a new divine statue, granting him a second life. As long as the statue remained intact, he could live eternally. As a direct descendant of the Tang family, he naturally possessed various life-saving methods and lethal weapons. The substitute talisman was just one of them, while the nine-turn white light nail was his most powerful offensive artifact, nurtured in the shrine. Its power could slay ordinary demon-level evil spirits. Thus, even when faced with a demon king, he did not retreat. Instead, he chose to hide in the shadows, waiting for the chance to kill the demon king and restore his family's honor. Besides, he still had 2 substitute talismans at his disposal, providing a means of escape if necessary. Just a chicken, daring to challenge my Tang family die. The Tang family young master gritted his teeth, channeling his powers. The divine statue within the shrine changed its hand seals, and the nine-turn white light nail suddenly shone brilliantly, disappearing into the air. Instinctively sensing the deadly danger, Ji Ge immediately folded his wings and plummeted towards the forest below like a meteor. In the next moment, the nine-turn white light nail appeared abruptly in front of Ji Ge like a specter. It spun, glinting coldly, and pierced through one of Ji Ge's arms in an instant. Blood gushed out like a fountain, tracing a crimson arc in the air. Below the trees, the young master of the Tang family frowned slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. He had clearly aimed for Ji Ge's heart, so how did he miss? As he pondered, a strong sense of danger swept over him like an electric current. His pupils contracted sharply, and without hesitation, he activated the armor talisman on his shoes. The runes flickered, and his figure shot backward like an arrow released from a bowstring. Ji Quan impact! A furious shout descended from the sky. Ji Ge's fist, larger than a casserole, was already clenched in midair, his biceps bulging instantly like a small mountain. His fist descended like a meteor, crashing towards the spot where the young master of the Tang family had just been. Boom! With an earth-shattering explosion, the forest within a 300-meter radius was instantly reduced to dust. The ground trembled violently, as if struck by a massive force. A gigantic crater, 300 meters in diameter, appeared, with dust rising thickly, obscuring the sky. The shockwave spread like a tsunami, flattening trees within a kilometer radius. Flowers and grass were uprooted and swept into the air. More terrifyingly, a small mushroom cloud slowly rose, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Amidst the chaos, the young master of the Tang family sped away, the armor talisman on his shoes glowing brilliantly, pushing his speed to its peak. He moved like lightning, weaving through the dust and debris, finally escaping the shockwave's reach. Breathing heavily, he looked back at the devastation, his eyes wide with disbelief. The enormous crater looked like a heavenly pit, leaving him stunned, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Damn, he cursed inwardly. The power of that punch, it's terrifying. It's comparable to a thunderfire cannon. Is this the strength of a demon king? However, his shock lasted less than 2 seconds before his heart skipped a beat. An overwhelming sense of being preyed upon surged through him. He spun around to see Ji Ge's menacing face staring intently at him from midair. Ji Ge grinned, baring his sharp white teeth, and sneered, "Found you." The young master of the Tang family took one look at the demon king and was immediately overwhelmed with fear, as if an invisible hand had gripped his heart, leaving him in agony. A strong survival instinct exploded in his mind. Run. Facing this demon king Hedon would surely mean death. Without a moment's hesitation, the Tang family young master activated the talisman on his shoes to its maximum power. In an instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, sprinting madly in the direction of Maple Leaf City. At the same time, The new divine statue on his chest emitted a brilliant light, continuously injecting power into him, pushing his inner energy to its peak. The divine statue shimmered with flowing light, and holy energy cascaded down like a waterfall, replenishing the young master. At this moment, his blood and energy surged to unprecedented heights, and his speed increased several times over. In the blink of an eye, he had dashed over 200 meters, fleeing desperately through the forest. You think you can escape in the wolf forest? Jiga sneered, but did not immediately give chase. Blood-red light emanated from its body, gathering at the wound on its arm that Li Shiqi had shattered. In an instant, the wound began to writhe, new flesh rapidly growing and spreading, eventually forming a brand new arm. Jiga casually flexed the arm, moving it with ease. At that moment, the young master of the Tang family controlled the 9-turn white light nail, once again aiming it at Ji Ji's forehead. While running, he tried to attack Ji Gu with the magical weapon, attempting to stall him. Ji Ji's eyes turned cold, and with a slight tilt of his head, he easily dodged the attack. Then, Ji Gu suddenly flapped its wings, shooting across more than 400 meters like a comet streaking through the night sky. With a thunderous crash, it landed in front of the Tang family young master like a meteor from the heavens. Dust rose, and a terrifying aura surged. Its scarlet eyes were filled with madness, cruelty, and bloodlust, the overwhelming presence crashing over the young master like a tidal wave. The young master's expression changed dramatically. He quickly recalled the 9-turn white light nail and launched another attack at Ji Gu. At the same time, he unleashed several talismans. The talismans burned, transforming into fierce beasts wreathed in flames, charging at Ji Gu. Taking advantage of the fiery chaos obscuring vision, he swiftly tore a substitute talisman, creating a decoy. Then, the young master himself melded into the darkness, attempting to escape. However, just as he disappeared into the shadows, a deafening explosion sounded from behind. Glancing back, he saw Ji Gu wielding a bronze sword, effortlessly swatting the 9-turn white light nail away and shattering the talisman beasts with a single punch. Ji Gu moved like lightning, instantly reaching the young master's decoy and obliterating it with a single blow. Witnessing this, the young master was utterly terrified. He finally recalled his clan leader grandfather's warning. The demon kings must not be provoked. If seen from afar, one must flee, or death is certain. Only now did he realize how laughable and arrogant it was to think he could contend with the Demon King using his magical weapon and the talismans drawn by the eternal talisman master. No longer daring to confront Ji Gu, he immediately activated the invisibility talisman on his body, blending completely into the darkness as he fled desperately. However, what he didn't know was that, to malevolent beings, humans were like beacons in the dark, glaringly obvious and easily detected from afar. An invisibility spell acted as an unseen barrier, concealing the conspicuous flames within. The young master of the Tang family moved stealthily through the dark night, like a sinister spirit, drawing no attention. This magical spell allowed him to blend perfectly into the darkness, making it difficult for most malevolent beings to detect his presence. His heart pounded fiercely, adrenaline surging as he ran with all his might. His speed was unprecedented as he darted through the forest, racing towards Maple Leaf City. However, just as he was about to break free from the wolf forest, disaster struck. Suddenly, vines beneath his feet sprang up, entwining between the surrounding trees like snakes, forming an impenetrable net that blocked his path. The Tang family young master cursed. "Damn it, open up." Instantly, a sharp sword appeared in his hand, its blade gleaming like frost as he slashed at the obstructing vines. Yet, a greater danger loomed silently. Focused on running and slashing, he failed to notice the disturbance beneath his feet. A thick tree root burst from the ground, wrapping around his legs like iron chains. Caught off guard, he fell heavily to the ground. Before he could react, more roots emerged, binding him tightly and suspending him in midair. In the darkness, the surrounding trees suddenly opened scarlet eyes, their roots rising and swaying like human limbs. These were tree demons, their roots forming sturdy legs, branches swaying like arms, with eyes, noses, and mouths on their thick trunks, appearing bizarre and terrifying. The tree demons danced excitedly, leaves rustling as if celebrating their victory. The young master of the Tang family was clearly unprepared for such an encounter. He struggled fiercely, shooting out sharp swords from the shrine on his back, continuously slashing at the binding roots in an attempt to break free. However, as soon as he cut through 2 branches, the other roots around him tightened like giant pythons. With a sickening crack, several of his ribs broke. He had never experienced such intense pain and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Overwhelmed by the agony, the glow from the shrine at the back of his head flickered and finally disappeared into his mind, never to reappear. The tree demons excitedly discussed among themselves. "What do you think? Should we eat him? Are you crazy? This is Brother G's prey. Aren't you afraid of the trouble you'll get into if you eat him? Now that we've helped Brother G catch the target, will Brother G reward us?" The tree demons chattered eagerly, their expressions full of anticipation for the generous rewards they believed awaited them. As they conversed, a suffocating aura of menace swept over them. Under the moonlight, GG's massive figure looked particularly terrifying, his three-meter frame resembling a demon emerging from hell, advancing menacingly towards them. The tree spirits, seeing this, were struck with fear and hastily drove their roots deep into the ground, instantly transforming into ordinary trees. Jigu approached the suspended young master of the Tang family, cast a cold glance at the surrounding tree spirits, and said, "You have done well. I permit you to come within 15 kilometers of my mountain." Upon hearing this, the tree spirits were overjoyed. GG's mountain possessed a unique power that allowed any nearby evil beings to experience an increase in their abilities. The closer they were, the more pronounced the effect. This promise was nothing short of a monumental opportunity for them. Before the Tang family's young master could react, GG's fist, as large as a cooking pot, struck his head heavily, knocking him unconscious. Without another word, Jigu grabbed the young master's head, spread his wings, and flew straight towards the cliff of the Tsanglong forest. However, when Jigu returned to the top of the cliff, he was stunned by the scene before him. Li Shiqi had somehow already subdued several phantom leopards and was skillfully butchering one with a sharp butcher's knife. His knife skills were as fast as lightning, akin to a master chef dismembering an ox, and in the blink of an eye, he had completed the processes of decapitation and skinning. The entire hide was flawlessly removed from the phantom leopard, with not a trace of flesh or blood left on it, and the cuts were smooth as jade, as if it were a meticulously prepared product, not freshly taken from a wild beast. Even more astonishing, despite being skinned, the phantom leopard's body remained intact. Witnessing this extraordinary display of knife skills, Jigu couldn't help but exclaim, "What amazing knife work!" Li Shiqi focused intently on his work, not even looking up as he said, "Don't just stand there. I'm hungry, so we can have some grilled meat. Go gather some firewood." Jige roughly threw the young master of the Tang family to the ground and respectfully asked, "Immortal, what should we do with this person?" It recalled that Li Shiqi had only ordered it to destroy the fragrant carriage and hadn't mentioned killing the people inside. Jige guessed that Li Shiqi might have a grudge against the people in the carriage and wanted to deal with them personally. Thus, it didn't dare to make a decision on its own and waited for Li Shiqi's instructions. Li Shiqi continued his work, answering in a calm tone, "I don't like this person. Take anything valuable off him, and then do as you see fit." Hearing this, Jige was delighted. It quickly stripped the young master of the Tang family, piling his clothes and treasures on the ground. Then it grabbed the naked young master and flew off the cliff, out of Li Shiqi's sight. In midair, Jige tossed the young master up and opened its usually narrow beak, which now expanded to over a meter wide, resembling a massive blood-red maw. With the sound of bones cracking, Jige swallowed the young master whole. Its body grew larger, and it patted its swollen belly, wearing a satisfied and content expression. The young master, being a nascent stage cultivator, was not only full of powerful energy, but also possessed a divine embryo that was a great nourishment. Jige not only healed its injuries, but also rapidly advanced its cultivation. After eating, Jige flew back to the cliff and stood behind Li Shiqi. Without looking up, Li Shiqi ordered again, "Go find some firewood for me." Meanwhile, Li Shiqi's butcher knife spun rapidly, slicing the towering and formidable phantom flying leopard in half in an instant. The leopard was enormous, over 5 meters tall, with thighs taller than Li Shiqi. He moved around the leopard's body, his blade flashing like snow, not a drop of blood staining it. As he swiftly dissected the phantom flying leopard, Jige couldn't help but admire the exquisite knife skills, exclaiming, "Excellent knife work." Then it soared into the sky, heading to the forest below Tsanglong Ridge to gather firewood. By the time Jige returned to the cliff with a large pile of firewood, the massive phantom flying leopard had been chopped into fresh chunks of meat, neatly arranged on a prepared rack. Li Shiqi was in the process of dissecting another phantom flying leopard, his knife skills as precise as a master butcher's, the blade flashing beautifully. Soon, Li Shiqi finished dissecting the remaining phantom flying leopard. He mounted the leopard's head on a stake nearby, separating the skin and meat, and meticulously organizing important parts like the heart, kidneys, stomach, liver, and intestines. Jige sincerely praised, "Immortal, your knife skills are truly amazing." Li Shiqi glanced around impatiently and said, "Stop wasting time. There must be a mountain spring around here. Go clean that meat." With that, he took out a 60-centimeter diameter hot pot from his seemingly ordinary backpack and placed it steadily on the stone stove he had already set up. Next, Li Shiqi retrieved various spices from his pack: star anise, bay leaves, dried tangerine peel, ginger, scallions, and garlic. The air was instantly filled with the mixed aroma of marination, barbecue, and hot pot. Jigu stared in disbelief at the scene, sizing up Li Shiqi with astonishment. While Jigu was still recovering from the shock, Li Shiqi pulled out an even larger pot from the same ordinary-looking pack. This pot had a diameter of a meter, almost towering over Li himself. He set this large pot on another stove that was already prepared, then took out a set of clean bowls and chopsticks, arranging them neatly on a nearby rock. Ji's gaze was fixed on Li Shiqi's backpack, internally exclaiming, "Could this be the legendary spatial artifact?" Noticing Ji's dazed expression, Li Shiqi said irritably, "What are you standing around for? If you don't get that meat cleaned and back here soon, I'll throw you in the pot too. I've never eaten a chicken as big as you." Startled by the threat, Jigu quickly grabbed the pile of phantom flying leopard meat and flew down the mountain in search of spring water to wash it. He became resourceful, somehow finding a clean water jar, filling it with fresh water, and then returning to the cliff with both the meat and the water jar. Li Shiqi nodded slightly at Ji's efficiency and said, "Not bad. You're a good worker." Jigu humbly replied, "You're too kind, immortal. It's just what a little chicken should do." Although he said this, internally he was thinking, "I am a demon king, after all. Of course, I know how to read the room. If I didn't, I might indeed end up in that pot." Despite being the demon king of the Tsanglong forest, he was willing to serve Li Shiqi, valuing his life above all else. Suddenly, Li Shiqi took out a white object from his pack and tossed it to Jigu, saying, "Since you're so good at working, this is for you." Jigu caught it and was stunned. It was the 9-turn white light nail, the very magical weapon the Tang family young master had used to attack him. It was sharp enough to pierce his defenses. If he hadn't dodged quickly, it might have pierced his heart and forehead, killing him. When the Tang family young master was knocked unconscious, the weapon fell into the forest, and Jigu had planned to search for it later. But now, how did it end up in Li Shiqi's possession? Li Shiqi stood at the edge of the cliff, skillfully mixing various spices. His gaze fell on the chicken demon that had just climbed up from below, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Kid, you're in luck," Li Shiqi said while preparing the seasonings. "This 9-turn white light nail is no ordinary item. It's crafted from the brow bone of a demon-grade evil spirit, meticulously polished to remove its malevolence, and infused with various talismanic powers. It's quite a remarkable artifact. If you use it for cultivation, you could break through to a higher realm and become a demon-grade powerhouse in just 10 years. Upon hearing this, the chicken demon's eyes lit up instantly. The brow bone of a demon-grade evil spirit? Can I really cultivate to become a demon? Its voice trembled with excitement, and with a thud, it knelt before Li Shiqi. "Thank you, immortal, for your gift," the chicken demon exclaimed, kowtowing in gratitude. "From now on, I vow to serve you loyally, no matter the cost. I will be your devoted servant, willing to do anything for you." The chicken demon thought to itself, Li Shiqi's power is unfathomable, surely far beyond the demon grade. Moreover, he regards such a rare artifact with disdain, casually bestowing it upon me. This person must be immensely powerful. If I can pledge my loyalty to him, my future achievements will be limitless. After adjusting the flavor of the spices, Li Shiqi said nonchalantly, "You want to follow me?" The chicken demon nodded furiously, eyes filled with fervor and admiration. Li Shiqi pondered for a moment and then said, "All right, I could use a lackey. The people in the city are too cunning for my liking." "You'll do." Overjoyed by these words, the chicken demon kowtowed again, saying excitedly, "From now on, I am at your command, ready to give my life for you." With that, it presented its life essence demon core, which hovered before Li Shiqi, respectfully requesting, "Please, master, engrave the ghost god contract." The ghost god contract, once completed, would bind the evil spirit as a contract beast to its master, reducing it to a slave, with everything belonging to the master. If the master dies, it must die too. With just a thought, the master could end its life instantly. Nevertheless, the chicken demon had resolved to offer everything for the chance to serve Li Shiqi. Its eyes shone with determination, awaiting Li Shiqi's next move. Li Shiqi carefully arranged various sauces and seasonings in a large bowl, his gaze briefly resting on the sparkling, peculiar life essence demon core. Standing at only 120 centimeters, he was nearly half the height of Jigu, even when Jigu was kneeling. Yet, his assessing eyes were filled with an aggressive and calculating intent, as if he were appraising a gourmet dish. Sensing Li Shiqi's gaze, Jigu broke into a cold sweat. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could this small cultivator plan to feast on the phantom leopards first, and then make me his dessert? Overwhelmed by fear, Jigu hurriedly spoke. "I am willing to become the celestial master's contract beast, to serve loyally, tirelessly, and with my life, if need be. Please, grant my wish and inscribe the ghostly contract." With that, he kowtowed heavily again. Li Shiqi, seeing Ji's determination, sighed softly. "All right, I will grant your wish." He extended his hand, tracing a unique sigil in the air. It appeared instantly, perfectly inscribed on Ji's life essence demon core. Witnessing this, Ji's eyes widened in shock, speechless. In the Dragon Kingdom, being a sigil master was a rare and highly revered profession, more esteemed than alchemists or artifact forgers. Mastering the art of sigil crafting required profound understanding of Taoist principles and an in-depth knowledge of sigils and symbols, which couldn't be self-taught and needed mentorship. Even those at the eternal sigil master level had to use blood mixed with cinnabar to draw sigils. Yet, Li Shiqi could draw sigils in midair, indicating his skills surpassed that of an eternal sigil master. In a small place like Maple Leaf City, having an eternal sigil master was already a miracle. Li Shiqi's ability to effortlessly create sigils in the air proved his mastery was at its peak, possibly making him one of the top grand sigil masters in the Dragon Kingdom. As the sigil was completed, a hazy light descended from the sky, merging with Ji's life essence demon core. Jigu immediately felt a mysterious bond forming with Li Shiqi. He retracted his demon core and kowtowed again. "Thank you, Celestial Master." "No. Thank you, Master." He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his cleverness in preserving his life. Now, as Li Shiqi's contract beast, Jigu was overjoyed, thinking he had struck gold. Encountering such a profound and enigmatic sigil master was a stroke of great fortune. Li Shiqi's sigil skills were clearly at a grandmaster level, with power at least at the demonic tier. Following such a master promised a future of abundance and luxury. Meanwhile, Li Shiqi also felt a subtle connection, as if he had gained an absolutely loyal servant. He looked at the oddly shaped yet sharp-witted demon beast before him, contemplating the various possibilities for the future. He casually said, "All right, stop kneeling. I'm hungry. Little chicken, hurry up and build another stove, light the fire. I want barbecue, hot pot, and steamed phantom flying leopard meat." This short-statured boy, only reaching Chicken Brother's thigh, called the massive creature Little Chicken. The scene was bizarre, like an ant commanding an elephant. Chicken Brother responded immediately, starting to build the stove and light the fire. As a slave, it knew its place well. However, once the fire was lit, this creature, accustomed to eating raw, was at a loss and looked at Li Shiqi in confusion, unsure of what to do next. "Useless thing, move aside." Li Shiqi kicked Chicken Brother away and took over. He skillfully handled the flying leopard meat, first blanching it to remove the smell, adding cooking wine, green onions, ginger, and garlic, then draining it, pouring out the water, and cleaning the pot. He boiled new water, added the meat and bones, and included bay leaves, star anise, dried tangerine peel, soy sauce, and other seasonings, covering the pot to simmer slowly. "This pot is for braising," he explained. Next, Li Shiqi used a butcher's knife to slice the phantom flying leopard meat into thin pieces, placing them beside a prepared double-sided hot pot. "This pot is for hot pot," he muttered to himself. He then marinated some flying leopard meat and ribs, skewered them on a professional fork, and roasted them over charcoal. "This batch is for grilling," Li Shiqi said to himself, as if explaining to an invisible audience. After finishing the preparations, Li Shiqi began brushing the ribs with seasoning. As the meat sizzled and released oil, he brushed on more oil and various spices. "Little chicken, you take care of the grilling. I'm going to enjoy the hot pot now," he ordered. Chicken Brother dared not disobey, and quickly took over the grilling task. Li Shiqi moved to the hot pot, using a few stones as a seat. He picked up a slice of flying leopard meat, swirled it in the boiling broth for 10 seconds, and then tasted it. "Not bad, not bad. The Tang family's pet has a pretty good texture." Li Shiqi nodded approvingly. The flying leopard meat, sliced thinly, had a tender and chewy texture, surpassing even beef. He tried different flavors like spicy and garlic, pairing them with various dips, thoroughly enjoying himself and devouring the food with gusto. Chicken Brother, grilling the large phantom flying leopard, couldn't help but drool at the mouth-watering aroma. As a creature that usually ate raw, it had never encountered such an enticing smell. While Li Shiqi indulged in the barbecue, the braised flying leopard meat in the big pot began to emit a rich aroma. This scent spread through the gray wolf forest, extending for several kilometers. In the forest, tree spirits, monkey demons, and other various entities looked up, curious and yearning, towards the mountain top. "What is that smell? So fragrant. What's Chicken Brother cooking? It must be a cultivator with decades of cultivation, right? I really want to go up and try it." "Are you crazy? Without Chicken Brother's permission, who dares to approach his territory? Be careful, or you'll get eaten." Despite the murmurs, not a single creature dared approach the fragrant mountain peak. At the top, the allure of the food and the fear it inspired formed an invisible barrier. Inside the cave, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, drawing Chicken Brother's 2 children out from the depths. They hesitated at the entrance, small hands gripping the rough stone walls, eyes filled with longing, curiosity, and anticipation as they watched Li Shiqi devour his meal. Noticing their presence, Li Shiqi put down his chopsticks and smiled warmly. "Chung Wang, Chung Feng, come over and join me," he invited, retrieving 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks from his bag and placing them carefully on a flat stone. He thoughtfully prepared dipping sauces for them as well. The best part of hot pot isn't just the taste, it's the company. Eating hot pot alone is too lonely. It's better to enjoy it together. Li Shiqi said sincerely, his voice filled with inviting warmth. Cheng Wang and Cheng Feng hesitated, looking to Chicken Brother for guidance. Chicken Brother nodded slightly. The master is calling you, so go on over. With permission granted, the two little ones dashed eagerly to Li Shiqi's side. As they reached for the meat in the pot, Li Shiqi stopped them in time. Use the chopsticks. Seeing their puzzled expressions, he pointed to the chopsticks. The two little ones picked them up but fumbled, poking awkwardly and even holding them in their palms, their clumsy attempts making Li Shiqi chuckle. He realized then that, as spirits, they were used to eating raw and whole, not with chopsticks. Their comical attempts made him stifle his laughter as he patiently taught them how to hold the chopsticks properly. The clever chicks soon got the hang of it. They mimicked Li Shiqi, carefully picking up a slice of flying leopard meat and placing it into the bubbling pot. After 10 seconds, they eagerly retrieved the meat, dipped it in sauce, and popped it into their mouths. As soon as the meat touched his tongue, Cheng Wang's eyes widened, and he devoured it eagerly, excitedly clucking to Chicken Brother. Cluck, 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 cluck. Chicken Brother, rotating the whole flying leopard, looked displeased at his son. Why are you clucking? Didn't I evolve with you? Speak like a human. In his excitement, Cheng Wang pointed at the flying leopard meat, clucking again. Chicken Brother frowned. Is it really that good? Cheng Wang nodded enthusiastically. Watching their exchange, Li Shiqi was momentarily taken aback. Is this chicken language? He wondered to himself. Meanwhile, Cheng Feng placed a piece of meat in her mouth, only to cry out in pain and spit it out a moment later. She gasped for air, her face flushed red. She had accidentally dipped it in chili sauce. Seeing this, Li Shiqi remembered his own first spicy hot pot experience and couldn't help but laugh. Cheng Feng glared at Li Shiqi indignantly. After his laughter subsided, he comforted her. It's okay, it was just chili sauce. Try the garlic sauce instead. He offered her the garlic sauce. Cautiously, Cheng Feng dipped another piece of flying leopard meat in the garlic sauce and placed it in her mouth. As she chewed carefully, her eyes widened like her brother's, and she looked at Chicken Brother with delight, clucking joyfully. Cluck, 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 cluck. Seeing his children's reactions, Chicken Brother grew increasingly curious about the hot pot. Could it really be that good? He pondered. As a spirit, he had never encountered hot pot, let alone tasted it. The flavor of the flying leopard meat intrigued him. Li Shiqi noticed and waved him over. Come on, little chicken. Forget the roasting for now and join us for hot pot. Brother G was thrilled and quickly put down the grill to rush over, his enormous hands twitching with anticipation. Li Shiqi glared at him and said sternly, We are civilized people, not savages. Use chopsticks. Awkwardly, Brother G accepted the chopsticks, which seemed as delicate as toothpicks in his hands, and clumsily tried to use them. Seeing this, Li Shiqi shook his head in exasperation and found 2 half-meter-long wooden sticks nearby, carefully sharpening and cleaning them before handing them to Brother G. Feeling honored, Brother G quickly accepted them with gratitude. His intelligence was no less than that of kings and phoenixes, and he soon mastered the use of chopsticks. Mimicking Li Shiqi, he carefully picked up a slice of flying leopard meat, dipped it lightly in the sauce, and then ate it. In an instant, Brother G's expression mirrored that of a king or phoenix. Delicious. So damn delicious, he couldn't help but exclaim. So fresh and tender. The taste is exquisite. At that moment, Brother G realized that his decades of eating raw and swallowing whole were a waste of life compared to the deliciousness of this hot pot. Ha ha. Come on, let's eat together, Li Shiqi laughed heartily. So, under the moonlit sky on the mountain peak, Li Shiqi and Brother G's family of 3 joyfully enjoyed the sumptuous hot pot feast. They savored the flying leopard meat, sampled the stews, and occasionally tried some roasted meat. Li Shiqi's culinary skills were extraordinary, with every dish being a feast for the senses. The roasted meat, in particular, was sprinkled with cumin, releasing an aroma that made mouths water, with golden oil dripping tantalizingly. Brother G's family devoured everything ravenously, quickly finishing off 2 flying leopard legs and licking their lips in satisfaction. However, what truly astonished Brother G's family was Li Shiqi's appetite. He picked up a flying leopard leg that was 20 centimeters taller than himself and devoured it with gusto. In the blink of an eye, only a bare 1.4-meter-high bone remained. Brother G's family watched in disbelief as the smallest person among them ate the most. What shocked them even more was that Li Shiqi consumed 2 entire phantom flying leopards in one go. A single phantom flying leopard stood over 5 meters tall, with a massive size equivalent to 6 Li Shiqis. Yet, Li Shiqi's stomach seemed bottomless, and even after devouring 2 phantom flying leopards, his belly showed no signs of swelling. At that moment, Brother G's family couldn't help but think. They were not the real menace. It was Li Shiqi who was the truly fearsome being. While Brother G's family was still immersed in shock, Li Shiqi elegantly wiped his mouth, let out a contented burp, and nonchalantly said, Not bad. I'm about 70% full. 70% full. Brother G's family echoed in disbelief. 2 gigantic phantom flying leopards only filled him to 70%. What kind of appetite was this? Could he be the reincarnation of the legendary glutton? Just then, Li Shiqi suddenly looked up, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Brother Ji. He slowly spoke, his tone slightly playful. I suddenly have a craving for hand-pulled chicken. Chicken Brother was focused on gnawing at the grilled meat when Li Shiqi's words hit like a thunderclap, causing him to jump back in shock. Trembling, he put some distance between them, his voice filled with fear. Master, I exercise every day. My meat is tough and not tasty at all. Li Shiqi's gaze remained fixed on Chicken Brother as he slowly revealed his true intention. But I want to eat shredded chicken. This statement was like a death sentence, making Chicken Brother shudder. Thinking quickly, he exclaimed, Master, wait here, I'll be right back. With that, he spread his wings and swooped down the cliff. Moments later, Chicken Brother returned with 10 mountain chickens, looking proud of himself. Master, look, these spirit mountain chickens are a real delicacy. Didn't you want shredded chicken? I'll tear them apart right away. Before he finished speaking, he had already started. With a swift motion, the necks of the 10 mountain chickens were snapped, and blood flowed down the cliff's edge. Stop! Li Shiqi shouted sternly, striding towards Chicken Brother. His voice was filled with discontent. You're ruining the ingredients. That's not how you kill or eat a chicken. Chicken Brother looked puzzled, but that's how I've always eaten them. Catch them, snap their necks, then eat them raw. Li Shiqi gave him a disdainful glance. Raw? Do you think I'm a wild animal? Eating chicken is about savoring the chicken's flavor. White-cut chicken is the way to go. That's what the cook taught me. Paired with soy sauce and sand ginger, it's truly aromatic. With that, he ordered Chicken Brother to pluck the feathers off the 10 Spirit Mountain chickens and toss them into a large pot to boil. Li Shiqi personally added several seasonings, and soon, the aroma filled the air. The 10 white-cut chickens were ready, their golden skin glistening and tempting. Li Shiqi eagerly tore off a drumstick and devoured it. As he ate, he praised, the chicken flavor is rich, truly delicious. He mixed a bowl of soy sauce and sand ginger, dipped a piece of chicken into it, and savored it with delight. Authentic Guangdong white-cut chicken. The cook was right. No chicken leaves Guangdong alive. This method brings out the chicken's true flavor. Guangdong? What place is that? The little chicken asked curiously. Li Shiqi shook his head. I don't know where Guangdong is. That's what the cook said. He claims to be from Hunan and loves spicy food. But he insists that chicken should be eaten as white-cut chicken because only then can you taste the true chicken flavor. Chicken Brother and his family exchanged bewildered looks, unable to comprehend Li Shiqi's words. To these creatures, whether it was chicken, duck, or other demon beasts, the taste was the same raw, bloody meat. The chicken flavor Li Shiqi spoke of was a mystery to them. Li Shiqi stopped after devouring several drumsticks. He wiped his greasy mouth with his sleeve and patted his slightly rounded belly. Great, I'm finally about 80 full, no need to eat more. Hearing this, Chicken Brother and his family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Watching Li Shiqi devour food like a wolf, they had worried that they might end up as part of the meal too. Now that Li Shiqi was full, their hearts were at ease. Once Li Shiqi was satisfied, Chicken Brother cautiously asked, Master, why did you attack that car earlier? Are they your enemies? Li Shiqi said, they want to mess with me in the city. If friends come from afar to cause trouble, I'll take care of them. He squinted, his gaze sweeping towards the direction of Maoyang City, then looked up at the darkening sky. Judging by the time, another person who wronged me should be back soon. I'm lying in wait for him today. Li Shiqi sneered. Xiao Ji, get ready to take action. Brother Ji involuntarily stepped back a few paces, a flicker of fear and apprehension in his eyes. He silently warned himself. This young master holds grudges deeply. Better not to cross him. Clearing his throat, Brother Ji addressed the 2 mythic beasts nearby. Cheng Wang, Cheng Feng, you've eaten and drunk enough. Go back to sleep. The young master and I have business to attend to. Cheng Wang and Cheng Feng dared not disobey, quickly wiping their mouths and hurrying back into the cave. Before long, a light suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. A carriage emerged from the darkness, speeding toward them. Anyone bold enough to light up at night is a tough one, Brother Ji muttered. He continued to explain. It's well known that daytime belongs to humans. Evil spirits fear sunlight and must hide. But at night, it's their domain. They come out to absorb the moon's essence, grow stronger, and hunt. In other words, humans retreat at night as the wilderness becomes a playground for demons. Anyone who dares light a lamp at such a time either has absolute strength or possesses fearsome artifacts, confident they can obliterate any evil they encounter. Li Shiqi squinted his eyes to closely observe the approaching carriage, then slapped his thigh excitedly. Great, I didn't mistake him this time. It's Lu Hongqi. He recognized the luxurious carriage pulled by 8-horned snake-tailed lions as Lu Hongqi's vehicle. Waiting here, having hot pot. After all this time, the debtor finally shows up, Li Shiqi said, picking his teeth with a toothpick, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Xiao Ji, when he passes by, stop them. Remember, don't damage the carriage. Invite the person inside to come over and talk. If he refuses, give him a beating, but be careful not to ruin the carriage." As he spoke, Li Shiqi's gaze was fixated on the luxurious carriage, his eyes gleaming. Brother Ji saw Li Shiqi's expression and immediately understood his intention. The young master had his eyes on the carriage. Brother Ji patted his chest, assuring, "All right, master, I've got it. I won't damage that carriage." With that, he leaped off the cliff, wings fluttering, flying toward the carriage. The token was clutched in Lu Hongqi's hand, as if it were a prized treasure, tears of excitement glistening in his eyes. His thoughts drifted back to the past, recalling the rise and fall of the Lu family. In the past, the Lu family was a prestigious noble family in the imperial capital of Yanjing. However, a great catastrophe changed everything. A formidable fiend, claiming to be Shun Gong, suddenly descended upon Yanjing, commanding countless mechanical creatures to launch a massacre against the noble families. These mechanical creations were terrifyingly powerful, capable of withstanding attacks from even the most skilled cultivators. Lu Hongqi could almost hear the echoes of the screams that filled Yanjing city back then. The emergence of Shun Gong plunged the entire city into bloodshed and panic. The Lu family's patriarch, elders, and allies were all annihilated in this disaster. It was only when the first emperor personally intervened that the calamity was quelled. Lu Hongqi still remembered that day vividly, when the entire Yanjing city resonated with the roar of dragons, and countless sword energies soared skyward as if to pierce the heavens. Since then, Shun Gong vanished, but the fate of the Lu family had been irreversibly altered. Reduced from a prestigious noble family to a humble one, the Lu family was forced to leave the bustling Yanjing and relocate to the remote Maple Leaf City. This city became their cage, barring them from ever setting foot in Yanjing again. Now, this token felt like the key to a new world. Lu Hongqi kissed it with excitement, filled with hope for the future. With it, the Lu family could regain their freedom and leave this backwater for a more prosperous city to start anew. As Lu Hongqi indulged in these pleasant fantasies, the carriage suddenly came to a halt. A powerful and menacing aura emanated from outside, pulling him back to reality. His expression darkened as he quickly secured the token and asked in a deep voice, "Xiao Wu, what's going on?" The driver, Xiao Wu, replied with a trembling voice, "Boss, it's the Demon King of the Canglong Forest, Brother Ji, ahead." Hearing this name, Lu Hongqi's expression changed slightly. He took a deep breath and stepped out of the carriage. The scene before him was awe-inspiring. A massive figure over 3 meters tall hovered in the air, none other than the renowned Demon King, Brother Ji. His presence was like a small mountain, exuding a demonic aura that blotted out the sky, sending chills down one's spine. Suppressing his apprehension, Lu Hongqi respectfully greeted, "I am Lu Hongqi of the Lu family from Maple Leaf City. We have no enmity with you, Demon King. Why do you block my path?" Though he possessed various life-saving artifacts, Lu Hongqi knew that a direct confrontation with this peerless Demon King, whom even the city lord of Maple Leaf City had failed to defeat multiple times, was unwise. Since the other party had not attacked immediately, there might still be room for negotiation. Brother Ji looked down at Lu Hongqi with an undeniable authority in his voice. "My master requests your presence for a discussion. Will you come with me willingly, or shall I teach you a lesson and then bring you along?" Lu Hongqi stood in front of the car, his heart pounding like a drum. Gge's unexpected visit had sent a flurry of speculations through his mind. However, Gge's words hit him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Master," Lu Hongqi repeated incredulously, his eyes wide with disbelief. The Canglong Forest Demon King, a being that caused endless headaches for the Lord of Maple Leaf City and was avoided by the 10 great families, actually had a master? If this news reached Maple Leaf City, it would surely send the bigwigs into a frenzy. Lu Hongqi's mind raced. A Demon King was already difficult to deal with, so the master who cultivated such a Demon King must be even more formidable. And such a powerful figure specifically wanted to have a chat with him? Cold sweat poured down like rain, soaking Lu Hongqi's back. He felt as if his life was hanging by a thread. Lu Hongqi's gaze darted between Ji Gu in midair and the driver, Xiao Wu, as he quickly calculated the power of all his artifacts and his chances of success. 5 seconds later, he gritted his teeth and asked with forced calmness, "May I ask who your master is and why they wish to see me?" Ji Gu glared at him impatiently. "Just come as you're told. What's with all the questions? Or are you thinking of making a move?" Lu Hongqi quickly waved his hand, his voice trembling slightly. "I wouldn't dare. Please lead the way. We'll follow behind." Ji Gu gave him a cold glance and warned, "You'd better not try any tricks, or you know the consequences." Then it turned and flapped its wings, flying towards the towering peak of Canglong Forest. Lu Hongqi wiped the sweat from his forehead and quietly told Xiao Wu, "Let's follow." He knew that under normal circumstances, a Demon King wouldn't easily stop the vehicles of the 10 great families. Since Ji Gu had personally intervened, he had to give face. After all, even if they gave it their all, they likely couldn't handle Ji Gu, let alone Gge's master. Fighting would mean certain death. Following might offer a glimmer of hope. Xiao Wu pointed ahead with a wry smile at the 8-horned, snake-tailed lions, which were trembling and motionless. I'd like to follow too, but they can't, he explained. Confronted with Ji Ge, these creatures were so frightened they couldn't move. Although they are divine beasts raised by humans, their cultivation is low, barely reaching the evil level. Facing the demon-level Ji Ge, they felt fear deep in their souls and now don't dare to move. Lu Hongqi sighed, pulled out a flag from his pocket, and handed it to Xiao Wu. Use this beast-driving flag. With that, he sat in the car, his expression grave. Xiao Wu took the beast-driving flag and raised it. The flag floated in the air, emitting rays of light that fell on the 8-horned, snake-tailed lions. The light instantly dispelled their fear, and with roars, they regained their vitality, pulling the carriage into the sky, chasing after Ji Ge. Soon, they landed at the peak of the mountain. Ji Ge was already waiting there. Xiao Wu looked terrified, not daring to make a move. After Lu Hongqi got out of the car, he bowed deeply to Ji Ge and cautiously asked, Demon King, your master. Ji Ge interrupted him, pointing behind. My master is waiting for you there. Go ahead. With that, it stepped aside to clear the path. Lu Hongqi focused his gaze and saw a child with his back turned, busily engaged in some task. Beside the child were two massive, terrifying skeletons of wild beasts. Even more shocking was the sight of two 5-meter turtle phantom flying leopards tied to a large rock ahead, creatures belonging to the Tang family. Cold sweat dripped from Lu Hongqi's forehead as his mind conjured the worst scenarios. The rooster impatiently urged, My master is waiting. Hurry up. Or do you want me to eat you? Struggling to calm his nerves, Lu Hongqi took several deep breaths and trudged forward with heavy steps. Despite the child's small figure, he dared not let his guard down. He recalled the notorious Yuquan demon, who disguised himself as a child to commit evil deeds, and the terrifying monster from the forbidden tales of Long Kingdom that pretended to be a child in distress during the night. As he drew closer, Lu Hongqi's heartbeat quickened and sweat dampened his palms. If even the Tang family had suffered such a fate, how could he escape unscathed? Would the newly acquired Shinbing Guild token become a swan song? Finally, he discerned that the child was sewing something, the needle and thread moving swiftly. Fighting his fear, Lu Hongqi bowed deeply to the figure's back. Lu family of Maple Leaf City, Shinbing Guild agent, Lu Hongqi, at your service, sir. He carefully chose his words, knowing many demons preferred such respectful titles. Suddenly, a clear, melodious child's voice rang out, finally finished sewing. The child turned around, revealing a bright and friendly smile. Hello, Grandpa Lu. I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. It was none other than the seemingly harmless and amiable Li Shiqi. Lu Hongqi felt as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground, his voice trembling. Li Shiqi. Are you the great demon? He never imagined that Li Shiqi was the rooster's master, the fearsome demon everyone dreaded. Was this to be his end? Still smiling, Li Shiqi said, Grandpa Lu, I'm happy you came, but those words make me unhappy. Look closely at me. Can any demon be as handsome and harmless as I am? Yet, in Lu Hongqi's terrified eyes, Li Shiqi's radiant smile appeared as a devil's grin, sending shivers down his spine. He suppressed his inner fear and stammered, Are you Li Shiqi Dao? Li Shiqi smiled slightly and calmly replied, Without a doubt, I am human. Beside him, Brother Ji immediately chimed in. I can vouch for it. My master is indeed human. Lu Hongqi breathed a small sigh of relief upon hearing this, but the fear still lingered in his heart. To be the master of someone like Brother Ji, a demon king, his identity and abilities must be extraordinary. He tried to calm himself and cautiously asked, Li Shiqi, no, little 17, no, Master 17, do you need something from me? A mysterious smile appeared on Li Shiqi's face as he said, It's nothing major, just that I recently made a piece of clothing and would like you to try it on for me. With that, he took out a newly sewn flying leopard skin coat and handed it to Lu Hongqi. Lu Hongqi's eyes darted between Li Shiqi and the coat, sensing something unusual but unable to pinpoint why. As he hesitated, Brother Ji suddenly barked, My master asked you to wear it, so put it on. Startled by the command, Lu Hongqi quickly took the coat and draped it over his shoulders with trembling hands. Strangely, the phantom leopard skin had no bloody smell and fit him perfectly, as if it were tailor-made. A hat dangled in his hand, seemingly meant to cover his head. Trembling, Lu Hongqi looked at Li Shiqi and asked, Master 17, is this all right? Li Shiqi said nothing, simply pointing at the hat that remained unworn. Lu Hongqi dared not defy him and promptly put it on. The moment the hat touched his head, a bizarre transformation occurred. The leopard skin seemed to come alive, rapidly extending and tightly wrapping around Lu Hongqi's face. Terrified, Lu Hongqi was about to struggle when even more inexplicable changes ensued. His facial features began to morph dramatically, becoming three-dimensional as his nose and mouth protruded. and his human face rapidly transformed into that of a phantom leopard. This eerie change swept over his entire body like a tidal wave, altering his limbs and torso in an instant. In the blink of an eye, what stood before everyone was no longer the human Lu Hongqi, but a vividly lifelike phantom leopard on all fours. Witnessing this, the driver, Xiao Wu, widened his eyes, his face turning ashen. Staring in disbelief at the scene before him, his mind nearly ceased to function. Lu Hongqi had turned into a beast after putting on the coat? What on earth was happening? Shocked and stunned, driver Xiao Wu and the demon king Ji Gu were left speechless. The scene before them shattered their understanding. An ordinary leather jacket could transform a living person into a vividly lifelike animal in an instant. The newly transformed phantom leopard, though just over a meter tall and far from its usual 5-meter size, was eerily lifelike and unsettling. Lu Hongqi looked around in terror, wanting to call for help, but could only roar like a leopard. Looking down, he saw his hands and feet had turned into the limbs of the phantom leopard, his entire body sewn into the leopard skin, trapping his once-proud powers and spiritual shrine. As the most renowned treasure appraiser of the Lu family, he was now reduced to a beastly form, leaving him in a state of panic. Before he could react, Li Shiqi gently patted his head with a smile and said softly, "Grandpa Lu, my apologies." He then instructed Ji Gu, "Throw it into the forest and alert the other demons to hunt it." Hearing this, Lu Hongqi was horrified and tried to plead for mercy, but all that came out was another leopard roar. Ji Gu grabbed his leg with one hand, lifted him, and flew into the Songlong forest, where he was thrown down hard. Then, Ji Gu let out a loud roar, communicating Li Shiqi's orders in the unique language of the demons. Instantly, countless pairs of blood-red eyes lit up in the forest, brimming with murderous intent. Lu Hongqi felt his scalp tingle, realizing he had become a delicacy in the eyes of these demons. He dared not resist and began to run, but unfamiliar with moving on all fours, he appeared extremely clumsy. A spirit-level demon lunged at him, biting him on the rear. In excruciating pain, Lu Hongqi let out a piercing scream, kicked the demon away with his hind legs, and ran frantically. After several falls, he gradually adapted to his new body, picking up speed. Behind him, a horde of demons pursued relentlessly, dust billowing, screams, and roars echoing throughout the forest. On the mountaintop, Li Shiqi, holding a large roasted leopard leg, watched Lu Hongqi's desperate escape with great amusement. Each time Lu Hongqi fell, Li Shiqi couldn't help but laugh heartily, gesturing animatedly. Driver Xiao Wu, unable to bear seeing his master suffer, was about to plead, "Brother, please," when a vine flew over, tightly gagging him. Li Shiqi turned, his face showing an innocent smile, yet his words were chilling. "This is between him and me, and you better not interfere. Otherwise, I'll turn you into a phantom leopard too." Hearing this, driver Xiao Wu immediately fell silent, too frightened to utter another word. His abilities were far inferior to Lu Hongqi's. If he truly turned into a phantom flying leopard, he would likely meet a terrible fate. Seeing him fall silent, Li Shiqi removed the vines and continued to observe the unfolding situation. Deep in the Songlong forest, Lu Hongqi was besieged by evil spirits, his body covered in wounds. Strangely, the spirits attacked the leopard skin on him, yet he was the one injured while the skin remained intact. Lu Hongqi desperately fled, but with the shrine sealed, he couldn't harness his true energy and had to rely on his physical strength to run on all fours. After 30 minutes of an all-out sprint, he was exhausted and crashed into a tree, gasping for breath. Behind him, the menacing spirits surged like a tide. "It's over. I'm doomed this time." Lu Hongqi closed his eyes in despair, awaiting death. However, at the critical moment, Brother Ji descended from the sky, intimidating the evil spirits that filled the mountains. With one hand, he grabbed Lu Hongqi by the hind leg, lifting him as if he were a small chick, and flew back to Li Shiqi, where he dropped Lu Hongqi heavily to the ground. By this time, Lu Hongqi was barely alive. Li Shiqi casually discarded the flying leopard leg, now reduced to a mere bone, and approached, staring into Lu Hongqi's eyes. In a cold voice, he said, "There's a saying, don't do to others what you don't want done to you. What I don't want, I won't give away even if discarded. I can sell things to you and allow you to make money, but you must give me a fair price, not lie and cheat me for 2 or 3 times the amount. Now do you understand why I'm treating you this way?" Lu Hongqi couldn't speak, only nodding frantically. Li Shiqi stepped forward, revealing a gleaming butcher's knife. Lu Hongqi was terrified, struggling desperately. With a swift flash of the knife, a gash appeared on the belly of the phantom flying leopard illusion, causing the stitches on the leather to burst and the garment to fall to the ground. Lu Hongqi lay on the skin, covered in blood and barely clinging to life. He looked up at Li Shiqi, his eyes filled with fear and dread. Li Shiqi sheathed his knife, the pig-slaughtering blade still slung across his back. He smiled at Lu Hongqi, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Lu Hongqi trembled all over, his clothes soaked with sweat, his eyes filled with terror. Grandpa Lu, Li Shiqi spoke casually, as if discussing the weather. Now that you're in such a sorry state, my anger has subsided. So, shall we calmly discuss the matter of compensation? He strolled closer to Lu Hongqi, each step causing the latter's heart to race. You've swindled me, causing me significant losses. So, how do you plan to compensate me? Upon hearing this, Lu Hongqi's pupils constricted, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. He had a curse on the tip of his tongue, but dared not utter it. Business has its ups and downs, but the young man's ruthless tactics were beyond ordinary, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Li Shiqi caught Lu Hongqi's hesitation and sneered. It seems you're still not convinced. In that case, how about another round? As he spoke, he bent down to pick up a blood-stained leopard skin, threatening to cover Lu Hongqi with it again. Lu Hongqi's face turned ashen, and he nodded frantically, his voice trembling. I'll compensate. As long as you spare me, Master Shiqi, I'll give you whatever you want. Li Shiqi grinned, his gaze shifting to the luxurious carriage not far away, drawn by 8 horned, serpent-tailed lions. I want that carriage, he declared, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. Lu Hongqi nodded repeatedly. No problem. His quick agreement made Li Shiqi wary. Looks like I'm asking too little. Li Shiqi mused inwardly, then cleared his throat. That was just the first compensation. For the second, I want 3 billion. At his words, Lu Hongqi's expression changed drastically, his voice tinged with reluctance. Master Shiqi, your treasures are worth a total of 3 billion. You can't ask for such an outrageous sum. To him, this was not compensation but blatant extortion. Li Shiqi's eyes turned cold as he stared at Lu Hongqi, his voice icy. My treasures are worth that much. You could make 1 billion, maybe a few 100 million off me, but you can't cheat me. You've wronged me, and my mental state suffered. So, you need to compensate for my mental anguish. Asking for 3 billion is letting you off easy. He moved closer to Lu Hongqi, his tone threatening. Will you compensate or not? If not, you can put on that leopard skin again and run a few more laps. Lu Hongqi's face was ashen, cold sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead. He knew he had no choice. How about running a few more laps down there? As soon as Li Shiqi finished speaking, Lu Hongqi's body trembled uncontrollably, as if he was once again facing the terrifying scene of evil spirits chasing him. He quickly knelt down and pleaded, his voice shaking. I'll compensate. I'll give you everything. Li Shiqi nodded in satisfaction, a smile appearing on his face. He put away the animal hide in his hand and casually tossed it to Ji Ge beside him. Ji Ge's expression changed dramatically as he caught the flying leopard skin, cradling it carefully, afraid it might suddenly possess him. Li Shiqi reached out and pulled Lu Hongqi up from the ground, his smile growing brighter, seemingly harmless. However, to Lu Hongqi, this expression was more terrifying than a demon's grin. So, Grandpa Lu, Li Shiqi asked with a cheerful tone, when will you start compensating for my losses? Lu Hongqi shuddered and quickly replied, once we return to Maple Leaf City, I'll give it to you. Li Shiqi's smile vanished instantly, his face turning stern. Seeing this, Lu Hongqi immediately corrected himself. Now, right now, immediately. Li Shiqi nodded in satisfaction. All right, then tell me, how will you compensate me? Trembling, Lu Hongqi pulled out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Li Shiqi. This is my savings card. It has over 3 billion in it. Master Shiqi, it's yours. Li Shiqi glanced at the card and sneered. Not even telling me the password. Are you trying to set a trap for me? Lu Hongqi quickly shook his head, cold sweat on his forehead. Master Shiqi, you're joking. I wouldn't dare set a trap for you, Li Shiqi interrupted him. According to the usual practice during the day, get me a card from your Shunbing bank, for my use only. Feeling as if he had been granted amnesty, Lu Hongqi nodded repeatedly. Understood. I'll handle it right away. He immediately took out a long-distance communication talisman to contact Lu Shishir to arrange it. In the wilderness, with no phone signal, they relied on the talisman for communication. After making the arrangements, Lu Hongqi cautiously looked at Li Shiqi. Master Shiqi, issuing the card takes time. It should be ready by tomorrow. I'll personally deliver it to your residence, okay? Li Shiqi pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll reluctantly agree. But from this moment, interest will accrue, 3% per hour. Do you have any objections? Hearing this, Lu Hongqi's mouth twitched. He cursed silently. Where did this kid learn all these schemes? One after another. He inwardly cursed Li Shiqi's ancestors, but outwardly, he respectfully said, All right. Everything as you say, Master Shiqi. Suddenly, Li Shiqi frowned and spoke coldly. No, you're cursing me. Lu Hongqi was startled and immediately denied. No, Master Shiqi, I didn't say anything. Li Shiqi glared at him. You didn't say it, but you thought it. It seems the lesson I gave you wasn't harsh enough. You're still not convinced, and you dare curse me in your mind. In that case, go take another lap down the mountain. With that, Li Shiqi opened his small hand, and the leopard skin from Gge's hand flew back to him. Then, with a gentle wave, the flying leopard skin once again wrapped around Lu Hongqi. In the blink of an eye, Lu Hongqi transformed once again into a phantom flying leopard. Li Shiqi swiftly grabbed the leopard's hind leg and effortlessly tossed it towards Ji Ge, ordering, "Down the mountain. Take another round." Ji Ge caught the phantom leopard steadily and turned to throw it down the mountain. Before long, the mournful wails echoed once more through the Songlong forest. It was the cry of the phantom flying leopard, resonating endlessly through the mountains and forests. Standing atop the mountain, driver Xiao Wu witnessed everything, feeling a pang of sympathy for Lu Hongqi's plight. His gaze shifted to Li Shiqi, filled with terror. He thought to himself, "Can this kid read minds? How can he even hear my thoughts?" Xiao Wu secretly vowed never to provoke this little demon, not even daring to think a bad thought about him. This child is even more terrifying than a demon. Li Shiqi seemed indifferent to everything around him. He leisurely took out a tea set and brewed a pot of Longjing tea on the mountaintop. The fragrance of tea filled the air as he savored the moment of tranquility. Before long, Ji Ge returned with the phantom flying leopard, tossing it in front of Li Shiqi. Without looking up, Li Shiqi continued to sip his tea and threw a butcher's knife to Ji Ge, instructing, "Cut it open for me." Ji Ge reached out to catch it, but was caught off guard by the knife's weight, causing his right hand to drop it to the ground instantly. So heavy. Gge's expression changed dramatically as he stared in disbelief at the seemingly ordinary butcher's knife. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his demon power into his right hand, attempting with all his might to lift the knife. Gge's muscles bulged and veins throbbed as he exerted all his strength. He let out a loud roar, his forehead veins popping, blood surging, and demon power shaking. Using both hands, he tried desperately to grasp the butcher's knife. However, no matter how hard he tried, the knife remained immobile, as if a massive mountain pressed down on his hand, bruising and deforming his fingers. Li Shiqi calmly finished his cup of tea, casting a cold glance at the struggling Ji Ge. He sneered, disdainfully saying, "Can't even lift a knife, and you call yourself a demon king? Pathetic." He set down his teacup and walked steadily over to Ji Ge. As he bent down, his fingers lightly touched the handle of the butcher knife, as if caressing a treasured item. Then, with a single hand, he lifted the knife, heavy as 1,000 pounds, with the ease of picking up a feather. Li Shiqi flicked his wrist, and the butcher knife traced a graceful arc in the air, its blade gleaming with a cold light. With a delicate touch of his fingertips, the knife spun, circling above his palm before settling firmly into his grip. The entire motion was fluid and seamless, as if the massive blade were nothing more than a feather in his hand. Relieved of the knife's weight, Ji Ge collapsed to the ground. He gasped for air, sweat pouring down like rain and soaking his clothes. As he wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze remained fixed on Li Shiqi, eyes filled with a mix of terror and admiration, especially when he looked at Li Shiqi's seemingly frail arms. His awe was palpable. Ji Ge silently counted his blessings for having submitted in time to become Li Shiqi's servant. Otherwise, he feared he would have long since been reduced to a mist of blood. He couldn't help but recall their first encounter, convinced that Li Shiqi must have shown mercy, for with such strength, he, a mighty demon king, would have had no chance to fight back. Li Shiqi held the butcher knife, its blade glinting coldly. He swung it with force, the edge slicing down like lightning, once again cutting through the flying leopard skin. The battered and barely breathing Lu Hongqi appeared before everyone again, curled up on the leopard skin, his injuries even more severe than before. As soon as Lu Hongqi returned to human form, he fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string, then knelt at Li Shiqi's feet. Tears streamed down his face, mingling with snot, as he choked out his apology. "I'm sorry, Master Shiqi. I was wrong. I shouldn't have cursed you in my heart. Please, be merciful and forgive me. I swear I'll never do it again." Having twice transformed into the phantom flying leopard and twice been pursued by countless malevolent spirits, Lu Hongqi's courage was shattered, as if his very essence was being crushed by fear. Now, when he looked at Li Shiqi, there was no longer any resentment, anger, or dissatisfaction, only boundless fear as if facing an invincible deity. Lu Hongqi trembled all over, fear engulfing him like a tide. In his eyes, Li Shiqi was more terrifying than any demon king. The thought of those torturous methods, worse than death, sent a chill through his heart. Li Shiqi looked at him coldly and said in a calm tone, "The Analects say, to err and correct oneself is the greatest virtue. Grandpa Lu, you made a mistake this time, and you must correct it. It's wrong to insult others, even in your mind. One must have character, understand? Only when everyone has character and refrains from insulting others can we build a harmonious society and create a better world." Lu Hongqi was stunned after hearing this, wondering if the quote was from the Analects. He remembered, to err and correct oneself is the greatest virtue, as being from the Zhua tradition. But he dared not contradict, nodding repeatedly. Yes, Master Shiqi, you're absolutely right. I'll definitely follow your teachings and never insult anyone again, not even in my mind. I'll join you in building a harmonious society and creating a better world. Li Shiqi nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, the Analects say, when a man is about to die, his words are good. Some people only speak nicely when they're about to be beaten to death by me. Confucius was truly wise. The rules he summarized are really practical. No wonder ancient texts call him a sage. These rules are so useful, proving true knowledge through practice. I've improved another person's character and done a good deed. This feels great. Li Shiqi felt quite pleased and said to Lu Hongqi, in the future, make sure to change, okay? Lu Hongqi nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. Only then was Li Shiqi satisfied, asking, so, when will my money arrive? Lu Hongqi cautiously replied, Master Shiqi, the bank is closed at night. Whether it's cash or a bank card, it takes some time. I'll deliver it to your residence first thing in the morning. How about that? Li Shiqi thought for a moment and said, that works too. I was a bit too impatient earlier. Let's happily decide on that. Then he sighed. Grandpa Lu, why do you make things difficult? Wouldn't it be better to treat me well and be honest? I'm a pure-hearted, kind, and sharing young man. Why do you force me to treat you this way? Pure-hearted, kind, sharing. Hearing these words from Li Shiqi, Lu Hongqi, the driver Xiao Wu, Brother Ji, and others all had twitching mouths. What kind of pure-hearted person would start by giving Brother Ji a hard slap, turning his arm into a bloody mist? What kind of sharing young man would be so fixated on making a bit less money that he'd lie in wait late at night to ambush Lu Hongqi for debt collection? What kind of kind young man would sew such a bizarre leopard skin, turning people into monsters, and throw them to evil spirits? No matter how you looked at it, Li Shiqi didn't match the words pure-hearted, kind, or sharing. However, none of them dared to argue with Li Shiqi. They all nodded earnestly in agreement. You see, you all think I'm a pure-hearted, kind, and sharing young man, right? Li Shiqi said. Lu Hongqi, thick-skinned, answered, that's right. Master Shiqi is the most innocent young man I've ever seen. Brother Ji, going against his conscience, agreed. Master, you are the most sharing young man I've ever met. Driver Xiao Wu overheard the conversation between Li Shiqi and Lu Hongqi and hatched a plan. With a quick glance, he feigned sincerity and loudly exclaimed, Master Shiqi is truly a rare, benevolent young man. Maple Leaf City should award you the 3 Good Student honor, hang it on the city wall, and let the people sing your praises daily. Li Shiqi burst into laughter, feeling quite pleased. However, Brother Ji and Lu Hongqi turned simultaneously, glaring at Xiao Wu with murderous intent. To them, Xiao Wu's flattery was overdone, overshadowing their own compliments. Terrified by their piercing stares, Xiao Wu turned pale, realizing he might have overstepped. He quickly tried to recover. Actually, Master Shiqi, this was Mr. Lu Hongqi's suggestion. Lu Hongqi's expression softened slightly at this. Li Shiqi's anger also dissipated. He looked at Lu Hongqi and said sternly, Grandpa Lu, a gentleman's word is his bond. Remember what you said, or I'll visit the Lu family tomorrow. Frightened, Lu Hongqi nodded repeatedly. I remember, I remember. Li Shiqi waved his hand, indicating Lu Hongqi could leave. Grateful, Lu Hongqi was about to get in the car when Li Shiqi stopped him with a glance. Coldly, Li Shiqi said, Grandpa Lu, have you forgotten? This car is mine now, and so is the driver. Lu Hongqi paused, then quickly understood, nodding and bowing. I understand, Master Shiqi. The vehicle and the driver are yours. Enjoy, I'll be on my way. With that, he dared not use his spirit flight, but walked down the mountain. As Lu Hongqi stumbled away, Li Shiqi raised his voice deliberately. Take care of yourself, Grandpa Lu. After tomorrow, I still want to do some business with you, so you better stay alive. Startled, Lu Hongqi quickened his pace without looking back. Xiao Wu watched, desperately wanting to flee but not daring to act rashly. After Lu Hongqi left, Li Shiqi turned to observe Brother Ji and Xiao Wu's expressions, nodding in satisfaction. He thought, as the saying goes, a gentleman without respect cannot command authority. It seems my stern approach worked, making Lu Hongqi submit, and even Brother Ji and the driver fear me now. The wisdom of the classics is indeed profound. Composing himself, Li Shiqi took a sip of tea and pulled 2 photographs from his pocket, handing them to Brother Ji. Send these photos to all the demons in Songlong Forest, he instructed. The photos depicted a man and a woman, both bearing some resemblance to Li Shiqi. Curious, Brother Ji asked. Master, who are these? Li Shiqi turned to Ji Gu and urgently said, These are portraits of my parents. You're the king of the creatures here. Quickly gather all the spirits and ask if any of them have seen these 2 people. Anyone who provides a clue will be richly rewarded. Upon hearing this, Ji Gu immediately took to the air, flying down the cliff. It emitted a series of clear calls that rippled through the forest like waves. In response to Ji's summons, the forest was suddenly alive with dark energy. Countless malevolent spirits converged from all directions, some swooping from treetops, others emerging from underground, and even mushroom-shaped creatures bouncing into the gathering. From the cliff's peak, the spirits surged like a tide, surrounding the entire mountain and forest. This sea of spirits stretched for over 10 kilometers, countless heads bobbing like waves. Driver Xiao Wu, witnessing this scene, felt his scalp tingle and his legs weaken. He knew there were many spirits in the wilderness, but never imagined such a scale. Conservatively estimated, there were at least hundreds of thousands of spirits gathered here. Even if Maple Leaf City deployed all its Thunderfire cannons, it would be hard to annihilate them all. Ji Ge held up the portraits of Li Shiqi's parents, showing them to the spirits. In the language unique to the spirits, it asked, "Has anyone seen these two people?" The spirits collectively stared at the portraits, scrutinizing them for a long time before exchanging glances and whispering among themselves. Li Shiqi stood on high, observing the spirits' reactions with both anxiety and hope. He thought that in such a vast gathering, perhaps someone had indeed seen traces of his parents. These portraits were crafted by a talisman master from the 18th level prison. The master had deduced the possible appearances of Li Shiqi's parents based on his changes in bone structure and features over the years. Despite the master's exceptional skill, Li Shiqi was still unsure if these truly depicted his parents. Earlier, Li Shiqi had considered seeking help from people at Fuguei Tower or Xinglin Dojo, but their busy schedules prevented it. Now, he could only pin his hopes on this group of spirits, hoping to uncover any clues about his parents. Chattering and buzzing filled the air beneath the cliff, creating a cacophony as countless malevolent spirits swarmed like a tide, turning the entire Songlong forest into a bustling marketplace. Li Shiqi stood atop the mountain, casually munching on a snack while frowning at the noise below. He turned to his driver, Xiao Wu, and curiously asked, "Can you understand what they're saying?" Xiao Wu shook his head, clueless. Li Shiqi felt secretly relieved. He had no desire to actually comprehend the spirits' gibberish. Before long, the spirits began to scatter across the wilderness, vanishing into the forest like a receding tide. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings approached, and Ji Ge landed in front of Li Shiqi. Respectfully, it handed back a portrait and reported, "Master, none of them have seen your parents. I've ordered them to report to me immediately if they hear anything." Li Shiqi took the portrait, feeling a hint of disappointment despite being mentally prepared for the negative answer. He put the portrait away and said calmly, "All right, prepare yourself to return to Maple Leaf City with me." Ji Ge was taken aback, exclaiming in surprise. Li Shiqi raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is there a problem?" Ji Ge looked troubled and explained, "Master, it's not that I don't want to go with you, but there are 3 conditions preventing me from entering the city." It detailed these conditions: its ruling position in Songlong Forest, the power balance of the 3 major regions, and most crucially, the deadly threat posed by the Xianhuang flag of Maple Leaf City to spirits. Ji Ge's face was filled with apprehension and fear as it mentioned the last point. After listening, Li Shiqi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he blurted out, "Take me to meet the other 2 demon kings." This left both Ji Ge and Xiao Wu stunned. They simultaneously thought, the other 2 demon kings are in for trouble now that Lord Shiqi has set his sights on them. Especially Ji Ge, recalling its encounters with Li Shiqi, couldn't help but grin menacingly from ear to ear. "All right, master, I'll take you there right away," Ji Ge eagerly agreed. But soon, it appeared troubled again. Li Shiqi understood, and with a wave of his hand, 18 crimson flags flew from his bag, precisely planting themselves in the 18 corners of the mountaintop, forming a mysterious and intricate formation that securely protected the cave within. The moment the formation took shape, Ji Ge and driver Xiao Wu felt as if they had been struck by lightning, suddenly finding themselves in another space, completely isolated from the Songlong forest. Instinctively, they looked toward the foot of the mountain, only to see the lush trees below, everything seemingly normal. Driven by curiosity, Ji Ge dashed off the mountaintop, soaring high into the sky. As he gazed down, his pupils contracted sharply, his expression changing drastically. The scene before him was utterly transformed. The mountaintop had vanished into thin air. In its place was a barren wasteland, devoid of any vegetation. Even more startling was the absence of any sign of life, as if the area had become a vacuum. Could it be that the master's formation has isolated all energy? Ji Ge wondered to himself. He knew Li Shiqi and driver Xiao Wu were right there, yet he could neither see nor sense them. Ji Ge decided to land for a closer look. However, just as he was about to touch down, a strong sense of danger surged through him like electricity. Instinctively halting midair, he saw an invisible blade flash by, swift as lightning. Looking down, he gasped in shock. His legs had been cut off at the roots, blood gushing out. Overwhelmed by pain, Ji Ge turned pale, quickly flapping his wings to rise back into the sky. The demon blood within him boiled, rapidly coagulating at the stumps, and in no time, his legs regrew. He looked down at the eerie wasteland, his eyes filled with awe and dread. At that moment, Li Shiqi's voice echoed from the mountain. "I've set up a formation on this peak. Without my permission, anything malevolent coming within 3 meters of the formation will have its legs cut off. If it dares to enter within a meter, it will be annihilated. Now, you can come down. Skeptical yet cautious, Ji Ge descended once more. This time, he landed safely on the mountaintop. As soon as he entered the formation's range, the scene before him reverted to normal, his familiar home appearing once again. What an incredible formation. The master truly possesses extraordinary powers. Ji Ge marveled inwardly, breathing a sigh of relief as he finally felt at ease. Even the Demon King couldn't see through the formation and was powerless against its attack, having his legs severed instantly. Li Shiqi thought to himself that if any other evil spirits approached, they would surely be killed on the spot. This meant Brother Ji's offspring were safe. Can we set off now? Li Shiqi asked eagerly. Brother Ji shook his head. Master, please wait a moment. With that, he dashed into the cave to carefully instruct Cheng Wang and Cheng Feng on all the necessary precautions. Moments later, Brother Ji emerged from the cave, beaming. All right, Master, we can set off now. Li Shiqi gracefully leapt onto driver Xiao Wu's carriage, his hands moving swiftly as he cast talismans that shone like meteors. He first placed talismans on the 8-headed serpent-tailed lion and driver Xiao Wu, and then as Brother Ji emerged, he did the same for him. Finally, he waved his hand and sent 2 talismans flying into the cave, embedding into Cheng Wang and Cheng Feng. What is this? Brother Ji and driver Xiao Wu asked in alarm, their voices trembling. Don't worry, Li Shiqi calmly explained. These talismans are your passes for safely entering and exiting the formation. Hearing this, Brother Ji and driver Xiao Wu sighed in relief. Li Shiqi excitedly waved. Little Ji, hop on. Let's go meet the other demon kings. Brother Ji nodded in agreement and jumped onto the carriage. However, his massive size and weight caused the vehicle to sink, and the 8-headed serpent-tailed lion let out a painful wail. The carriage groaned under the strain, creaking ominously as if it might fall apart at any moment. Li Shiqi's expression changed abruptly, and he kicked Brother Ji off the carriage, shouting angrily, Stupid chicken, get off. Don't wreck my fancy ride. Brother Ji stumbled and fell, landing hard, rubbing his sore backside. He looked back at Li Shiqi with a pitiful expression. He thought to himself, you told me to get on, and now you complain that I'm too heavy? Just a moment ago, I was little Ji, and now I'm a stupid chicken? Clearly, the master doesn't truly care for me. It's exhausting. Unconcerned with Brother Ji's inner thoughts, Li Shiqi sat on the carriage, brimming with excitement like a general about to go into battle. Pointing into the distance, he shouted with vigor, Stupid chicken, lead the way onward. With a sudden whoosh, under the moonlight that poured like water, Ji Ge sprouted a massive pair of wings and soared into the sky, breaking through the mountain peak. Following closely, accompanied by a thunderous roar, a luxurious carriage pulled by 8 lion-like creatures with goat horns and serpent tails burst into the air. Together, Ji Ge and the carriage sped through the sky, heading directly towards Looming Mountain, not far away. The wind howled as the scenery blurred by. Li Shiqi looked down at the ground, seeing only darkness in the forest beneath the night sky, with occasional sinister creatures howling at the moon, appearing insignificant. He marveled at the sensation of flying, feeling the thrill of having a carriage in the sky. From over 800 meters high, even the larger sinister creatures seemed like mere ants to him. Li Shiqi opened the carriage window, letting the clouds brush past him as he reached out, feeling their icy touch. This magical experience filled him with excitement, as he finally felt the freedom of flight, no longer just a dreamlike illusion. Xiao Wu, can we go higher? Li Shiqi called out to the driver outside the carriage. The driver, though old enough to be Li Shiqi's father, winced at the informal address but maintained composure in this world where strength ruled. He calmly replied, Master Shiqi, this is the optimal height. If we go higher, the moonlight becomes purer, and the lion-like creatures might lose their minds and turn sinister. Li Shiqi was taken aback. Is that so? Driver Xiao Wu nodded, explaining, moonlight has an evil power that can turn people and things sinister. When a person dies, exposure to moonlight turns them into a specter. A full day makes them a spirit, 7 days a wraith, and 14 days a full-fledged sinister Intityagul. The higher you go, the stronger the moonlight's evil becomes. The stronger the person, the quicker they turn sinister after death. At 800 meters or higher on the first day, a body can become a ghoul in half a day. We're at over 700 meters now, which is the limit for the lion-like creatures. Any higher, and they could turn sinister. Li Shiqi thoughtfully murmured, oh, as he reached out to catch a handful of moonlight, holding it in his palm. This sight left driver Xiao Wu wide-eyed in disbelief as he watched Li Shiqi grasp the moonlight. Li Shiqi examined the moonlight, using his technique to refine it, eventually condensing a thin, hair-like strand of white light. Holding this faint glow between his fingers, he observed, indeed, there's an evil power within the moonlight. He sensed the eerie aura in the white thread, knowing that absorbing too much could lead to madness or becoming a mindless sinister being. With this realization, he crushed the strange white light with force. Looking up at the sky, he was filled with questions. The full moon seemed like an eye, scanning the earth for something. Li Shiqi pondered why. If the true gods wished to benefit humanity, they allowed this evil power to affect everything. Were the sun god and moon god really saving humans, or did they have other motives? What puzzled him further was the absence of stars in the sky. He recalled his grandfather singing a nursery rhyme about twinkling stars, saying there were stars in the world before. Where had they gone? Had they vanished? As Li Shiqi mulled over these questions, an overwhelming wave of energy suddenly surged ahead, suffocating driver Xiao Wu and causing the lion-like creatures to tremble and slow down. Ahead, Jigu also reduced speed to fly alongside the carriage. What's going on? Li Shiqi asked. Jigu replied. There are some taboos around General's Peak. We can't fly too fast. General's Peak? Li Shiqi frowned. Jigu pointed ahead. Master, look. Following Ji's direction, Li Shiqi saw a towering mountain rising majestically amidst a range of peaks, resembling a warrior holding a sword to the sky, cloaked in a cape and armor, exuding an aura of battle that intimidated the surroundings. Even from afar, the mountain's formidable presence and battle spirit were palpable. Yet, the peak lacked a head. Where's its head? Li Shiqi asked, puzzled. Jigu explained. Many years ago, the Dragon Nation's great general Bai Qi set up an altar here to communicate with the sun god. The god sent a massive meteorite to blow off the mountain's head. Li Shiqi was even more confused. Why destroy the mountain's head? Jigu and driver Xiao Wu exchanged solemn glances. Jigu took a deep breath, suppressing his fear, and said, because they feared it might come to life. Li Shiqi was taken aback by the words, furrowing his brow. A stone coming back to life? This was beyond any legend he had heard in the Demon Suppression Prison. Brother Ji shook his head and explained, this is different from becoming a spirit. It's said that this mountain has a soul, and is the transformation of a true general. If it ever revives, it will bring catastrophic upheaval. Fear flickered in Brother Ji's eyes as he continued. I once witnessed the terror of a living stone statue in the wilderness. It swallowed countless evil spirits and demons in one bite, and I was so scared I wet myself. Thankfully, I hid among the rocks and survived. Driver Xiao Wu chimed in. During the eternal night, giant Python Peak awoke and swallowed billions of residents in Jiangxi province. It later vanished, with rumors suggesting it appeared in the wilderness and then crossed tribulations in the Black Sea. Regardless of the truth, every time it appears, it devours countless lives, both human and evil. Xiao Wu continued. After Emperor Qin unified the Dragon Kingdom, he established the astronomical observatory to search for such stones. Once found, they must be destroyed, and if not, they seek help from the sun god. The revival of these stone statues often brings massive disasters, killing at least millions. Hearing this, Li Shiqi became intensely interested in the decapitated giant mountain. Xiao Wu, drive us over there. I want a closer look. Brother Ji and Xiao Wu were shocked and pleaded. Master 17 Lord, you mustn't. Even if it's decapitated, you shouldn't approach it. Seeing their fear, Li Shiqi decided to go alone. He stepped out of the car, walking on air, covering over 300 meters with each step, like a celestial being descending to the general peak. Brother Ji and Xiao Wu were left speechless. Walking on air was something only cultivators of the heaven and earth realm could do. How could Li Shiqi, so young, possess such skills? Had he been cultivating since birth? In a blink, Li Shiqi had crossed 20 kilometers, reaching above the general peak. Looking down at the fractured area, it was rugged, like a head severed by a dull blade. Water pooled there, glowing red under the moonlight, like the general's flowing blood. As he approached, Li Shiqi felt the mountain's immense pressure, along with a deep-seated resentment and fury. Even without its head, the general peak still pointed to the heavens, battle spirit soaring, as if ready to defy the heavens. Moved by this fighting spirit, Li Shiqi's blood surged, and he murmured to himself, even I am affected. This is truly bizarre. But I admire this unyielding spirit. If the heavens want you dead, I'll make you live. With that, he leapt onto the decapitated peak, thrusting his right hand into the vertebrae. Instantly, a divine light surged like a tide, illuminating all 33 vertebrae. The entire general peak trembled violently, and the ground shook with a continuous roar. From a distance, Li Shiqi observed that the Chun family estate was completely surrounded by a large contingent of people and horses. The air was thick with hostility, like an invisible net enveloping the Chun family. He keenly sensed that beyond the obvious threats, more powerful adversaries were lurking in the shadows. Upon closer perception, he estimated at least 30 cultivators at the burning heaven level were ready to strike. Li Shiqi felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Even with the divine weapons he had gifted them, the Chen family would struggle to emerge unscathed from the impending battle. He made a quick decision and instructed Wu Qi to speed up. Wu Qi responded immediately, cracking his whip hard against the haunches of the 8-horned, snake-tailed lions. These exotic mounts, spurred by the pain, shot forward like 8 roaring cannonballs. They effortlessly broke through the ropes and traps blocking their path. Although 2 warriors from the Thunderfire Gun squad dodged in time, they were still thrown off balance by the gust of wind from the rushing creatures. Xiao Jingtian, who had been facing away from the carriage, was preparing to confront Qin Shan and others. The sudden sound of hooves caught him off guard. As he turned, his pupils contracted, and before he could react, a hoof landed heavily on his face. The 8-horned, snake-tailed lions trampled over him, charging straight into the Chun family fortress. Wu Qi pulled the reins, and the creatures came to a steady halt between Qin Shan and Xiao Zhantian, forming a natural barrier that blocked their view of each other. Both Qin Shan and Xiao Zhantian's faces darkened simultaneously, as did the expressions of the 2,000 Thunderfire Gun squad members and all the Burning Heaven cultivators present. No one had expected the Liu family to intervene at such a critical moment. In the distance, Liu Hongqi noticed his cherished carriage being driven by someone else and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Liu Shishir kindly reminded him, "Grandfather, your carriage." Liu Hongqi gave his granddaughter a resentful glance and snapped, "I'm old, not blind. Do I need your reminder? You're really getting on my nerves." Liu Shishir stuck out her tongue and said no more, instead focusing intently on the carriage to see who had taken her grandfather's vehicle. Many others at the scene also directed their attention toward the luxurious carriage. At this moment, Wu Qi nimbly jumped off the carriage, opened the door, and lifted the curtain. Li Shiqi emerged, gracefully leaping down from the tall carriage. The noticeable pig-slaughtering knife at his waist swung gently with his steps. Everyone was momentarily stunned upon seeing Li Shiqi. Xiao Shiqi, Chen Shan, Chen Huqiu, Chen Feilong, and others looked at him in surprise, none of them expecting Li Shiqi to make such a dramatic entrance. Especially Chen Honyao, who glanced back and forth between Li Shiqi and the luxurious carriage, finally resting her head in her hand in exasperation. This younger brother-in-law was truly difficult to manage. She had clearly warned Li Shiqi not to imitate the Tang family's young master. But today Li Shiqi not only followed suit, but went a step further, riding in and trampling on Xiao Jingtian's face with the horse. In the shadows, the cultivators from the Burning Heaven realm who intended to annihilate the Chun family frowned deeply, their eyes fixed on Li Shiqi. They had expected Liu Hongqi to appear, but instead, it was this young man who had come to join the Qin family. Chen Shan's face softened into a warm smile as soon as he saw Li Shiqi, replacing his initial hostility. He laughed heartily. "Little Shiqi, where were you last night?" Li Shiqi chuckled mischievously, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "I went out of town last night to pick up my cousin." He turned towards the car and called out, "Shiba, come out and meet Grandpa Chun, Uncle Hiqiu, and Sister Honyao." A red-haired chubby boy clumsily jumped out of the car. He bowed respectfully to Qin Shan and the others, his young voice carrying a hint of seriousness. "Ji Shiba, greetings to Grandpa Chun, Uncle Hiqiu, and Sister Honyao." Qin Shan and the others glanced back and forth between Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba, their eyes filled with surprise. The two did bear some resemblance, but Li Shiqi was slim with black hair, looking cute and obedient, while Ji Shiba sported a head of red hair, short and stout, a head shorter than Li Shiqi. Qin Shan asked in confusion, "Little Shiqi, is this really your cousin? Didn't you say before that you were an abandoned baby, raised by Grandpa and Xingong? How did you suddenly have a cousin?" Li Shiqi nodded with a mysterious smile. "Yes, we just reunited last night." He glanced around, his expression suddenly wary. "Grandpa Chun, what's going on here? Are they trying to attack us?" Qin Shan lovingly patted Li Shiqi's head, his tone gentle. "Don't worry, you take Shiba home for breakfast. Your aunt made your favorite fried dough sticks and soy milk. Grandpa will handle this." His affection for Li Shiqi was evident, treating him like his own grandson. Li Shiqi grinned, his eyes showing determination. "Grandpa, I can't do that. I'm part of the Qin family now. If the family is in trouble, how can I stand by and do nothing? I'll handle this." He turned to Wu Qi and said, "Xiao Wu, move the car." Wu Qi nodded and quickly drove the car to a secluded corner. Li Shiqi patted Ji Shiba's red hair, his tone light but expectant. "Shiba, you're new here and haven't made a name for yourself yet. Take care of these guys, give them a good beating, and throw them out. You can be a bit rough." As he spoke, he couldn't help but pat Ji Shiba's hair a few more times, thinking to himself, it's fun to pat someone's head. No wonder Grandpa Chun and Grandpa love patting mine. Ji Shiba patted his chest confidently. "No problem, cousin, leave it to me." With that, he turned and waddled towards Xiao Zhantian, his eyes wide, his voice childlike yet fierce. "You have 10 seconds. Come at me all at once. I'll beat you all up." As he spoke, Ji Shiba cracked his knuckles, a fierce look in his eyes, while performing some comical warm-up exercises. His threats, paired with his cute and chubby appearance, failed to intimidate and instead made him seem even more endearing. Chen Honyao pulled Li Shiqi aside, whispering, "Little Shiqi, can your cousin handle this?" Qin Shan, Chen Hiqiu, and and the others also looked at Li Shiqi with doubtful eyes, clearly unsure if this sudden cousin could handle the current situation. Li Shiqi confidently said, Sister Hanyao, don't worry. Shiba is really strong and will definitely send these punks flying. Chun Shan, Chun Huqiu, Chun Hanyao, and the others heard this and furrowed their brows slightly, glancing back and forth between Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba, their faces full of doubt. They all knew Li Shiqi was strong, but could this cousin, who was even shorter than Li Shiqi, really handle such a tricky situation? Xiao Zhantian had mentally prepared himself for a big fight with Qin Shan, but was surprised to see a chubby, red-haired boy only a meter tall approaching him. What annoyed him even more was that this little guy was rolling up his sleeves and, in a babyish yet fierce tone, telling him to get lost. This contempt made Xiao Zhantian's previously calm demeanor flicker with irritation. He glared at Qin Shan and said with obvious disdain, Old man, is your Qin family out of people? You're sending a kid to handle this? Aren't you just sending him to his death? Before Qin Shan could reply, Li Shiqi interjected, What's all the noise about? With your level, there's no need for Grandpa Qin to step in. My cousin can handle it alone. As he spoke, he scanned the crowd of Thunderfire Gun squad members, coldly warning, and you'd better hold your gun steady. If any of them go off accidentally, I guarantee you'll all be dead. By now, Ji Shiba had already walked to within 2 meters of Xiao Zhantian. He tilted his round face up, staring intently at Xiao Zhantian with big eyes, and with a provoking tone said, Hey, are you the one in charge here? Come on, make the first move. I'll let you have 3 shots before I beat you up. These words, full of street swagger, reignited Xiao Zhantian's fury. Though Ji Shiba looked chubby and adorable, his words made people inexplicably want to hit him. Xiao Zhantian didn't understand what punks meant, but he felt insulted, and his anger flared up instantly. Just as Xiao Zhantian was about to speak, Ji Shiba suddenly seemed to remember something. He excitedly turned to Li Shiqi and innocently asked, Cousin, can I eat them? Ji Shiba trembled with excitement, his eyes gleaming with greed beneath his demonic facade. To him, Xiao Zhantian was no longer an ordinary human, but a living elixir. The overwhelming vitality emanating from Xiao was like a tantalizing aroma, stirring Ji Shiba's voracious appetite. He couldn't help but lick his lips, muttering to himself, If I consume this human-shaped tonic, my cultivation will surely soar. As soon as these words left his mouth, the atmosphere turned deathly silent. Everyone's faces twitched slightly, casting peculiar glances at Ji Shiba. The expressions of the Chun family were particularly colorful, filled with disbelief. They thought to themselves, Li Shiqi's strength was understandable, but how could his cousin be just as fierce? Beneath that seemingly naive and adorable exterior lay such unsettling thoughts, truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. Sensing the shift in the room, Li Shiqi quickly coughed a few times, adopting a righteous demeanor as he admonished, Shiba, mind your image. We are all good students, focused on our studies. We shouldn't be indulging in frivolous pursuits or violent seat sets a bad example. Hearing this, Ji Shiba inwardly scoffed. Not indulge in frivolities and violence? As if, you little rascal, you're the worst of all. Just last night in the Tsanglong forest, you were the one who reveled the most. Not indulge in violence? 17, who would believe you? Chen Hongyao was left speechless. She vividly recalled how just yesterday, after Lu Hongqi swindled 2 billion, someone had immediately rushed to the Chun family martial arts hall and fiercely beat up 5 members of the Xingqian society, all while shouting about disinfection. Li Shiqi glanced around, noticing the odd looks from everyone in the Qin family. He awkwardly coughed again, trying to cover his embarrassment. He quickly changed the subject, telling Ji Shiba, Shiba, just teach them a lesson and toss them out. Ji Shiba understood the underlying message, realizing he couldn't actually eat anyone. Reluctantly, he turned to Xiao Zhantian and said, Kid, consider yourself lucky. I won't eat you, just give you a good beating. Xiao Zhantian raised an eyebrow, his mouth twitching as a surge of anger welled up inside him. The audacity of this youngster to belittle him and even consider eating him. It was a blatant insult. With a colder gaze, he turned to Qin Shan and said, Old man Shun, it seems you've truly aged, sending youngsters to their doom instead of facing me yourself. Since that's the case, prepare to collect his remains. Then, he turned to Ji Shiba, his voice icy. Kid, you've brought this upon yourself. An ant dares to challenge someone of my caliber, learn your lesson in the next life. With that, he channeled his inner energy and launched a swift kick toward Ji Shiba's chest. Though he didn't use his full strength, the kick was powerful and swift, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Xiao Zhantian intended to kill Ji Shiba publicly, to provoke Qin Shan. Once Qin Shan lost his composure, everything else would fall into place. Watch out! Qin Shan, Chen Huqiu, Chen Hongyao, and others saw Xiao Zhantian's sudden move, their faces paling with concern for Ji Shiba. From afar, Xiao Jingtian, who had just gotten up, saw his father in action and grinned maliciously. Not just him, but the entire Xiao family Thunderfire Gun squad wore sinister expressions, as if they could already see Ji Shiba being torn apart. As the head of the Shao family and a formidable expert at the 8th level of the Burning Heaven realm, Xiao Zhantian ranked among the top 30 in Maple Leaf City. Even though he didn't use his full strength, the force of his kick was overwhelming, far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. However, just as everyone anticipated Ji Shiba being kicked into a bloody mess, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Ji Shiba moved with lightning speed, effortlessly striking Xiao Zhantian's calf with a palm. A crack resounded as Xiao Zhantian's shin bone snapped, twisting into an unnatural shape. Agonizing pain surged through him, his face turning ashen with disbelief in his eyes. He had unleashed his kick at maximum speed, something even a skilled fighter like Qin Shan would approach with caution. Yet, Ji Shiba blocked it with ease, and astonishingly, his seemingly casual palm strike was as powerful as a mighty war blade, fracturing Xiao Zhantian's shin bone. How could a young man possess such strength? Alarm bells rang in Xiao Zhantian's mind, a strong sense of unease rising within him. But before he could react, Ji Shiba had already grabbed his ankle like a bolt of lightning. With a swift motion, Ji Shiba swung Xiao Zhantian like a sandbag, drawing a perfect arc in the air before smashing him to the ground. With a resounding bang, Xiao Zhantian felt an irresistible force, sending him flying uncontrollably. After a dizzying spin, his face slammed into the ground, his features contorted, and blood spurted from his nose, ears, and mouth. Xiao Zhantian let out an indignant roar, light blooming atop his head as he prepared to unleash an attack on Ji Shiba. However, as soon as the divine light appeared, he was lifted again and slammed into the ground with another bang. The impact left him dizzy, the divine light dissipating instantly, unable to manifest. The scene that followed left everyone present in shock. Ji Shiba held Xiao Zhantian by the ankle, swinging him like a flail, repeatedly smashing him into the ground. The relentless bang 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 of impact echoed as Xiao Zhantian's body met the hard surface over 20 times. It was as if a one-metal giant was mercilessly tossing a ragdoll around. Ji Shiba's movements were as fast as lightning, his strength immense, with each slam embedding Xiao Zhantian deeply into the ground before being yanked up for another strike. Soon, two shocking human-shaped indentations appeared on the floor. Finally, after slamming Xiao Zhantian into the ground 30 times, Ji Shiba stopped. With a casual flick, he tossed Xiao Zhantian out the door like a piece of trash. Xiao Zhantian's body traced an arc through the air, flying over 50 meters before crashing heavily at Xiao Jingtian's feet. By this time, Xiao Zhantian was unrecognizable, blood oozing from his orifices, his features battered beyond recognition. His eyes were closed, and he had already slipped into unconsciousness. The scene fell into a deathly silence, leaving everyone stunned and speechless by the unexpected turn of events. Apart from Li Shiqi, who casually cracked sunflower seeds, everyone else stared at Ji Shiba in shock, their jaws practically hitting the floor. In the distance, Lu Hongqi and Lu Shishir stood as if struck by lightning, utterly stunned. Even the 10 top-tier experts of the Shao family and hidden masters from the other 8 families were left in a state of disbelief, their minds reeling from the spectacle. Who could have imagined that a mere child, only a meter tall, could possess such terrifying power? From the moment he acted to the conclusion, the entire sequence lasted no more than 5 seconds. Ji Shiba's display of strength was like that of a human prodigy, with speed so swift that even Xiao Zhantian, a master of the 8th level of the Burning Heaven realm, couldn't react. His force was powerful enough to instantly disperse Xiao Zhantian's energy, leaving him no chance to summon his shrine. Although Xiao Zhantian might have underestimated his opponent, this was enough to prove Ji Shiba's formidable prowess. After flinging Xiao Zhantian away, Ji Shiba's figure flickered, and he appeared instantly in front of Xiao Jingtian. Before Xiao Jingtian could react, Ji Shiba grabbed his head and slammed it heavily onto the concrete floor. With a loud bang, Xiao Jingtian was left with a bleeding head and fell unconscious. Immediately, Ji Shiba grabbed Xiao Zhantian's right foot with his left hand and Xiao Jingtian's left foot with his right, lifting the father and son like clubs as he charged at the dazed Thunderfire gun squad. With a bang, he swung his right arm, sending Xiao Jingtian flying like a human projectile, knocking down 7 or 8 people. Another bang followed as he swung his left arm, sending Xiao Zhantian crashing into 8 or 9 more. "Ah-da-da-da-da," Ji Shiba shouted with childlike ferocity as he launched his relentless assault. He wielded the Shao father and son with such force that the soldiers of the Thunderfire gun squad were thrown into chaos, the scene descending into utter mayhem. Wherever he went, people were sent flying, screams echoed, and the entire spectacle was both astonishing and terrifying. "Ada Ada Ada, watch my demon-slaying sword technique. Witness my earth fist." Ji Shiba, wielding the Shao family father and son, charged into the crowd, swinging them like clubs. He struck with such force and ferocity that the warriors of the Thunderfire gun squad were sent flying, spewing blood, and overwhelmed with pain. Not a single person could withstand even one of his blows. He moved as if in an empty field, knocking down swathes of people with each swing of the Shao family duo. Quick shoot. Shoot with what? The family head and young master are in his hands. What if we accidentally hit them? The warriors of the Thunder Fire Gun Squad were in disarray, faced with the onslaught of Ji Shiba, who resembled a rampaging beast. Some attempted to raise their guns, only to be stopped. Confronted by the terrifying Ji Shiba, they retreated hastily, unwilling to engage directly, trying to fall back. But the more they retreated, the less effective it was. Ji Shiba, unmatched in ferocity, wielded his human clubs as he tore through them, leaving the 500-strong squad in chaos and disarray. Stop! Seeing Ji Shiba's relentless assault, the Shao family's experts, hidden in the shadows, could no longer remain idle. Powerful auras filled the air, and 8 formidable figures descended from the sky, surrounding Ji Shiba. These were all experts of the Burning Heaven realm. The remaining experts stayed hidden, observing the situation. Reinforcements are here. It's the Shao family's Burning Heaven realm experts. Second uncle, save the family head and young master. The arrival of these 8 figures brought immense relief to the Thunderfire Gun Squad. These were practitioners 2 realms above their spirit-gathering realm, and they had deployed 8 of these formidable experts, surely enough to suppress the ferocious Ji Shiba. A terrifying practitioner of the 7th level of the Burning Heaven realm stood before Ji Shiba, a divine shrine raised behind him, radiating divine light. On the altar within the shrine was an offering to a fearsome and menacing deity, its eyes gleaming. After absorbing the sun's essence, the deity was enveloped in blazing flames, exuding an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. As the deity transformed, the practitioner's internal energy also gained the power of the sun, making his presence as daunting as a demon god. He glared coldly at Ji Shiba. "You scoundrel, put them down." As he spoke, his entire being surged with energy and vitality, like a tidal wave, and his weapon shone with blinding divine light, making him an immovable mountain before Ji Shiba. Swish! Before the words settled, Ji Shiba had already darted in front of him like a phantom. So fast, the expert's expression changed. Bang! Before he could react, Ji Shiba swung Xiao Zhantian, smashing him onto the expert's head, sending him flying like a rag doll, blood flowing from his head and orifices. Damn it! The expert gritted his teeth, trying to stabilize himself with his internal energy. But before he could gather his energy, Ji Shiba appeared in front of him again, his large, fierce eyes staring him down. How can this be? The expert's expression shifted once more. How could Ji Shiba possess such incredible speed? Bang! Before his thoughts fully formed, Ji Shiba swung Xiao Jingtian like a heavy hammer, striking him again. The terrifying force struck him like a massive hammer, driving his entire body half a meter into the ground. Agonizing pain swept through his body, as if every bone was shattered and reassembled. The divine light behind his head vanished instantly, and the shrine was forced deep into his brain, never to show again. This immense impact caused him to lose consciousness. Wretched creature. Beast. Witnessing this scene, the remaining 7 experts of the Fiery Heaven realm were furious. Without hesitation, they summoned their shrines, and in an instant, a brilliant divine radiance erupted. 7 divine statues rose from their respective shrines, ablaze with fire and shining like 7 small suns suspended in the sky. The dazzling light forced most onlookers to close their eyes. The terrifying aura emitted by the statues filled the crowd with dread, causing many of the weaker individuals to collapse to their knees, unable to withstand the pressure. These statues were the second lives cultivated by the 7 experts through their divine embryos. Their primary function was to rapidly refine the internal energy, making it more powerful, abundant, and pure. However, once they left the shrine, the statues' attacks shifted to the mental and spiritual realms, directly intimidating the opponent's spirit and soul. The spiritual weapons held by the statues were particularly effective at attacking the mind and soul. Even if a practitioner's physical body was strong, any mental damage would significantly weaken their abilities. If the soul was injured, the practitioner would be left with a lifelong defect, unable to advance further. The 7 experts simultaneously activated their internal spells, guiding the statues to absorb the power of the sun, making them increasingly radiant and powerful. Then, they acted in unison, and large nets flew out from the shrines, enveloping Ji Shiba. At the same time, the 7 statues soared into the sky, releasing countless chains from their bodies. These chains interwove rapidly, forming a massive circular array with a diameter of 300 meters. The array, like a gigantic lid, descended from the sky, aiming to suppress Ji Shiba. Even before the array fully descended, the terrifying power contained within it left everyone present in awe, unable to move. This was the Shao family's ultimate technique, Heavenly Net, specifically designed to suppress the opponent's spirit and soul. The reputation of the 7 deities' demon-slaying formation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone knew that once such a formation was set, even masters of the Qinkuan realm would struggle to escape. The faces of Chen Shan, Chen Huqiu, and Chun Feilong turned pale, as if they had encountered an unbeatable foe. The true strength of the Shao family was fully revealed at this moment. The meteor overturning sea shield, one of their 3 great treasures, had already made its appearance, and the other 2 were even more destructive, capable of causing havoc whenever they emerged. Their 4 supreme skills were equally terrifying. The Celestial Gang Demon Suppression Technique of the 8th rank, the 7 Deities Demon Slaying Formation of the 9th rank, and 2 second-rank skills, the Heaven and Earth Net and the True Phoenix Demon Spear. The 5 prodigies of the Shao family were legendary. 2 had been selected for the Provincial Academy, with bright futures ahead. Another 2 had joined the First Emperor's army on expeditions to ancient lands, achieving great feats. The last one was in seclusion, attempting to break into the Qinquan realm, with limitless potential. However, at this moment, the Shao family was willing to deploy such formidable forces against a single young man, leaving everyone bewildered. People whispered among themselves, some marveling at the Shao family's ruthless tactics, while others grew curious about Ji Shiba's capabilities. Have you ever seen a youngster who could wield Shao Zhantian, an 8th-level master of the Finchen realm, as a weapon? Someone whispered in awe. This kid is either the reincarnation of a demon or an extraordinary genius. The experts hiding in the shadows observed this scene, shaking their heads and sighing. It was clear that the Shao family intended to eradicate Ji Shiba completely, leaving him no chance for reincarnation. Faced with such overwhelming force, nearly everyone believed Ji Shiba was doomed, destined to be suppressed and annihilated. Boom! As the Sky Net and the 7 Gods Demon Slaying Formation formed, a thunderous sound echoed around, creating a terrifying momentum. Ji Shiba looked up at the rapidly descending net and formation, his pupils suddenly constricting. As a malevolent spirit, the thunderous noise generated by these attacks had a significant impact on him, and a sense of danger loomed. The combined efforts of the 7 fiery heaven cultivators indeed placed immense pressure on Ji Shiba. Worse still, the sun had just risen, and the intense firepower contained within the statues of these cultivators posed a deadly threat to him. It's known that malevolent spirits cannot move in sunlight without getting burned. Ji Shiba was only able to operate under the sun's rays due to the protection of his flying leopard cloak. However, now those statues were only a few meters away, their blazing light surrounding him like 7 small suns, increasing the pressure. Ji Shiba decided to evade immediately. Unfortunately, it was too late. Somehow, chains formed from true energy had silently wrapped around his feet, with the other ends deeply rooted in the ground. Ji Shiba tried to lift his foot, but the chains immediately pulled taut with a clinking sound, firmly restricting his movements. When had this happened? Who was responsible? He frowned in thought. He had been closely watching the actions of the 7 masters of the Shao family, who were fully engaged in deploying the Sky Net and the 7 Gods Demon Slaying Formation, without making any move to bind his feet. Clearly, someone was secretly sabotaging him in this battle. As Ji Shiba pondered, thunder roared, and the Sky Net and the 7 Gods Demon Slaying Formation descended to within a meter above his head. Especially the chains formed by the 7 Gods Demon Slaying Formation, dazzling and blinding, left everyone unable to open their eyes. In the center of the formation, Ji Shiba's spirit and soul were heavily impacted, causing a momentary dizziness. Wretched creature, meet your end. The 7 fiery heaven masters of the Shao family, seeing Ji Shiba trapped by the chains, grew increasingly fierce. They exerted all their strength, viciously driving the Sky Net and the 7 Gods Demon Slaying Formation toward Ji Shiba, intending to annihilate him. Damn it! Ji Shiba's pupils contracted, sensing the dire situation, and he gritted his teeth, preparing to withstand the assault. At that moment, a thunderous shout rang out. Bullying the weak with strength and numbers, Shao family, how shameless. Chen Shan, moving like lightning, suddenly appeared in front of one of the fiery heaven cultivators of the Shao family. With fierce eyes, he delivered a heavy punch, sending the cultivator flying. A gap appeared in the 7 Gods Demon Slaying Formation. Open for me. Delighted by the sight, Ji Shiba immediately swung Shao Zhantian and Shao Jingtian upwards, striking the chains of the Sky Net and the 7 Gods Demon Slaying Formation. With a tearing sound, the Sky Net fell upon Shao Zhantian and Shao Jingtian, like a red-hot iron branding their flesh with scorched marks. The smell of roasting meat instantly filled the air. Shao Zhantian and Shao Jingtian were burned awake from unconsciousness, letting out heart-wrenching screams. However, their cries lasted less than 2 seconds before the chains of the 7 Gods Demon Slaying Formation crashed down on them once more. Crack! Crack! The iron chains lashed viciously against the shrine behind Shao Zhantian and Shao Jingtian, filling the air with sharp, resonating sounds. The shrine was covered in cracks, and the newborn deity statue within trembled and fissured. As the shrine was damaged, the Shao father and son screamed in agony, their faces turning deathly pale. It was as if their life force had been drained in an instant, aging them by decades in the blink of an eye, and they both fainted. Quick, dismantle the formation. Otherwise, the master and young master will die. The 6 experts witnessing this scene were horrified and hurriedly released the formation, restraining Shiba. As soon as the formation was undone, Shiba burst forth like an unbridled stallion, launching himself into the air. He grabbed Xiao Zhantian in one hand and Xiao Jingtian in the other, wielding them like human weapons, and hurled them at a master of the burning heaven realm. The master was struck heated by Shiba's terrifying, demonking-level strength and flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground unconscious. The shrine behind him cracked open as well. Kill. The remaining 4 burning heaven realm masters, enraged by their comrade's injury, charged at Shiba once more. Shiba, undaunted, continued to wield the Shao father and son as weapons, swinging them forward. It's the master, don't attack, hold back your strength. Seeing Shiba using the Shao father and son as shields, the 4 burning heaven realm masters hesitated, unwilling to strike, and quickly pulled back their attacks. The sudden withdrawal of their energy turned against them, causing their faces to flush painfully red, nearly making them cough up blood. Taking advantage of the moment, Shiba leaped into the air, his legs kicking forcefully in the void. Instantly, a deafening boom echoed through the air. Like a human cannonball, he rocketed towards the Lei Hua gun squad on the Chun family's western side. He's coming at us. Get out of the way. The soldiers of the Lei Hua gun squad were alarmed and hastily scattered, not daring to fire back. Boom. Shiba landed like a meteor, creating a massive 10-meter crater in the ground. The terrifying shockwave swept out like a tsunami, flinging 500 soldiers into the air. Pelted by flying debris, they fell like dumplings, writhing in pain. Stop right there, you bastard. The 5 burning heaven realm cultivators of the Shao family were furious and immediately gave chase, trying to stop Shiba. However, they couldn't match his speed, and by the time they arrived, Shiba was already racing towards the northern part of the fortress. Just as the 5 cultivators were about to continue their pursuit, Chen Shan appeared before them, exuding an overwhelming aura like a demon god, blocking their path. Picking on children doesn't make you heroes. Your opponent is me. Before he finished speaking, Chen Shan unleashed an unparalleled surge of power. From the shrine behind him came an earth-shattering roar, as the newborn deity stepped forth, engulfed in raging flames, radiating divine light more intense than the 5 burning heaven realm cultivators, intimidating everyone present. One man holds the pass, 10,000 cannot pass. Chen Shan shouted, launching a fierce and overwhelming offensive against the 5 masters. His fists moved like a storm, enveloping the 5 of them. Facing such a formidable foe, the 5 masters dared not underestimate him and fought with all their might, igniting a fierce battle. The 6 fighters were locked in a fierce battle, showing no signs of a clear winner. Shiba, filled with enthusiasm, shouted, "Watch my divine whip," and charged like a whirlwind towards the Lei Hua squad on the north side of the Chun family fortress. He grabbed Xiao Zhantian and Xiao Jingtian with both hands and spun around like a small top. Ada, 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 ada. Accompanied by this peculiar sound, the 500 warriors were sent flying wherever Shiba went. Before they even hit the ground, Shiba had already dashed like lightning towards the southern squad. In the blink of an eye, the southern warriors were also knocked to the ground. On the battlefield, all 2,000 members of the Lei Hua squad brought by the Shao family lay groaning in pain. They were bleeding from their orifices in a pitiful state, unable to even lift their weapons, creating a horrifying scene. Shiba disdainfully tossed aside Xiao Zhantian and Xiao Jingtian, then looked up at the 5 Fantian realm cultivators fiercely battling Chen Shan. His eyes flashed with a fierce light as he shouted, "Old man, step aside, let me handle these punks." Before he finished speaking, Shiba stomped on the ground, shattering the hard earth beneath him. He soared into the sky like a thunderous cannonball, his momentum unstoppable, and in the blink of an eye, closed in on one of the Shao family's Fantian realm experts. At that moment, a monstrous aura erupted from Shiba. His small frame seemed to transform into an ancient beast, exuding murderous intent. The Shao family expert he targeted was visibly shaken, as if confronted by a terrifying demon king, his body trembling and chilled to the bone. The expert hurriedly activated his powers, fully shielding himself. Simultaneously, his shrine emitted dazzling blade lights, slashing towards Shiba. However, Shiba fearlessly charged straight at the blade lights. The razor-sharp blade lights struck Shiba's head, yet they couldn't harm even a single hair, shattering upon impact. The expert's pupils contracted violently, his mouth agape in shock, muttering incredulously, "How is this possible?" His blade lights were powerful enough to shatter diamonds, yet they couldn't scratch Shiba's skin. Before he could recover, Shiba had already appeared like a phantom, half a meter in front of him. Shiba grinned at the expert, his smile identical to Li Shiqi's. It appeared harmless and incredibly cute, yet it sent chills down one's spine. Shiba's smile was as chilling as a devil's, and the cultivator of the burning heaven realm immediately sensed danger. His muscles tensed up instantly, and he tried to retreat to create distance, but it was too late. Bang! Shiba's head slammed into the cultivator's forehead. The immense impact left the cultivator's head ringing, stars dancing before his eyes. The shrine at the back of his head wobbled, its light flickering. Losing control over his vital energy, he could no longer maintain the shrine's stability. Next, Shiba's small fist hit the cultivator's abdomen like a thunderbolt. The man doubled over like a shrimp, water gushing from his stomach. Before he could catch his breath, Shiba delivered an uppercut to his chin. With a crack, the jawbone shattered, and the cultivator flew into the air like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious and spitting blood. How fun! Old man, leave some for me. Shiba landed excitedly, kicking off again towards the four burning heaven realm cultivators battling Qinshan, his eyes gleaming. Qinshan hurriedly shouted, "Don't hog them all. You've already taken care of 2. The rest are mine. Come on, old man, don't be like that. Leave a few for me," Shiba insisted. Qinshan quickly flew up to block Shiba. "Stay back, they're all mine." The two argued midair over who would get to fight the remaining 4 cultivators. The 4 experts from the Shao family watched this scene with grim faces. They were top figures in Maple Leaf City, yet now they were reduced to prey for Shiba and Qinshan. If it were just Qinshan, it would be understandable after all. He's a legendary figure in Maple Leaf City, known for his formidable strength. To deal with him, the Shao family had sent 11 burning heaven realm cultivators, including the family head, Shao Zhantian. But who could have anticipated the sudden appearance of Shiba, so fierce and terrifying? Not only had he destroyed a 2,000-strong Thunderfire gun squad, but he had also easily dealt with 2 burning heaven realm cultivators. Now, he and Qinshan were fighting over them like prey, a humiliating experience. Just as the 4 experts gritted their teeth, ready to fight to the death, an elderly, magnetic voice reached their ears. "Retreat." Their expressions changed, and they immediately disengaged, quickly distancing themselves from Qinshan and Shiba. Simultaneously, they threw chains to bind Shao Zhantian, Shao Jingtian, and the previously defeated cultivator, pulling them away swiftly. Qinshan and Shiba were still arguing when they saw their opponents retreat. Their expressions darkened. "Stop. We're not done yet, and you're trying to run." They immediately gave chase, moving at incredible speed. The 4 burning heaven realm cultivators were terrified, fleeing for their lives. Shiba, in a frenzy, grabbed a street lamp from the side of the road, uprooted it, severed the wires, and hurled it like a spear. Bang! A thick earthen wall suddenly rose, blocking the path of the lamppost. Though it was pierced, the lamppost remained lodged in the wall. The wall continued to rise, eventually reaching 50 meters, blocking Qinshan's path. Qinshan halted in midair, looking up at the top of the wall. A young man, around 25, gazed down at him with cold eyes, his robe fluttering in the wind, exuding an aura of authority that demanded respect. Qinshan frowned slightly. One of the Shao family's 5 prodigies, the ghostly talent Shao Xiong. Despite being the youngest of the 5, Shao Xiong's martial talent was astonishing, having broken through to the nascent realm at 20. It was said he reached the 9th level of the burning heaven realm in just 5 years, on the verge of entering the heaven and earth realm. Even Qinshan dared not act recklessly against such a prodigy. Shiba caught up, looking up at Shao Xiong with hands on his hips, yelling, "Dare to block my path? You rascal, come down here so I can teach you a lesson." Shao Xiong glanced at Shiba before his gaze settled on Qinshan, coldly stating, "Old man Chun, let this end today. If you pursue us further, I will take action." Qinshan's face turned somber at these words, remaining silent. When Shao Xiong acted, bloodshed followed, whether it was a single life or an entire family. The previous 10th great family had been wiped out for provoking Shao Xiong, allowing the Chun family to take their place in the inner city. Shao Xiong was only 19 at the time. Though he had the support of a protector, his power was terrifying. He had been in seclusion to break through to the heaven and earth realm, and now that he was out, he might have succeeded. Facing such a true prodigy, Qinshan hesitated to act rashly. Shiba, however, paid no mind, continuing to shout with hands on hips, "Rascal, why are you standing so high up? Come down here." Shao Xiong's gaze was icy as he stared at Shiba, his look as piercing as lightning. In that instant, Shiba felt as though a massive dragon had its sights set on him, sending shivers down his spine. He shrank back, no longer daring to shout, a hint of fear in his eyes as he murmured, "How can someone so young have such a terrifying gaze?" Ignoring Shiba, Shao Xiong turned his attention back to Qinshan, coldly stating, "Old man, I have matters to attend to today, so I'll let this go. Within 3 days, your entire Qin family must come to apologize. Otherwise, I'll wipe you out." With that, he leaped away, disappearing from view. Qinshan remained in the air, his expression exceedingly grave. Qinshan watched Shao Xiong's retreating figure with a furrowed brow. Although he was confident he could defeat Shao Xiong, He knew the battle would leave him severely weakened. After both the Chun and Shao families were left in ruins, the Shao family could still rely on their other 4 outstanding members to sustain themselves, but the Chun family would be in grave danger. Chun Shan recalled when he was possessed by the monkey-faced spirit, and those who coveted the Chun family's assets, even allying with the Star Society to seize the martial arts school. If he were to die in battle, the other 9 great families would certainly descend to carve up the Chun family. Weighing the pros and cons, Chun Shan decided not to pursue or engage in a desperate fight. At that moment, Ji Shiba snapped back to reality and complained, "Old man, who is he? Let's catch up and take him down." Chun Shan replied sternly, "Forget it, the matter is settled. Chasing after them might lead us into an ambush. Xiao Xiong has been in seclusion for a long time, and suddenly emerging could mean he has broken through to a higher level or is trying to lure us into a trap. Besides, Xiao Xiong is strong, and you might not be his match." Ji Shiba listened, a trace of unwillingness flashing across his face. He recalled his arrogance in front of others, but dared not act rashly in front of Xiao Xiong. Still, he was not reconciled and shouted, "Cousin, it's your turn." In Ji Shiba's view, no matter how terrifying Xiao Xiong was, as long as Li Shiqi took action, he would surely crush him. However, after his call, there was only silence around. Ji Shiba looked around in confusion, discovering that Li Shiqi was nowhere to be seen. Chun Shan, Chun Huqiu, Chun Feilong, and Chun Hongyao suddenly remembered Li Shiqi's presence and quickly looked around. Soon, they spotted Li Shiqi. Li Shiqi was outside the main gate of the Chun family castle, bending down to pick up the guns dropped by the Thunderfire squad. He had already slung 15 Thunderfire guns across his back, held one in his hand, and was repeatedly chambering and ejecting rounds with an excited glint in his eyes. Seeing the wounded Thunderfire squad soldiers looking at him, Li Shiqi swiftly knocked them unconscious and took their guns. His movements were clean and efficient, yet stealthy, like a master gun thief. "Is this a Thunderfire gun? Amazing," Li Shiqi muttered to himself, stroking the gun barrel with bright eyes. "These are all mine." Judging by the number of guns on his back, he had been focused on collecting firearms throughout the entire fierce battle between Chun Shan, Ji Shiba, and the Shao family experts. Suddenly, Li Shiqi noticed the silence around him. Looking up, he saw Chun Shan, Chun Huqiu, Chun Hongyao, and Ji Shiba staring at him with strange expressions. Ji Shiba, looking exasperated, asked, "Brother, my dear master, the enemies have all escaped, and you're here stealing guns." Li Shiqi immediately straightened up and confidently waved to Qin Peng and the others, pointing at the pile of guns. "Hey, come over here. These are our spoils of war. Hurry and take them." With that, he picked up dozens of Thunderfire guns, arranging them around him in a circular gun wall, enclosing himself within. "So many guns. Is this the legendary gun?" Li Shiqi exclaimed excitedly. "This metallic texture, this cold feel, it's so cool." He recalled the precious Thunderfire gun in his grandfather's hand back in Yanjing, and the amazing scene of his grandfather shooting a target dead from 100 meters away. From that moment, he developed a keen interest in firearms. In the Demon Suppression Prison, the king of arms dealers once told him, "Little 17, I have a sniper rifle with special runes that enhance the barrel and bullets. It can blow an enemy's head off from 800 miles away." These words made Li Shiqi yearn even more. Now, finally having the chance to touch these long-desired weapons, Li Shiqi was overwhelmed with excitement. He kept chambering rounds, unable to put the guns down. Chun Shan quickly warned, "Little 17, don't point the gun at people, be careful of accidental discharge." The surrounding Thunderfire squad soldiers also scrambled to avoid, fearing a stray bullet might hit them. However, lost in his excitement, Li Shiqi paid no heed and suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang. Instantly, gunfire erupted, and the dozens of Thunderfire guns around him spewed flames, raining bullets in all directions like a torrential downpour. Gunfire erupted, and bullets rained down in all directions. The moment Li Shiqi pulled the trigger, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically as they scrambled for cover and fled in panic. Chun Shan and Ji Shiba dared not approach and quickly took shelter at a distance. The warriors of the Thunderfire squad, already defeated by Ji Shiba, were terrified out of their wits, crying and desperately trying to escape. Even those with leg injuries gritted their teeth and crawled frantically with their hands, just to distance themselves from the chaotic scene. Bullets hit everything around walls, floors, buildings, fire hydrants along the road, and even various shelters were not spared. The clanging sound of impacts was incessant, like a metallic symphony. Bullets swept over the places where the warriors had previously lain, leaving smoke-emitting bullet holes in the ground. The warriors were pale with fear, rolling and retreating desperately, determined to distance themselves from Li Shiqi. Chun Shan, Ji Shiba, and others could only watch from afar, not daring to act rashly. Meanwhile, Wu Qi, the driver watching the spectacle, had already driven the carriage to safety. Fortunately, the Shao family's Thunderfire guns had a limited range of only about 200 meters. Beyond this range, the bullet's power diminished significantly, causing only superficial wounds if they hit someone, not fatal injuries. Da-da-da-da, watch my thunder fighter. Li Shiqi shouted excitedly, continuously pulling the trigger and firing wildly. Under his barrage, bullets flew everywhere, and sparks flared, as if he were realizing a childhood dream. Chen Wei, hiding in the Chen family castle, peeked out to observe the madness. She was dumbfounded by Li Shiqi's actions and trembled as she spoke to Chen Peng. Punga, is this Li Shiqi a little lunatic? She had seen many experts and children, but never someone so young daring to use so many thunderfire guns simultaneously. What was even more shocking was that Li Shiqi laughed heartily while shooting, as if setting off fireworks. Chen Peng was also taken aback by Li Shiqi's reckless behavior. Upon hearing Chen Wei's words, he immediately put on a stern face and said seriously, Wei Wei, you're out of line. Remember, Li Shiqi is a blessing to our Chen family, our great benefactor. You must not be disrespectful to him. Otherwise, if the old man blames you, I won't be able to protect you. After Li Shiqi gifted the Chen family 17 treasures, Chen Shan convened a meeting with all the top members, demanding that everyone in the clan treat Li Shiqi as a family member closer than their own parents. Furthermore, he was to be regarded as a great benefactor, and no disrespectful acts were allowed. Additionally, no information about Li Shiqi, including his origins, was to be disclosed to outsiders. Upon hearing this, Chen Wei stuck out her tongue, still wearing a defiant expression. She looked at Li Shiqi, who was still shooting wildly in the distance, and muttered to herself, this little brat is simply a big demon king. Then, she turned to Chen Hongyao with a sympathetic look and said, Sister Hongyao, you have your work cut out for you. Such a little husband must be hard to manage. Chen Hongyao blushed at this, glared at Chen Wei, and warned, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you into the mountains. Chen Wei's expression suddenly changed, as if frozen by frost, and she fell silent under the oppressive presence of her elder sister. She pressed her lips tightly together, not daring to utter a word. Meanwhile, gunfire erupted continuously at the main entrance of the castle. Li Shiqi, wielding a thunderfire gun, fired excitedly in rapid succession. The sharp cracks echoed in the air, his face brimming with uncontrollable joy. However, this exhilaration was destined to be short-lived. Each thunderfire gun held only 20 bullets. Soon, Li Shiqi exhausted all his ammunition, the gun barrel glowing red and emitting smoke from the heat. Ha ha, that was exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Li Shiqi exclaimed with laughter. No wonder Grandpa and Brother 12 love to resolve fights with guns. This feeling is incredible. I feel like my very blood is awakening. Amidst his excitement, Li Shiqi didn't forget to collect his spoils. He carefully pressed dozens of thunderfire guns to the ground, selecting one to sling across his back. Then, from his travel pack, he retrieved a rope, binding the remaining firearms together to store them safely. These were his childhood's most beloved toys, and he intended to keep them well. Li Shiqi had already made plans tonight. He'd leave the city to hunt evil spirits with these guns. Thinking about the upcoming hunt, Li Shiqi became even more thrilled. Extending his right hand, countless fine threads flew from his fingertips, reaching out in 4 directions, accurately latching onto the guns held by the Thunderfire Squad soldiers. With a sharp tug, the guns flew toward him. With a sound like a storm descending, over 1,900 Thunderfire guns amassed around Li Shiqi, piling up like a mountain. Carrying a gun on his back, he waved to the Chen family members hiding in the castle. All right, it's safe now. Come over, it's time to divvy up the spoils. Chen Heqiu, Chen Feilong, Chen Hongyao, Chen Peng, and others exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before slowly stepping out. Chen Shan and Ji Shiba followed, each showing different expressions as they looked at the mountain of thunderfire guns. Li Shiqi began distributing the guns as if handing out toys. Brother Peng, this one's yours. Uncle Chen, this is for you. No need to refuse, I've got plenty. Uncle Feilong, this is yours. Grandpa Chen, this is for you. He handed out guns to each member of the Chen family, sparing no one, not even the 3-year-olds. In a particularly amusing turn of events, Li Shiqi even handed a thunderfire gun to a 1-year-old baby being held by a middle-aged woman. When the mother tried to decline, Li Shiqi insisted, it's just a toy for kids, take it. The 1-year-old immediately dropped the spoon he was holding, eyes lighting up as he grabbed the gun, visibly excited. Li Shiqi laughed heartily. And see? Kids love these kinds of toys. You must let them play with it. Learning to handle a gun should start young. Only by mastering gun skills early can they contribute to society later on. The child's mother couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Teaching a 1-year-old to shoot was something only Li Shiqi could conceive. She thought to herself that even if a child could pull the trigger, the recoil would likely be enough to cause injury. Yet, faced with Li Shiqi's enthusiasm, she could only reluctantly accept the gift. After Li Shiqi distributed the guns, he handed 2 more to Ji Shiba. Here you go, Shiba. These 2 are yours. From today on, you're double gun Ji Shiba. Anyone dares to mess with you, just shoot them down. Li Shiqi's voice was filled with excitement. Chen Shan stood nearby, his gaze shifting between Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba. As he looked at Ji Shiba's innocent and lovable face, an image involuntarily formed in his mind. This seemingly harmless giant wielding a gun in each hand, expressionless as he pulled the triggers. The contrast gave Chen Shan a shiver. Ji Shiba took the guns, examining them closely. His eyes sparkled with joy and wonder. He recalled a time when he was nearly shot, marveling at the terrifying power of human weapons. Now, owning two of them felt nothing short of surreal. Li Shiqi didn't stop there and approached the driver, Wu Qi, with two guns in hand. Xiao Wu, take these, he said, handing them over. Wu Qi was momentarily stunned. I get some too. Li Shiqi grinned broadly. Of course, we're all in this together. Wu Qi hesitated, knowing these guns belonged to the Xiao family. But seeing Li Shiqi's insistence, he forced a smile and accepted them. Thank you, Master Shiqi. Li Shiqi boasted. See, I told you I'm generous and like to share. I wasn't lying, was I? Wu Qi nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes, Master Shiqi is the most handsome and sharing person I've ever met. Li Shiqi laughed heartily, even more delighted. Joy shared is joy doubled. Li Shiqi thought. Playing with guns alone isn't nearly as fun as doing it with a group. At that moment, Ji Shiba approached, looking puzzled. Cousin, don't you already have a blade as a weapon? Why do you need these guns? To him, the butcher's knife on Li Shiqi's back seemed far more lethal than these firearms. Li Shiqi's expression turned serious, and he spoke sternly. Little Shiba, you're great in every way, but you haven't read enough. Confucius said, a gentleman is not a tool. It means a gentleman shouldn't limit himself to one weapon in battle, nor restrict himself. Whether it's a knife, gun, sword, halberd, or even acid and aqua regia, as long as it can kill the enemy, it's a good weapon. Besides, how can one become a grandmaster without using guns? Li Shiqi spoke confidently, pulling out two thunderbolt guns from his coat and handing them to Ji Shiba. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and there was a touch of pride in his voice. Times have changed. These are much more effective than swords and spears. Here, take a couple more for protection. Ji Shiba took the guns, his eyes widening as if he had discovered a new world. He quickly put them away, his face breaking into a broad smile as he praised. Cousin, you're so knowledgeable. Following you, I've truly learned so much. Yes, with guns, who needs swords to become a great master? Li Shiqi couldn't help but laugh heartily at this. He puffed out his chest, boasting like a child who had just learned something new. Of course, your cousin is well versed in everything. Stick with me, and you'll definitely become a top scholar one day. As he spoke, he raised the thunderbolt gun in his hand, aiming it into the distance, playing with it fondly. Ji Shiba nodded repeatedly, flattering him without reservation. Yes, yes, cousin, you're the most knowledgeable person I've met. You could easily become a top scholar and a minister. Li Shiqi, buoyed by the praise, said with a cheerful expression, Ha! Well said. But I don't want to be some literary scholar or minister, we'll be generals. Anyone who dares to provoke us, we'll just shoot them down. That's what I call being practical. Ji Shiba's eyes gleamed as he continued to praise. Cousin, you're amazing, so knowledgeable. I'll stick with you for life. The scene of these two youngsters, one praising and the other laughing, both holding guns, was both comical and absurd. Chen Heqiu, Chen Hongyao, and Chen Feilong remained silent, their expressions oddly peculiar. They thought to themselves, is this what being practical means? Isn't this just being ruthless? Little Shiqi, are you really studying the classics? Why does it all sound so much like a gangster's way of thinking, even mentioning sulfuric acid and aqua regia? It sounds so sinister and deadly. Chen Shan listened to Li Shiqi's words, his eyes gradually lighting up. He pondered for a moment, realizing there was some truth to Li Shiqi's words. In a life-and-death battle, who cares about rules and regulations? Whether it's aqua regia or sulfuric acid, even using wood or stones to defeat the enemy is the best weapon, the best strategy. Chen Shan agreed wholeheartedly and approached Li Shiqi, speaking approvingly. Little Shiqi, you've learned the classics well, with a unique perspective and practical insights. In the future, you must teach the Chun family children this practical wisdom. He thought to himself, although he had studied the classics, he had never considered such alternative interpretations. Every phrase was a fundamental survival strategy for the world. If the Chun family children learned these lessons, they wouldn't be easily deceived when traveling the world. Li Shiqi, hearing this, was overjoyed. He thought to himself, I knew it, the knowledge taught by Grandpa and the tailor is top-notch. And finally, someone appreciates its value. He patted his chest and promised, for those who understand me, I would give my life. Grandpa Chun, rest assured, I will teach all the Chin family this practical wisdom, ensuring they benefit greatly. Chen Shan, seeing Li Shiqi's precocious demeanor, couldn't help but laugh heartily. He affectionately patted Li Shiqi's head and said approvingly, Good, good, as expected of my old friend's grandson. Little Shiqi, you're fantastic. After just 2 days with Li Shiqi, Chen Shan found himself growing increasingly fond of the young boy. Li Shiqi's unconventional behavior and eccentric ways, combined with his deep sense of loyalty and righteousness, deeply attracted Chen Shan. At that moment, Chen Huqiu approached with a serious expression. He looked at the weapon in Li Shiqi's hand and said sternly, "Little Shiqi, these guns must be returned. They are not something we can possess." Upon hearing this, Li Shiqi quickly hid the weapon behind his back and asked warily, "Why? This is a toy I worked hard to get. I don't want to give it up just like that." Chen Huqiu patiently explained. In the Dragon Kingdom, possessing firearms privately is a serious crime, equivalent to rebellion. If someone reports this to the city lord's office and it reaches higher law enforcement, our Chen family could be in big trouble. Li Shiqi frowned and asked, "Why can the Shao family have them, but we can't?" Chen Huqiu sighed and explained further. The Shao family has members in the military who have become officers. Moreover, they are the city guards of Maple Leaf City, responsible for security inside and outside the city. They have completed the necessary paperwork and can legally carry guns. Li Shiqi innocently said, "Then why don't we just apply for the permits too?" Chen Huqiu shook his head and said, "Getting such a permit isn't that simple. You either join the city guards and become one of them, which means the family must be ready to deploy for tasks like fighting bandits or eliminating evil forces. Essentially, you have to be on the front lines of any danger. Alternatively, you could open a weapons shop like the Liu family's Shunbing Xing, but that requires strong support and connections in the court." He paused and added, "Besides, these Thunderfire guns, although quite a few, only come with 20 bullets. Once they're used up, there are no more." Hearing this, Li Shiqi seemed relieved and confidently said, "These are all solvable problems. I'll handle it." Chen Huqiu frowned, puzzled, as he looked at Li Shiqi. The others also seemed confused. Possessing firearms was a serious crime, something even the Chen family couldn't manage, so how could Li Shiqi possibly handle it? Ignoring their doubts, Li Shiqi turned and waved to a carriage in the distance, shouting, "Old Liu, beautiful sister boss, been here long? Come over, we have business to discuss." After the Shao family retreated, the street became quiet, and many people, both openly and secretly, had already left. In the distance, Lu Hongqi and Lu Shishir saw Li Shiqi waving and exchanged a glance before instructing the driver to bring the carriage to the Chun family fortress. As soon as Lu Hongqi got off the carriage, he respectfully bowed to Li Shiqi. "Lu Hongqi greets Master Shiqi." He then nodded to Chen Shan and Chen Huqiu, saying, "Elder, clan leader Chen, long time no see." Chen Shan and Chen Huqiu quickly returned the greeting. This scene left Chen Feilong, Chen Hongyao, and others dumbfounded. Ghost-eyed General Lu Hongqi was highly respected in Maple Leaf City, on par with Chen Shan, yet he showed such respect and even fear towards Li Shiqi. What was going on? Chen Shan bowed to Lu Hongqi, apologetically saying, "Brother Lu, I apologize. Our little Shiqi is a bit mischievous and might have taken your carriage." A trace of surprise flashed in Chen Shan's eyes, but he quickly said with determination, "Name your price. Our Chen family will spare no expense to buy this carriage from you." His gaze lingered on the unique lion-drawn chariot with ram horns and a serpent tail, wondering how Li Shiqi had acquired this exclusive vehicle belonging to Lu Hongqi. Li Shiqi's affection for the carriage was evident. From his careful instructions to the driver when he got out to the unmistakable fondness in his eyes now, it was clear he cherished it. Chen Shan mistakenly thought Lu Hongqi had come to demand the vehicle back, and in an effort to protect Li Shiqi's prized possession, he expressed his willingness to pay any price for it. However, Lu Hongqi's response was unexpected by everyone. A hint of panic crossed his face as he quickly waved his hands and said, "No, no, no. Brother Chun, you've misunderstood. I've already given this carriage to Master Shiqi. I'm not here to take it back. I'm here to bring a gift from Master Shiqi." As he spoke, Lu Hongqi respectfully handed a bank card to Li Shiqi, his voice carrying a hint of flattery. "Master Shiqi, this is the card I promised to arrange for you. I've brought it today." He then presented an exquisite brocade box with the same deference. "This is a small token from the Lu family. Please accept it." This scene left Chen Shan, Chen Huqiu, Chen Feilong, Chen Hongyao, and others in stunned silence. The Lu family, as a prominent national arms supplier, held a prestigious status, and even the governor of Maple Leaf City would show deference to Lu Hongqi. Yet here, this usually high-ranking Lu Hongqi was showing such respect to Li Shiqi. What was going on? Li Shiqi, however, seemed accustomed to this, accepting the brocade box and bank card without hesitation, a look of excitement on his face. "Old Lu, these are minor matters. I have a major business deal to propose to you," he said. After a pause, he continued, "First, let our Chun family join your Divine Arms Guild so we can legally bear arms. Then, we'll do business together, and I guarantee you'll make a fortune." Lu Hongqi and Lu Shishir exchanged glances upon hearing Li Shiqi's words, their eyes filled with hesitation. Lu Shishir cautiously spoke up, "Mr. Li, it's not that we disagree, but the Chun family joining Shunbing Xing requires multiple levels of approval, not just from the city lord's mansion of Maple Leaf City, but also from the headquarters and the forces behind them." Her voice trailed off, but her intention to decline was clear. Li Shiqi remained impassive, but quietly loaded his thunderfire gun. He said calmly, "Old Lu, this is the first time I'm asking for a favor. You wouldn't want to refuse me, would you?" Lu Hongqi looked at the dark muzzle of the gun, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He quickly changed his tune. "We can discuss it. Everything is negotiable." He thought to himself that this was not good. This man could traverse the forests alone at night and was the master of the Demon King, Brother G. His skill in tailoring leopard skins was fearsome. Now, holding the equalizer, who knew if he might pull the trigger at any moment? Li Shiqi scanned the surroundings with his gun, finally pointing it at Lu Hongqi. "Old Lu, someone said we're hiding firearms to rebel. How should we handle this?" Cold sweat poured from Lu Hongqi's forehead as he hurriedly replied, "Absolutely not. Master Shiqi, the Chun family is our partner, and you are our advisor. These thunderfire guns are all for you to authenticate and repair." Li Shiqi pressed on. "Then, the Chun family's membership contract, my advisory certificate, and the certification for these weapons." Lu Hongqi quickly agreed. "I'll take care of it immediately. Personally go to the Chun residence to sign the contract. By this morning, the Chun family will be our affiliate." Lu Shishir's expression changed upon hearing this, and she hurriedly tugged at her father, but Lu Hongqi was too focused on appeasing Li Shiqi to pay attention. Li Shiqi then made another request. "As affiliates, shouldn't we have some bullet stock? Also, I'd like a thunderfire cannon." Lu Hongqi gritted his teeth and agreed. "No problem, I'll personally deliver it to your residence." Only then did Li Shiqi lower his gun, smiling as he shook hands with Lu Hongqi. "Old Lu, you're straightforward. It's a pleasure doing business with you." Lu Hongqi forced a smile, feeling bitter inside. Li Shiqi then pulled out a snakeskin bag and handed it to Lu Hongqi. "Since we're allies, help me sell these. We'll split the profits 80-20, how about it?" Lu Hongqi took the bag, opened it, and his pupils contracted sharply. He carefully put it away and asked excitedly, "Master Shiqi, are you really selling these?" Li Shiqi nodded. "Of course. But don't try any tricks. You must fulfill your promises." Lu Hongqi repeatedly assured him, his eyes filled with joy. This was a godsend. With these, the Lu family could move to a big city. Li Shiqi waved him off. "You understand. Now get going." Lu Hongqi nodded and bowed, pulling Lu Shishir away in a hurry. The Chun family members looked at each other, puzzled. Li Shiqi slung the thunderfire gun over his shoulder and explained to Chen Huqiu, "Uncle Chun, Shin Bingxing says we're partners now, so we can legally own guns. These guns are ours, and there will be bullets and a thunderfire cannon coming." Chen Shan chose to trust Li Shiqi and ordered the guns to be moved. The Chen family members were overjoyed and sprang into action. Chen Huqiu gratefully said, "Little Shiqi, thank you for helping us out again." Li Shiqi waved it off. "We're family. No need to be formal. I also got my favorite toys." He fondly played with the thunderfire gun and suddenly asked, "By the way, does Shin Bingxing have an enhanced AK version of the thunderfire gun?" Chen Shan frowned. "What do you need that for?" Li Shiqi excitedly brandished the gun, shouting in Cantonese, "Get a full AK, make it big and strong, and reach new heights. If anyone comes looking for trouble, just pull out the AK and deal with them." Chen Shan, Chen Huqiu, and the others looked at each other, unsure how to respond to this sudden fervor. All eyes were on Li Shiqi, filled with a mix of emotions. Sometimes he seemed like an innocent and adorable youngster, while at other times, he appeared to be a genuine little devil. His youthful face bore a pure smile, but the glint of excitement in his eyes when he held a gun sent chills down spines. The unmistakable thrill on his face was far from an act. This kid is a born outlaw, someone thought to themselves. If not properly guided, he'll surely grow up to be a troublesome tyrant. But how to guide him? Li Shiqi's strength clearly surpassed everyone present. Using force was out of the question, and reasoning seemed equally futile. As everyone pondered, Chen Shan cleared his throat, breaking the silence. "All right, Xiao Shiqi, the problem's been resolved. As for whether Shin Bingxing has AKs, I have no idea. We've been busy all morning and must be hungry by now. Let's go back and eat." Hearing this, Li Shiqi instinctively touched his stomach and nodded. "All right, let's fill our bellies first. After we eat, we'll grab our guns and head to the Xiao family to give them a taste of their own medicine." 17. What do those last 4 words mean? Someone asked curiously. "It's Cantonese. Translated it means, sweep his mother," Li Shiqi explained with a sly grin. Chen Shan, Chen Huqiu, and the others exchanged puzzled looks, even more bewildered. They couldn't fathom where Li Shiqi picked up such strange phrases. Having lived so many years, it was the first time they heard such an expression. Yet, they had to admit, it was rather catchy. Chen Shan then called over a few Chen family servants, instructing them to clean up the entrance and repair the damaged streets. Once these chores were taken care of, he led Li Shiqi and the others into the castle for breakfast. Meanwhile, outside the castle, the 2,000 Thunderfire riflemen had already stood up in pain and quickly disappeared at the end of the street, as if they had never been there. Inside the Chun family castle, in the dining room, Chunshan and Li Shiqi were enjoying a lavish breakfast. The table was laden with a variety of delicacies: aromatic soy milk, crispy golden deep-fried dough sticks, smooth rice noodles, savory pork noodles and offal noodles, fragrant eggs, and mouth-watering beef brisket noodles. Although relatively simple, given the current circumstances, it was quite a feast. The highlight was the platter of beef from the most expensive yak breed in Maple Leaf City, Huang, tier second-class yellow yak. This beef was a highly sought-after delicacy nationwide. Despite the recent upheaval and heavy losses the Chen family had endured, having such a meal was quite a treat. Ji Shiba, while taking big bites of the dough stick, asked, "Cousin, you said earlier you wanted to mess with the Xiao family. When are we going to make a move?" As he spoke, he didn't forget to pull the gun's bolt, his face brimming with eager anticipation. Li Shiqi, equally excited, replied while eating, "Soon, right after we finish eating, we'll go have a chat with the Xiao family. Since they dared to come looking for trouble, this time, we'll pay them a visit. If they still want to kill us, I'll just repeat what I've done before." "Cousin, what did you do before?" Ji Shiba asked curiously. Chen Shan, Chen Huqiu, and the others perked up their ears, eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. That sensational event involving Li Shiqi years ago had been thoroughly suppressed by the First Emperor's order. All media were banned from reporting, and witnesses were ordered to keep silent. Even in Yanjing, few knew of the event, with the news tightly sealed. Across the entire Dragon Country, hardly anyone knew the truth of that incident. Li Shiqi glanced at his companion beside him, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Lowering his voice, he said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't. Focus on eating now, replenish your energy. There's some thrilling physical work waiting for us later." A slight smirk appeared on his lips as he continued, "Follow my lead, and we'll have a real showdown. It'll be more exciting than any movie gunfight." "Movie? What's that?" His companion looked puzzled. Li Shiqi explained, "It's a story projected onto a screen. I happened to watch one once in prison. Even though the equipment was broken and the picture was blurry, the content was captivating." A look of longing crossed his eyes. "Xiao Ma from A Better Tomorrow was incredibly cool. Later, we'll put on some black trench coats, and it'll be quite a sight." "All right, I'll follow your lead." His companion nodded in agreement. "Let's eat first, build up our strength." Ji Shiba grinned and started devouring his food. The other people at the table watched these two young men with curiosity. They appeared innocent and harmless, yet when talking about such matters, they seemed to transform with excitement and exuded a fierce aura reminiscent of bandits. Chen Hongyao couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Shiqi, how does your Agon usually educate you?" Li Shiqi swallowed a mouthful of food and replied candidly, "It's simple. When faced with injustice or bullying, fight back. If someone wants us dead, we'll make sure they regret it. Put aside morality and conscience, pick up a weapon, and use any means necessary. Gouge their eyes, kick their groin, stab their throat, make sure they can't harm anyone again. Then, take their resources and valuables. Only by establishing a reputation will those bastards think twice about messing with you." He paused. "That's one of Agon's teachings. A gentleman commands respect through strength." Ji Shiba nodded repeatedly, full of agreement. "Cousin is right. Agon's words make perfect sense. His teachings are truly wise." As a demon king, his own code of conduct was similar. Anyone who dared to provoke him, take his resources, or threaten his life, he would eliminate without mercy. Li Shiqi glanced at Ji Shiba with a satisfied smile, as if to say, "You get me." Chen Huqiu, Chen Hongyao, and the others were silent after hearing this. It seemed like they were being trained to be outlaws. To raise two young men like this mysterious Agon must be quite formidable. Li Shiqi took a sip of soy milk and continued, "Of course, Agon also taught us to understand 3 knives, 2 faces. Show your ruthless side to your enemies, and your gentle side to those closest to you. Be wholeheartedly devoted to your own people. Use any means necessary against enemies until they're defeated." He paused, adding, "Also, if you encounter injustice, you should stand up for others. Protecting the weak is also our responsibility." Upon hearing this, the group looked at Li Shiqi with a bit more admiration. Despite appearing like a bandit, he seemed to have a good heart. However, his understanding of Two-Faced might be a bit skewed. They thought it might be wise for Li Shiqi to learn more about culture and not rely solely on brute force. Yet, their thoughts were interrupted by Li Shiqi's next words. "Oh, and," Li Shiqi shifted the conversation, "after protecting the weak and seeking justice for them, make sure to ask for payment. In our line of work, nothing is done for free. We can't afford to make a loss. We must get some money or valuable items. That's our rule." The group exchanged glances, realizing that this young man wasn't as simple as he seemed. After finishing, Li Shiqi took another bite of an egg, frowning slightly. "These dishes are too bland. Let me treat everyone to some flavorful meat dishes." Li Shiqi reached into the bag he carried with him, moving swiftly and deftly. First, he pulled out 2 3-meter-long flying leopard legs, placing them heavily on the table with a thud that made the wooden surface tremble. Next, he took out several pieces of enticingly colored flying leopard ribs, the aroma filling the air. These roasted meats were leftovers from last night's barbecue, carefully preserved by Li Shiqi until now. Chun Shan, Chun Huqiu, Chun Hongyao, and the others watched the succulent flying leopard legs and ribs, then glanced at the seemingly ordinary small bag behind Li Shiqi, their eyes filled with confusion. They couldn't help but wonder, how did Li Shiqi pull such enormous flying leopard legs from that small bag? And more perplexing, why did this roasted meat seem so strangely familiar? Suddenly, the expressions of Chun Shan, Chun Huqiu, Chun Hongyao, and the others changed dramatically, as if they had realized something unbelievable. They finally recognized that this was indeed the meat of the phantom flying leopard. The skin texture on the roasted meat was unmistakably the unique feature of the phantom flying leopard. It was known that this phantom flying leopard, like the horned snake-tailed lion raised by Lu Hongqi, was a rare creature unique to Maple Leaf City, impossible to find elsewhere. The fact that Li Shiqi had such roasted meat in his possession raised questions. An ominous feeling crept into everyone's hearts, and a tension filled the air. Chun Hongyao couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and asked, Shiqi, where did you get this roasted meat from? Li Shiqi calmly sliced off a piece of meat, tasting it as he nonchalantly replied, picked it up in the mountains last night. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged incredulous looks. Finding such rare roasted meat in the mountains? The explanation seemed absurd. At that moment, Ji Shiba leisurely ate a piece of flying leopard rib. After finishing, he suddenly pulled out a mysterious item from his pocket, the meteor ocean cloak. He tossed it into the air and caught it repeatedly, playing with it as if it were an ordinary toy. Seeing the meteor ocean cloak, Chun Shan, Chun Huqiu, Chun Feilong, Chun Peng, Chun Hongyao, and the others widened their eyes, their expressions becoming remarkably vivid. Chun Huqiu was so shocked that he forgot to swallow his food, hastily spitting it out, and asked in a trembling voice, Xiao Shiba, where did you get this thing? Ji Shiba paused for a moment, glancing at Li Shiqi, then mimicked Li Shiqi's earlier tone, calmly saying, picked it up in the mountains last night. Then, feigning innocence, he looked at Chun Huqiu and asked, why? Is there something wrong? Chun Shan, Chun Huqiu, Chun Feilong, Chun Hongyao, and the others looked at Ji Shiba's innocent yet puzzled eyes, feeling a heavy weight in their hearts. The meteor reversing sea cover that Ji Shiba was playing with, along with the fragrant plate of flying leopard leg meat on the table, silently told a chilling truth. Chun Shan's anger was instantly extinguished, replaced by deep worry. He furrowed his brows, his gaze shifting between the flying leopard leg and the meteor reversing sea cover. The phantom flying leopard, unique to the Tang family, the meteor reversing sea cover, one of the three treasures of the Xiao family, Xiao Qi's protective charm. The appearance of these items undeniably indicated that Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba had gotten themselves into big trouble. Chun Shan rubbed his forehead, cold sweat dripping down. For the first time, he felt utterly powerless, unable to control these two little troublemakers. The thought of seeking revenge against the Xiao family had long vanished. Just hoping that the Xiao and Tang families wouldn't come after the Qin family was already a huge relief. Chun Huqiu, Chun Feilong, Chun Hongyao, and the others also looked troubled, uneasy at heart. They all came to two unsettling conclusions. The young master of the Tang family and the phantom flying leopard were likely dead, and the disappearance of Xiao Qi and Xiao Jiang was probably related to Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba, who were likely in grave danger. Chun Shan took a deep breath and earnestly said to Li Shiqi, Little Shiqi, can Grandpa discuss something with you? Li Shiqi wiped his mouth and looked at Chun Shan with curiosity. Grandpa, go ahead. Chun Shan carefully chose his words. Can we avoid causing trouble for the Xiao family for now? Li Shiqi frowned. They came to our doorstep. If we don't hit back, won't our friends in the community laugh at us? Hearing this, Chun Shan and the others could only smile wryly. Where did this child get such a strong sense of the underworld? Chun Shan quickly explained. You're right, but the Chun family has a lot going on right now, so let's not make things more complicated. Can you promise Grandpa not to trouble the Xiao family for the next 2 or 3 days? Seeing Li Shiqi's displeased expression, Chun Shan quickly added, Don't worry, once Grandpa's injuries are fully healed in a few days, I'll go with you to the Xiao family and reclaim our dignity. Only then did Li Shiqi reluctantly nod, with a hint of reluctance in his voice. All right, since Grandpa asked, what else can I do? Let the Xiao family live a few more days. He recalled how Xiao Qi and Xiao Jiang had tried to kill him before, forcing him to teach them a harsh lesson. In Li Shiqi's view, he felt no guilt because he believed he had done nothing wrong. If he hadn't been strong enough, he might have been killed by those two. As for where Xiao Jiang and Xiao Qi were now, whether dead or alive, he didn't care at all. The threat from the Xiao family ignited a flame of anger in Li Shiqi's heart. Although he had no deep-seated hatred for the Xiao family, their audacious claim to wipe out the entire Qin family was intolerable. The Qin family was not only his second home, but also where his caring grandfather and fiancée's sister resided. He initially planned to teach the Xiao family a harsh lesson, forcing them to beg for mercy and stand up for the Qin family. However, a conversation with Qin Shan made him reconsider his plan for revenge. Seeing Li Shiqi's expression soften, Qin Shan and the others felt a wave of relief, and the tense atmosphere eased. Qin Shan smiled with satisfaction and invited everyone to enjoy breakfast. After the meal, Li Shiqi carefully took out a picture from his pocket and placed it on the table. He said earnestly, "Grandpa Chun, this is an image the symbol master deduced from my bone growth to depict my parents. If you can find any information about them, please let me know immediately." Intrigued by his words, Qin Shan and the others leaned in to take a closer look. The image portrayed a couple in their mid-30s, a handsome man and a beautiful woman with remarkable presence, bearing a faint resemblance to Li Shiqi. Qin Shan asked, puzzled, "Little Shiqi, didn't you say you were an abandoned baby? How do you have a picture of your parents?" Li Shiqi explained, "The symbol master deduced it from my growth over the past 5 years. He said he could infer my parents' appearance from the development of my bones." Chen Peng couldn't help but question, "Is this symbol master really that accurate?" Li Shiqi, with a serious expression and a tone filled with admiration, said, "Extremely accurate. Although the symbol master isn't very talkative, his drawing skills are unparalleled." He went on to share an astonishing story. 2 years ago, the god of capture from Yanjing brought 2 photos to the Demon Suppression Prison, seeking the symbol master's help. One was of an adult demon who had vanished after causing trouble in Yanjing 20 years ago, and the other was of a 1-year-old illegitimate child from a prominent family. With just these 2 photos, the symbol master created dozens of impressive drawings, depicting every stage of the child's growth into adulthood and the demon's transformation from youth to old age, including possible disguises. A month later, the god of capture returned, full of gratitude. He had found both individuals based on these drawings. The demon's disguise matched the symbol master's 33rd drawing exactly, and the grown illegitimate child was indistinguishable from the symbol master's prediction. Amazed by the symbol master's talent, the god of capture even applied to the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Justice to have the symbol master join the Yanjing Spiritual Bureau's investigation team as a way to redeem himself. Although the application was approved, the symbol master declined the offer, choosing to remain on the 18th level of the Demon Suppression Prison. Li Shiqi had unwavering faith in the artistry and deductions of the master painter, believing that such skill was akin to divine magic. He gazed at the picture of the handsome man and beautiful woman, convinced that they represented the true appearance of his parents. Turning to Qin Shan, he urgently said, "Make copies of this picture immediately, one for each member of the Qin family. I want everyone to search for their whereabouts." Meanwhile, a tragedy was unfolding in the Shao family within Maple Leaf City's inner district. The family head, Shao Zhantian, lay on his sickbed, his face pale and listless, a stark contrast to his previously vigorous self. During a fierce battle earlier, his shrine suffered severe damage beyond repair, causing his cultivation to plummet. Even more unfortunate was Shao Jingtian, who lay in the adjacent bed. Being the weaker of the two, his shrine shattered completely under the relentless assault of the Heavenly Net and 7 gods demon-slaying formation, unable to reform. Worse still, the newborn deity statue within the shrine was smashed to pieces, leaving nothing behind. At this moment, Shao Jingtian had become a complete wreck, staring blankly at the ceiling, too grief-stricken to speak. All the senior members of the Shao family gathered around their beds, seething with anger at their tragic state. Some had already taken out the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman, ready to report the incident to the Shao family elites fighting abroad, requesting them to return with their troops and vow to eradicate the Chun family completely. At that moment, Shao Xiong stood up, his gaze sharp as a knife, coldly sweeping over the crowd. He spoke deliberately. "Uncles and elders, there's no need to disturb the 4 brothers. They have worked hard to achieve success outside. Give me 3 days, and I will break through to the Qinkuan realm. Once I do, I will attack the Qin family, annihilate them, and make Ji Shiba pay dearly." Shao Xiong's voice echoed through the Shao family hall, as chilling as ice and full of murderous intent. His words seemed to possess a magical quality, instantly dropping the temperature of the room to freezing, and a thick layer of frost formed on the floor. Everyone present involuntarily shivered, as if they had been plunged into an icy cellar. In his 20s, Shao Xiong demonstrated astonishing power, his oppressive aura surpassing that of most of the Shao family's senior members and elders, creating immense pressure for those around him. The family's grand elder asked in a deep voice, "I'll give you 3 days. But are you really able to break through in such a short time?" Shao Xiong responded with confidence, "Don't worry, third granduncle. The goods I ordered will arrive this afternoon. I might not even need 3 days, 2 should suffice. Once I break through to the Qiankuan realm, no one in Maple Leaf City will be able to challenge me." At the mention of the goods, a glint of anticipation appeared in his eyes, and the other Shao family members exchanged meaningful looks. The Grand Elder nodded. "In that case, you should have no problem breaking through. Let's give the Chen family and that red-haired kid a few more days to live. Everyone, prepare yourselves." In these 2 days, focus on your training to strengthen your abilities. Once Xiao Xiong completes his breakthrough, we'll destroy the Qin family and eliminate the red-haired one. The Xiao family had mobilized a large force, initially planning to suppress the Qin family and seize their treasures. Unexpectedly, a wild card appeared, Jishiba, the red-haired youth, causing their plans to fall apart. Not only was the family head injured, but there were casualties, and even their Thunderfire Brigade's weapons were seized by the Qin family, resulting in a loss of face. To restore their reputation, they must eradicate the Qin family, or else the Xiao family's status in Maple Leaf City would be in jeopardy. Meanwhile, on the Qin family's side, after breakfast, Qin Shan and Qin Huqiu repeatedly advised Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba not to display the Fei Bao meat and the Meteor Sea Shield in front of outsiders. Though they didn't fully understand, they heeded the advice and put the items away. Having stayed up all night, Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba were ready to bathe and rest. As a newbie, Ji Shiba was clueless about modern bathroom fixtures. Li Shiqi, while showering, complained, "You don't even know how to use the faucet and shower head, so clumsy." Ji Shiba protested, "Master, I'm just a chicken, after all. I've never used these things. Besides, I'm wearing the Fei Bao garment, so I don't need to bathe. Making a chicken bathe like a human, isn't that too much?" Li Shiqi glared at him. "What, master? Call me cousin. And just because you're wearing clothes doesn't mean you don't need to bathe. You're filthy and smelly. Don't dirty my bedding." With that, he picked up the shower head and personally helped Ji Shiba wash, carefully applying shower gel. After their bath, they changed into clean clothes and lay down on the floor to sleep. The exhaustion from the previous night finally caught up with them, and they quickly drifted into a deep sleep. Ji Go felt uncomfortable in his silk attire. As a demon king, he thought wearing an additional layer over his precious clothes was completely unnecessary. He turned to complain to Li Shiqi, only to find him already sound asleep. Li Shiqi, being a teenager, was quite powerful but couldn't resist the pull of sleep after staying up all night. He fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Ji Shiba looked at the young man beside him with resignation and closed his eyes, attempting to sleep. However, he remained tense and alert. As a demon king who naturally opposed humans, Ji Shiba had to stay vigilant in human society. Normally a creature of the night, he found it difficult to sleep in the bed, his ears perked up, ready for any potential danger. Meanwhile, on the inner city road of Maple Leaf City, a carriage was racing along. Inside, Lu Shirshir looked worriedly at Lu Hongqi, scolding him. "Old man, you're too impulsive. Agreeing to let the Chun family join the Divine Soldiers Guild and giving them bullets and thunderfire cannons is not something we can decide lightly. If the higher-ups investigate, we might be in serious trouble." She hesitated, her eyes full of concern. Lu Hongqi's sudden decision was entirely against the rules. If discovered by superiors, the Lu family could face enormous risks, even the wrath of the City Lord's office or higher authorities. While the Maple Leaf City Lord's office was relatively insignificant, angering higher officials could have dire consequences. However, Lu Hongqi looked at Lu Shirshir with a confident smile and said, "Shirshir, you've dealt with Li Shiqi before. Haven't you noticed the treasures he possesses? Agreeing to let the Chun family join and providing bullets and thunderfire cannons are worth it." Lu Shirshir frowned and said, "Old man, I don't understand what you mean." Lu Hongqi didn't explain further but handed her a snakeskin bag, saying, "Look at the treasures inside, and you'll understand." Lu Shirshir took the bag, opened it, and her eyes lit up with surprise and joy. She found it filled with treasures even more valuable than before, at least doubling in worth. Clutching the bag tightly to her chest, she was too excited to speak, stammering, This. Lu Hongqi smiled and explained, "With these treasures as a stepping stone, we can offer them to the higher-ups, and with the help of those influential people, our Lu family will rise again in no time." As soon as Lu Hongqi finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. His weathered eyes glimmered with barely concealed excitement as he continued. "Having the Chen family join Shunbing Xing is a trivial matter. It's not even worth mentioning. Giving the entire Shunbing Xing to the Chen family and Li Shiqi would be worth it." His voice unintentionally rose, clearly showing that even he was excited by the idea. Even though Lu Shirshir was no stranger to significant events, she was left speechless by the situation before her. She took several deep breaths, trying to calm her racing heart. It took her a while to regain some composure, and with a trembling voice, she asked, "Old master, who exactly is this Li Shiqi? How could he have so many treasures?" Lu Hongqi slowly shook his head, his brows furrowed. "I don't know, but in this bag, there's a treasure, the Qianquan jade, once belonging to the Holy Sun of the Dian Holy Land. This jade was nurtured by the Holy Sun and is a 9th-grade heavenly treasure." He paused before continuing. 15 years ago, the Holy Sun went mad, went on a killing spree, slaughtering 8 Hongming realm guards of Long Kingdom and massacring hundreds of residents before disappearing. Now, this Qianquan jade has appeared in Li Shiqi's possession. What do you think?" Lu Shirshir was startled and blurted out, "Are you suggesting that Li Shiqi is the successor of the Dian Holy Sun?" Lu Hongqi shook his head again, his expression grave. Unlikely. The Dian Holy Sun was strong, but he certainly wasn't qualified to be Li Shiqi's master. A hint of apprehension flashed in his eyes. I've witnessed Li Shiqi's terrifying abilities firsthand. A casually stitched leopard skin by him could turn someone into an evil spirit. Such bizarre and frightening methods are not something the Dian Holy Sun could possess. Lu Shishir grew more puzzled and pressed on. Then who is Li Shiqi really? How does he have the Qianquan jade of the Dian Holy Sun? Lu Hongqi pondered for a moment, as if considering a terrifying possibility. He lowered his voice and spoke deliberately. The Qianquan jade is the Holy Sun's life treasure and would never be given away. Either Li Shiqi killed the Holy Sun and took the jade, or he snatched it from the Dian Holy Sun himself. His gaze became exceptionally sharp as he looked directly into Lu Shishir's eyes and said gravely, either possibility only proves one thing. Li Shiqi is more terrifying than the deranged Dian Holy Sun, capable of killing in the Hongming realm. This statement was like a heavy blow, striking Lu Shishir's heart and causing her to shiver involuntarily. The air in the room seemed to freeze at that moment, and both fell into silence, each contemplating the potential implications of this startling hypothesis. Lu Hongqi swallowed hard, his eyes filled with fear and apprehension. As a survivor of the Yanjing massacre, he knew all too well the terrifying power of the Dian Holy Sun. In that brutal battle, 8 formidable masters of the Harmony Realm's 8th level, the 8 heroes of Yanjing who could easily level a 100-mile area like Maple Leaf City, were all slain by the Dian Holy Sun alone. Lu Hongqi's voice trembled slightly. A cultivator of the Harmony Realm is a dominator in Yanjing, and Maple Leaf City hasn't seen a cultivator of the Heaven and Earth Realm for years. The strongest here are just at the Burning Sky Realm. If a Harmony Realm cultivator were to come here, it would be like a god descending to Earth. Lu Shishir shuddered at his words. Grandpa, are you saying Li Shiqi is even more powerful than the Dian Holy Sun who turned to evil? He surpassed the Harmony Realm at such a young age? Even if he started cultivating in the womb, his progress shouldn't be this rapid. Lu Hongqi sighed and shook his head. It's hard to say, but this Li Shiqi is definitely not someone we can afford to offend. Lu Shishir suddenly thought of something and pointed at the snakeskin bag with a trembling voice. Could these treasures have been plundered by him? The Heaven and Earth Jewel is the Dian Holy Sun's life-bound artifact. Wouldn't the things he gave us be a hot potato? She comforted herself, but if the original owner is no longer around, there's no one left to seek revenge. Lu Hongqi said solemnly. Regardless, these are treasures that can help us return to Yanjing. Remember, Li Shiqi is extremely formidable, probably someone the entire Maple Leaf City cannot afford to provoke. Lu Shishir nodded thoughtfully. Even if Li Shiqi hadn't killed the Dian Holy Sun, his ability to seize the Heaven and Earth Jewel from him was testament enough to his formidable nature. Suddenly, she asked gravely, Grandpa, with Li Shiqi's mysterious background, could partnering with him bring us trouble? Lu Hongqi was blunt. Yes. Lu Shishir was taken aback. Then why are we still cooperating with him? Lu Hongqi glanced at her, his tone filled with resignation. His identity is mysterious, and his power is immense. Without cooperating with him, how can we escape? Besides, he was pointing a gun at me. Do you think if I refused, he wouldn't shoot me in anger? Lu Shishir fell silent. Indeed, if Li Shiqi could snatch away the treasures of the Dian Holy Sun who had turned to evil, what was there left to fear from him? At the time, if they hadn't agreed, Li Shiqi might have really pulled the trigger, blowing Lu Hongqi's head off. Lu Hongqi took a deep breath and said solemnly, regardless of Li Shiqi's true identity, working with him right now is nothing but beneficial for us. This is a chance to seek fortune amid danger. Once we are in a position to leave Maple Leaf City and live somewhere better, we can make other plans. Lu Shishir nodded gently, a glimmer of agreement in her eyes. In their current predicament, it seemed the Lu family had no choice but to pin their hopes on the enigmatic Li Shiqi. Lu Hongqi continued, when we get back, I'll handle communications with the higher-ups. You prepare the bullets, thunder cannons, and the partnership contract. We'll go to the Chun family together and finalize this cooperation. Okay, Lu Shishir replied briefly, a look of determination in her eyes. The scene shifts to a bedroom in the Chun family home. Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba slept until 11 a.m., only getting out of bed when their stomachs began to growl. They quickly got ready and, urged by Chun Hongyao, headed to the dining room together. Chun Hongyao looked at Li Shiqi gratefully and said softly, Little Shiqi, thank you so much for your help today. Li Shiqi grinned, showing a set of white teeth. It's nothing, just a little thing. Chun Hongyao, charmed by his smile, couldn't resist ruffling his hair gently, and said, so modest. She found herself increasingly fond of the young man, especially his adorable smile. She then turned her gaze to Ji Shiba and said, Little Shiba, thank you too. Ji Shiba waved his hand, looking mature beyond his years. No problem, no need for thanks. His expression was like that of a little adult. Chun Hongyao, amused by Ji Shiba's precocious demeanor, couldn't help but ruffle his red hair as well. Ji Shiba's brow immediately furrowed, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. He was a demon king even the lord of Maple Leaf City feared, and now he was being patted on the head by a young girl still in the novice stage of cultivation? It was practically an insult. He raged internally. This cannot be tolerated. He was about to lose his temper, but a sharp glance from Li Shiqi stopped him in his tracks, forcing him to swallow his anger. Sometimes, patience is a form of wisdom. The three of them hurried to the dining room, where Chen Shan, Chen Huqiu, and others were already seated. Lu Hongqi and Lu Shishir were also present by chance. As soon as Lu Hongqi saw Li Shiqi, he respectfully reported, "Master Shiqi, the bullets and thunderfire cannons you requested have arrived. They're outside for your inspection." Li Shiqi was overjoyed at the news and dashed outside without a word. In the courtyard, 20 crates of bullets and 2 thunderfire cannons were neatly arranged, with 2 boxes of cannonballs next to them. Li Shiqi's eyes sparkled as if he were gazing at a long-awaited treasure. Like a curious child, he circled the thunderfire cannon, tapping and feeling it with growing satisfaction. The quality of the weapon was indeed exceptional. Suddenly, like a nimble monkey, he climbed up the formidor-high cannon barrel and peered inside. The interior was densely engraved with various thunderfire symbols, glowing with a mysterious light. Li Shiqi chuckled. Not bad, not bad. But these symbols lack a bit of punch. I'll need to enhance them later. With that, he deftly slid down the barrel. Opening a crate, he found black cannonballs larger than his head. His eyes shone even brighter. He carefully picked one up, examined it closely, and even sniffed it, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Good stuff, he murmured to himself. The materials are top-notch, the runes are exquisite, and the sulfur quality is excellent. Once this cannonball explodes, its power will be astonishing. Holding the cannonball, Li Shiqi's gaze returned to the thunderfire cannon, a sudden urge welling up inside him. He longed to fire the cannon immediately and witness its might firsthand. The thrill was even more exhilarating than setting off fireworks during New Year's as a child. Li Shiqi turned to face Lu Hongqi and Chen Shan, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Pointing at the imposing cannon, he eagerly asked, "Grandfathers, how far can this cannon reach? Should we blast the Shao family? Those guys are too arrogant, always threatening to wipe out the Chen family." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shan and Lu Hongqi's faces turned pale. Lu Hongqi quickly stepped forward, speaking urgently. "Master Shiqi, you mustn't do that." Li Shiqi frowned, puzzled. Why not? Lu Hongqi took a deep breath and patiently explained. Possessing firearms and cannons privately is a serious crime of rebellion, punishable by the execution of the entire family. Even though the Chun family is now a partner of the Divine Arms Guild and can legally own these weapons, they are only to be used against foreign invaders, evil spirits, and bandits. Using them for conflicts within the city would also be considered rebellion, with unimaginable consequences. Chun Shan hurriedly agreed. That's right, little Shiqi. Even if we have such weapons, we cannot use them without orders from above. Although they hadn't known Li Shiqi for long, they were well aware of his personality. If he said he wanted to blast someone, he would do it without hesitation. If he really fired the cannon in the city, not only the Chun family would suffer, but the Lu family would also be implicated. They were just small families in a frontier town, insignificant compared to the truly powerful clans. If a cannon attack on the city occurred, and the authorities investigated, none of them would escape death, and their entire families would be wiped out. After listening, Li Shiqi frowned even more. He disdainfully said, "What kind of ridiculous rule is that? The world is ruthless, treating all things as straw dogs. If I'm ruthless and treat the Shao family as straw dogs, what's wrong with that? Doesn't the Buddhist scripture say, eliminating evil is promoting good? The Shao family is so arrogant and tyrannical, always threatening to wipe out families. They must be villains. Blasting such evildoers is clearly doing a good deed. And for this, we would face execution? If they really want to execute my whole family, then I'll rebel, storm their heavenly palace, and overthrow their rule." Everyone was shocked by his words, trembling all over. Chen Shan rushed forward, covering Li Shiqi's mouth with a trembling hand, his face ashen. "My dear Shiqi, you can't say such things. It's a capital offense." Lu Hongqi was also terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. Chen Huqiu, Chen Feilong, Lu Shishir, Chen Hongyao, and others were even more frightened, looking at Li Shiqi with eyes full of fear. Even the demon king Ji Shiba was startled by Li Shiqi's rebellious words. Li Shiqi freed himself from Chen Shan's hand, blinking his innocent eyes and asked, "Why can't I say that?" In the Demon Suppression Prison, Shinggong often talked about rebellion. He said if he ever got out alive, he would settle accounts with the first emperor, overthrow his palace, and cut off his head, creating chaos. He continued, not just Shinggong, but the tailor, the cook, and the talisman master were all lawless too. The cook even said he would cut off the first emperor's head and hollow it out to use as a chamber pot. The tailor boasted about skinning the entire court to make a patchwork robe. The female doctor and the master craftsman didn't say it out loud, but they shared the same thought: if they could leave the Demon Suppression Prison alive, they would definitely seek justice from the emperor. In such an environment, Li Shiqi developed a rebellious nature, disregarding authority and laws. Chen Shan looked around warily, ensuring no one was paying attention, then lowered his voice and said, "The law states that one must not discuss state affairs recklessly. If someone speaks of rebellion, the lightest punishment is 30 lashes, and the heaviest is the execution of their entire family. Death is inescapable." Lu Hongqi quickly agreed. As citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, we should abide by the law. Without rules, there can be no order. But Li Shiqi shook his head, his expression resolute. "You two are wrong. Both my grandfather and the tailor have said that laws and rules are merely tools to restrain the weak. True strength lies in breaking rules, and even creating new ones." Before he finished speaking, Li Shiqi suddenly drew the butcher's knife from his back, pointing its blade forward. His voice was as cold as ice. "I don't care about the rules of this place, this country, or even this planet. I am free. No one can bind me. Whether it's towns, nations, planets, or even gods, they cannot stop me. Where my blade points is my kingdom. Whoever dares to stop me, I will cut them down. If gods block me, I will slay gods. If Buddhas block me, I will slay Buddhas." With these arrogant words, a powerful aura burst from Li Shiqi, soaring into the sky. In an instant, the heavens changed, and the winds and clouds surged. Thunder roared above, swirling like a dragon. The sun god was startled. Its enormous eyes slowly turned, gazing upon the land. Its scorching gaze pierced through the clouds, pouring down. Everyone present felt an intense heat, as if they were in a furnace, their skin turning red from the searing flames. Chen Shan's face changed dramatically, and he shouted urgently, "Little Shiqi, quickly restrain your aura." Li Shiqi frowned slightly, then complied, withdrawing his aura. The sun god's gaze swept over the area and then moved away. Everyone felt the heat dissipate, collapsing to the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. This scene affected not only those present, but the entire Maple Leaf City was alarmed. No one could withstand the terrifying pressure of the sun god, and every resident in the city, without exception, knelt down, trembling. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though everyone in Maple Leaf City was plunged into a fiery inferno. Scorching heat waves swept through the city, and everyone felt their skin burning, their breaths growing labored. The shadow of death loomed over every corner, and fear surged like a tide. It wasn't until the sun god averted his gaze that the suffocating sensation of burning began to fade. Inside the city lord's mansion, the atmosphere in the council hall was tense. The city lord and the leaders of the 9 great families were pale, drenched in sweat. They exchanged glances filled with terror and confusion. "What on earth is happening?" the city lord asked shakily. "Why is the sun god watching us? Damn it! Who has provoked the sun god?" One of the family elders roared. "Could it be that there's a catastrophic evil spirit in our city?" Another high-ranking member speculated, his voice laden with unease. The city lord abruptly stood up, slamming the table. "Quick! Dispatch everyone immediately. Search the entire city. I want to know what exactly is going on." As soon as he spoke, elite members from each family surged out like a tide, swiftly dispersing to every corner of the city. Chaos ensued in Maple Leaf City, and people were gripped with fear. Even the rulers, usually aloof and commanding, couldn't hide their inner terror at this moment. They knew all too well that if they truly angered the sun god, the consequence would be catastrophic. A rain of fire would descend like a celestial torrent, turning the sprawling city into a sea of molten lava in an instant. All living beings would be reduced to ash and cinders in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, inside the Chun family castle, a group of people sat slumped on the ground in disarray. Chen Shan, Lu Hongqi, Ji Shiba, Chun Huqiu, Chun Honyao, and Lu Shishir were gasping for breath, their clothes soaked with sweat. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. When the sun god had cast his gaze upon them just moments ago, they felt as if their very souls were about to be incinerated. The feeling of powerlessness and being at the mercy of others left them deeply unsettled. Yet, amidst this group of panic-stricken individuals, only one person remained as unyielding as a mountain, his expression unchanged. That was Li Shiqi. He slowly sheathed his sword, the blade making a crisp clang as it settled. Li Shiqi spoke with a tone of slight disdain. "Can't even say a word. What a stingy god." Upon hearing this, Chen Shan, Lu Hongqi, Ji Shiba, and the others looked at Li Shiqi with even more terror and bewilderment. They thought to themselves, "This young man not only shows no respect for kings or emperors, but he even dares to challenge the lofty gods. It's outrageous. This isn't just youthful indiscretion, it's courting disaster." After what felt like an eternity, Chen Shan, Lu Hongqi, and the others finally recovered from the suffocating pressure. Their foreheads were beaded with cold sweat, and their eyes still reflected the terror of a narrow escape. Chen Shan took a deep breath, stood up, and fixed his gaze on Li Shiqi, speaking sternly. "Xiao Shiqi, remember this. Never say such things again. Just as Li Shiqi was about to speak, Chen Shan raised his hand to stop him and continued. Grandfather knows you're not afraid. But have you considered that if you truly anger the true God, when divine punishment comes, everything and everyone you care about might be reduced to ashes? What if your parents, living in this city, are consumed by the God's wrath because of your words and actions? Have you thought about that possibility? These words struck Li Shiqi like a heavy hammer, hitting him hard. He shuddered, his face paling. Yes, he might be fearless, having honed skills that make him impervious to harm. But what about his parents? If his reckless words bring about divine punishment and turn his parents to ashes, wouldn't he truly become an orphan? With this realization, Li Shiqi's young face turned unusually serious, and he whispered, Grandfather, thank you for the reminder. I won't say such things anymore. Inwardly, he added, once I find my parents, I'll say it again. When I find them, I can protect them, and if the true God dares to harm even a hair on their heads, I'll turn the heavens upside down and slay the God. Hearing Li Shiqi's promise, Chen Shan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, luckily, he's still a child and can be corrected with guidance. Otherwise, if such defiant thoughts take root, even if he doesn't fall to the true God, he might not escape the sanctions of the great nation's weapons of the first emperor. As a loyal citizen of Longhua, Chen Shan was well aware of the terrifying power of those great weapons. It was said that they surpassed heavenly artifacts in power, capable of unfathomable destruction. The first emperor had relied on these powerful artifacts to sweep across the lands and rebuild Longhua from its ashes. Even if Li Shiqi were strong, he would struggle to withstand such weapons and might be crushed to dust in an instant. Chen Heqiu, Lu Hongqi, Chen Hongyao, and Lu Shishir also got up from the ground, wiping cold sweat with lingering fear, their chests still heaving. At this moment, Ji Shiba curiously examined Li Shiqi and asked, Cousin, why weren't you affected by the god's pressure just now? With this question, everyone's eyes turned to Li Shiqi, filled with confusion and surprise. Li Shiqi raised an eyebrow, dismissively saying, I'm invincible. How could I be influenced by the mere gaze of a minor god? Lu Hongqi and Chen Shan spoke almost simultaneously. That's not right. Li Shiqi was puzzled by their reaction and asked, what's not right? Lu Hongqi's gaze landed on Li Shiqi, his eyes filled with curiosity. He asked, Xiao Shiqi, what does your shrine look like? What divine embryo is enshrined within it? This question piqued not only Lu Hongqi's interest, but also captured the attention of everyone present, all ears eagerly awaiting the answer. Li Shiqi calmly replied, my shrine is probably similar to yours, quite ordinary. However, there's one difference, I don't have a divine embryo. This statement was like a bombshell, exploding in the minds of those present. Chen Shan frowned and said in a deep voice, impossible, everyone has a divine embryo. How can you not have one? Lu Hongqi, Chen Heqiu, and others nodded in agreement, their faces full of disbelief. In this world, every baby is granted a shrine by the true God at birth. At the age of 3, a blessing ceremony is held, where the true God bestows different divine embryos based on each person's shrine and constitution. These are enshrined to pave the way for human cultivation. Thus, Li Shiqi's claim of having no divine embryo seemed utterly absurd. Seeing their reactions, Li Shiqi's lips curled into a slight, mischievous smile as he said, I am an honest kid and would never lie. Since you don't believe me, I'll show you. With that, he stopped speaking and revealed the shrine at the back of his head. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it. Li Shiqi's shrine was indeed, as he described, quite ordinary. Its doors were tightly shut, with an antique appearance and size matching Li Shiqi's head. It looked nothing special, resembling those commonly seen on the streets. It was simple, unadorned, and somewhat dull, nothing more than ordinary. Chen Shan stared at the shrine and confirmed again. Xiao Shiqi, you really don't have a divine embryo? Li Shiqi said nothing more and directly opened the shrine's door. Everyone held their breath and looked inside. There was a small table with a tiny incense burner on it. 3 sticks of incense were burning, their smoke gently wafting toward a misty area at the back of the table, where nothing could be seen clearly. Other than that, the shrine was empty, with no offerings inside. This scene left Chen Shan, Lu Hongqi, and the others exchanging bewildered glances, completely puzzled. It was well known that divine embryos were typically enshrined within, like seeds planted in the shrine's unique altar. Cultivators could nurture the divine embryo by channeling their true energy and blood into the altar. When the divine embryo sprouted, the cultivator would enter the spiritual sprout stage. However, in Li Shiqi's shrine, apart from the incense burner and the mysterious white mist, nothing else was there. This discovery plunged everyone present into deep confusion. After the divine seed sprouts, a cultivator undergoes a profound transformation. The spiritual bud acts like a magical converter, refining the true energy to be more pure while significantly increasing its reserve. Cultivators can feel the energy flowing through them at an accelerated pace, like a rushing river. This series of changes directly leads to a dramatic increase in their power. as if they have been reborn with newfound strength. Over time, the spiritual bud stabilizes and matures, eventually evolving into the true form of the divine fetus. Each person's divine fetus is unique. For some, it is a sharp sword, for others, a simple mahjong tile, and some retain the form of a seed. The variety is endless, showcasing the mysteries of the divine fetus realm. To allow the divine fetus to have more variations, cultivators need to delve into more profound cultivation methods. This technique is known as spirit gathering, and it involves collecting a special kind of spiritual energy from the world and integrating it into the divine fetus. Once the divine fetus absorbs this energy, it truly comes to life. When the divine fetus fully awakens, the cultivator steps into the spirit gathering realm. It's important to note that the spirit mentioned here is not malevolent, but a distinctly mysterious force. In the spirit gathering realm, a cultivator's true energy becomes not only pure, but also extraordinarily powerful. The force they unleash is enough to instill fear. More astonishingly, the awakened divine fetus nourishes the cultivator, strengthening their physical body, broadening their meridians, and refining their flesh and blood. However, Lishichi's situation defies convention. In his shrine, instead of the usual altar, there is only a small table, an incense burner, and 3 sticks of incense. There is no trace of the divine fetus. Chen Shan asked in confusion, "Xiao Shichi, what's going on? You really don't have a divine fetus?" Li Shichi nodded calmly and replied, "Ever since I could raise the shrine, the 3 sticks of incense and the white mist have always been there. But indeed, I cannot sense the presence of a divine fetus." At this, Chen Shan, Lu Hongqi, Ji Shiba, and others exchanged bewildered looks. Li Shichi's situation was unheard of, completely beyond their understanding. Ji Shiba stared at the dense white mist in Li Shichi's shrine and curiously speculated, "Cousin, could it be that your divine fetus is hidden within the white mist?" Ji Shiba, the malevolent demon king, followed a path of cultivation vastly different from that of human practitioners. He gazed at Li Shichi, pondering silently. Human cultivators possess a shrine that holds a divine embryo granted by true gods, requiring only a methodical approach to cultivate. In contrast, evil spirits forge their inner cores, absorbing the malevolent power of moonlight, continuously refining themselves to eventually form demon cores, demon pills, or even the more profound golden pills. Though Ji Shiba knew little about divine embryos, he understood that every cultivator must have one. Li Shichi displayed such formidable power. How could he not possess a divine embryo? Currently, not only did Li Shichi have a shrine, but his strength was also astonishing, capable of obliterating Ji Shiba's arm with a single punch. Ji Shiba was certain that Li Shichi must have a divine embryo bestowed by a true god. At that moment, Li Shichi spoke, "I can't see it myself. Can you help me check if there's a divine embryo within the white mist?" His shrine was indeed unique. He could only sense a tea table, an incense burner, and 3 sticks of incense, but couldn't fathom the mysteries within the white mist. That mist seemed like a separate world, completely isolated from his perception, not even a part of his body, beyond his control. Upon hearing this, Chen Shan and the others immediately leaned in to investigate. Li Shichi suddenly remembered something and quickly warned, "Look, but don't touch." According to the tailor and the cook, something extremely terrifying is hidden in the white mist of my shrine, only revealing itself when I'm unconscious or in mortal danger. Don't provoke whatever is inside. Hearing this, everyone gasped and stepped back. Although they didn't know who the tailor and cook were, any entity that appeared when Li Shichi was unconscious or near death must be more powerful and terrifying than him. Provoking such an entity could result in them being instantly obliterated. No one dared to approach, and even watching from a distance filled them with dread. They refrained from using their true energy or spells, fearing they might disturb the mysterious presence within the mist, relying solely on their eyes to observe. Yet, despite their focused efforts, they saw nothing. Chun Hongyao couldn't help but ask, "Little Shichi, are you sure there's a terrifying being in the white mist of your shrine?" Li Shichi nodded firmly, "Definitely. When I was 3, I wasn't that strong, yet I managed to uproot the entire Chu family while unconscious." After discussing with the cook and Dizang, we concluded that the terrifying being in the white mist of my shrine took over my body and did everything. Chen Shan, Lu Hongqi, and the others exchanged bewildered glances, filled with shock and disbelief. Such a terrifying entity, hidden within Li Shichi's shrine, was beyond his perception and control. It was unimaginable how mysterious and unreachable it must be. Li Shichi asked, "Did you see anything?" Chen Shan, Lu Hongqi, Chun Hongyao, and the others shook their heads, indicating they found nothing. Li Shichi sighed helplessly, retracting his shrine. "Never mind. If even Dizang and the cook can't see it, you probably can't either." Seeing this, Chen Shan consoled, "Little Shichi, don't worry about the divine embryo. In a month, Maple Leaf City will hold a true God-blessing ceremony. You can participate as a student of our Chun family martial arts school, and you'll surely receive a divine embryo. Li Shiqi shook his head dismissively. It's fine. A divine embryo isn't that great. If having one means being controlled by true gods, I'd rather not have it. What are true gods or emperors compared to the freedom of being unrestrained? Chen Shan frowned. But you can't be without a student identity at 8 years old. Give me your household registration book and ID card, and I'll get you enrolled right away. Li Shiqi looked puzzled. Household registration book? ID card? What are those? Chen Shan was even more confused. You don't have a household registration book or ID card? Li Shiqi blinked, still confused. Chen Hongyao patiently explained. These are tools to record your identity. Everyone must register at the relevant departments in Longwo at birth to become a resident and enjoy the corresponding benefits. Li Shiqi suddenly understood, shaking his head. I was picked up by Grandpa. They lived under a bridge and had no household registration, so they couldn't get one for me. Chen Shan, Lu Hongqi, Chen Hongyao, and the others exchanged looks. It turned out Li Shiqi was not officially registered. Chen Shan glanced at Lu Hongqi, who immediately understood. Don't worry, our Lu family has connections for this. We'll handle little Shiqi's household registration, adding him to your Chun family's records. Only then did Chen Shan nod in satisfaction. Next, Lu Hongqi, Lu Shishir, and Chen Shan completed their agreements, with the Chen family officially becoming franchisees of the divine weapon trade. All necessary legal documents were quickly processed and delivered to the Chen family, granting everyone legal rights to bear arms. As Lu Hongqi was about to leave, Li Shiqi's actions caught his attention again. Under his gaze, Li Shiqi effortlessly lifted a large cannon with one hand, tucking it into a small pouch at his waist. The four-meter-long cannon barrel and the massive cannon carriage were astonishingly fitted into the tiny pouch. This scene not only amazed Lu Hongqi, but left everyone present dumbfounded. Such a colossal thunderfire cannon being tucked into a small pouch seemed like a magic trick, leaving them questioning reality. Lu Hongqi's eyes shone, as if witnessing the most incredible thing in the world, exclaiming, "Is this a spatial artifact? Fitting a vast space into a tiny object." Despite years in the divine weapon trade, it was his first time seeing such a treasure. He stared intently at the pouch on Li Shiqi's waist, eyes gleaming, as he excitedly approached and asked, "Master Shiqi, are you selling this?" Li Shiqi glanced at him and said calmly, "If I were to sell it, how much would you offer? Don't deceive me. You know the consequences." Hearing this, Lu Hongqi recalled the previous night's events, swallowing nervously, not daring to quote recklessly. Meanwhile, he frantically calculated the value of Li Shiqi's pouch in his mind. Finally, the appraiser sighed, shook his head, and said, 17th Master, I sincerely apologize. My eyes are not sharp enough to determine the exact value of this storage bag. Despite being from a well-known family in Yanjing and having seen many things, he had to admit that he had never encountered such a rare artifact as a spatial tool, which is something only the most powerful royals might possess. Upon hearing this, Li Shiqi showed a hint of disappointment. Seeing this, Lu Hongqi quickly added, "Although I can't provide a specific valuation, I can assert that it is worth a fortune." 17th Master, does this magical item have a name? Li Shiqi gently stroked the pouch at his waist and slowly replied, "Chinkoan bag." He then briefly recounted how he acquired it in the dark space of the 18th level of the Demon Suppression Prison. He described the eerie ruins filled with bones and broken swords, where even his loyal dog and mount, Dizang, shivered from the biting cold. When Li Shiqi returned with the Chinkoan bag, the reactions of Dizang, Shengong, and Taylor were intense, as if they had discovered a new world. After a hasty inquiry, they secretly conferred without Li Shiqi and then ventured into the darkness with 6 people and a dog. The next day, they returned injured and bedridden for 3 days before recovering. Upon awakening, Dizang immediately sought out Li Shiqi, informed him of the artifact's name, and taught him how to use it. After hearing this, Lu Hongqi praised, "What a fitting name, Chinkoan bag." Everyone present nodded in agreement, deeply impressed by its extraordinary nature. Li Shiqi smiled and honestly said, "I don't know if it's a good name or not. I just know it's very useful and can hold a lot." Nearby, Ji Shiba rolled his eyes at Li Shiqi and complained, "If you were good at naming, I wouldn't have ended up with this lousy name." Clearly, he had always been displeased with the name Ji Shiba. After a few pleasantries, Lu Hongqi stood up to leave. Li Shiqi suddenly called out to him, handing over portraits of his parents, and earnestly said, "Mr. Lu, please use your connections to help me find my parents." Lu Hongqi was momentarily stunned but then understood, taking the portraits with a solemn promise. "Don't worry, 17th Master. Leave it to me." Li Shiqi pressed on. "How long will it take to search all of Maple Leaf City and the surrounding towns?" Lu Hongqi pondered for a moment and replied, "It will take at least 20 days. Hearing this time frame, Li Shiqi's face once again showed a trace of disappointment. It seems that Li Shiqi will need to stay here for at least 20 more days before he can set off for Yanjing. Lu Hongqi carefully examined the portrait in his hand, and then turned his gaze to Li Shiqi, marveling at the striking resemblance between the two. At that moment, a question arose in his mind. What kind of parents could raise such an exceptional son? With this intense curiosity, Lu Hongqi bid farewell to Li Shiqi and led Lu Shishir away. Chen Shan and the others watched them leave, then carefully put away the valuable certificates, unable to hide their excitement. With these certificates, the Chen family could not only legally possess firearms, but, with the magical artifact gifted by Li Shiqi, given enough time, they were destined to become the leading family in Maple Leaf City. Chen Peng was particularly excited, gripping the Thunderfire gun in his hand and unconsciously stroking the magical artifact given to him by Li Shiqi, his eyes sparkling with confidence. He thought to himself that even if experts from the Xingqian Society attacked, he was confident he could fend them off. However, Chen Huqiu glanced at Chen Peng dismissively, his tone filled with disdain. Do you really think you can stand against the assassins of the Xingqian Society? You're courting disaster. Chen Feilong also advised. The experts of the Xingqian Society are all battle-hardened fiends, cunning and treacherous like wolves. With your current level, you're no match for them. Chen Hongyao, Chen Wei, and others nodded in agreement, believing that with his current cultivation at the Gathering Spirit Realm, Chen Peng was far inferior to the experts of the Xingqian Society who were at the Burning Heaven Realm. Chen Peng, struck by their words, looked displeased, his lips twitching slightly, yet he couldn't utter a word. At this moment, Chen Hongyao became intrigued by the Xingqian Society. She turned to Chen Shan and asked, Grandfather, do you know about the Xingqian Society? Why are they so wicked, even consuming human spiritual embryos? Chen Peng couldn't help but ask, yes, Grandfather, why would the Xingqian Society do such heinous things? Aren't they afraid of divine retribution? Chen Huqiu and others also looked on with curiosity. They knew little about the Xingqian Society, only that those experts who operated around Maple Leaf City were notorious criminals, willing to do anything for money and power, even consuming others' spiritual embryos. It was an extreme assassin organization. Chen Shan sneered and revealed a shocking truth. Those who claim to be the Xingqian Society in Maple Leaf City are not real members. They're just a bunch of villains using the Xingqian Society's name to glorify themselves. The real Xingqian Society, founded by Shen Wuyo, is nothing like them. What is the real Xingqian Society like? Chen Hongyao eagerly asked. Chen Shan pondered for a moment, his brow furrowed as if recalling past events. He slowly began to speak. Many years ago, I had a brief encounter with a great figure like Shen Wuyo. He told me that the original purpose of the Xingqian Society was not to kill, but to pursue the stars. Upon hearing this, Chen Huqiu, Chen Feilong, Chen Hongyao, and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Chen Hongyao couldn't help but ask, pursue the stars? What does that mean? Is the renowned leader of the Xingqian Society, Shen Wuyo, a fan chasing celebrities? Chen Shan noticed their misunderstanding and shook his head, explaining, you might have misunderstood. When I say pursue the stars, I don't mean chasing after those celebrity performers, but pursuing the actual stars. He paused before continuing. Although Shen Wuyo was an assassin, he never killed the innocent. The people he killed were all unforgivable villains. I suspect he discovered something significant, which is why he founded the Xingqian Society to gather a group of people to investigate the whereabouts of the stars. Chen Hongyao was still confused and pressed on. What does this really mean? Instead of answering directly, Chen Shan raised his hand to point at the sky and asked in return, have you ever seen stars over the years? As his words fell, Chen Huqiu, Chen Feilong, Chen Hongyao, and the others all looked up at the sky. It was noon, and the two blazing suns in the sky made them squint, unable to see any stars. At that moment, Li Shiqi, who had been quietly listening, suddenly asked, Grandpa Chen, what are stars? His voice was filled with curiosity. I remember Grandpa used to sing a rhyme. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are, but I've never seen stars or know what they look like. Hearing this innocent question, Chen Shan's expression became unusually solemn. He took a deep breath and began to explain. According to ancient records, the sky used to have stars. Moreover, there was only one sun and one moon in the sky, rising and setting in a continuous cycle. His gaze swept over everyone as he continued. But now, we can't see stars, the moon, or even the original sun. Instead, we have the twin eyes of the sun god and the vertical eye of the moon god. Chen Shan's tone grew heavier. So, Shen Wuyo believed that during the period of eternal night, something significant must have happened in this world, causing the stars, moon, and sun to disappear. He founded the Xingqian Society to investigate the whereabouts of the stars. He firmly believed that finding the trail of the stars would unveil the truth of the eternal night and reveal the essence of this world. Chen Shan looked up at the sky with a heavy heart, his brow furrowed. The secrets of the eternal night were like a fog, clouding his mind. Two suns hung in the sky, while the eerie moonlight cast an unsettling aura over everything. The once brilliant stars had vanished without a trace. All these unusual phenomena left everyone puzzled. Chen Huqiu, Chen Hongyao, Chen Feilong, and others also gazed up at the heavens, their eyes filled with confusion. What exactly are the stars? This question lingered in their minds. While everyone was lost in thought, Li Shiqi quietly slipped another cannon and some cannonballs into his chinkoan bag and made a swift getaway with Ji Shiba. By the time Chen Shan and the others snapped out of their reverie, the two were nowhere to be seen. Where have those two gone off to now? Chen Shan muttered in frustration, tapping his forehead anxiously. Although he wasn't very familiar with Ji Shiba, the past few days had made him acutely aware of Li Shiqi's restless nature. He was always running around, causing trouble wherever he went. Chen Shan sighed and turned to Chen Huqiu. Xiao Qiu, activate our informants in the city and keep a close watch on Xiao Shiqi's movements. If he stirs up trouble, notify me immediately so I can back him up. Chen Huqiu nodded in agreement. Chen Feilong, Chen Hongyao, and the others also shook their heads in exasperation, feeling a headache coming on from Li Shiqi's antics. Meanwhile, Li Shiqi was recklessly riding Chun Hongyao's Yadea electric scooter with Ji Shiba clinging to him in fear. Master, do you even know how to ride this thing? Break, we're going to hit someone. Ji Shiba yelled in terror. Seeing the situation, Li Shiqi quickly swerved, narrowly avoiding a pedestrian who had suddenly appeared. Startled, the person shouted angrily at their retreating figures. You idiot! Do you even know how to drive? Li Shiqi ignored the outburst, focusing on mastering this new form of transportation. Initially, it was challenging, but he soon got the hang of it and began maneuvering the scooter skillfully. Ji Shiba, impressed, exclaimed, Master, you're amazing. You picked it up so fast. Li Shiqi responded proudly, Of course. My talents are not to be underestimated. This electric scooter is a piece of cake. Buoyed by Ji Shiba's praise, Li Shiqi was in high spirits. Well said. I love hearing compliments like that. Let's head to Fuguei Tower, and I'll treat you to a feast. Ji Shiba's eyes lit up. Really? I want a full Manchuhan banquet. No problem, I'll make it happen. Li Shiqi drove straight to Fuguei Tower. Upon arrival, Li Shiqi parked the scooter among luxury cars and headed toward Fuguei Tower with Ji Shiba. However, they were stopped at the entrance by a security guard. The guard looked them up and down disdainfully. Kids, this isn't a playground. Move along. Li Shiqi, annoyed, retorted, I can't stand you security types, always looking down on people. Just as the guard was about to respond, Li Shiqi interrupted by handing over a bank card. Fuguei Tower allows entry based on financial verification, right? Here's my card, no password needed. Go verify it. Also, call your boss. I have something to discuss. The guard sneered at Li Shiqi. Oh, did you take your parents' car to play around? Even if it's your family's money, it might not be enough to spend here. And you want to see our boss? Who do you think you are? Without a word, Li Shiqi drew a butcher's knife from his belt. The guard immediately became alert, backing away and readying his weapon, while summoning powers from a shrine behind him. Li Shiqi calmly said, Relax, just take a good look at this knife. Your boss will definitely recognize it. Go and inform him that someone with this knife is here to see him. If you don't, and your boss gets upset, you'll bear the consequences. Li Shiqi gripped the pig-slaughtering knife, its blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight. He looked up and met the security guard's eyes with unwavering confidence and determination. The guards, who had been ready to intervene, hesitated, exchanging glances and weighing their options. What if this kid really is the young master of a powerful family? We could be in serious trouble, one guard whispered. In the end, they decided to report the situation. One of the guards stepped forward and said, Give me the knife, and I'll take it to the boss. Li Shiqi replied calmly, You'd better call your boss here. You won't be able to lift this knife. The guard's eyes widened in anger. Are you looking down on me? Ji Shiba, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. Don't bother trying. Do you have a phone? Just take a picture and show your boss. Even I can't lift this knife. The guard named Lu Meng was provoked and shouted, It's just a knife. He reached out to grab the knife from Li Shiqi. Li Shiqi reluctantly let go. As soon as Lu Meng grasped the handle, he felt an immense force pull him to the ground. The flat of the blade smashed onto his fingers, leaving them bloody and broken. Lu Meng cried out in agony, struggling to free his hand, but it wouldn't budge. The other two guards were shocked. One tried to help Lu Meng, while the other attempted to lift the knife. However, it was as if the knife were a mountain, impossibly heavy, and they couldn't move it an inch. The guards' faces turned pale, sweat pouring down as they realized that this seemingly ordinary pig-slaughtering knife was anything but ordinary. Li Shiqi stepped forward and effortlessly picked up the heavy butcher's knife with one hand. His fingers moved nimbly, making the blade spin between them as if it were a lightweight toy. I told you before, you wouldn't be able to lift this knife, but you just wouldn't believe me, would you? He teased. Lu Meng finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then clutched his hand in pain, which was bruised and bloody from the weight. He and the other two security guards stared at Li Shiqi, their eyes filled with shock and awe. The knife they had struggled to even budge was now as light as a feather in Li Shiqi's hand. Such power was truly intimidating. Young master. The thought flashed through Lu Meng's mind like lightning. This young man must come from an extraordinary background. Ignoring his injury, Lu Ming quickly took out his phone and snapped several photos of the butcher's knife, as if documenting a rare specimen. Lu Ming's attitude made a complete 180-degree turn. He bowed respectfully to Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba, saying, "My apologies, young masters. I was blind and failed to recognize your stature. Please forgive me." As a longtime employee of the Fuguwei building, Lu Ming was adept at reading people. Li Shiqi's terrifying strength at such a young age suggested a significant background. Moreover, he had come to see the boss immediately, indicating some connection. Such a person was not someone he could afford to offend. The other two security guards, realizing the situation, quickly followed suit, bowing deeply to Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba. They apologized repeatedly, their attitudes humble and a stark contrast to their earlier arrogance. Li Shiqi calmly sheathed the knife, speaking in a level tone. "Ignorance is no crime. Stand up, there's no need for this. Go inform your boss that he should come to greet me." Lu Ming nodded repeatedly, his demeanor even more respectful. All right, young masters, please wait a moment. I'll notify the boss immediately." He instructed the other two guards to take good care of the esteemed guests, then hurriedly went into the Fuguwei building to find the boss and deliver the message. "Masterly, please come in." As Lu Ming stepped into the fortune pavilion, two security guards snapped to attention, quickly and respectfully guiding Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba into the VIP waiting room. They brought out the best fruits, snacks, and drinks the pavilion had to offer, filling the table. Li Shiqi's eyes lit up as he grabbed a pack of spicy strips, tore it open, and began chewing. The familiar taste of Weilong brought back memories his 12th brother had once bought him this brand. As he chewed, thoughts of his grandfather and the others crossed his mind, and his eyes reddened slightly. Seeing this, Ji Shiba also picked up some spicy strips to imitate Li Shiqi, only to find himself overwhelmed by the heat, turning red and coughing repeatedly. The security guards quickly brought over 2 glasses of ice water with precious lemon slices. Ji Shiba took them gratefully, gulping down the water to regain his composure. Li Shiqi couldn't help but laugh at Ji Shiba's misfortune. "If you can't handle spicy food, don't waste it," he said, snatching the spicy strips from Ji Shiba's hand and enjoying them himself. Ji Shiba turned to other snacks, eating while stuffing some into his pockets. Li Shiqi frowned. "Just eat what you want, but don't take so much. It's embarrassing." Ji Shiba stopped awkwardly, but then noticed Li Shiqi secretly slipping snacks into his own bag, which left him frustrated. The two security guards watched in disbelief as the food on the table disappeared at an astonishing rate. Li Shiqi, still unsatisfied, asked, "Is there any more? This isn't enough for anyone." The guards exchanged glances and brought out another full table of snacks. This time, Ji Shiba was quick to grab a large pile of snacks to keep to himself, eating slowly. Li Shiqi, despite his words, moved even faster, making snacks vanish into his bag in the blink of an eye. The security guards looked at each other, puzzled. Is this really a young master from a prestigious family? He seems so unsophisticated. However, they only dared to wonder silently, not voicing their thoughts. Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba sat in the grand hall of the Fuguolu, indulging themselves without a care in the world. As they feasted on various snacks, cookies, and drinks, they casually stuffed the food into their bags and pockets. Their actions caught the attention of those around them, especially the two security guards nearby, whose expressions were a mix of curiosity and peculiarity. Ji Shiba, caught up in his meal, suddenly sensed the odd atmosphere. Looking around, he noticed that not only the guards but everyone in the hall was staring at them with strange expressions. The guards, aware of their status, showed a hint of respect, but the others' gazes were far less friendly. The guests in the hall regarded Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba with disdainful and contemptuous looks, as if they were watching two uncultured country bumpkins. They whispered among themselves, their words filled with scorn for the little beggars. "Since when did Fuguolu lower its standards so much?" someone sneered. Ji Shiba was all too familiar with such looks. He nudged Li Shiqi, who was engrossed in his ice cream, signaling him to be aware of their surroundings. Li Shiqi shot Ji Shiba an annoyed glance but followed his gaze, quickly realizing the attitude of those around them. The disdainful stares briefly startled Li Shiqi, reminding him of his days begging in the capital. Back then, Grandpa and the other brothers remained unfazed by such looks, carrying on with ease. He never expected to encounter the same in Maple Leaf Town, in the luxurious Fuguolu. Li Shiqi smiled calmly and said, "It's fine. As the Analects say, isn't it the mark of a gentleman not to be resentful when others fail to recognize you? They look at me this way without knowing my name, and I'm not angry. This just shows I'm a gentleman with the capacity to tolerate others." With that, he casually ate another spicy strip. He continued, "Grandpa always said, don't mind others' opinions. We are the protagonists of our own world. Besides the feelings of those close to us, everyone else's opinions are worthless." Li Shiqi recalled how Grandpa's open-mindedness influenced the 16 of them, allowing them to laugh freely despite the disdainful glances from the wealthy and powerful while begging. "These people are just watching us eat snacks. We haven't harmed their interests," Li Shiqi remarked nonchalantly. Why should we care about them? With that, he continued to enjoy his food, completely unfazed by the stares around him. Ji Shiba noticed Li Shiqi's reaction and decided to ignore the surrounding commotion, focusing intently on enjoying the food. The two security guards exchanged glances, secretly impressed by the boldness of the two youths. They thought to themselves how these young men were truly audacious, remaining unfazed and self-assured under the scrutiny of so many eyes. At that moment, a young man, around 20 years old and dressed in luxurious attire, strode over with an air of authority. He glared at Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba with disdain, barking, "Hey, country bumpkins, this is no place for you. Get lost." His tone was filled with contempt and disgust, as if he were addressing two insignificant ants unaware of their insignificance. The security guards' expressions changed when they saw this. One of them quickly stepped forward and respectfully said, "Young Master Tang, please calm down. These two are relatives of our boss." It turned out that this young man was Tang Donglai, the second young master of the Tang family, one of the top 10 families in Maple Leaf City. He was a regular at the luxurious restaurant, spending extravagantly almost every day and often tipping the staff generously. Caught between the lavish spending guest Tang Donglai and potential relatives of their boss, the security guards were in a difficult position, unable to offend either side. As the enforcers of order here, they had to prevent the situation from escalating, lest they face the risk of dereliction of duty. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba looked up, carefully scrutinizing Tang Donglai. They exchanged a meaningful glance, and Li Shiqi asked, "Does he look familiar?" Ji Shiba nodded slightly. This Tang Donglai bore a strong resemblance to a Tang family member they had encountered in the Songlong forest. The fate of that Tang family member had not been pleasant, as he ended up in Ji Shiba's stomach. Unexpectedly, they met his brother here today. Ji Shiba pointed at Tang Donglai and asked flippantly, "Cousin, didn't you say when in Rome, do as the Romans do? So can I do him now?" Li Shiqi shot Ji Shiba a glance and reprimanded him in a low voice. "Shut up. How can you speak so violently in public? We must be civilized and polite, and strive to be useful members of society, not be so crude." Ji Shiba silently grumbled to himself. "What do you mean by crude? When you were stitching leopard skins and tormenting Lu Hongqi, you never mentioned being crude. But now, in front of strangers, you're pretending to be all courteous?" Nevertheless, he was accustomed to following Li Shiqi's lead, and despite his dissatisfaction, he dared not show it outwardly. The two security guards and Tang Donglai were left puzzled by this exchange, unable to decipher the cryptic conversation between Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba. Li Shiqi bit into a spicy strip and glanced disdainfully at Tang Donglai, saying, "Since when did the phrase 'accept what comes from the Analects' become a threat? Are all the Tang family members this arrogant and domineering? I'm just eating my own food here, not touching any of your Tang family's rice. What business is it of yours?" Ji Shiba immediately chimed in. "Yeah, what business is it of yours?" He paused, then added, "You're like a dog catching mice, meddling in other people's business." Hearing this, Li Shiqi knocked Ji Shiba on the head, scolding, "Don't use idioms if you don't understand them, you big dumb chicken." Ji Shiba rubbed his head in grievance and asked, confused, "Cousin, wasn't I right? He's definitely meddling." Li Shiqi explained seriously, "It's wrong for him to meddle, but you shouldn't use that idiom. If he's the dog, what does that make us?" Ji Shiba suddenly understood and quickly corrected himself. "Then he's like Judge Bao, overstepping his authority." Li Shiqi shook his head and countered, "Wrong again. How can someone who looks like him compare to the wise Judge Bao?" Ji Shiba nodded repeatedly, agreeing, Right. With that Tang guy's looks, he's not even fit to carry Judge Bao's shoes." With that, Ji Shiba stood up, puffed out his chest, and looked down at Tang Donglai with disdain. "Kid, my cousin's in a good mood today and doesn't want to bother with you. If you don't want to get hurt, you better scram." He then made a shooing gesture, his face full of contempt. Seeing this, Tang Donglai's expression darkened instantly, veins bulging on his forehead as anger surged through him. He had been pampered all his life, always surrounded by people eager to please him. Being belittled and humiliated by two ragged country bumpkins was an unbearable insult to him. Overcome with rage, Tang Donglai grabbed a glass bottle from the table without a word and hurled it fiercely at Ji Shiba's head. The bottle sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, coming at him with vicious speed. If it hit, Ji Shiba's head would likely be split open on the spot. Tang Donglai, the pampered young master of the Tang family, frowned the moment he stepped into the opulent restaurant. His sharp gaze swept across the hall, finally settling on Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba. To him, their presence was nothing short of a desecration to this upscale establishment. With long strides, Tang Donglai approached the pair, drawing the attention of the other diners. He looked down on Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba with disdain and anger flashing in his eyes. "People like you, who look so impoverished, dare to spend here," he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba ignored Tang Donglai's provocation, continuing their conversation and savoring their meal. This disregard infuriated Tang Donglai, his face turning crimson with veins bulging in rage. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, Tang Donglai roared, grabbing a glass bottle from the table. The two security guards, alarmed, rushed forward to intervene, but it was too late. Despite being a spoiled heir, Tang Donglai was from a prestigious family and had benefited from countless resources since childhood. Over the years, this had propelled him to the 5th level of the spirit-gathering realm. His speed was like lightning, far beyond what ordinary security could match. Sensing the imminent danger, Ji Shiba was about to act, but suddenly felt an invisible force restraining him. Surprised, he glanced at Li Shiqi, recognizing the power of their ghostly contract. Bang! The glass bottle shattered on Ji Shiba's head, sending shards flying. The drink poured down like a waterfall, soaking Li Shiqi's red hair and clothes. Although Ji Shiba wasn't seriously hurt, as a former demon king, being humiliated by a mere human ignited a furious rage within him, turning his eyes blood red. "Cousin, let me kill him," Ji Shiba growled through clenched teeth, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Li Shiqi calmly wiped the drink from his face and softly said, "Not yet. Wait a moment." Tang Donglai, feeling triumphant, looked down at them with disdain and said, "This is just a lesson for you. If I see you filthy paupers sullying this place again, I'll greet you with swords and blades." He pointed to the door, coldly commanding, "Get out. This is no place for beggars like you. Otherwise, you'll face even harsher consequences." In Tang Donglai's eyes, Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba were nothing more than two ignorant, poor youngsters trying to freeload in a high-class venue. He was completely unaware that he was provoking a being far more powerful than himself. Inside the opulent Fuguei Tower, an astonishing conflict was unfolding. Tang Donglai, a young man of high status, was shockingly attacking two seemingly ordinary young men. He grabbed a glass bottle and hurled it fiercely at one of them, Ji Shiba. The high-ranking officials and nobles around didn't intervene. Instead, they cheered him on. Their words were filled with disdain for the poor and praise for Tang Donglai. "Well done, young Master Tang, is amazing. This place isn't meant for paupers." A woman even screamed in admiration for Tang Donglai. These self-proclaimed elites seemed terrified that sharing a room with commoners might tarnish their noble status. Some even worried that these two little beggars might bring germs and infect the aristocrats present. Li Shiqi quietly chewed on a spicy snack, observing the scene with cold detachment. He recalled a saying from his grandfather, "Those who sit high above are not human." This phrase echoed in his mind at that moment. He put down his snack, a flicker of determination in his eyes. "Young Master Tang," Li Shiqi began, his voice calm, yet laced with sarcasm. "You're so high above. You must not be human. You're a demon." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Shiqi snapped his fingers, freeing Ji Shiba from his restraints. "You can beat him," he said nonchalantly, "but you can't kill him." Tang Donglai was furious upon hearing this. He roared, threatening to have the city lord arrest these lowly commoners and send them north to build the Great Wall. He gathered his inner energy, preparing to teach Li Shiqi a lesson. At this critical moment, Ji Shiba suddenly turned around. His eyes turned blood red, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. Tang Donglai was so intimidated by this sudden presence that he felt as if he had fallen into an icy pit, as if a ferocious demon king was staring him down. Before Tang Donglai could react, Ji Shiba struck. He delivered a powerful kick to Tang Donglai's knee, and with a resounding crack, the immense force shattered Tang Donglai's kneecap. A searing pain, like an electric shock, surged through Tang Donglai's entire body, the sound of his kneecap shattering still echoing in his ears. He collapsed heavily to the ground, his face contorted with intense agony as cold sweat poured off his forehead. Just as a heart-wrenching scream was about to escape his lips, Ji Shiba's hand struck like lightning, seizing his head. With a resounding bang, Tang Donglai's head slammed into the table, blood gushing from his forehead. He fell to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, utterly defeated. Tang Donglai stared in disbelief at the scene before him. How could someone dare to assault him so brazenly in a place like the Fugwa building? Before he could recover from the shock, his consciousness began to blur. He attempted to summon his altar, but found himself incapable of even this basic action. Ji Shiba again grabbed his head, smashing it mercilessly against the table. With a crash, the table shattered into pieces under the impact. Tang Donglai lay heavily on the ground, bleeding from every orifice, completely unconscious. Ji Shiba dusted off his hands, as if he had just completed a trivial task. He felt a slight calmness in his chest after the outburst of anger, coldly staring at the unconscious Tang Donglai on the floor. "A mere youngster dares to hit me on the head? Courting death. If it weren't for my cousin's sake, you'd be dead already," he thought to himself. Recalling the moment when Tang Donglai struck his head, Ji Shiba's rage flared like a volcanic eruption, wishing he could tear Tang Donglai to pieces on the spot. But with Li Shiqi nearby, he dared not act rashly, choosing instead to leave Tang Donglai unconscious as a means of venting his anger. The sudden scene left everyone present stunned. The spectators who had been cheering for Tang Donglai were left speechless, and the two security guards stood frozen. The entire Fuwa building fell into a deathly silence, all eyes fixed on Ji Shiba, their hearts in turmoil. Who would have thought that someone would dare to thrash Tang Donglai so openly? Even more shocking was Ji Shiba's youthful appearance, contrasting sharply with the ferocity he displayed, sending chills down everyone's spine. Seeing that Ji Shiba was still fuming, Li Shichi casually tossed him a bottle of water. Calm down, have some water. Ji Shiba sat down angrily, unscrewed the cap, and gulped down a few swigs. Then, the two of them nonchalantly began to snack and chat, as if the violent incident had never occurred. Meanwhile, Tang Donglai lay motionless on the ground like a dead dog. After some time, someone in the crowd finally snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Young Master Tang." As soon as the words were spoken, a group rushed forward to lift Tang Donglai from the ground and carefully check his injuries. Confirming that he was still alive, they breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Tang Donglai was alive, there was still room for negotiation. A young woman, around 20 years old, stood up, glaring at Li Shichi and Ji Shiba, and shouted fiercely, "How dare you lay a hand on young Master Tang, you bastards! I won't let you go." Her aura suddenly surged, and an altar appeared behind her head. Within the altar, a spirit-infused divine embryo glowed brightly. It was a small, ancient tower, emitting a cold light and an intimidating power. "Kill these two little beggars, avenge young Master Tang." Her shout echoed throughout the Fugwa building. Responding to her call, her companions rose together, their altars appearing behind their heads. Various divine embryos were unleashed, and a formidable aura swept through the room like a tidal wave. The atmosphere in the Fugwa building instantly turned tense, and a fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. They all come from prestigious families, each exuding an extraordinary aura. The divine embryos within these young individuals radiate a mesmerizing glow, seemingly containing power capable of piercing through metal and stone. The ordinary people present are filled with dread, fully aware of the terrifying nature of these divine embryos. The internal circulation of vital energy is already formidable, but when unleashed through the divine embryos, it can manifest as an external attack, greatly amplifying its power. Take the most basic Huang-level technique, Jingyi Sword Qi Stream, for example. An ordinary person can, with the aid of a divine embryo, shoot out sword qi like a bullet, reaching up to 50 meters and effortlessly penetrating a human body. These young nobles, however, are trained in more advanced Xian-level techniques, making their sword qi faster, with greater range and power, capable of piercing through boulders from 100 meters away. If they were to practice D or Tian-level techniques, the power would be unimaginable. At this moment, the release of the divine embryos by these young nobles fills the air with a murderous intent, plunging the scene into chaos. Two security guards, pale with fear, dare not step forward to stop Li Shichi and Ji Shiba, fearing they might be killed in an instant by these young individuals. They can only stand by, pleading desperately. "Young masters and ladies, we beg you, please do not resort to violence. This is the wealthy mansion. Please consider your actions." Li Shichi and Ji Shiba, sensing the powerful aura emanating from this group, simultaneously pause their snacking. They lift their heads, staring coldly at their opponents. Ji Shiba's gaze is particularly fierce, like a beast ready to pounce. Li Shichi gently pats Ji Shiba's shoulder and whispers, "Stay calm, control yourself. There's good food here, hold back, and let me handle this." Only then does Ji Shiba retract his fierce gaze and resume eating his snacks. Turning to the group, Li Shichi speaks in a calm tone. "Brothers and sisters, you started this conflict. This Tang guy hit my cousin first, and my cousin was just defending himself. So, we are in the right, and you are in the wrong. Now, instead of apologizing, you want to attack us? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Hearing this, Ji Shiba suddenly looks up with a deeply aggrieved expression directed at Li Shichi. He thinks to himself, "So, you let me get hit just to have the moral high ground? Have you considered how I feel?" At this moment, he feels as if his heart is breaking. The woman speaks coldly. "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? It was clearly your cousin who hit our young Master Tang, and..." Li Shichi interrupts her with a wave of his hand, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Miss, I really envy you, being so young and already blind." The woman's anger flared instantly upon hearing the words. She trembled with rage, her eyes blazing as she gritted her teeth and activated her powers. In a flash, the divine aura surrounding her intensified, becoming almost blinding. "You insolent country bumpkin! How dare you speak so recklessly?" she shouted sharply. Before her words even faded, a sword energy shot out like lightning from her divine aura. It moved with the speed of a flying dragon, targeting Li Shichi's right hand. Clearly, she intended to teach this audacious boy a lesson. Among the crowd, someone sneered quietly, "He's done for. Miss Song has mastered the 8th grade Xian-level technique, the pure yang infinite flying dragon sword." Exactly, the flying dragon sword energy is incredibly sharp. They say it can pierce through massive rocks 100 meters away in an instant. At this range, that boy's arm doesn't stand a chance. Challenging Miss Song is a death wish. Those confronting Li Shiqi wore sinister grins as they watched Miss Song make her move. Their eyes were filled with a gloating sympathy, knowing that the pure yang infinite flying dragon sword was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Even they would find it daunting. However, their smiles froze on their faces in less than a second. As the sharp sword energy whistled towards him, Li Shiqi remained expressionless and moved with an air of nonchalance. He merely extended his right hand's index and middle fingers, effortlessly pinching the sword energy as if it were a leaf. This scene left everyone present utterly speechless. Miss Song's eyes widened in disbelief, and she stammered, "What?" Her companions were equally stunned, their eyes nearly bulging out, mouths agape as if they had witnessed a ghost. To think that someone could catch a sword made of divine energy, such an intangible and invisible force, with their fingers? How is this possible? These young aristocrats exchanged bewildered glances, having never witnessed anything so extraordinary. It was beyond their comprehension, utterly bizarre. Not only them, but everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. A sword of energy caught barehanded? It shattered their understanding of martial arts. Even Ji Shiba, standing nearby, was wide-eyed and incredulous. He rubbed his eyes, suspecting an illusion. In that moment, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence, with everyone holding their breath, struggling to believe what they had just seen. Ji Shiba rubbed his eyes and, upon a closer look, couldn't help but gasp. Li Shiqi had actually caught the invisible and colorless sword energy between his index and middle fingers. This flying dragon sword chi, akin to the Sixth Meridian divine sword, was supposed to be almost invisible to the naked eye, yet Li Shiqi captured it effortlessly. Even more astonishing, the trapped sword energy began to take shape, resembling a miniature flying dragon about 30 centimeters long and only 2 fingers wide. Ji Shiba silently marveled at his master's extraordinary skills, while Miss Song widened her eyes in disbelief and asked, "How? How did you catch it?" Li Shiqi responded impassively, "Miss Song, we were in the right first, and you were being unreasonable and trying to harm me. Isn't that a bit too much?" Miss Song gritted her teeth, her gaze sharp as a knife, and coldly said, "Luck. It must be luck. I don't believe you can really catch it." As soon as she finished speaking, a divine light erupted behind her, and her divine fetus radiated brilliantly. In an instant, several flying dragon sword chis roared out from her shrine, rushing towards Li Shiqi. Li Shiqi's eyes narrowed, and he raised his other hand, swiftly striking to scatter all the incoming sword energies. Miss Song's pupils contracted, and she muttered in disbelief, "How is it possible? My flying dragon sword chi was dispersed by a mere palm." Li Shiqi stared at her coldly, with a hint of warning in his voice. "I am justified, and you are unreasonable. If you dare to harm me, I have no choice but to defend myself." With that, he flicked the flying dragon sword chi clamped between his fingers. Whoosh! The sword energy returned like lightning, and before Miss Song could react, she heard a puff sound as her arm was pierced. The sword energy didn't lose momentum, penetrating a massive 10-meter thick pillar and wall in the hall, shooting out of the luxurious building, and carving a kilometer-long, 1-meter-wide sword mark across the sky. The spectacle of this sky-breaking sword left Ji Shiba speechless, deeply shaken. He thought to himself that if he were to face such a sword, he would likely be unable to withstand it. "Well done, cousin." Ji Shiba sincerely gave a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Miss Song let out a heart-wrenching scream. "My hand. It hurts. It hurts so much." Blood gushed from the wound on her arm, and the pain caused this pampered young lady to tremble all over. Those around her were thrown into a panic, rushing to support Miss Song. Some tore their clothes to bandage her wound, while others handed her a healing elixir. With everyone's assistance, Miss Song's condition improved slightly, but all eyes were angrily fixed on Li Shiqi. Facing the angry stares, Li Shiqi calmly said, "What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy before." This remark further infuriated everyone present, especially Miss Song, who wished she could tear him to pieces. At this moment, a man stepped forward, his gaze stern, and said, "My name is Shun Lang, from the Shun family, one of the 10 great families of Maple Leaf City. Kid, do you know who you've offended today?" Li Shiqi replied indifferently, "I've already fought. Does your identity really matter? If you dare to provoke me, I'll fight you too." Hearing this, Shun Lang was furious. He took a deep breath, his face darkening as he said, "Kid, I admit you're skilled, but you've angered the wrong people today. Tang Donglai, whom your brother defeated, is a young master from one of the 10 great families of Maple Leaf City. Miss Song Yang, whom you just injured, is also from one of the 10 great families. We here are all descendants of these families. By daring to attack us today, you're making enemies of the 10 great families. With just one command, I guarantee you'll find it impossible to take a step in Maple Leaf City." Li Shiqi looked around innocently and said, "Oh, the 10 great families, huh? Let me see. You're lying. You're not from the 10 great families at all." Xinlang asked coldly. What do you mean? How are we not from the 10 great families? Li Shiqi confidently replied. I know everyone from the Chun family of the 10 great families, and there's no one from the Qin family here, so you're lying. This statement left everyone stunned, followed by a burst of laughter. Xinlang laughed so hard that tears came to his eyes. Then with a cold gaze, he sneered. The Qin family? Ha! They don't deserve to be called one of the 10 great families. They're just clinging to a position. Song Yang also sneered. No wonder you're so arrogant. Thinking you have the Chun family backing you? Let me tell you the truth. The Chun family is the weakest among our 10 great families. If they can't produce a new burning heaven realm cultivator, once Qinshan falls, the Qin family will be exterminated. Others also displayed contemptuous expressions, clearly not taking the Chun family seriously at all. Having figured out Li Shiqi's background, Xinlang's gaze grew colder, arrogantly saying, So, you're from the Qin family. Very well. I'm telling you, kneel down and apologize to us immediately. Cripple your own hands as compensation. Otherwise, the 9 great families will attack the Chun family later, and I guarantee the Qin family won't be able to protect you. In Maple Leaf City, the power hierarchy among the 10 great families is like an unbreakable chain of disdain. The top 9 families have deep roots, a long history, and a strong foundation that even the city lord dares not challenge. However, the 10th family seems to be cursed, with one family falling every decade. Currently, the Qin family holds the position of the 10th family. Thanks to Chun Shan's strength and tactics, they barely broke the 10-year curse. Yet, to other families, the Chun family's downfall is only a matter of time. Recently, Chun Shan encountered misfortune during an expedition to the wilderness. Though he returned alive, he was gravely injured. With the loss of its pillar, the Chun family is now in a precarious situation. Other families, like sharks sensing blood, have begun to aggressively devour the Chun family's power and wealth. Even though the Chun family recently taught Long Shurong a lesson, it was seen as a mere last gasp. People like Xinlang and Song Yang already view the Chun family as lambs to the slaughter. Li Shiqi looked at the arrogant Xinlang and couldn't help but laugh. So, you still want to join forces to attack the Qin family, demand I kneel and apologize, and cripple my own hands. Xinlang stood tall and proud. That's right. Despite the pain in her arm, Song Yang maintained her haughty demeanor. You little brat, you'd better cripple your hands now, or I will make sure you suffer. The Qin family can't protect you. Others chimed in with their threats. In Maple Leaf City, we 9 families are the sky. What is the Qin family? Kneel and apologize to Sister Song, or don't expect any mercy. Oh, it's a Qin family, kid. Your family is on the brink of collapse, and you dare to be arrogant? You're just speeding up your demise. Kneel. Kneel. Faced with these aggressive taunts, Li Shiqi almost burst out laughing. It seems you all think too highly of yourselves. As the saying goes. Once the phrase, as the saying goes, was uttered, Ji Shiba immediately looked up, his eyes shining with a thirst for knowledge. Li Shiqi continued. Since you have provoked me, then rest easy here. Hearing this, Ji Shiba's eyes flashed with killing intent as he stood up abruptly. Cousin, let me deal with these fools. Song Yang, Xinlang, and the others were taunting with harsh words, which Li Shiqi had endured for a long time. With furrowed brows, he nodded slowly, his voice low and resolute. 18. Remember, as the saying goes, a gentleman without gravity is not imposing. Strike hard, but make sure not to take a life. Upon hearing this, Ji Shiba's eyes gleamed with excitement, and a haughty smile played on his lips. Don't worry, leave it to me, he replied. Facing Xinlang, Song Yang, and the others, he clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking ominously. With a menacing grin, he threatened. You fools talk too much, and even dared to make my cousin kneel. You're asking for it. Xinlang, Song Yang, and their group had been arrogant, calling them little beasts, thinking that invoking the name of the 9 great families and belittling the Qin family would intimidate Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba. However, when they saw Ji Shiba approaching with intent, their faces turned pale. The attitudes of Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba clearly showed they had no intention of yielding. Everyone present turned their gaze toward Xinlang, awaiting his reaction. Xinlang stared intently at the advancing Ji Shiba, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Despite Ji Shiba's youth, the fierce aura in his eyes was terrifying. His presence was as overwhelming as a mythical beast emerging from ancient forests, sending shivers down their spines. Clenching his teeth, Xinlang suppressed his fear and shouted, Strike first to gain the upper hand. Hesitate, and you'll suffer. Attack, take him down. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his internal energy, manipulating the divine fetus within the shrine. Instantly, sharp sword energy rained down on Ji Shiba like a storm. Simultaneously, Song Yang acted without hesitation. She too controlled her divine fetus, but her target was Li Shiqi behind Ji Shiba. Slicing through the air, dragon-like sword energy surged toward Li Shiqi. Seeing this, the other young men exchanged glances and unanimously activated their shrines. In an instant, The divine fetuses emitted dazzling light, transforming into countless terrifying sword energies that swept toward Jishiba like a violent storm. The atmosphere became tense, brimming with murderous intent. The hall was suddenly filled with a blinding light and a surge of sword energy that seemed to freeze the air. The onlookers held their breath, their eyes fixed on Song Yang, Shen Lang, and their companions. Their sword energy, like silver snakes, darted toward Jishiba. This unexpected attack took everyone by surprise who would have thought that this group of privileged youths would abandon decorum and launch a collective assault. Amidst the overwhelming sword energy, Jishiba remained unfazed. A devilish smile played at the corners of his mouth, as if mocking his opponent's overconfidence. With a mere wave of his hand, a fierce wind arose, sending sand and stones flying. The ferocious sword energy suddenly changed direction in the wind, like puppets on strings, turning back towards their masters. Song Yang and the others were taken aback. "Oh no, get out of the way." Shen Lang reacted swiftly, summoning a shield infused with his true energy. The shield expanded instantly, enveloping the group. Song Yang quickly pulled the unconscious Tang Donglai into the protective circle. Bang, bang, bang. The sword energy struck the shield like a torrential downpour, producing a deafening clash of metal. Shen Lang felt his hands go numb, the intense pain nearly unbearable. He was horrified. The power of the attack far exceeded their original assault, each strike heavier than the last, almost tearing his arm apart. What was even more terrifying was that Jishiba had effortlessly raised such a fearsome wind, not only neutralizing their attacks, but amplifying their power in return. Such strength was beyond comprehension. Clenching his teeth, Shen Lang cursed inwardly. "Damn it! We've hit a wall." Jishiba, noticing that his retaliatory sword energy hadn't broken through their defense, showed a hint of disappointment. He thought to himself, "How does Master do it? I've imitated Li Shiqi's moves, yet the power is so different. Clearly, the gap between me and Master is still vast." His eyes turned cold as he muttered, "I intended to teach you a lesson, but since you're determined to die, don't blame me for being ruthless." Before he finished speaking, Jishiba stomped the ground, launching himself forward like a cannonball. With a clenched fist, he was at the shield in an instant, ready to strike. Bang! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted, like thunder descending upon the world. The shield shattered instantly under the terrifying impact, with fragments scattering like arrows shot from a bow. The hard ground, walls, and tables were not spared, as sharp pieces embedded deeply into them. Shen Lang, Song Yang, and others were also caught in the blast, their bodies covered with cuts and scratches of varying sizes, some fragments even lodging directly into their flesh, causing blood to gush out. Shen Lang stared in disbelief at the scene before him, his gaze shifting between the shattered remains of the shield and the beast-like figure of Jishiba. His pupils contracted violently, and his facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. How is this possible?" he asked, his voice trembling with shock and fear. This was his prized protective treasure, a 9th-grade, Xian-level artifact, and it had been blasted to pieces by a boy barely a meter tall. Not only Shen Lang but Song Yang and the others present were also stunned, utterly shocked by this incredible scene. Who could have imagined that this seemingly ordinary country boy, Jishiba, would be so formidable? As everyone was still immersed in shock, Jishiba suddenly grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. In a chillingly friendly tone, he said, "Hello there, losers." This statement hit Shen Lang, Song Yang, and the others like a sledgehammer, causing their faces to turn pale instantly. Before they could react, Jishiba had already appeared in front of Shen Lang like a phantom. With a swift uppercut, Jishiba struck Shen Lang's chin, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string. Then, with a quick turn, Jishiba delivered a sweeping kick, knocking Song Yang to the ground. Before she could react, Jishiba's fist came crashing down on her, driving her into the hard floor. Bang! 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 The continuous sounds of blows echoed through the rich mansion. Jishiba moved as if in an empty field, launching a storm of attacks on the others. His fists and feet were as swift as lightning, each strike carrying immense force. In the blink of an eye, all the wealthy young men were knocked to the ground, their cries of pain filling the air, leaving the place in chaos. At this moment, Shen Lang, who had been sent flying earlier, finally fell from the air, landing heavily at Jishiba's feet. He felt a searing pain in his back, as if scorched by fire, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Shen Lang wanted to say something, but Jishiba had already grabbed his head and mercilessly smashed it into the floor. With a dull thud, Shen Lang passed out on the spot. This breathtaking scene left the 2 security guards and all the customers in the rich mansion stunned. They stared, wide-eyed, at the short-statured boy, their hearts filled with indescribable fear and shock. The scene was dead silent, as if the air had frozen. The astonishing strength of Jishiba left everyone present in awe, their eyes filled with a complex mix of emotion, shock, admiration, and a deep-seated fear. This seemingly ordinary young man had effortlessly taken down a group of self-proclaimed noble heirs. Involuntarily, everyone's gaze shifted to Li Shiqi, their fear intensifying. If Shiba was already so formidable, then how terrifying must Li Shiqi be, the one who commanded him? Shiba stood among the fallen scions, casually dusting his hands as if he had just completed a trivial task. All done, he said calmly. At that moment, a dull thud was heard. Li Shiqi tossed a bundle of ropes at Shiba's feet. Shiba looked back at his master in confusion, awaiting further instructions. Leisurely licking his ice cream, Li Shiqi nonchalantly ordered, "Tie them all up." Although unsure of Li Shiqi's intentions, Shiba promptly obeyed. With swift movements, he picked up the ropes and began binding Tang Donglai, Shenlang, Song Yang, and the others one by one. Initially, he simply tied their hands and feet. But for caution's sake, he untied them and rebound their hands and feet behind their backs with a professionalism that was astonishing. This method of binding conjured images of prey about to be roasted. Shiba didn't forget to tap each of them, sealing their acupoints to prevent them from channeling their inner energy, completely stripping them of their shrine powers. Li Shiqi observed Shiba's handiwork with a furrowed brow. What kind of technique is this? He couldn't help but ask. Shiba replied earnestly, "Last time I watched you roast, this is how you did it whole lamb. No, the whole leopard. I thought it was a good method. Tying them like this, they can't use their powers." The conscious Song Yang and other heirs were filled with shame and anger upon hearing this exchange. When had they ever endured such humiliation? They were usually the center of attention, treated like stars wherever they went. And now, they were being treated like animals by two countryside boys. The humiliation was so overwhelming they wished they could just faint on the spot. "Let go of me, you bastard." Song Yang struggled fiercely, her eyes bloodshot as she glared at Shiba, as if she wanted to tear him to pieces. Shiba glanced at her and coldly spat out, "Quiet down." This unfamiliar insult only fueled Song Yang's rage. Through gritted teeth, she threatened, "You little brat, when the experts from the Song family arrive, they'll tear you apart." As someone who had been pampered since childhood, Song Yang had never suffered such humiliation. Not only had she been beaten senseless by a country boy, leaving her dizzy and her cheeks swollen, but she was now tightly bound. This was the greatest disgrace of her life. Impatient, Shiba walked up to her, grabbed her hair, and slammed her head into the ground. The intense pain knocked Song Yang unconscious. The brutality of the scene shocked everyone present. Although Song Yang's looks and figure weren't quite as striking as Chen Honyao or Yang Kaiwei, she was still a classic beauty. Yet Shiba showed no mercy, treating her with such cruelty. "Everyone shut up." Shiba looked around. "Anyone who makes a sound will get the same treatment." These words silenced the group of bound young aristocrats. At that moment, Li Shiqi strode over and knocked Shiba on the head. "Who do you think you are? What does that make me?" Shiba immediately put on a flattering smile. "You're the boss of all bosses, cousin." Another knock landed on his head. "Nonsense, I'm not that old. Don't call yourself a boss again." Shiba nodded quickly. Yes, whatever you say, cousin." Li Shiqi dragged over a rack from somewhere and hung everyone up like roasted pigs, including the unconscious Tang Donglai. "Help! What are you going to do to us?" The aristocratic youths were terrified, their screams echoing like pigs being slaughtered. Li Shiqi frowned. "Stop yelling, or I'll let the cook deal with you." At this, everyone promptly began to plead. "We're sorry, we were wrong. We'll never look down on country folks again. Please forgive us." "Don't worry, just kidding," Li Shiqi grinned. "But we're civilized people who believe in fairness. You did wrong, so you have to make amends. How do you plan to compensate?" He pointed to the bump on Shiba's head. "Young Master Tang hit my brother with a glass bottle. And Sister Song here not only wanted to kill him, but also called him a beast. Imagine the trauma to his young mind. What if he becomes afraid of the dark, women, or sword energy?" "But we got beaten up too," someone whispered. "Serves you right," Li Shiqi retorted. "You attacked first and intended to kill. We're in the right, you're in the wrong." This left the aristocrats speechless. Indeed, they had been the aggressors and the instigators. Li Shiqi rolled up his sleeves, and Shiba followed suit. Seeing this, the group quickly begged for mercy. We'll definitely pay." Li Shiqi nodded in satisfaction, handing them their communication charms to contact their families for help. Then he pulled Shiba aside to enjoy some snacks. "Cousin, is this all right?" Shiba asked between bites. Li Shiqi, confident and self-assured, replied, "When you're in the right, you have nothing to fear. We're the victims here. Asking for compensation for emotional distress isn't too much, is it?" Shiba looked at Li Shiqi, initially expecting him to spout some profound wisdom. However, when he heard Li Shiqi speak so confidently, he was momentarily stunned but then suddenly understood. Instinctively, he touched the bump on his head, feeling a bit aggrieved. At that moment, Shiba finally grasped Li Shiqi's intentions. From the moment Tang Donglai provoked them, Li Shiqi had already calculated how to demand hefty compensation. For this, Li Shiqi didn't hesitate to restrain his actions, allowing him to take a solid hit from Tang Donglai with a glass bottle. Ji Shiba couldn't help but give a thumbs up, genuinely admiring. Cousin, you're brilliant. As a demon king, he was no stranger to plundering, but compared to Li Shiqi, he felt his own wits were lacking. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of education Li Shiqi had received to be so clever. Li Shiqi chuckled without elaborating, picked up a glass of lemonade, clinked glasses with Ji Shiba, and leisurely sipped. Then, with a hint of disdain, he said, "This lemonade is sour and not tasty at all. Cola is much better." He smacked his lips as if savoring the taste of cola. The two security guards nearby heard this and looked at Li Shiqi with a mix of awe and respect. To them, cola was a royal beverage, rumored to be an ancient recipe from a century ago, before the eternal night, controlled only by the royal family. Common people like them had never even seen what cola looked like. Seeing Li Shiqi reminisce about it so fondly, they speculated that even if he wasn't royalty, he must be closely related to them. As a result, the two guards became even more respectful towards Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba, continuously serving them various foods, drinks, candies, and cakes. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached. Lu Meng led a portly middle-aged man over. The man was tall, at least 6'3", but extremely obese, resembling a giant ball. His belly was more exaggerated than a woman pregnant for 24 months. As he walked, his stomach wobbled, as if a little Neza was hiding inside. When the middle-aged man reached Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba, he was already panting heavily, struggling to catch his breath. His breathing sounded like a bellows, and his body shook as if he might run out of air at any moment. Li Shiqi couldn't help but ask with concern, "Are you okay? Can you still breathe?" Ji Shiba bluntly remarked, "Brother, you're really out of shape." The middle-aged man simply waved his hand, not answering, continuing to gasp for air. Lu Meng's gaze swept over the noble scions tied to the barbecue racks, a hint of confusion in his eyes. These were regular patrons of the wealth pavilion, usually arrogant and memorable. Yet now, they hung like dried meats, bound hand and foot, an unbelievable sight. Lu Meng looked questioningly at the other two security guards. They first pointed at Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba, then at the noble scions. Lu Meng's expression suddenly changed, realizing something significant. Li Shiqi and his companions had the audacity to kidnap those young aristocrats. This act was nothing short of a provocation right under the noses of the 9 great families. However, before Lu Meng could speak, Li Shiqi already showed signs of impatience and directly asked, "Lu Meng, don't just stand there, quickly introduce us. Is this the owner of your Fuguei Lu?" Lu Meng snapped out of his stupor and quickly responded, "Young Master Li, let me introduce you. This is Cui Junjie, the owner of Fuguei Lu Boss Cui. This is young Master Li Shiqi, whom I mentioned to you before." After the introduction, he tactfully stepped aside, giving them space to talk. Cui Junjie, still catching his breath, asked in a breathless voice, "Young Master Li, do you truly possess the legendary knife?" Seeing Cui Junjie's labored breathing, Li Shiqi looked at him with a hint of sympathy and said, "Boss Cui, take your time, don't rush." Cui Junjie, unembarrassed, replied tremulously, all right, just give me a moment." He stood there trying to regulate his breathing, but with little success. Li Shiqi, seeing this, could only step forward and tap a few acupuncture points on Cui Junjie's body. Soon, Cui Junjie's breathing became smooth again. Taking a few deep breaths, Cui Junjie looked at Li Shiqi in amazement and praised, "Young Master Li, I didn't expect you to have such skills." Li Shiqi responded calmly, "No need to thank me." Cui Junjie's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, "Young Master Li, may I have the honor of seeing that legendary butcher's knife?" Without hesitation, Li Shiqi drew the butcher's knife from his back and placed it in front of Cui Junjie. Seeing the knife, Cui Junjie's eyes shone even brighter. He examined the blade carefully, not missing a single detail. After his inspection, Cui Junjie was so excited he nearly jumped up, exclaiming, "It's it! It's really it! I've waited so many years for it to reappear in the world. This is wonderful, truly wonderful." He turned to Li Shiqi and urgently asked, "Young Master Li, where did you acquire this knife?" Li Shiqi replied coldly, "That's not something you need to know. Just tell me, do you recognize this knife? Do you know its history?" Cui Junjie eagerly explained, "Of course I recognize it. This is the divine knife of the first great chef. He used this knife to create the legendary banquet that even the first emperor praised. The emperor was so pleased that he personally named the restaurant Fuguei Lu. That's why every Fuguei Lu in the world belongs to that great chef." Then, looking at Li Shiqi with even more excitement, as if in a pilgrimage, Cui Junjie pleaded, "Young Master Li, is the person who gave you this treasure still alive? He is my lifelong idol, the person I most wish to meet. Can you take me to meet him?" Li Shiqi stared at Cui Junjie, his brow furrowed, a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Are you sure the owner of this butcher knife is your idol?" He couldn't help but ask. "Is a chef really that famous outside? Did he really cook for the first emperor? And the founder of Fuguei Lu is a chef?" As Li Shiqi's gaze swept over Cui Junjie, he couldn't help but ponder. He recalled the chef he had seen in the 18th level of the prison, who, despite living in such harsh conditions, was still as plump as a pig. The current Cui Junjie, as the owner of Fuguei Lu, was also similarly rotund. However, the difference was that the chef, despite his size, was incredibly agile. A scene played in Li Shiqi's mind. In the dark regions of the prison, the fat chef dashed like lightning, chasing a bizarre creature. In the blink of an eye, the chef had sped a kilometer away, blending into the darkness, moving so fast that Li Shiqi's eyes struggled to keep up. Cui Junjie nodded excitedly. Yes, Chef Su is my idol for life. Li Shiqi was taken aback. Chef Su. He then realized that he had never known the chef's real name, always referring to him as Uncle Chef. After all, none of the 5 great demons had ever revealed their real names, only using nicknames. Cui Junjie continued enthusiastically. Chef Su is not just my idol. He is the idol of all chefs across the world. His knife skills are unmatched, capable of splitting the heavens and earth, slaying gods and demons as easily as chopping vegetables. In our culinary world, he is the undisputed #1. Many of Fuguei Lu's signature dishes were created by him. It's because of these dishes that we've been able to expand from the capital across the country, thriving for so long. Cui Junjie's voice was filled with deep admiration. I grew up listening to stories about Chef Su, always dreaming of becoming his apprentice. He sighed. Unfortunately, many years ago, after he entered the palace, he suddenly disappeared and has been unheard of for over 20 years. His knife vanished with him. Cui Junjie's gaze fell on the butcher knife in Li Shiqi's hand, his eyes burning with intensity. Young Master Li, since you have his knife, you must know where he is. Can you take me to see him? Li Shiqi replied coolly. No need. You won't be able to meet him. Cui Junjie was taken aback. Is he dead? Li Shiqi gave him a sidelong glance and sheathed the knife. No, he's very much alive. It's just that where he is, you can't even get through the door. Cui Junjie persisted. Where is he? Li Shiqi calmly said. Demon Suppression Prison, 18th level. Cui Junjie was stunned by the words. Really? He knew that the Demon Suppression Prison was not far from Maple Leaf City, merely a few thousand kilometers away. But it was heavily guarded, with the likes of Dizang and the never-before-seen king of the underworld overseeing it. The prison guards there were elite talents from all over, each capable of easily subduing a great demon. And the 18th level of hell was even more mysterious, guarded only by Dizang, Diding, and the king of the underworld. Each guard was strictly forbidden from revealing any secrets from within, not even knowing who was imprisoned there. Cui Junjie's face was full of shock and confusion, clearly unable to believe that his idol was imprisoned in such a terrifying place. Except for the first emperor and a select few, no one knew who was imprisoned in the 18th level of the dungeon, nor what secrets lay within its depths. Deep within the Demon Suppression Prison lies the 18th level, a mysterious place sealed with layers of enchantments. Upon hearing Li Shiqi mention the whereabouts of Chef Su, Cui Junjie's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at him. For over 20 years, the people of Fuguei Tower had scoured the ends of the earth to find the missing culinary genius. They ventured into the imperial palace, traversed wild lands, explored the sea of the underworld, climbed the abyss of darkness, and even braved the 10,000 mountains, the Changbai mountain range, the Sea of Lava, and the East African Rift. Countless lives were lost, yet they found nothing. You say Chef Su is in the 18th level of the Demon Suppression Prison? Cui Junjie asked, his voice tinged with a slight tremor. Li Shiqi smiled faintly, a hint of cunning in his eyes. What would I gain from lying to you? Don't believe me. With that, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong arm. I've learned a few tricks from the chef myself. Let me show you in the kitchen to prove I'm telling the truth. As he spoke, Li Shiqi moved towards the kitchen. Jishiba, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes, watching his master with caution. Though they hadn't known each other long, he had already grasped Li Shiqi's character. This seemingly casual gesture undoubtedly concealed a deeper intention. Cui Junjie hurriedly stopped Li Shiqi, his face breaking into a wide smile. No need for that, young Master Li. With that butcher's knife, I already believe you completely. Taking a deep breath, his tone suddenly became incredibly respectful. From today on, Fuguei Tower is yours. I, Cui Junjie, am at your service. If you ask me to go west, I won't dare head east. With those words, Cui Junjie solemnly knelt on one knee before Li Shiqi, expressing his most sincere submission. The scene stunned everyone present. Inside Fuguei Tower, from customers to staff, from those waiting in line to the scions of noble families, everyone was left speechless, as if the air had frozen. Fuguei Tower was renowned throughout the land. Although Cui Junjie wasn't one of the 10 great families of Maple Leaf City, Fuguei Tower had long been the first emperor's imperial restaurant, entangled in a complex web of power, with various influential figures holding shares. Cui Junjie's actions were akin to dropping a bombshell on a calm lake, with ripples that might sweep across all of Maple Leaf City. It is said that the current crown prince also holds shares in the Fugue restaurant. This allows Cui Junjie, despite his modest abilities, to qualify for the shareholders' meetings in the capital and even have a chance to see the legendary prince in person. This privilege is beyond the reach of even the lord of Maple Leaf City and the heads of the 10 great families. However, at this moment, the esteemed Cui Junjie is performing an astonishing act. He is kneeling on one knee before a country boy named Li Shiqi and is ready to hand over the Fugue restaurant to him. If word of this spreads, it will surely cause a tremendous stir in Maple Leaf City. Li Shiqi was stunned by this unexpected gesture and quickly reached out to help Cui Junjie up. Boss Cui, you've got it wrong, he hastily explained. I'm not here for that. It's better for you to continue running the restaurant. I'm not familiar with these things. I've come to ask you for a favor. Cui Junjie raised his head, his eyes filled with respect. Boss Li, from now on, I'm at your service. Whatever you need, I will do my utmost. Li Shiqi sighed helplessly and pulled out a yellowed photo from his pocket, handing it to Cui Junjie. This is a picture of my parents. Can you help me find them? Cui Junjie took the photo, looking at it in disbelief before glancing back at Li Shiqi. Young Master Li, he asked cautiously. Perhaps we should discuss this in a quiet room? Li Shiqi waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. His gaze swept around the room until something caught his eye, and he brightened. How about this? Arrange a rotating table and serve a full Manchuhan imperial feast. Bring out all the finest and most delicious dishes here. I'll eat right here. Cui Junjie looked puzzled. Wouldn't it be better to eat in a room? No disturbances, more peace. Li Shiqi shook his head and pointed to the group of young aristocrats being roasted on the grill nearby, saying confidently, that won't do. If I eat in a room, what if their parents come looking for us and can't find us? Cui Junjie initially wanted to invite Li Shiqi into the private room, but was stunned by the response he received. It was then that he noticed Tang Donglai, Shen Lang, Song Yang, and others hanging on a barbecue rack like skewered meat, their hands tied behind their backs, looking utterly disheveled. What on earth is going on? Cui Junjie looked at Lu Ming and the others in confusion. Lu Ming helplessly signaled to 2 security guards, who had to recount the incident once more. After listening, both Cui Junjie and Lu Ming were left dumbfounded. They incredulously scrutinized Li Shiqi, wondering, this young master shows no interest in inheriting the Fengui Tower, yet now demands compensation from these aristocratic heirs. For a moment, they found Li Shiqi's actions utterly baffling. Cui Junjie tentatively suggested, young Master Li, these heirs may not know the rules, a lesson should suffice. Shouldn't we let them down first? After all, these families cared deeply about their reputation. He understood that what Li Shiqi was doing was akin to dragging the 9 great families' reputations through the mud. Worse still, Li Shiqi demanded these individuals seek help from their families for compensation, which would be a major blow to the family's dignity. From what he knew about the 9 great families of Maple Leaf City, seeing their younger members treated this way would surely provoke their fury and lead to a relentless retaliation against Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba. Li Shiqi looked at Cui Junjie coldly. Boss Cui, I appreciate your concern, but if you speak like that, I won't be pleased. These people came looking for trouble, even intending to kill me, and I haven't done anything yet. But you want me to let them go? Is that reasonable? Cui Junjie's expression changed at these words, and he dared not say more. Li Shiqi turned to Ji Shiba. Shiba, have they all asked their families for help? Ji Shiba nodded. Don't worry, apart from a few who are unconscious, the others have already called for help. Li Shiqi said impassively. Wake up the ones who are unconscious and have them inform their families too. Make sure they understand the need to show enough sincerity. Ji Shiba immediately complied, going over to wake Song Yang, Tang Donglai, and Shen Lang. Faced with threats and persuasion, they dared not disobey and hurriedly used the messaging talisman to call for family assistance. Song Yang and Shen Lang, in particular, were already terrified of Ji Shiba, and they cried their hearts out when seeking help. Cui Junjie watched this scene, deeply troubled, feeling that Li Shiqi's approach was inappropriate. Suddenly, Li Shiqi turned to Cui Junjie. Didn't you just say you would listen to me? Cui Junjie quickly nodded. Yes. Li Shiqi instructed. Have the chefs prepare a Manchuhan imperial feast immediately. Cui Junjie nodded and was about to make arrangements when Li Shiqi called him back. Cui Junjie turned around, looking at Li Shiqi with puzzlement. Li Shiqi strode confidently into the Fugue Lu, his eyes scanning the room like a hawk. He turned to Cui Junjie, his voice low and commanding. Prepare 5 tables of Manchuhan imperial feast. Remember, I learned from the chefs, so I want the freshest ingredients. If you dare use anything frozen, you won't get away with it. Cui Junjie nodded quickly, a fine layer of sweat forming on his forehead. Don't worry, young Master Li. At Fugue Lu, we never use frozen ingredients, everything is fresh. Although he didn't understand why Li Shiqi needed so many feasts, he didn't dare to question it, and simply carried out the orders respectfully. Li Shiqi nodded in satisfaction and then sat down, his eyes fixed intently on Tang Donglai, Song Yang, Shen Lang, and other noble scions. A peculiar smile curled at his lips, as if he were admiring some rare treasure. To Tang Donglai and the others, this smile was like a devil's apparition, leaving them frozen in fear, barely daring to breathe. Ji Shiba returned quickly and reported respectfully. Cousin, I've contacted them. Their elders have confirmed they'll be here soon. Li Shiqi nodded slightly. Good. Soon, under Cui Junjia's direction, the large hall was filled with 5 round tables, each about 10 meters in diameter, arranged in a bagua formation. An hour later, chefs began filing in to serve the dishes. Each table of the Manchuhan Imperial Feast featured 108 dishes, a dazzling variety. Every dish was made with carefully selected ingredients, skillfully prepared by master chefs, appealing in color, aroma, and taste, with a fragrance that filled the air. Li Shiqi, seeing such a lavish spread for the first time in his life, was wide-eyed, his fingers twitching slightly in anticipation. Ji Shiba stood by, practically drooling. These dishes, both in appearance and aroma, were incredibly tempting. Observing their reactions, Cui Junjia suppressed a smile and explained, the Manchuhan Imperial Feast was nearly lost during the Eternal Night period, with only the recipes remaining. It was Chef Su who, risking his life, pieced it back together, tracing clues through dangerous lands overrun by malevolent forces. What you see, young Master Li, young Master Ji, is Chef Su's meticulous recreation of the recipes, and one of our Fugue Lu's crown jewels. Li Shiqi's eyes sparkled with curiosity at this. One of. Cui Junjia nodded and continued. Chef Su's culinary skills are unmatched today. Not only did he restore various pre-Eternal Night recipes, but he also created many of his own. The Manchuhan Imperial Feast is just one of his masterpieces, and above it are his 4 grand creations. Li Shiqi, intrigued, pressed further. Tell me about them. Cui Junjia took a deep breath, speaking with solemnity. First, the Divine Demon Feast. This creation is an upgraded version of the Manchuhan Imperial Feast, meticulously prepared using exotic beasts, malevolent spirits, and various rare and precious ingredients. The aromatic dishes are not only astonishingly expensive, but also unforgettable in taste. However, such exquisite delicacies were reserved solely for the first emperor, and no one else has had the privilege of tasting them since. Following that is the mouth-watering braised lion's head. This dish uses the head of a disaster-level demon, the 9-headed lion spirit, from a forbidden zone as its main ingredient, crafted with exquisite culinary skills. Legend has it that just one bite can boost the eater's power by a decade. Unfortunately, capturing such a powerful demon is extremely difficult, and since the mysterious disappearance of the master chef Su, this dish has become a lost art, impossible to replicate. The third dish is equally astounding: steamed true dragon. The star of this dish is the ancient dragon king residing in the depths of the Black Sea, also categorized as a disaster-level malevolent spirit. The difficulty of capturing such a formidable creature is unimaginable, and with Chef Su's disappearance, this dish has also become a thing of the past, never to be tasted again. Notably, the fourth dish is still possible to savor, the tender and juicy steamed monkey brain. By capturing a powerful evil-level spirit, the human-faced monkey, its brain can be used to prepare this delicacy. Compared to the previous dishes, this one is relatively less challenging. At this point, he spoke with a hint of pride. Last time we collaborated with Old Master Chun, he provided us with quite a few human-faced monkeys. We've already sent that batch of fresh ingredients to the capital. He then sighed, his tone tinged with regret. It's a pity that Old Master Chun was almost possessed by the strongest human-faced monkey, nearly losing his life. However, he did achieve a great feat. If the bigwigs in the capital are satisfied with the quality of these human-faced monkeys, the Chun family might rise to become royal merchants. However, as he finished speaking, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba had long stopped listening to his ramblings, eagerly jumping onto the table to indulge in the feast. Li Shiqi maintained some semblance of elegance, wielding chopsticks, a knife, fork, and spoon, swiftly devouring the delicacies before him like a whirlwind. In contrast, Ji Shiba's eating manner was much more rough. She grabbed the food with her hands, stuffing it into her mouth, her face smeared with oil, devouring hungrily in a rather messy fashion. Their reactions were so intense, as if the food before them was an unparalleled delicacy, they simply couldn't resist. Delicious. Wow, this is so tasty too. Shiba, you have to try this, it's amazing. Li Shiqi stood atop the round table, his chopsticks flying as he picked up dish after dish of delicious food, savoring each bite. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had discovered a new world. He had never seen such a lavish feast in his life, with every bite being a celebration for his taste buds. As soon as Cui Junjia started introducing the chefs for masterpieces, Li Shiqi couldn't hold back any longer. He leapt up and began his culinary adventure. He tasted each unique flavor, and every chew left him amazed. The table was filled with delicacies from all over Longhua, meticulously prepared by the chefs, each dish a masterpiece. Although Li Shiqi wasn't usually particular about food, at this moment, his taste buds and stomach were more satisfied than ever before. Compared to the chef's exquisite dishes, these may have been slightly less refined in technique, but made up for it with the diversity of ingredients and flavors. This rich and varied experience reminded him of the concoctions the cook used to make for him at his humble abode, which were hard to swallow yet nourishing. Ji Shiba followed closely, eating with both hands, devouring everything in sight. The two of them swept through the 10-meter diameter table like a hurricane, leaving it empty in no time. Ji Shiba even licked the plates clean, still wanting more. This astonishing scene left Cui Junjie, Lu Ming, Song Yang, Tang Donglai, and all the guests present utterly speechless. Who would have thought these two seemingly small teenagers could have such an incredible appetite? Even more unbelievable was that after consuming so much food, their stomachs remained flat, showing no signs of being overstuffed. Li Shiqi licked his fingers with satisfaction and said to Cui Junjie, "Boss Cui, bring on the next round." Cui Junjie snapped out of his daze and quickly instructed the kitchen to keep up the pace. The kitchen became a whirlwind of activity as the chefs worked tirelessly, cooking up a storm. To match the speed of these two gluttons, they adopted a strategy of serving each dish as soon as it was ready. The servers were rushed off their feet, constantly bringing out dishes from the kitchen. Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba were like two insatiable little pigs, diving into each new dish as soon as it hit the table. Their stomachs seemed like bottomless pits, never full. In no time, they had demolished a total of 5 tables of Manchu Han Imperial Feast. Only then did they sit back, content, gently patting their slightly rounded bellies with blissful smiles on their faces. This spectacle once again astonished everyone present. Cui Junjie, Lu Ming, Tang Donglai, Shen Lang, Song Yang, and others were dumbfounded, finding it hard to believe. 5 tables of a feast that could easily satisfy over 100 people were devoured by these two youngsters, leaving not a single grain of rice behind. What kind of appetite was this? Even the legendary gluttons couldn't compare. Delicious, absolutely delicious. Ji Shiba picked his teeth meticulously with a toothpick, his tongue savoring the lingering taste of the meal, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. As a demon king, it was the first time he had ever enjoyed human cuisine so thoroughly. The variety of flavors sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy intertwined in his mouth with such richness that he couldn't help but marvel. He thought to himself how lonely and desolate life, as an evil spirit, could be. Devouring raw flesh and drinking blood could never compare to the way humans enjoy life. If Cheng Wang and Cheng Feng were here, they'd surely be envious. In this moment, Ji Shiba had to admit that in the art of enjoying life, humans far surpassed evil spirits. Reflecting on his days of ruling the Tsanglong forest, commanding hundreds of evil spirits, he realized that despite the apparent prestige, his daily diet was monotonous and dull. The taste of those evil spirits couldn't hold a candle to the exquisite culinary skills of humans. No wonder some demons, driven by their desires, risked everything to transform and blend into human cities. At this moment, Ji Shiba finally understood why those demons longed for human society. The vibrant nightlife, fine wines, and exquisite dishes were irresistible temptations for creatures used to a bland diet. Li Shiqi patted his round belly and looked up at Cui Junjie, his eyes gleaming with greed. "All right, I'm full. Order the kitchen to prepare 2 more large tables. I want to take them to go." Cui Junjie was taken aback, staring at Li Shiqi in disbelief. After devouring 5 entire tables of food, he still wasn't satisfied and wanted to take more? Such an appetite was astonishing. However, without questioning, he promptly instructed the kitchen to start preparing. Just then, a flurry of urgent footsteps echoed from the entrance. Suddenly, an overwhelming, terrifying aura surged in like a tsunami, sweeping across the entire space. Wherever it passed, a thin layer of frost formed on the ground, and the surrounding air temperature plummeted rapidly to below freezing. Everyone present felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, shivering uncontrollably. The daunting presence was like a towering mountain pressing heavily on them, leaving them breathless. Tang Donglai was the first to recognize a familiar presence, and he shouted with joy, "They're here! The elders of the Tang family have arrived!" Song Yang also exclaimed excitedly, "I sense it too! It's the aura of my second uncle." Shen Lang lifted his head, his expression serious as he said, "This is the aura of my third uncle." Other young members of prominent families felt the powerful presence from outside, and their faces lit up with joy, each looking toward the door with hopeful anticipation. Li Shiqi also turned his gaze to the entrance, murmuring to himself, "The main guests have finally arrived." Boom! The grand doors of the Fuguei building were flung open, and a towering figure stepped inside. The entire structure seemed to tremble, as if an earthquake had struck. A formidable aura, like a tidal wave, swept through the room, directly targeting Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba. The two remained unfazed, standing their ground. However, not everyone possessed such composure. Apart from Cui Junjie, Lu Ming, 2 security guards, and several less skilled patrons were immediately overwhelmed by the oppressive force, collapsing to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. Although Cui Junjia managed to stay upright, his expression was grave, eyes fixed on the entrance. All eyes instinctively turned towards the doorway. There stood a man in his 50s, with a commanding presence. His short hair was neat, his eyes sharp as blades, and he stood nearly 6'3", with a physique as solid as a mountain. His very presence exuded an intimidating aura that demanded respect. Upon seeing this man, Tang Donglai's eyes lit up with joy. He eagerly called out, "Uncle San, I'm here." His voice was filled with the excitement of finding a savior. This unexpected guest was none other than Tang Mingxiu, a senior figure in the Tang family. 5 years ago, he had reached the 8th level of the Burning Heaven realm, just a step away from the 9th. At that time, he had ventured outside the city to eliminate evils and even faced the Demon King. Although he couldn't defeat the Demon King of the Canglong Forest, he managed to escape unscathed. 5 years later, his strength was undoubtedly even greater. Tang Mingxiu was known for his fiery temper, even more unpredictable than the old master of the Chen family, Chen Shan. With his arrival, it seemed Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba were in for a tough time. However, the situation unfolded more dramatically than expected. Following Tang Mingxiu, 8 more experts entered in succession, 7 men and 1 woman. The men were all imposing figures, exuding an aura like fierce beasts, while the sole woman was young and beautiful, with an elegant demeanor. Someone exclaimed, "My heavens, besides Tang Mingxiu, members from the other 8 great families are here too." Indeed, these 8 individuals were top figures from the 9 great families, each with formidable strength. The men were all in their 40s or 50s, except for the young and stunning woman in her early 20s. "Oh my God, isn't that Yang Kaiwei, one of the twin beauties of Maple Leaf City?" Someone recognized the woman's identity, standing up in astonishment. Yang Kaiwei's appearance was not unexpected, especially since among those tied to the barbecue rack were children from the Yang family. The scene quickly filled with murmurs. It really is Yang Kaiwei, truly living up to her reputation. Her looks, her figure, she's a real gem. If I could marry her, I'd give up everything, even my house and car. Dream on. Look at yourself first. Can't deny, she's genuinely beautiful. The arrival of Yang Kaiwei was like a dazzling light that immediately illuminated the entire scene. All the men stood up in unison, their eyes fixed intensely on this breathtaking beauty. Her stunning appearance left everyone in awe, causing even the presence of Tang Mingxi and Li Shiqi to be momentarily forgotten. The men's gazes turned fervent, and even the usually composed Cui Junjia was not immune, his eyes glinting with an unusual light. Yang Kaiwei calmly surveyed the room, her gaze finally resting on the young man tied up at the barbecue stand. Her expression darkened instantly, a flicker of anger and disappointment crossing her eyes. Her troublesome younger brother, Yang Feiyu, had once again caused trouble for the family. She quickly turned her head, searching for the instigators of the incident. When she saw Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba leisurely eating and drinking, Yang Kaiwei was taken aback. Before she could speak, Tang Mingxi's stern voice rang out first. "Who dares to lay a hand on a member of the Tang family? Show yourself." Instinctively, Ji Shiba glanced at Li Shiqi, who simply shook his head while eating, indicating there was no need to respond. Sure enough, Tang Donglai immediately pointed out, "Uncle, it's those 2 boys over there eating. Get rid of them." Hearing this, Tang Mingxi's gaze, sharp as a knife, fell on Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba. He initially assumed it was some ruthless thugs daring to offend the Tang family, but was surprised to see it was just 2 seemingly harmless kids. These 2 were not even tall enough to reach an adult's shoulder. How could they possibly have overpowered someone as strong as Tang Donglai? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Tang Mingxi's mind. Monsters, he surmised internally. It must be some monsters disguised as children, deceiving Tang Donglai and then seizing the opportunity to strike. These 2 must have used some sinister methods. Tang Mingxi's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he finally grasped the situation before him. Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba, these audacious individuals, dared to lay hands on the Tang family. Regardless of their background, they must pay the price. Just as he was about to issue a warning, Yang Kaiwei gently tugged at his sleeve. Tang Mingxi turned, glaring at her with displeasure. "What is it?" Yang Kaiwei smiled gently and spoke softly. "Uncle Tang, why don't you let me handle this? Harmony brings wealth, so why resort to conflict?" She was secretly worried, having witnessed Li Shiqi's astonishing ability to easily defeat the Xingqian Society's experts. Although Tang Mingxi had reached the 8th level of the Finqian realm and beyond, Li Shiqi's true strength remained unknown. A rash confrontation might end unfavorably for both sides. Harmony? Nonsense. Tang Mingxi shouted angrily, shaking off Yang Kaiwei's hand. "You're a woman. I don't blame you for being soft-hearted. But this concerns the Tang family's honor, and no matter who the opponent is, they must pay the price." His eyes, sharp as daggers, were fixed intently on Li Shiqi and Ji Shiba. Before Tang Mingxi could speak again, Li Shiqi leisurely said, 18. If he says anything unpleasant later, just send him flying. Remember, don't kill him. We need him alive to collect the money. Shiba swallowed a mouthful of bear-shaped cookies and calmly replied, all right, I'll make sure he flies far. Tang Mingshi had already noticed Tang Donglai tied up on the rack, and his anger was barely containable. Hearing Li Shiqi and Shiba's arrogant conversation, he erupted in fury. His entire being surged with energy, and he spat out a cold, courting death. In a flash, Tang Mingshi crossed 100 meters like a specter and appeared before Li Shiqi and Shiba. His palm, as large as a pot, slashed towards Li Shiqi's face with lightning speed, intent on sending this insolent rogue flying on the spot. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.